Chapter 1. The Mystery of the Haunted House 1. Shen An found herself standing at the entrance of a dimly lit villa. Just moments ago, she had received the notification of her boyfriend's death, and then a new email popped up on her computer, an employment offer. What could it be? Shen An furrowed her brow in contemplation. It seemed to be from a company called Yuanjing Electronics Network Company, Ltd. Shen An, do you have a wish you desire to fulfill? For instance, to resurrect Shinfiki. Shen An's pupils widened in shock. It knows her boyfriend Shinfiki? It even knows he has died? Clearly, she had just received the news herself. Then this force must also be capable of Shen and lowered her eyelids, a smirk playing on her lips. Without hesitation, she clicked the confirm button. Employment contract is being generated. Please wait. Party B. Shen An, wish resurrection Shinfiki condition. 10,000 points. Do you confirm? 10,000 points? Shen An had no clear concept of this yet, so she clicked confirm without a second thought. Subsequent wishes can be added at your discretion. The system will automatically calculate the required points. Complete contract rights are being generated. Please wait. Another contract to sign? This power seems rather grounded. Shen An thought cheerfully as she sipped her coffee. Shen An was a horror novelist. She was currently in high demand. Moments later, a flurry of black text appeared before her. Employees earn points by signing work contracts, surviving in real horror environments, and exploring the storyline, thereby serving and entertaining Party A. For detailed rules and rights, please refer to the attachment. Any inquiries can be directed to the assigned team leader. Survival in a horror environment? Exploring the storyline? This piqued her interest. Shen An's eyes sparkled. And Party A? Team leader? The preamble has concluded, and relevant information has been automatically transferred to the system panel. As these lines of text appeared, the information automatically flew to a transparent panel in front of her, akin to a portable transparent screen. Please proceed with the newcomer contract. Random draw step selection will automatically occur after 30 seconds of inactivity. Shen An casually clicked on the first leather pouch and drew out a card that bore the words Mystery of the Haunted House. The backdrop of the contract depicted a solitary black-gray villa at a glance. It appeared to be the only structure in the vicinity. Congratulations! You have drawn the level puzzle-solving contract, Mystery of the Haunted House. Puzzle-solving? Shen An slowly mulled over these words. Due to her professional requirements, Shen An instinctively gathered relevant materials and was somewhat knowledgeable about the classifications of supernatural horror. Puzzle-solving involved analyzing clues and unlocking the background as a focal point. Generally, the birth of a ghost can be traced as long as one avoids triggering the conditions of death. They can survive until the end. The trigger conditions in puzzle solving typically adhere to the adage of wrongs have their rightful owners, often possessing a certain uniqueness, sometimes existing with the character itself, while other times triggered passively or actively. Of course, the scope of collateral damage varies with the environment. In horror stories or films involving puzzle solving, no one knows who the inevitable victim will be, thus possessing information becomes a vital means of survival. Therefore, deciphering is essential. Inaction leads to death, and triggering conditions can also result in demise. However, comparatively speaking, this scenario is far preferable to the indiscriminate killing of the unsolvable type. As a puzzle-solving narrative, Mystery of the Haunted House is indeed good news. At least there's a chance for survival. Moreover, noticing the level label, which is suitable for newcomers, Shen An smiled faintly. The contract for Mystery of the Haunted House occupied her entire field of vision on the transparent panel, with the lower portion still concealed within the leather pouch, but the basic information at the top was visible. Synopsis of Mystery of the Haunted House. In the suburbs of City A, a villa is up for auction, but due to its supernatural occurrences, it has failed to sell. The owner, after consulting experts, intends to invite 14 individuals to stay in the villa in 7 batches, hoping to suppress certain entities with the vitality of the living. Thus, they are offering exorbitant salaries to recruit 7 tenants per group to occupy the villa. The first 6 groups, without exception, met with a grim fate. All perished. You are the 7th group of tenants, about to enter this villa. Transportation is underway. Please wait. A sudden shift in scenery enveloped Shen An. Now, she stood before this isolated house, surrounded by a shroud of murky black mist, with visibility fading into nothingness just beyond her reach. It felt as if she were trapped in a vast cage, and Shen An found amusement in her own speculation as the black mist seemed to drift closer. The house before her appeared increasingly cold and dilapidated. She noticed a group of 6 or 7 individuals conversing by the iron fence of the villa. They were likely employees who had also signed the contract. She did not hasten to join them, but opened her personal panel to review the pertinent information. The detailed rule introduction had already been sent. Shen An quickly skimmed through, noting the points she deemed significant. Firstly, each contract execution is conducted in a live stream format, with Party A, or the audience, present from start to finish. During the viewing process, Party A can freely choose whether to focus on a particular employee. Naturally, a more proactive performance and impressive completion will attract more attention and investment from Party A, with the amount invested converting into points after each contract is fulfilled. Points not only enable wishes to be fulfilled, but also determine the employee's rank and title. Shen An opened the personal information section. She currently bore the lackluster level title of diligent intern. Beneath the title was a small line of commentary. As a newcomer, without any prior work history, your presence is temporarily unnoticed by others. Titles will upgrade as points accumulate, directly affecting the quality of contracts available for signing. This is similar to a typical company structure, where reaching a certain level grants access to higher-tier contracts and responsibilities. Correspondingly, the higher the contract's quality, the greater the difficulty, but the rewards for completion are also more substantial. Secondly, generally, the completion of contracts requires employees to explore the storyline actively, beyond just the preamble. Although they are employees of the company acts as a third-party platform, primarily providing entertainment experiences for Party A and fulfilling the survival needs of employees in real horror environments. Employees must strive to restore the integrity of the contract, and the classification of various systems is intended for better management and service. Thus, the various systems bear a strong resemblance to those in real-world companies, except for the fact that one might actually die. Finally, after contract completion, employees will be ranked based on their contribution and completion rate, with points distributed according to their standings. Ranking? Shen An's gaze lingered on these 2 words, an inscrutable smile gracing her lips once more. At that moment, a new message popped up on the panel. Chapter 2. The Mystery of the Haunted House 2. Shen An opened the panel. Supplementary explanations regarding the mystery of the haunted house contract. 1. This contract task must be completed within 7 days. Early completion is permitted. 2. This contract is classified as D-level. The employee ranked first upon completion will receive 100 points, with subsequent employees receiving progressively fewer points. How pricey. Shen An silently scoffed at her boyfriend with the ponytail. The deceased boyfriend declared his love for her on the first day, only to die the next. As Shen An pondered this, a strange feeling washed over her, prompting her to quickly dismiss the errant thoughts. Professional habit, professional habit. However, the first place in a level contract only nets 100 points. While Shen An was absorbed in the panel, an unsettling gaze fell upon her. Feigning curiosity, she glanced around as if noticing nothing amiss and proceeded towards the crowd gathered around the villa's iron gate. Moments ago, Ma Jun, basking in the adoration of newcomers, caught sight of Shen An. He paused for a few seconds, his expression darkening with ill intent. The woman before him, or rather the girl, was quite young, slender, and fair-skinned, with sparkling eyes accentuated by curled lashes, slowly approaching with a sweet smile that radiated innocence. She tilted her head to observe something, occasionally pursing her lips and glancing around, exuding a sweet disposition and an amiable temper that made one want to protect her or destroy her. Ma Jun's mind raced. He had always been self-assured, believing that everything is within one's control. Before signing this contract, he had specifically inquired with his group leader, and lo and behold, he was the only seasoned employee in this contract. Thus, the newcomer before him was someone he could easily manipulate no matter how influential he was in the real world. Here, it all reset to 0. In this realm, strength reigns supreme today. This domain belonged to him. Mago, what are you looking at? Suddenly, someone interrupted Ma Jun's thoughts, and he turned to glance at the person beside him with displeasure. The heavily made-up female newcomer, oblivious, cast a hostile glance at Shen An, her laughter laced with rivalry. Let's go, we should head in first. Ma Go, you promised to look after me, remember? Ma Jun arrogantly waved his hand, his gaze lingering on Shen An as he took the lead towards the iron gate. At that moment, the panel provided a notification. The contract for Mysteries of Haunted Houses is officially in effect, and Party A has placed a bet to watch. Shen An was quite intrigued by the definition of Party A. It seemed rather wild and carefree, almost resembling an audience member, yet somehow lacking a human essence. Nevertheless, all of this was temporarily irrelevant to her. At this moment, the newly arrived spectators spoke amongst themselves. Those who followed Majuan from the previous contract. The enforcement of the contract is quite to my liking. The brother above certainly knows how to speak. I'll be direct. I'm here to witness the action. We are all kindred spirits. I've placed my bet on Majuan to elevate his status and secure him more contracts. Why is Majuan still in Zone D? I wonder who he will bring misfortune to this time. It's quite obvious that tender, sweet girl, of course. Speaking of which, Majuan's abilities aren't lacking. He's just living life, hanging on to these peculiarities. It's only a matter of time before he meets his downfall. As Shen An gradually approached, the surroundings behind her were gradually consumed by darkness, and a chilling silence enveloped her, leaving only the path ahead without retreat. Fragmented voices emerged from both sides, leaving behind mere snippets of conversation before swiftly receding into silence. This must be the last batch of people, right? Using the vitality of the living to suppress the corrupt. What are these people thinking? The previous batches all perished without exception. It's all about the principle of consent. One is willing to strike, while the other is willing to bear the consequences. I hear it's 1,000,000 for 7 days. Desperate enough to not fear even death, I suppose. As the voices faded, the iron gate of the villa creaked open. Several newcomers, upon hearing words like ghost and corruption, exhibited expressions of fear. But after a moment of self-composure, they gazed up towards the interior of the iron gate. The individuals arriving here were, after all, gamblers who had already been filtered through they possessed desires and a resolve to take risks. A middle-aged man in a wrinkled suit emerged from within the iron gate. His ill-fitting suit made him appear rather out of place, and with a scowl, he complained, "Why are you only arriving now? Hurry and come inside with me." Someone muttered softly, "He looks like someone who missed a lucky opportunity." Majuan stepped forward, followed closely by the others, while Shen An leisurely trailed behind. She glanced further ahead. The encroaching black mist was noticeably accelerating, and Shen's gaze sharpened as she noticed the surrounding vegetation withering and darkening in an instant. Just as she was about to cross the threshold of the iron gate, a sudden rush of wind swept by. A woman, who had inexplicably approached her, violently shoved her, attempting to push her into the foreboding black mist behind. With a fierce glint in her eyes, Shen An sidestepped, countering with a twist that sent the assailant tumbling out of the iron gate. Is that so? Shen An deftly secured the iron gate's latch. The woman outside wore a look of disbelief, her voice laced with incredulity. You're locking me out in front of all these people? Open the door." Shen An regarded her with indifference, as if observing a fool, her gaze icy and devoid of warmth. "Do you think this is just any place?" "You are." The encroaching black mist brushed against her shoulder, and the woman pressed herself against the iron gate, her hands clawing and struggling to get in. She was already half submerged in the black mist. "I was wrong. I was just afraid that Brother Ma's attention would be drawn away by you, and he clearly promised me that he would prioritize me first. The lives of others are of no concern to me." The dense darkness enveloped the area outside the iron gate, silently signaling an unbreakable prohibition. And outside, it was as if no living being had ever existed. How ruthless. Which one is ruthless? All of them, huh? Strangely, I feel a sense of anticipation. It's already so thrilling before even entering. By the way, doesn't that girl who's staring without blinking at your demise exude a certain you are all mere insects coolness? Shen An turned around with calm composure, unsurprised that no one intervened. Majuan looked on with interest, while several newcomers cast wary glances at Shen An. Chapter 3. The Enigma of the Haunted House 3. The garments are ensconced within the wardrobe of the chamber. You are required to remain within the confines of this room from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., a span of 12 hours each night. During the daylight hours, you may wander freely throughout the house. The NPC, a middle-aged man, appeared oblivious to his surroundings, hastening his pace as he spoke. Within the 12 hours spent in the house, remember to don the attire from the wardrobe. What attire? Inquired a male newcomer. The notion of changing clothes in a confined, supernatural setting, coupled with the bizarre ritual of drawing lots, sent a chill of discomfort through the group. Evoking a sense of impending doom, a notification appeared on the panel. Contract execution status updated. Staff members are prohibited from leaving the villa during the designated hours set by the NPC. or it will be deemed a violation. Violations will result in the failure of contract execution. Gentle reminder: failure to execute the contract equates to death. Please adhere to the stipulated rules within the contract. The middle-aged man guided the group to the living room on the first floor, where they settled onto the sofas. Shen An observed the man, fidgeting as if he were seated on a bed of nails, repeatedly adjusting his cuff as though something were pricking him from the sofa. Or perhaps there was a place that compelled him to escape. The man swiftly operated his phone, extracting 7 slips of paper, stating, "Each of you will draw 1 slip. Those with matching symbols will share a room. The design at the door will correspond with the symbol on your slip." That a new notification chimed in. Progress updated. Please complete the room selection by drawing lots. Note that this step is mandatory and must be executed with 100 compliance. A murmuring voice echoed. Is this merely for categorization, to eliminate us one by one? Shen An turned to see a child. Was it a boy? Ma Jun, with a grim expression, was the first to draw a slip from the middle-aged man. The paper was narrow and long, tightly gripped in the man's hand, revealing a circular symbol. Others followed suit, drawing their slips. Shen An glanced at her own, which bore a stark black line. Then she heard the murmuring again. "I am a straight line." Soon, the results of the room assignments were announced. Shen An would share a room with a peculiar child, while Ma Jun paired with a tall, slender newcomer. The remaining 3 newcomers were assigned to another room. That moment, the middle-aged man checked his phone for the time, rubbing his wrist as he muttered that it was almost time, and hurriedly made his way toward the exit as if something were pursuing him. The strange child, sharing a group with Shen An, continued to whisper, and she listened closely, catching fragments that sounded like room, atmosphere dense. Taking out her phone, Shen An glanced at the time. Only 10 minutes remained until 7 p.m. Boys must be brave, but a sudden gust of wind made the child shiver inexplicably. Shen An walked toward the right end of the first floor, where a restroom awaited. After washing her hands, she turned around, only to find a greasy, sinister smile awaiting her. Ma Jun, with a teasing grin, blocked the restroom door, his gaze imbued with a sense of predatory delight that he leered at Shen An, his eyes roaming over her frame, a glint of mischief shining through as he contemplated taking advantage of the moment. With a hand on his chin, he smiled with increasing malice. He reached out, obstructing Shen An's path. The malevolence in his demeanor was unmistakable, making it difficult for Shen An to feign ignorance, disgusted by his lewdness. She maintained a sweetly polite smile. There's something you need?" Shen An inquired, her stance resolute. If he did not make a move, neither would she. The necklace around her neck warmed slightly, though she feigned ignorance. Noticing Ma Jun's lack of movement, she persisted. "May I ask?" Ma Jun directly asked. "Do you want me to protect you? What are the conditions?" Ma Jun's eyes lit up with excitement as he cautiously stepped closer, his demeanor flirtatious yet maintaining an air of decorum befitting an elder. Glancing around warily, as he leaned in to wrap his arm around her waist, he chuckled. "Do you understand? As long as you align with me. The second tier of the contract's comprehensive assessment will be yours." Ma Jun believed that Shen An would not refuse such an advantageous proposal. For a newcomer, it was akin to winning a lottery, especially since he could not only ensure her survival but also elevate her score. A most appealing prospect for a timid young lady. That a glint of coldness flashed in Shen An's eyes. As she raised her gaze, she feigned a sidestep to evade Ma Jun's grasp. That Ma Jun, now exhibiting remarkable patience, was in no rush. Shen An regarded him with interest, languidly stating, "Do you truly believe you are destined to be first?" Although Ma Jun found her smile peculiar, he dismissed the notion that she could pose a threat, retorting, "I have completed 5 or 6 contracts. Do you honestly think any newcomer here could surpass me? Or 5 or 6? Yet you still mingle with newcomers." A flicker of disdain crossed Ma Jun's features, the phrase inviting trouble resonating in the air. Shen An, however, calmly retorted, "Forgive my bluntness, but you are truly inept." Taken aback, Ma Jun abruptly raised his hand. Before he could act further, a force seized his wrist, rendering him immobile. Has this woman trained? He thought, unexpectedly locking eyes with a pair of chilling gaze. The coldness penetrated to the bone. Outside, the scene unfolded. What the hell just happened? A newcomer actually overpowered an elder. A female newcomer took down Ma Jun. Isn't Ma Jun formidable? Is the girl too strong? She appears delicate, yet her muscle definition suggests training. Bet, platza your bets. Fighting among ourselves is prohibited during the contract period. Ma Jun, being a bum, will surely seek revenge. Internal conflict is limited to not killing one another. Other actions are permissible. It's over. The girl didn't even notice the panel notifications. Her group leader must be furious. Bet on the stunning beauty. She is both lovely and fierce. I am here to swoon. Am I the only one who thinks Ma Jun's fate is grim? Will he even recover? He must have fractures. His face is a mosaic of bruises. Hilarious. I'm betting on the girl. Shen An released her grip, crouching to admire the one-sided spectacle of defeat sprawled before her. Alas, even if Ma Jun had succumbed, he would not find himself in a position akin to characters in games, where one could loot another's items or belongings. The panel's defenses appeared quite effective. Shen An thought with a tinge of regret. Opening her panel, she noted the incessant notifications that had erupted since the incident. A message from the so-called system-assigned leader popped up. Shen An, accept immediately. Shen An, with such an opportunity, why hesitate? Listen to me. Newcomers should not be overly arrogant. Panel communication failed to connect. You Shen An? Panel communication failed to connect. Shen An, check your messages. Panel communication failed to connect. Panel communication failed to connect. Shen An raised an eyebrow, her gaze devoid of warmth. With swift fingers, she typed a lengthy string of expletives, a masterclass in derogatory language, indirectly mocking her leader. Then she selected all, cut the text, and in the blank page that reappeared, she typed the words fool. Clicking send. Outside, the reactions were swift. What the hell? Ah, so dirty and sinister. What a thrill. What if the goddess's image is shattered? Does the newcomer not comprehend the extent of the leader's authority? The leader can assign contracts to members. Has she not just made a mortal enemy? Forget advice now. Perhaps we should assign her a hellish contract? Yet, a newcomer being a tad overconfident on their first contract is somewhat understandable. Shall we stream the drama? Let us place our bets first. If she dies quickly, I'll switch my bet. If she keeps going, I'll enjoy the show. Shen An's betting numbers began to rise steadily on her panel. Within one contract, a party could only place a bet once, and upon completion, the total bets earned by the staff would be converted into points. Typically, such low-tier contracts would attract a smaller audience. Akin to how interns receive limited attention in reality, resulting in lower contract quality, as one progresses, titles and positions would evolve, naturally drawing more attention. And with the current base of parties involved, the betting landscape would undoubtedly shift. A new notification arrived. Contract progress updated. All staff members have checked in. Now, please proceed to your assigned rooms as indicated by the draw. Prepare. The villa's layout indicated that the second floor comprised the rooms, while the third housed the attic area, neither overly complex nor high, as if designed for a modest family. Suddenly, a gasp pierced the ego. What happened to your face? Several newcomers turned to look. They beheld Ma Jun. His visage marred by numerous abrasions, with one side swollen and bruised, his cracked lips rigidly pulled downwards, exuding an air of dejection. The newcomers approached him with concern, though how much of it was genuine remained a mystery known only to themselves. Ma Jun's face twisted with fury, casting a complex glance at the innocent-looking Shen An beside him, a flicker of resentment lurking in the depths of his eyes. Had they encountered a ghost? The newcomers were gripped by a mix of fear and doubt. More so, by sheer terror. A ghost. Is it truly a ghost? What should we do now? A hint of exasperation flashed in Shen An's eyes. Foolish, if comprehending Shen An's mockery. Ma Jun's expression darkened further, apprehensive of inciting this lady's wrath and losing face in front of the newcomers. The child glanced between Shen An and Ma Jun, a contemplative look crossing his face as he timidly asked Shen An's sister, I saw you both coming from a certain direction just now. You didn't run into anything, did you? Are you all right? Shen An leaned casually against the sofa, replying nonchalantly, no, I was just lucky. You scared me to death. Thankfully, the child patted his chest in relief, falling silent. Hearing their conversation, Ma Jun muttered, damn it, this is annoying. The group followed the directions to the second floor. The second floor had a total of 7 rooms lining both sides of the staircase. Following the hints on the note, Shen An entered the room marked with a straight line. Jun huffed, lowering his gaze, lost in thought, while he and the tall, slender male newcomer entered the circular room in the center, leaving 2 men and a woman to enter another room marked with a black The child whispered, "This doesn't adhere to the principle of staying together." In typical horror scenarios, those who are alone tend to perish first. The child's voice dropped even lower. "Sister, have you noticed that being with you particularly cultivates the willpower of the nation's youth?" Shen An smirked. The panel sent a new message. Contract progress updated. All staff have completed preliminary preparations for their stay. Those who have not will have 10 points deducted daily. Note: stay in designated rooms from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. the following day. Failure to comply will result in expulsion from the contract. The child understood, quickly responding, "I know this. One is optional, one is mandatory, but the panel wants you to choose all." Shen An nodded in agreement. Glancing at the time, only 3 minutes remained until 7 o'clock. This room, barely 20 or 30 square meters, contained a wooden bunk bed with a floor-to-ceiling window raised about a meter high, topped with a folded marble slab. In one corner lay a chaotic pile of boxes, books, and other items, alongside a small 10-square-meter bathroom. Amidst this space, an oversized wardrobe stood out remarkably. Naturally, Shen An's purpose for approaching it was straightforward. While the child pondered the preparations, Shen An opened the wardrobe, retrieving 2 excessively oversized short-sleeved shirts, one red, the other blue, and randomly donned the blue one. The child, taken aback, asked, "Sister An?" Shen An sighed, casting a compassionate glance at him. "I've drawn my lot." Enter the room. "What else is missing?" "Right. The clothes." The child realized, there's still hope. "My memory isn't too bad after all. That's so. Is this okay to wear?" He hesitated. Shen An seemed to sense his unspoken thoughts, patiently explaining. "The panel only requires us to wear them. It didn't specify wearing them closely. Understand?" "All right." After putting on the t-shirt, the child sat at the edge of the bed and asked Shen An, "Sister, what shall we do now?" The child appeared somewhat frightened. "I feel something is off everywhere. Isn't it almost 7? Are we going to die?" Shen An glanced at her watch, noting 2 minutes remained. After a moment's contemplation, she approached the wardrobe and, with a flurry of noise, sent everything inside tumbling to the floor. The child stared in confusion. Shen An remarked thoughtfully, "Look at our clothes." The child blinked. "Huh. Could it be? Our attire determines how we die. I've seen similar movies, like being torn apart by horses, dismembered, or decapitated." Shen An paused. "I think the phrase learning is paramount might hold some truth. Don't you agree?" From Shen An's seemingly rhetorical statement, the child discerned the implication that he had guessed incorrectly. With the emotional factors remaining unspoken, he chose not to delve deeper. Shen An smiled. "Perhaps it's simpler. It might just be for fun, to confuse the vision." The child pouted, skeptical. "If the clothes aren't important, then what are they trying to lead us to?" "The wardrobe," Shen An replied, "to make us open it and get the clothes." The emphasis lay on opening the wardrobe. Shen An's resolute words resonated. The child in the same room felt an inkling of undeniable truth, causing his limbs to grow cold and his spine to tingle. Shen An sensed the panel vibrating. "Contract expiration degree. 5." Shen An chuckled. "Oh, opening the wardrobe leads to death," the child responded. "Sister, I trust you." He hesitated, shifting his toes toward the door, pausing momentarily to glance at Shen An, his unspoken words hanging in the air. "Is it all right if I?" Shen An, languidly reclining on the wooden bunk, lifted her slender but graceful arm, seemingly oblivious to Fu Yang's movements. The child's eyes brightened as he hurriedly exited. Shen An paid him no mind. Everyone must take responsibility for their own choices. Her attention remained fixated on the exploration degree displayed on the panel. This was how exploration degrees increased. It was rather archaic, requiring articulation to be recorded. But then again, it made sense. It wasn't something easily grasped in a moment, especially considering the perspective of a third-party audience. "There are ghosts tonight," Shen An tentatively stated. "There is a ghost in this house. There are 2 ghosts. This ghost is a child. The ghost in this house seeks vengeance." The ghost was burned to death or hacked to death. Outside. Party A. What is this woman doing? Chapter 5. The Mystery of the Haunted House 5. Ha ha ha. What a ridiculous approach of exhaustive language enumeration. One must not resort to such tricks. If this is how they can guess, what else is there to watch? Ha ha ha, still trying? Luck is not suitable for navigating contracts. Oh, she guessed correctly. There is a little ghost. What the hell? What is she doing with the paper and pen? Calculating time, place, and characters. What is she writing? The page is filled. Oh my. The screen displayed Shen An drawing a relational diagram based on time. Location, characters, cause, process, climax, and outcome. Time, from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. Location, room. The ghost can kill. Cause, opening the wardrobe triggers the condition for death. Holy crap, which if you can take a screenshot and zoom in? Why did the plot exploration degree suddenly spike to 111 and then some? I'm upstairs. I zoomed in. This girl is incredible. It's like she wrote a novel. Excuse me, what kind of divine being are you in the real world? I just arrived and have no clue. Is this already complete? Is this staggering lead in plot exploration degree genuinely real? What just happened? Why did she suddenly write a story? A novel? A horror novel? And so, logically, without further ado, I'm placing my bets. I want to give the highest praise. I suspect she is cheating. Why rely on looks when you can use your brain? Everyone, I just spent some time studying the paper in the young lady's hand. I must say, while not identical, it is quite reasonable. Although I don't understand the contract development, the storyline she penned is incredibly captivating. Watching an entertainment stream while earning an original story? What accounts for this disparity in exploration degrees, leading by a mile? The panel chimed. Contract plot updated. The first day's work has officially begun. Although 7 o'clock marks the onset of night, in summer it might still retain a hint of brightness. Yet in this house, as Shen An gazed outside, the ambiguous twilight transformed into an impenetrable darkness, one that obliterated all life, that he didn't know what Shen An was up to, but their brief interaction had fostered an inexplicable trust in her, a belief he himself found hard to accept, a trust in her strength. Under the soft glow of the lights, Shen An lowered her head, calmly putting pen to paper. Her exquisite features appeared even more youthful and delicate in the light's haze, resembling a high school student rather than a recent college graduate. With a lazy lift of her eyelids, she suddenly crumpled a piece of waste paper into a ball and flicked it towards the anxious child by the door. The child, in the increasingly cold and darkening room, looked at his elegant sister, who had just hit him with the paper ball, and expressionlessly uttered, "Yes. Child, what is your name?" He quickly looked up, responding, "My name is Fu Yang." Fu as in tofu, Yang as in stylish, to Fu Yang, rather perfunctory that name. Shen An chuckled softly. Shen An Fu Yang nodded earnestly, sincerely exclaiming, "You're really nice." Shen An remained silent, beckoning Fu Yang to come closer to the bed. Obediently, Fu Yang climbed to the upper bunk of the double bed, only to see a blanket thrown his way. Shen An rummaged through the pile of items she had pulled from the wardrobe. And soon, Fu Yang saw a pillow soaring towards him. Fu Yang. He had an immature notion, yet felt a hint of disbelief. Subsequently, he clung to the edge of the bed, leaning down to see the occupant of the lower bunk shaking the blanket. Lying down and closing his eyes in one fluid motion. Fu Yang. All right, his idea is quite mature, but is it perhaps a bit too early? What am I going to do? It can't possibly be what I think. Right? Oh my gosh. Are we trying to court disaster? Ha ha ha. His teammates are utterly bewildered. Poor child. Ha ha ha. His teammates have also succumbed to despair. Corrupting the youth. Ha ha. It's utterly amusing. Time seemed to stretch on indefinitely when Fu Yang suddenly opened his eyes. The room was enveloped in silence, unchanged from before he had closed his eyes. The only detail that caught his attention was the dim, yellowish light in the room, which appeared to have dimmed slightly since earlier. Of course, this was somewhat comforting. He wondered if it would still be illuminated later, and he surmised that it was likely nearing midnight when he noticed the incandescent bulb above flicker ominously, plunging the room into darkness. Fu Yang. He remained motionless, and his lower bunkmate, Shen An, showed no signs of movement either. In this daze, Fu Yang felt a familiar calmness of solitary combat wash over him. Pitter-patter. A faint noise broke the silence of his thoughts in the dark. He leaned forward to peer out, and as his pupils constricted, he turned to call down to Shen An, "And yeah, are you awake? There's a headless, limbless ghost crawling towards us," just as Fu Yang was about to shout for them to flee. A clear and crisp echoed in his ear, as though its owner had never been asleep, exuding an air of composure and confidence. Strangely, Fu Yang suddenly recalled that they could not escape the room. Leaving would mean death. Besides, he mused, where could they possibly run in such a small space? Of course, he considered that perhaps Shen An's unusually calm demeanor had inexplicably influenced him. Meanwhile, Shen An, observing Fu Yang's pointed direction, slightly shifted her gaze. Where is there a ghost? It could only mean the child has many secrets, Clearly, this ghost's intent was not mere murder. Otherwise, it would not be causing such a commotion, moreover in such a confined space. It practically offered new victims on a platter. Shen An coolly analyzed the situation. She wondered if the ghost was a sorcerer or a warrior, or perhaps an archer. Amused by her thoughts, she decided it best for Fu Yang to find a place to hide, lest he be inadvertently harmed. Over the years, she had encountered various supernatural phenomena and had heard of a method to avoid ghosts while sleeping, which suggested that if one kept their head and limbs tightly pressed beneath the blanket, they would not be detected by spirits. Just as Shen An was about to remind Fu Yang, she looked up and realized, wisdom comes from practice. Fu Yang had indeed mastered the art of concealment. No longer concerned with the hushed Fu Yang beneath the covers, Shen An turned her attention forward, her gaze sharpening. The only glimmer of light in the darkness emanated from the ghost itself. Its body torn and festering, grotesque remnants oozing from various severed limbs, dragging its ghastly head and swollen appendages behind it. Having been revealed by Fu Yang's shout, the ghost displayed its true form. Shen An focused on the apparition, noting its diminutive stature, its form suggestive of youth, with mottled skin rolling with dark energy, devoid of any good flesh, that it was merely a little specter. Plop. Another sound of something dripping resonated. Just as Fu Yang had heard earlier while in Enjia. Keep your distance. Everything on this ghostly child is malevolent. It would be ill-fated for the living to come into contact. Fu Yang realized he had somehow crawled out from under the covers again. Mottled skin, torn flesh, ghostly child. A terrifying thought struck Shen An, a ghostly child in a solitary room, presumed to have been abused and dismembered sister. Will you play with me? The ghost child's voice was innocent and naive, imbued with a haunting, ethereal quality tinged with expectation. No, Shen An replied curtly. The Ghost Child. Chapter 6, Shadows of the Haunted House 6. The ghost child crawled a few steps forward, causing Fu Yang to retreat hurriedly to the far corner of the bed. Sister, I really like you. Please play a game with me that if you win, I won't kill you or that little ghost tonight. The ghost child cast a sinister glance at Fu Yang, that Fu Yang felt both anger and fear. Who is that little ghost? Oh, it can be like this. Shen An interjected. What game? The ghost child fell silent, dragging its severed limbs rapidly to the wardrobe, arching its body like a spider and leaving a long trail of blood on the floor. In Fu Yang's eyes, every drop of blood on the ghost child radiated with a greenish malice and toxicity that Fu Yang desperately signaled to Shen An. This is all nonsense, and don't trust it. If it comes to the worst, let's escape. This small room has its own means of fleeing. And Fu Yang was anxious. After Shen An unexpectedly granted him a reassuring glance, he felt inexplicably calmed. After all, if he could think of such things, Jia would surely react even faster. Perhaps she had already devised a method for dealing with the ghost. Shen An casually turned her head and saw Fu Yang's bewildered expression, unaware of what amusing thoughts he was harboring. Never mind, perhaps there was a generational gap. The ghost child's chilling laughter echoed. The rules of the game are simple. You have 1 minute to unlock this lock and retrieve the pin I just placed inside. If you succeed, you and Fu Yang glanced at the wardrobe, which was now locked, the kind of iron lock that typically comes with many keys, that he leaned closer to Shen An and whispered, 1 minute to find a key? What kind of game is this? Shen An remained silent, addressing the ghost child beside them. Is it a fair game? The word fair was too light, and the ghost child suspected Shen and was mocking it. The ghost child. However, the innocent demeanor of the other party was too disarming, that in the next moment, a sharp voice emanated from the ghost child. 6 keys are hidden in 6 different places in this room. With such a high probability, I am being quite generous to you, sister. The voice suddenly turned cold and eerie. The game begins 3:21. Before Fu Yang could even utter a curse, he saw Shen An calmly insert a flathead screwdriver into the lock. Oh, how thoughtless of him. The ghost child's triumphant sneer abruptly fell silent. The sound akin to a rooster being strangled, that Fu Yang suppressed a laugh. At this moment, he was no longer afraid and declared, You said to unlock it. But you never specified how. Are you trying to deceive me? The ghost child's voice deepened, each word painstakingly enunciated as if expelled from its very core. Fu Yang stomped his feet. You set the rules. You can't change them now. The ghost child glared at him, seething. You are indeed crafty. It then turned to Shen An, who had remained silent since the beginning, saying, If you can unlock the cabinet and retrieve the pin within a minute, Tonight I will. Why have you stopped moving? The ghost child's begrudging words shifted to confusion that Fu Yang, equally puzzled, regarded Shen An, who was fiddling with the lock in her hands. Shen An twirled the iron lock, not in a hurry to unlock the cabinet for the next step. After all, there were still several seconds left. She leisurely remarked. The ghost child glared at Shen An, warning, "Sister, do not let your hubris blind you." Shen An, I lost. Isn't that precisely what you desire? The ghost child tilted its head slightly, as if in confusion. So, sister, what are you hesitating for? Shen An, with a hint of amusement, replied, Indeed, what am I hesitating for? Am I contemplating? Why it seems you are more anxious than I. What does that mean? What has this newcomer discovered? I don't understand. So, why hasn't she opened the cabinet? Doesn't she want to win the game? Oh my gosh. She hasn't opened the cabinet and has even taken a step back? Oh my gosh. Is what Shen An said true? Why would opening the cabinet lead to death? Huh. Did she say there's another ghost in the cabinet? Where did she find that out? Becoming an accomplice. Shen An fixed her gaze on the ghost child on the floor. Is being an accomplice fun? As Shen An continued her analysis, blood began to seep from the ghost child's orifices, its nails elongating sharply. She had guessed wrong. It was not an accomplice. Sister, let's separate you so you can join us and play. Fu Yang was paralyzed with fear at the sudden turn of events. Why were they suddenly about to fight? Yet Shen An remained unperturbed. Guessing wrong about an accomplice? That means you must have guessed everything else correctly. Right, the ghost child. Before the little ghost could react, Shen An continued. That one in the cabinet must be stronger than you. Why do you need to help it hunt? How pitiful. The ghost child's skin began to peel away with the flowing blood as it lunged at Shen An in a furious shriek. I volunteered. Killing you is enough. So, there was another one trapped inside. Shen An continued to provoke. By the way, playing together? Is that one in there also a little ghost? Thanks for the spoiler. She quickly took several steps back. Amid the increasingly frenzied and terrifying shrieks of the ghost child, still hastily adding, Do you know how I figured out your game was a ruse? Thanks to your awful acting. Haha. It's all leftovers from sister's play. With that, Shen An grabbed a heavy wooden chair beside her and brought it down with ruthless precision. Oh my gosh. The revealed ghost child let out a pained scream, its ghastly eyes trained on Shen An. It had not even made a move, yet this woman had struck first. So, regardless of whether they win or lose the game, this ghost child never intended to let them go. How cunning. Just look at it. This little ghost harbors deep resentment. It's doomed. Wasn't it already guessed that they couldn't open the cabinet? My word, how treacherous. The ghost child before them and the unknown within the cabinet. Combined with the pressing time, this is a psychological battle. Unfortunately, the newcomer lacks any points to purchase items to combat the ghost. Only I feel that Shen An's frantic efforts to provoke the ghostly child are quite toxic. Yet I find it rather enjoyable. Although I must admit, I feel a twinge of sympathy for the ghostly child, whose every utterance is dissected for its critical points. Ha! Behind the ghostly child's fury lies a sense of humble helplessness. Fearing to utter another word, ha! The ghostly child exclaims. I specialize in physical attacks, and yet you dare to employ mental assaults. I can only wonder, does this method of investigative analysis truly exist? My goodness, stop chatting, look over there. What are you exactly? The ghostly child, exasperated, speaks in a chilling tone that gradually grows serious. Shen An responds, I am your sister. The ghostly child's crawling stance momentarily stiffens. I suspect you were trying to take advantage of me. With a failed strike, the ghostly child crouches a few meters away from Shen An, its limbs and head precariously connected at a single point. It gazes up intently at Shen An and Fu Yang, twitching with anticipation. Sister An? Fu Yang, drenched in cold sweat, trembles slightly. The temperature in the room plummets as the ghostly child begins to ooze a thick stream of blood around it. Gurgling ominously, amidst this chilling stench, the ghostly child's head finally detaches, rolling a couple of times on the ground. Its eyes align perfectly with Shen An and Fu Yang, its mouth curving into a sinister smile. The resentment seems to intensify. Shen An raises an eyebrow, casually observing the ghostly child before her. In the next moment, when she squints to look again, the previously jovial, ghostly child suddenly retracts a massive, frigid pressure forcing it to retreat to the farthest corner of the room from Shen and the ghostly child questions. Where did this formidable being from the ghost realm come from? It watches Shen An warily, seeming reluctant to abandon its prey. Under an increasingly potent aura of murderous intent, it ultimately emits a shrill scream and flees the room to Fu Yang, bewildered, stares at the rapidly changing situation. Shen An, equally perplexed, what just happened? Who is this familiar face? Is that not her deceased boyfriend? Chapter 7. The Mystery of the Haunted House. 7. The man before her appears to be just in his 20s. His youthful visage betraying an undeniable pallor, exuding an air of noble gentility, yet surrounded by an unfamiliar, formidable presence that Shen An cannot quite grasp. Xiao An, a gentle call resonates in Shen An's mind. In her mind? Oh, how intriguing. Shen An muses, narrowing her eyes as she observes Shun Fiki, whose lips remain eerily still. That is this some kind of buff being granted to me? She decides to respond in her mind. Attempting to mask her sarcasm. Are you attempting to compensate for the regret of leaving me a widow right after confessing? Shun Fiki's face flushes crimson, then pales instantly, rendered speechless in an unexpected turn of events. Outside the room, what the hell just happened? Can someone explain? Why did that ghost run away? Does this mean we VE safely past the night? I sense the aura of a golden finger. She must be a company recruit, probably brought in by some elder. Don't ask me why I'm watching the live stream on my knees. It's simply the charm of Sister An. Has a die-hard fan emerged already? At this moment, Shen An gazes at the sudden emptiness before her, incredulous that it fled. Escaped. Shen Fiki, you have some nerve? Shen An feels a pang of frustration. No worries, there's still one thing. Thankfully, you reminded me just before the ghost revealed itself. No worries, sis. I have. The topic abruptly shifts and Fu Yang, still processing, mutters, oh crap. I've been exposed. Embarrassed, scratching his head, Fu Yang concedes. Yes, I possess the Yang Eye. It's a family heirloom that allows me to perceive various supernatural phenomena. His voice dwindles further. Noticing Shen An still gazing at him with a bemused expression, he mumbles, but they're still just kids. A light laugh comes from above. Are you offering yourself up as a support? Fu Yang freezes, shaking his head vigorously. No. You are the true support. Then why did you want me to follow you? He feels a surge of regret, wishing he hadn't concealed the truth. Casually, I permit you to be a companion. Companion? Shen An beams sweetly. The kind where a dead companion doesn't mean a poor Taoist, Fu Yang. Without further ado, Shen An strides over to pick up a piece of iron she had noticed earlier, which had fallen from the ghostly child during their confrontation. Perhaps the ghostly child, frightened beyond measure, had only focused on its escape. An 8-trigram plate. Shen An fiddles with it for a moment. Suddenly, the panel vibrates, delivering a message. Congratulations, you have triggered the side quest, The Secret of the Symbols, with a chance of completing the contract contents with 200 efficiency. Shen An chuckles. Friendly reminder. Each contract contains a mandatory main quest and may randomly trigger side quests. Rewards for side quests are issued additionally. The exploration degree of side quests will also contribute to the employee's personal contract exploration degree, which is the most crucial metric for assessing an employee's overall performance upon contract completion. If employee Shen An uncovers the meaning behind the symbols in the side quest, she will be rewarded with 50 points. Oh my, this girl has triggered a side quest. Could this be the legendary luck of a newcomer? Newcomers must be afforded some sweet benefits before facing demise. True. Triggering it doesn't guarantee completion. The main quest might not allow survival either. However, this newcomer is quite quick-witted, with beauty and intellect. She is a worthy investment. If the side quest is successfully explored, the contract might upgrade, leading to another item drop. This newcomer could certainly profit immensely. Though Shen An is temporarily unclear about the side quest rewards, she recognizes that the threshold for triggering it suggests the rewards will be substantial. I'll take it. Suddenly, she recalls a discordant thought and asks Fu Yang, Yangzi, how did you see the ghostly child being driven away just now? Fu Yang thinks to himself, it wasn't he driven away, it was frightened off by you. Shen An, but this indirectly confirms one thing. The yin-yang I cannot perceive Shen Fiki. Yangzi, you mentioned you have the yin-yang eye, right? Are there any types of spirits that you cannot detect? Shen An flicks her necklace, nodding in realization. As Shen An receives the message regarding the exploration degree gained from her confrontation with the ghostly child. A piercing scream reverberates throughout the entire second floor. When Shen An and Fu Yang hear this sound, The dullness from the walls dulls its sharpness, yet the underlying sense of powerlessness and despair becomes even more hauntingly clear. Next door, Fu Yang hesitates to speak. Shen An steadies her expression, glancing towards the wall. That room bears a circular symbol, housing Ma Jun and a tall, slender male newcomer. The voice icity Ma Jun-s. How unfortunate. Just then, faint sounds of an argument drift from further away. Perhaps due to several walls separating them. The content is indistinct, but soon a loud crash echoes through the silent corridor as a door is flung open. Then, an absolute silence ensues. Since hearing the screams and tearing sounds from next door, Fu Yang has kept his eyes wide open throughout the night, ultimately unable to endure any longer. Just as he begins to doze off, the commotion in the corridor jolts him awake, but he checks the panel, seeing a message that had arrived 10 minutes prior. Contract progress has been updated. Room task completed. In contrast, Shen An sleeps soundly until dawn. However, at this moment, in the lower bunk of the room, Shen An wears a stormy expression, her lips pressed together fiercely as she swipes at the panel, her brows twitching in response to the noise outside. Huh? Does the lady have a case of morning grumpiness? What a blatant truth. She simply hasn't completed the standard 12 hours of sleep. What on earth is the standard 12 hours? My omnipotent goddess, what's wrong? Shen An's panel displays a notification. Congratulations. You successfully survived the confrontation with the ghostly child and additionally unraveled 5 of the contract's side quest exploration degree. Shen An is momentarily taken aback, then realizes she has unlocked a hidden side quest. Thus, the contract exploration degree follows the main quest progress by default, while the side quest exploration degree will be distinctly marked. From last night to today, her speculations revolved around the ghostly child. At most, she could consider an unknown ghost within a cabinet. The side quest's increase being less than that of the main quest indicates a connection between the side quest and these two ghosts. Yet the specific nature still requires investigation from different angles. The main and side quests should be intricately linked, Shen An ponders, rubbing her temples. The formation of the ghostly child, the ghost within the cabinet. And even the relationship between the ghostly child and the ghost in the cabinet. All she needs is to establish a reasonable logical chain, and then deciphering the side quest becomes a straightforward task. For Shen An, logic is merely the simplest of characters. She already has a clue. She suspects it relates to the formation of ghosts, a line of inquiry that has seen the least exploration, not in terms of depth, but in its very essence, formation. After all, the 8 trigram plate has emerged. Chapter 8. The Mystery of the Haunted House. 8. It seems an incident has occurred outside. Shen An casts a casual glance at Fu Yang. Didn't you warn them? Fu Yang, feeling embarrassed, replies, they don't seem to believe me. Shen An shrugs, acknowledging the uncontrollable factors, particularly their age. After a pause, she continues nonchalantly. However, in such an environment, most would rather believe than doubt. So your warning was somewhat useful. Fu Yang's eyes lit up, but he hesitated, saying, but there are no buts. We do our part and leave the rest to fate. Everyone here harbors their own desires. We are not obliged to carry the burdens of others' thoughts. Shen An remarked with indifference. You have done what you felt was necessary. Whatever transpires beyond that, whether good or ill, should not sway your convictions for a subsequent choice. Fu Yang found himself somewhat perplexed. Yet he felt a sudden clarity wash over him. Shen An then added, I wonder if points can be traded. In certain circumstances, I am quite willing to assist, Fu Yang replied. In the corridor on the 2nd floor. Ma Jun emerged from a blood-soaked room, his brow furrowed. Just then, he collided with 2 newcomers, a man and a woman, who were rushing towards him. Having been suffocated by the stench of blood and fear all night, Ma Jun regarded the 2 newcomers with palpable annoyance as they attempted to curry favor. When Shen An and the others arrived, Ma Jun stood with a stern expression, his voice gruff as he exclaimed, those wretched little ghosts! I wasted a prop on Zhao Ming, only for him to backtrack after opening the cabinet. Zhao Ming was the male newcomer who had tragically perished the previous night. Ma Gu is truly magnanimous, expending a prop for our sake. No one wished to witness Zhao Ming's demise. They would still need Ma Gu's protection moving forward. Ma Jun implied that he had previously advised Zhao Ming not to act too hastily, to think thrice before proceeding, but the latter had been overly impulsive, disregarding the wisdom of those with experience, ultimately leading to his downfall. Ma Jun certainly has a flair for theatrics. Indeed, Last night, he subtly suggested that newcomer to open the cabinet, effectively eliminating a wrong answer. Regardless, with no witnesses to the death, what does it matter if the truth is known? The newcomers will still have to rely on him. Upon hearing Ma Jun's words, Shen An naturally stepped forward and threw open the cabinet door, oblivious to how her actions appeared to others. Until then, no one had dared to inspect the corpse up close that a desiccated skeleton lay crammed into the small space at the bottom of the wardrobe. Blood oozing from the corners and pooling in one corner of the room. The despair of death was more profound than losing the game. Even upon winning, escape remained elusive, once ensnared in the game-'s cycle. Winning or losing was merely an excuse for death. The two newcomers stood aghast, conversing with Ma Jun from a distance. Shen An did not doubt the implications of Ma Jun's words regarding the little ghosts and the killings. Yet, the underlying meaning of Ma Jun's statement suggested that the little ghost had committed murder within the cabinet, that he indicated that the little ghost had reneged. Thus, they must have first encountered the ghost outside before. Shen An pondered. Combining her near certainty of the ghost within the cabinet, she speculated that the little ghost and the cabinet ghost might bear a striking resemblance, perhaps even being twins, a pair of dual spirits. Shen An conjectured that the disparity between the little ghost and the cabinet ghost likely stemmed from their differing fates, that is, for the little ghost entering the cabinet to commit murder. It seemed unnecessary unless the ghost wished to conceal something. Speaking of concealment, Shen An felt that the ghost was more inclined to hide the existence of the twin spirits. Otherwise, why would Ma Jun be so certain that the little ghost had killed within the cabinet? It was likely that when the cabinet ghost committed murder, the ghost outside the room had cleverly concealed its presence. With her thoughts clarified, Shen An's spirits lifted. She recalled the sound of the door opening in the early hours of the morning and glanced at the remaining male and female newcomers in the originally shared room. Her expression growing distant as if struck by a realization. The fragmented argument from earlier began to crescendo once more. Why didn't you stop him? And you? Weren't you standing right next to him? How was I to know he would suddenly burst out the door? You were closer to it. The two newcomers exchanged blame, their remorse palpable. Fear mingled with hope, yet primarily they dreaded being abandoned or blamed by their companions, plunging them into despair. Yet, who would care? Ma Jun was utterly disinterested in the petty concerns of these newcomers, muttering a curse under his breath about their foolishness, that a fate worse than being killed by a ghost was ignoring the panel's warnings. Thus, stepping out of the room when one should remain inside, even if it resulted in demise, would still earn one a rebuke of foolishness. Alas, they were only human, capable of both resilience and fragility. The panel delivered a notification. A new day has commenced. Due to a staff member violating rules, subsequent activity time will no longer be confined to the room. All staff members may arrange their activities freely. Friendly reminder, free activity time spans a full 24 hours. Fu Yang momentarily failed to comprehend. Did this mean our escape route expanded from a single room to an entire building? With the panel's simultaneous update, Shen An leaned closer to observe Fu Yang's display. With a knowing tone, she remarked, "This implies our escape time has extended from 12 hours to 24 hours. Fu Yang? Shen An, this indicates that the ghost's area of activity has broadened from the room and cabinet to the entire building." Fu Yang. Fu Yang. He felt a surge of relief that he was still standing. He truly lived up to the title of a budding flower of the nation. Trembling, he tentatively asked, "Sister An, do you think the contract desires our demise?" He feared it might. Shen An's expression turned grave. As human lives were but sacrifices, with death looming. Fu Yang shivered slightly, clearly not grasping her meaning. Shen An spoke languidly. The vengeful souls rise from the ashes, traversing the blood-soaked grounds of their resting places, coalescing into the damp, shadowy confines of villas, eager to devour and slay 49 beings, thus attaining their path. "Sister, take it easy." Fu Yang felt a chill run down his spine and lowered his voice. "Let's not recite poetry, please." Fu Yang. "No wonder it's 1 million for 7 days. This is a price for our lives." Tears nearly brimmed in his eyes at the thought. Meanwhile, Ma Jun beckoned one of the female newcomers toward the stairwell's corner, casting a glance at Shen and with a hint of ulterior motive as he turned away. What does Ma Jun intend? At such a time, instead of focusing on survival, his mind is wandering to other matters. The one upstairs, while she seems real, can she really compare to Shen An? It's not that she cannot compare. There is a significant disparity. One could only gently say she appears quite safe. So what is going on with Ma Jun? I noticed when he left, he glanced in Shen An's direction. Not only you noticed, Shen An herself caught sight of it. Did Ma Jun just enter the panel shop? Can anyone identify what talisman he purchased? I recall seeing something in a contract that seemed to summon ghosts. Ma Jun is about to take action. In this regard, Shen An is indeed at a disadvantage. Keep that scoundrel away from my goddess. Did Ma Jun give that talisman to this female newcomer? Thus, as an experienced individual, Ma Jun is rather cautious, not intending to take the initiative in such matters. Of course, he has survived this long by being both ruthless and timid. What the hell? Why did this girl named Wang Xiaoqing suddenly faint? Chapter 9. The Mystery of the Haunted House. 9. At the corner of the second floor. Ma Jun glared at the trembling Wang Xiaoqing on the floor, his eyes flickering with dissatisfaction and murderous intent. In his hand was the gathering talisman he had just exchanged for 50 points in the panel shop. Capable of summoning ghosts within enclosed spaces, such as rooms and cabinets, to be why affixing the talisman to the entrance of such spaces, essentially any door, it would automatically conceal its presence until it ignited to fulfill its purpose. Having others do the dirty work was part of his cautious approach. Remaining detached allowed him to manage unexpected developments. Who could have predicted? Ma Jun glared at the person on the ground. Ma God, oh, rest assured, damn it, this is absurd, newcomers are toxic. His original intention was to find this female newcomer more manageable, yet she proved to be utterly useless in this regard. Ma Jun flung his hand and departed, having avoided the cabinet since the incident last night. After all, it was a corpse, and overcoming the fear was nearly impossible, that he needed to hasten and search for clues about the body while it was still daylight. Useless trash. Once he dealt with that Shen An, he would have to dispose of this newcomer as well. After all, they were all worthless. That a deep-seated resentment flashed in Ma Jun's eyes, that he had not anticipated that Shen An would be a treacherous individual, causing him to stumble. Not only had she brought him humiliation, but her skills she could not be spared. Otherwise, upon completing this contract, he would lose points and suffer a decline in his betting numbers. Such a scenario was hardly favorable. Damn it, this batch of newcomers is truly difficult to handle. Ma Jun's gaze flickered slightly. The most crucial aspect was the overall evaluation and attracting the client. He could not allow his spotlight to be stolen. When the panel notification appeared, she seemed to hear a commotion from the first floor and planned to investigate the second floor railing. Shen An peered down. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, she could vaguely see the iron door creaking ominously, as if someone was hastily entering or exiting, causing the wind to rattle the doorframe. Did that middle-aged man close the door when he left yesterday? Observing the layout below, Shen An was about to step forward when she suddenly felt Fu Yang tugging at her sleeve from behind, whispering, "Sister An, that my guy might want to harm you." I sense a great deal of malice emanating from him. Shen An understood immediately and smiled knowingly. I am aware. Seeing her demeanor, Fu Yang felt a sense of relief. Shen An descended to the first floor, scrutinizing the back of the sofa intently. After a moment of contemplation, she turned her gaze toward the triangular area at the bottom of the stairs, where several cardboard boxes were stacked side by side. The bottom two boxes slightly misaligned at their corners. Shen An brushed her hand against the glass shelf of the display cabinet beside her, noting the uneven layer of dust, particularly in the crevice where it met the floor. Standing upright, she intended to ascend the stairs, but was suddenly interrupted by the faint sound of conversation coming from around the corner. Planning to take a longer route, she paused upon hearing her own name. She decided to put aside her current progress. She had almost forgotten that there was someone else to address. Two newcomers huddled in the corner, heads together, right by the door of Shen An's room with the child. What the hell? How had that Shen An offended brother Ma? I'm terrified. What should I do? How could such a thing still exist? As newcomers like us? Sister in this, Fu Yang suddenly interjected. Who did this? Just as Shen An was about to respond, Fu Yang moved faster, tearing off the yellow talisman paper that had just become visible. Shen An, you can see this too? Fu Yang paused, exclaiming in astonishment. Full of energy, a myriad of ghosts devouring the body. Toxic. Who the hell is targeting him and Sister An? Shen An chuckled softly, realizing how she had overlooked this detail. However, her gaze sharpened, and she turned to Fu Yang with a tender look. Can you find the ghost child? Fu Yang. In the cluttered corner of the third floor, A framed landscape painting of children lost its balance, gently bumping against the wall with a soft thud. At this moment, within less than a meter of the children's painting, two figures stood or crouched. This was it. The standing figure, curiosity barely contained even through a trembling voice, and the crouching figure, silent, poked the children's painting with a box, their enlarged grin radiating malice. This isn't what I understand, right? Brotherly hearts connected, believe in yourself. This woman is threatening the ghost child. Playing with fire, woman, you're courting disaster. The folks in this book are quite adept. I'm increasingly looking forward to what comes next. If it hadn't been for a more foolish fool contributing ahead last night, who knows who would have died first among the remaining two? Although the D-grade contracts are the lowest level, the ghosts within are still not something these first-timers can resist. Fortunately, there is a fixed number of ghost killings each day in such contracts. So the progress of deciphering within a limited time frame has become a crucial indicator and hope for the newcomer's survival. For someone experienced like him, as long as he avoids fundamental errors and obediently follows the contract. Even if he encounters a ghost by chance, he possesses the strength to escape at the right moment, June thought, approaching the wide-open cabinet door, where a strong smell of blood assaulted him. He frowned. He had time to observe closely last night, but Zhao Ming's death appeared as if all his blood had been drained. S.O.Y. Ma Jun looked down at the cabinet, which was still oozing blood, and realized, to his horror, that blood had already pooled at his feet. Terrified, he stumbled backward, the blood pulling at his feet with a viscous, nauseating scent. He wanted to call for help, but found himself unable to make a sound. As if his throat were obstructed. Desperately clawing at his throat, he coughed up clots of dark, foul blood. June froze, instantly understanding he had fallen into a trap, being an old hand who had seen a few contracts. He decisively opened the panel shop. Employee Ma Jun, do you wish to spend 100 points to purchase a dispelling charm? Dispelling charm. Within a radius of 30 meters, all obstacles created by ghosts can be found. Effect. One-time use. Usage instructions. Take out the item, silently recite the incantation, and it will automatically seek out the exit. The exit is indicated by a white light barrier and lasts for 1 minute. Without the time to lament the loss of his remaining points, he hurriedly clicked to purchase and use it. The dispelling charm flew out. The spot that had been the room's door transformed into the appearance of a cabinet, with Zhao Ming's terrified corpse and the eerily ajar cabinet door causing a wave of cold sweat to creep from every pore as he exhaled sharply. He dashed out through the true exit discovered by the dispelling charm. And upon inhaling the fresh air, he heard the faint sounds of conversation below. Almost there, almost there. As long as he turned the corner, found those newcomers, he could toss them to the ghosts if they pursued him. Ghosts kill a set number of people each day, so no matter what, he could survive this day. Just give him one more day. Ma Jun's ecstatic run was abruptly halted by the ghost child's cackling laughter at the stairway. He could not pass. Chapter 10. The Mystery of the Haunted House. 10. Blood poured in torrents from behind, and that figure stood amidst the blood, staring at Ma Jun with a pale and gloomy expression. It was Shen An. Jun spat inwardly, cursing. Even in death, Shen An let him off easy. Indeed, Ma Jun was convinced that his gathering talisman had taken effect, and that Shen An was merely a corpse manipulated by a ghost. With killers at both the front and back, the wall to the right, and the second floor railing to the left, Ma Jun gritted his teeth and vaulted over the railing in a split second. A fierce, sinister intent surfaced on his face. With a bit of luck, it would only result in broken limbs, he thought this. But in a daze, as he turned, he saw Shen An, who had previously shown no expression, lift her gaze and smile eerily at him. Point 1. Way go. While that Ma Jun struggled to decipher Shen An's lip movements, that a surge of ominous dread washed over him. Bang crack. At the moment of impact, an excruciating pain shot through his entire body, particularly in his hands and feet, as if they were being brutally broken. Yet this was not the most terrifying part. What truly shattered his resolve was that he found himself inside the cabinet. A cabinet that had inexplicably appeared in the first-floor hall, lying horizontally with its doors wide open. Ma Jun, filled with rage and fear, glared at Shen An, who was leaning over the second-floor railing, and suddenly realized, screaming in terror, that a chill gripped him from behind, rendering him immobile. Help me. Within moments, Ma Jun's struggles weakened. Shen An's expression remained cold, her head lowered as she observed the commotion below with indifference. As if Ma Jun's cries for help and his horrific plight on the first floor, along with the ghost child's sinister gaze from the second floor, did not exist at all. Ma Jun's flesh began to shrink, while simultaneously, on his face, hands, neck, and all exposed or hidden areas beneath his clothing, appeared signs of being gnawed at. Shen An met Ma Jun's resentful gaze, her smile widening. She turned her head to glance at the small ghost in the cabinet, its skin tightly adhering to its bones, irregular folds concealing the traces of gnawing, its grotesque patterns oozing with an unending flow of dark blood. In its other hand, it appeared to be grasping a plush bear. Amidst the crunching sounds, the cabinet door slowly began to close as black blood trickled down one of Ma Jun's eyes, while the other was on the verge of suffering a similar fate. But none of this was his concern, as he was on the brink of losing his life here. In Ma Jun's dying gaze was Shen An's delighted expression as she proclaimed, "Thanks to you, I've seen the true form of the ghost in the cabinet." He finally understood that some people are more terrifying than ghosts. Meanwhile, outside, the audience's comments erupted into a frenzy. Dead? What the hell? Ma Jun is dead. A desperate counterattack. This intricate setup is astounding. One can only say that fate did not favor Ma Jun. Shen An sensed the murderous intent from too many angles. This invitation to death is incredibly thrilling. Smiling as she sends you off to die, this sister has a bit of a Yandere vibe. What kind of mental fortitude does this newcomer possess? Luring a ghost into the game, impressive. At the same time, on the second floor railing, Shen An, with a vigilant expression, dodged the ghost child's sudden claw attack as a few drops of black blood fell to the floor. Emitting a sizzling, corrosive sound, the ghost child retreated with a giggle, a flicker of regret crossing its eyes. Hearing the commotion, the other two newcomers approached from the first floor corner. The burly male newcomer pointed at the cabinet that had appeared out of nowhere in the hall, trembling as he said, "How did this cabinet get here? Did Brother Ma and the other two newcomers move it? That doesn't seem right. Could it be a ghost?" The speaking female newcomer's eyes flickered. Unable to stop trembling. "What should we do now? Should we step back a bit?" The two newcomers fell into a panic. Not far away, on the sofa, Fu Yang reclined calmly, rubbing his slightly sore wrist, concealing his prowess. Fortunately, the collaborators were perceptive enough to reduce the weight of certain items to a manageable level for him to move easily. The Fu family had a history of conducting rituals, communicating with gods and ghosts, inevitably accompanied by a sense of isolation, having to engage with the world while remaining aloof, ultimately blending seamlessly within it. Besides the profound and enigmatic sorcery, the yin-yang eye that perceives the qi was also the reliance of the Fu family's descendants in the world. However, by the time it reached Fu Yang's generation, the spiritual energy had dwindled, the magical lineage lost, leaving only the yin-yang eye intact, but lacking any accompanying power, which was truly lamentable done on top of that. Ever since his parents, Xiao Yang, "Our lineage is going to die out," his grandfather's aged lament seemed to echo in his ears. "Grandfather, that one happened. I'm here. I'm clever, and I will definitely carry on the flourishing Fu family, becoming the most formidable ghost-catching master." He used to say this as a child, earning his grandfather's loving gaze and gentle head pats, filled with a far-reaching warmth. Though his childish words might seem naive, the profound family legacy allowed Fu Yang to perceive certain events differently from the average person, such as readily agreeing to help Shen An set traps. Tap, tap, tap. The steady, rhythmic footsteps echoed from the stairway. The newcomers froze in their tracks, instinctively holding their breath and tensing their shoulders. "Your brother Ma is dead." "What?" the two exclaimed, momentarily unable to believe the reality before them. The first day had barely passed. How could this be? The man with a thick neck trembled as he spoke, his neck stiffly rotating to fixate on the wardrobe standing in the hall, his gaze rife with a sudden urgency born of lost shelter. Shen An composed his expression, exuding a gentle demeanor interlaced with just the right amount of silence. He had miscalculated in this battle of wits against the supernatural, and had met a heroic end. What a damn twist! Who would have thought that the young lady, standing up to the cavalry with such resilience, would perform so kindly towards the innocent newcomer? "Upstairs, don't go too far. Are you trying to make me die of laughter? It's too dark. Utterly dark, a monstrous lie, calling a deer a horse. Ha ha, this is hilarious. What a ridiculous tale of cunning and valor." A noble sacrifice. After speaking, Shen An disregarded the stillness behind him and gestured for Fu Yang to follow. Come, let's make another visit to the study on the second floor. Fu Yang immediately rose, scampering after him. Given that they were on a quest for clues, particularly textual ones, they could not afford to miss anything, especially since this was something even the NPCs were eager to uncover. Shen An's thoughts drifted to the man in the suit who had only appeared before them once, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Regardless of this fact or the layout of the other rooms, the study, filled with options that distorted perception, was undoubtedly worth a meticulous search. Chapter 11. The Mystery of the Haunted House. 11. Upon reaching the second floor, Shen An paused, signaling Fu Yang with a hand gesture and whispering a few instructions. Fu Yang listened, a bit puzzled, yet obediently veered off to the other side. As anticipated, there were varying degrees of dusty smudges from where objects had been rubbed. Sister An, Fu Yang panted as he rushed over. There's evidence under the bed, just as you guessed. He was astonished by Shen An's diverse exploration angles, and the implications of the clues unearthed sent a chill down his spine. So, Sister An, are you implying someone was beneath our bed? The last guess wavered in pitch. Shen An let out a soft chuckle, tinged with mockery. Relax, it wasn't while we were sleeping. They were likely searching for something. She flipped through the books on the shelf. She pondered for a moment before adding, Fu Yang, could it be that someone was looking for something? Those ghosts, or perhaps the staff? Could it be that middle-aged man? Shen An replied ambiguously, motioning for Fu Yang to place his hand on a blue velvet book. Fu Yang instinctively followed the cue. Ah, Sister An, this is so dirty. And what about this one? Shen An inquired, removing the blue book to reveal a slanted yellow-covered booklet beneath it. Fu Yang, now even more bewildered, mechanically placed his other hand on the yellow booklet. Now, Sister An, both my hands are dirty. Have you discovered anything? Shen An asked. That it's quite dirty, Fu Yang replied, but I haven't found anything of significance. He quickly adopted a humble expression, indicating that the place had been rummaged through. Not just once, evidenced by the layers of dust atop dust, revealing that this building bore traces of a thorough search in every nook and cranny. I can only conclude that whatever it is, it must be of great importance, significant enough to warrant multiple searches in every corner. Sister An, do you suspect that yes, the only individual who would need to seek something and leave such traces would be the middle-aged man who led us here? Moreover, Shen An's gaze drifted to the door. He seems terribly afraid of these little ghosts. Oh, I see, Fu Yang exclaimed, clapping his hands. Earlier, you mentioned there was movement below, and then that middle-aged man fled because the panel announced that the little ghost could come out for 24 hours. He feared being caught by the ghost children. Precisely, Shen An acknowledged that. So, does that mean the middle-aged man was trying to snatch something from the ghost children? Shen An replied, I lean towards the notion that the ghost children may not even be aware of what he seeks. Oh, I understand now. But why did he run? Shen An's expression turned enigmatic as she glanced at Fu Yang. Could it be that? Shen An nodded, seemingly aware of Fu Yang's impending conclusion. The one who fears the ghost children more than these staff members must be the very killer of the ghost children. Shen An speculated that the middle-aged man's initial objective was the very item he sought, but something must have transpired that led him to murder the child left behind, perhaps due to the child's presence obstructing his actions. Or he believed that eliminating the child would facilitate his goal, the ultimate outcome. He has yet to find that item and is now compelled to seek someone to dissipate the resentment brought by the ghost children. Her eyes flickered. If they could uncover that item and ascertain the identity of the middle-aged man, then this contract would nearly reach its conclusion. Judging by the middle-aged man's reaction, it seemed the item had yet to be found. Shen An surveyed her surroundings. To untie the knot, one must first tie it. Since it belonged to the house, they would need to start from its owner. Let us search those corners, the insides, and the locked drawers, Shen An instructed calmly. This is absurd. Fu Yang gazed at the densely packed books, unable to suppress a grumble. How long will this take? By the way, Sister An, what exactly are we looking for? Shen An surveyed the room. 3 walls of the study were lined with built-in bookshelves, towering at least 3 meters high. Various books were arranged either upright or at angles, and to the right of the entrance stood a large desk, neatly adorned with pens, a desk lamp, folders, and other items. The rest of the room housed an array of eclectic vintage tables and decorations. They needed to act swiftly. Those ghost children surely wouldn't remain docile for long. Shen An contemplated that they might be searching for some documents, paper files, photographs, or diaries. Fu Yang nodded eagerly and added with a hint of mischief, "Sister An, about that ghost." He leaned in and whispered, "He won't kill us again, right?" His eyes sparkled with curiosity. Shen An extinguished his hopes gently to do not harbor any illusions. Only eternal interest remained. Fu Yang nodded seriously, attempting to analyze. "Sister An, are you suggesting that we initially share the same objective? We must protect ourselves, take action against the middle-aged man, while the ghost children aim to kill. Hence we can collaborate. However, simultaneously, the ghost children also seek to eliminate us, making it necessary to cooperate while remaining wary of them, as both of us are integral links in each other's interest chain." Shen An chuckled, finding amusement in the childlike excitement. "Go ahead and search." Approaching the side of the desk, Shen An crouched slightly and swiftly opened a drawer. Rummaging through its contents, Fu Yang, observing her, emulated her actions and moved to the drawer between another bookshelf and a small table. Fortunate that the study-esque items were well organized, making the search somewhat systematic. Nonetheless, he still felt muddled, just as he noticed Shen An pausing her movements, staring intently at a piece of paper in her hand. Fu Yang hurried over. "Sister An, have you found something?" "Yes," Shen An replied. "But if we continue to search, we may find more, though. This is sufficient for now." It appeared that within this haunted house, there were likely two ghosts. The relationship between the two was that of twins. One ghost could roam the entire building, while the other, confined to the wardrobe, possessed greater power. However, as long as one did not fall for his tricks and kept their distance from the wardrobe, they could avoid danger. As Shen An analyzed the known information, she swiftly read the text on the paper. In her hands was a guardianship agreement, a legally binding tripartite contract, signed and sealed. The document in the wardrobe belonged to the original owners of the house. The parents of the two ghost children. It meticulously detailed the obligations of a man named Chen An to provide for the children upon reaching the age of 18, ensuring a monthly deposit of 10,000 from the fund left by the twins' parents in a Chen An's account for their living expenses, with an additional one-time inheritance of 1 million that the house was to be held in trust by the bank, serving as the residence for both the children and Chen An until they turned 18 and inherited the property along with their parents' funds. At which point Chen An would receive another 1 million. The terms were extensive and meticulously detailed, outlining the rights and responsibilities of Chen An as the guardian of the young children. Shen An pondered. This was somewhat reminiscent of the contract they had signed. Chapter 12. The Mystery of the Haunted House. 12. Upon seeing this information, Shen An nudged Fu Yang. "Hand me the paper and pen beside you." Fu Yang quickly obliged. Shen An took the items and swiftly jotted down several notes. Fu Yang gazed at the clear flowchart she had created, exclaiming, "Sister An, your thought process is so clear." "Wow, Sister An, your handwriting is beautiful." Shen An shot Fu Yang a disdainful glance, ignoring his chattering. Your sister An could even write novels. This little one is just our mouthpiece." "I'm dying of laughter." Shen An circled Chen An's name, contemplated for a moment, then crossed out the question mark beside it, replacing it with Suit Man. There was a surname of Chung among the signatures of the boy's parents. She did not believe this to be mere coincidence. The identity of the man in the suit was evident. He was likely a distant relative with guardianship capabilities and connections, which was not of paramount importance. What truly mattered was his motive. One of the ghost children had evidently been kidnapped, abused, or even dismembered, with burn marks on their skin, suggesting they had been used to destroy evidence. The other child, however, seemed to have perished from starvation. Shen An briefly explained her thoughts to Fu Yang. Fu Yang exerted himself to think for a moment, attempting to clarify his thoughts. "Sister An, am I correct in understanding that the parents of the two little ghosts met with an unfortunate incident, leaving behind an agreement that entrusted their care to a distant relative, Chen An? However, driven by excessive greed for the inheritance of their property, Chen An decided to discreetly eliminate the two children. The property must be worth at least 10 million, right?" Shen An remained non-committal. Fu Yang continued. "Raising children would only yield 1 million. "What? 1 million isn't enough?" "Chen An desires 10 million. His greed truly knows no bounds." And the children met a tragic end, becoming ghosts. Shen An stared blankly at the paper in her hands. The logic was fundamentally sound, yet it overlooked several critical points. The agreement did not explicitly state that the children's deaths would result in Chen An inheriting everything. Furthermore, what exactly was Chen An searching for? It certainly wasn't this agreement. Shen An was convinced. She had an inkling that the situation was far more complex, as the trope of murder for wealth was all too common. She had even grown weary of using it in her novels, unless there were deeper layers yet to uncover. The middle-aged man in the suit should still have many clues to offer, but alas. Due to the change in activity timing, Shen An suspected that the NPC was currently too apprehensive to enter the building, reflecting on the discomfort the middle-aged man felt in his suit. It was as if he were trying to hypnotize himself, yet his entire being resisted such an environment. So, how could someone like him disdain a mere million? Shen An focused intently on the middle-aged man named Chung Kue she had encountered yesterday. Short in stature, perpetually hunched shoulders, exuding a timid aura, often fidgeting with his cuff and rubbing his wrist, as if. Shen An frowned. Did he seem to be wearing something on his wrist? Unable to recall for the moment. She set that thought aside. She added 2 more points. Firstly, discounting accidental deaths, the ghost children's parents had a premonition of their fate, evidenced by the signing of the agreement, which mentioned children without specifying twins, an ominous clue left by the parents. Perhaps it could also be tied to the elusive item the middle-aged man was desperately seeking, something that had been hidden away in advance. Secondly, a distant relative who failed to even ascertain the number of children he was to raise suggested that the notion of raising was, in itself, a ruse. The middle-aged man's intentions were always directed towards something specific. The ghost children's parents were coerced into this situation, prepared but somewhat rushed. Shen An shifted her gaze to the upper shelf of the bookcase, where an old black-and-white photograph, imbued with a sense of history, was solemnly displayed. Upon entering the study, she had noted it immediately. Congratulations, land ownership. Something or other. Fu Yang squinted to decipher the banner in the photograph's background. The image depicted 2 men in formal attire, laughing heartily, surrounded by a group of farmers. Initially, Shen An had dismissed it as a typical ancestral photo, but now, in light of the property ownership issues, she could not help but connect the two, that if her memory served her right, land ownership could be inherited through blood relations. But in the present world, individuals no longer possessed rights to the land. Hence her oversight in that regard. Shen An suddenly realized something, her head snapping up. What if, for some peculiar reason, Chung Kue's true objective had always been the land beneath the house? Or perhaps both? To validate this hypothesis, all that was required was. Shen An chuckled softly, casting a languid glance at Fu Yang. She had no intention of engaging in such laborious endeavors. A minute later, the two stood before a wall on the 2nd floor. It's definitely behind here, Sister An, Fu Yang asserted. Shen An patted Fu Yang's shoulder in affirmation and suddenly posed an unrelated question. Do you remember those 3 rooms we initially stayed in? What? Fu Yang was caught off guard. The linear pattern of the rooms we occupied resembles the rectangular layout of the cabinet where the ghost committed murder. That Fu Yang was stunned. He genuinely hadn't noticed that. Under normal circumstances, he shouldn't have overlooked it, but the shock of having a corpse present had left him little room to ponder other details. That it was all so hurriedly done. Just like that. Shen An continued. The room with the dark pattern likely features a similar arrangement, with bunk beds, a common setup in households with 2 children. Therefore, we resided in the rooms of the 2 ghost children, or their derivatives or variations. This means the ghosts had the home field advantage when committing murder. Have you realized something? Shen An glanced at Fu Yang. That we've traversed 3 floors. What are we missing? Fu Yang, still processing the new clues, found himself thoroughly befuddled by Shen An's abrupt shifts in topic, muttering. What are we missing? Wait a minute, Sister An. When did you go to the 3rd floor? That's not important. We're missing the master bedroom. Shen An raised an eyebrow, feigning seriousness. In that instant, Fu Yang's logical chain clicked into place. Oh, Sister An, you mean the space behind the wall is the master bedroom. By the way, Sister An, what is up on the 3rd floor? Some toys. 2 rooms with identical toy layouts. Fu Yang, hearing Shen An's casual description, felt a sense of elation that he had heard from 2 newcomers that the 3rd floor was locked, prompting his sister to pick the lock. The arrangement on the 3rd floor blatantly hinted at the existence of the twin ghost children, and his sister had deduced it long ago. They hadn't even been under contract for 24 hours. The master bedroom was designed to require staff to deduce its location before it could reveal itself. That a prompt flashed. Shen An did not rush to open it, merely affirming her suspicions. The master bedroom. As soon as Shen An stepped inside, she spotted a ghost child sprawled on the sofa, dangling its head, which hung by a mere thread of skin, swinging playfully. Upon seeing Shen An, the ghost child, with resentment boiling over, The ghost child emitted a threatening hiss from its throat, preparing to retreat, vanishing into the wall. That don't you wish to free your brother? The ghost child hesitated, then dove back into the wall. I can set him free, Shen An added. The ghost child froze, its pallid eyes coldly fixed on Shen An. Chapter 13. The Mystery of the Haunted House. 13. But you must first help me find something, Shen An described, observing the ghost child's pale, ashen face contorting in confusion. She focused intently, something akin to proof of land ownership. The ghost child replied, I've never seen it. Never mind if you haven't seen it. You can search for it at your leisure. Shen An nonchalantly reassured the ghost child. Lack of education ain't your fault. After all, you're merely an elementary student. Shen An, how delightful. Not even in elementary school yet. She wondered if it could grasp her description. After witnessing the ghost child vanish, Fu Yang cautiously peered from behind Shen An's sister and, I'm an elementary student. Shen An, very well. Goodness, is there no one to manage this woman? Why is someone so adept at commanding ghosts? And so nonchalantly. Ha. She even complains about the ghost's inefficiency. The middle-aged man in the suit who summoned them. The various rooms with their distinct deaths. The ghost children awaiting their respective owners, the agreement and documents connecting the two. Shen An's eyelid twitched. Just as Fu Yang had stated, it resembled a Klitsch murder-for-wealth scenario. The one who summoned them. An incongruous presence within the house seemed to possess the ability to sense its grievances. An emotionally detached, distant relative who could commit such cruel acts as to slaughter children and hide their bodies. All while remaining oblivious to the existence of the second twin. The existence of the agreement appeared to be the parents' foresight, attempting to secure their children's future. Shen An's heart sank. There had to be another individual. Someone who had been orchestrating everything from the shadows, manipulating that so-called distant relative. As the exploration deepened and branched out, fulfilling all logical connections, Shen An would no longer doubt her deductions. The middle-aged man's actions. What he had at his cuff was a string of beads. In that document, at that moment, in Fu Yang's eyes, Shen An appeared relaxed, her focus unwavering, and the slight curve of her lips suggested a good-natured demeanor. Anyone would remark that this girl seemed genuinely innocent, smiling blissfully with a touch of fortune. The fortunate girl, seemingly at ease, expressed her impatience, splattering it onto Fu Yang, who occupied the single sofa that haven't found it yet. So, you're avoiding me? Fu Yang. He quickly realized the comment wasn't directed at him, but rather, he slowly turned his head towards the space beneath his sofa, to Fu Yang. As he scrambled to the side, the unwilling ghost child slowly crawled out. It's simply not here. Not here. The last sharp scream was filled with indignation and resentment. Shen An remarked, Are you certain it's not that you couldn't find it, or perhaps didn't grasp my meaning? Her tone held a hint of skepticism. Even the ghost child could sense the probing in her tone. Its flickering form darted before Shen An, its elongated, gaunt claws threateningly reaching out, only for Shen An to easily evade. Standing her ground, she regarded the ghost child with a mix of disdain and a mocking smile, as if to say, Is this the best you can do? The ghostly blood finally dripped onto the sofa. Unperturbed, the ghost child retreated to the farthest corner of the room, baring its serrated teeth, its throat emitting a few guttural sounds akin to ventriloquism. The Fu Yang, overwhelmed by the series of events, was uncertain whether to be frightened or to inquire. Sister, and could it be that it genuinely doesn't understand? Shen An cast a glance towards the direction in which the ghostly child had vanished. Quite the contrary, the energy structures of ghosts and humans differ fundamentally. What I mean is, one cannot perceive it as an ordinary child. So why is the ghost child unable to locate the item I seek? Shen An lowered her voice, a knowing smile adorning her face. For the object resides in a forbidden zone inaccessible to the ghost child. Fu Yang was still pondering where in this room could possibly be off-limits to the ghost child when Shen An revealed the answer, the wardrobe. The wardrobe belonging to her other brother. Shen An rose abruptly, declaring, Let us proceed. This contract is due to reach its conclusion. Fu Yang, bewildered and filled with questions, glanced again at the two newcomers running about on the second and third floors. Feeling as though Shen An and they were perhaps not on the same contractual path, Shen An briskly approached the three rooms on the second floor where they had initially spent the night, amplifying her voice. Ghost child, come forth. Do you not wish to save your brother? The other two newcomers, upon hearing her, cautiously approached, eager to inquire, Sister, and Do you have any clues? Who is your sister in? Fu Yang retorted indignantly, suspecting they were attempting to extract information, but he stepped forward quietly, pondering who truly held the seniority. Still, they dared to address her as sister, and Shen An remained silent, seemingly indifferent to the commotion around her. Standing resolutely before the door, the two newcomers, taken aback by her reaction, mustered the courage to say, "Sister In, you are remarkable." Their words grew increasingly awkward, no longer expecting her to engage in conversation, when unexpectedly, Shen An broke into a smile, turning to them to say, "Remarkable? That much I am aware of." The two newcomers were momentarily stunned. This was not what they had anticipated. Just then, a pale hand suddenly emerged from the corner of the shoe cabinet, seizing the wrist of the surviving female newcomer. The small hand instantly sprouted sharp, elongated nails, tearing through the delicate flesh of the female newcomer and embedding itself deeply. "Da!" she shrieked, nearly fainting from the pain, desperately attempting to shake free, yet remaining firmly held. "Help!" she cried out in anguish. Those around her were paralyzed with fear. A loud bang resonated as a foot kicked against the adjacent cabinet. In the midst of this sudden chaos, the ghost child, caught off guard, was brutally pinned between the cabinet and the wall. Shen An forcefully pressed the cabinet door shut, the pressure intensifying, disregarding the ghost child's anguished cries that reverberated in her ears. Coldly mocking, "You cannot remain settled anywhere." The ghost child, incensed, unleashed its pent-up resentment, shouting, "You again? I will kill you." A surge of force shattered the cabinet door, causing Shen An to step back, her laughter growing more exuberant. Just as the ghost child's claws reached for her throat, amidst Fu Yang's terrified exclamations, Shen An's gentle yet chilling voice cut through the air. "Do you not wish to save your brother? Save the brother you locked in the cabinet." The two newcomers' legs weakened, collapsing to the ground, and even Fu Yang exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet before they could completely relax, a rumbling sound of spatial interaction echoed from the room before them, revealing that the originally adjacent three doors were gradually merging into an astonishingly large children's room door, hinting at the expansive interior. Shen An estimated it to occupy at least half of one side of the entire building. A peculiar elongated space, and the true corpse of the ghost was contained within. Chapter 14. The Enigma of the Haunted House 14. Fu Yang stood agape, staring at the reformed room, realizing that he had barely grazed the surface of the contract. As the room merged, Shen An unhesitatingly pushed open the door adorned with cartoonish plastic tassels. Her intention in summoning the ghost child here was to address the issues surrounding these three rooms. But the truth was even more astonishing. The ghost child had indeed created a parallel world. The real room had only just been revealed. Real name admiration for the strong. I have placed my bet. I see the people around the young lady are all bewildered. Ha! Pure intellectual domination. Forget about those in the contract. Without this divine perspective, we would be clueless. The ghost infant's daily misfortunes have been accomplished. Shen An stepped into the remarkably large children's room, its furnishings an amplified version of the original room. However, in addition, various scattered toys, carpets, small desks, and other life-infused items filled the corners. There were double the quantities. It felt as though just moments ago, two children had been playing here, the entire room radiating the affectionate care of parents. Simultaneously, a faint stench wafted through the air, impossible to ignore. The female newcomer, who had previously been seized by the little ghost, nearly retched. Shen An had anticipated this, covering her mouth and nose with her sleeve, maintaining her composure as she strode purposefully towards the wardrobe. With a decisive snap, she opened the cabinet door that had been abruptly locked. She gestured succinctly to the two newcomers, explaining the situation. "If you wish to leave, come help." Without a moment's hesitation, the remaining three moved forward when suddenly a loud crash echoed from downstairs. The ghost child, lurking in a corner, seemed to sense something, letting out a shrill cry as it stood upright, hissing threateningly towards the door. "Quick!" Shen An urged, thrusting the cabinet door open. The newcomers understood that a change was afoot, hurriedly extracting the curled-up skeletal remains of the child from within the wardrobe. The inner wooden surface of the cabinet was marred with layers of claw marks, and disordered blood handprints had long since darkened and dried. That a tattered bundle of cotton lay quietly beside the bones, bearing the marks of time's decay and the varying shades of bloodstains. This was the only intact object within the wardrobe. Its original form was that of a stuffed bear. Shen An pondered for a moment, nearly certain that this stuffed bear was the only item related to the house and the child that was not duplicated. When something is out of the ordinary, there must be an underlying reason. Shen An found an object nearby, fiddling with a bundle of cotton, and indeed, she encountered a texture unlike the rest at that moment. All their panels emitted a voice prompt. The ghost child's remains have re-emerged. The main storyline of this contract is officially complete. Xiao Ming is an ordinary 6-year-old boy that he has loving parents and an adorable twin brother. One perfectly normal evening, as his parents were late returning home, Xiao Ming and his brother were playing a game with the bear family on the carpet when suddenly, unfamiliar footsteps echoed from downstairs. Having learned various child safety tips, Xiao Ming quickly hid his brother in the wardrobe, instructing him to take their family's unique bear with him, and cautiously locked the wardrobe. Just as Xiao Ming was about to hide himself, a strange man suddenly appeared before him. Xiao Ming attempted to flee, but he forgot how small he was. He was captured, bound, and hung up. The man, too, sought to conceal him. Where was Xiao Ming hidden? He thought perhaps in the sewer, maybe in the toilet, or perhaps in that corner with the pot hose. But it didn't matter, he thought. Even if he was hidden away, he still had his brother, as long as his brother wasn't concealed as securely as he was. They would eventually be saved. But before that, he needed to carefully consider to whom he could entrust his brother. The panel's main storyline raced through, and except for a few staff members, the surrounding scenery appeared to be frozen in time. Everything halted at the moment the skeletal remains were completely removed. System determination. Staff members Fu Yang, Wang Xiaoqing, Ming have completed the main storyline. Immediate contract release. Staff member Shen An has completed the main storyline and has unlocked a side quest. Shen An, thank you. The female newcomer hesitated briefly before earnestly speaking up before her transfer. The subtle reminder at the corner was certainly no coincidence. The female newcomer seemed to sense something. A bashful smile gracing her lips as the panel prompt concluded. Fu Yang and the others vanished in an instant, while the passage of time resumed around Shen An. The next moment, the ghost child's piercing wail shattered the silence of the entire building. Objects toppled, and glass shattered. Shen An covered her ears, fixating on the distance as the ghost child's dual cries, infused with resentment, began to overflow in waves. The forms of the two ghost children gradually began to peel away, their pale faces revealing a hint of their former cleverness. Suddenly, 2 sets of footsteps approached the doorway, one clad in a suit. Chung Ke, and the other, a slightly plump man dressed casually, wielding a feather duster to Mr. Zhao. Fortunately, you arrived in time. We almost let the little ghost escape with the items, Chung Ke said, his face plastered with flattery. Shen An observed the continuously rotating divination plate in her hand, which ultimately settled upon the due east direction. Humph. The man with the feather duster stepped forward, demanding, hand over the deed. Otherwise, I shall ensure your souls are scattered. Shen An chuckled softly, rising slowly. Now I understand. It was only when the ghost child's resentment dissipated that they dared to reveal themselves. Once in the world, why cling to the affairs of the mountains? Once out of the world, how could one still covet the fortunes of the earthly realm? This was the answer that a feng shui treasure coveted by businessmen, a businessman who had previously renounced his monastic life, reaping benefits from both sides while wrongfully harming an innocent family. Even more infuriating was that he had remained in the shadows all along. Shen An seemed oblivious to the increasingly grim expressions across from her. Raising the divination plate in her hand as she walked to the opposite end of the room, northeast. Just as suspected, the due east hexagram signified the eldest son, while the southeast hexagram denoted the younger son. With the center of the house as the middle palace, this children's room occupied both the due east and southeast positions, explaining its particularly elongated shape. Following the principles of feng shui in constructing houses and arranging layouts based on hexagrams, it seemed that the parents of this ghost child were likely knowledgeable or had some understanding of these matters. This children's room possessed exceptional feng shui. No wonder it could nurture a ghost. Thus, Shen An narrowed her eyes and gazed at Chung Kuei's wrist, which was still rotating. More precisely, she focused on the string of yellow beads adorning it, a protective charm, a means of divination, since this Zhao Zong seemed to possess some degree of mastery. It would not be beyond his capability to easily disrupt someone's fortune or to create minor obstacles. And no wonder the ghostly child's parents were prepared yet helpless. After all, One cannot guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Zhao Zong, however, paid no heed to Shen An's thoughts. In his eyes, she was destined for death sooner or later. But first, he shifted his gaze towards the two ghostly children. After such a long wait, these little brats could not be allowed to escape. If they chose silence, then let their souls scatter. Zhao Zong's gaze was ferocious, and with a flick of his dust brush, he unleashed a radiant golden light, striking down the little ghosts. Once these apparitions were dispersed, the illusions masking the truth would no longer hinder him. Just as Shen An was about to act, the situation on the field shifted once more. Suddenly, a brilliant white light erupted from the cotton ball she had yet to retrieve, enveloping the two ghostly children and instantly rebounding Zhao Zong's dust brush with tenfold force. Zhao Zong crashed heavily against the wall, blood spurting from the corner of his mouth. How could this be? He gazed greedily at the yellowed paper floating in midair. Every glimmer of light emanating from it felt like a knife slicing into his skin, searing him. Shen An was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. One should never underestimate the lengths to which parents will go to protect their children. That a parent's love is profound and far-reaching, fearing their child is too young or in danger, teaching them to protect themselves while concealing lethal secrets, and exhausting themselves to leave a legacy. Chapter 15. The Mystery of the Haunted House. 15. The blinding white light obscured her vision, and in a moment of daze, Shen An felt a gentle yet cool breeze. She was shielded in the center, with the two opposing forces of magic clearly delineated before her. But in an instant, the white light receded, and the tattered yellow paper drifted down, while the two ghostly children vanished without a trace. Damn it, they managed to escape. Zhao Zong's malevolent gaze flickered with a hint of reluctance. What of their departure? So many lives harmed. How many lifetimes must be repaid? Hope must exist, mustn't it? It will be returned slowly. After playing this game for so long, if it weren't for these meddlesome individuals. Zhao Zong's face contorted with resentment that he could have obtained the land without leaving a trace. Yet now, with such a commotion, certain matters could no longer be concealed. Zhao Zong abruptly turned his head, his body remaining still while his neck twisted a full 120 degrees, coldly staring at Shen An, who was still making sarcastic remarks. Why are you looking at me? As if I owe you something. Shen An shrugged, her innocent smile masking venomous words. When they beg for alms in their next life, you will be the famished mouse devouring them. When they are reborn as stray dogs, you will be the roadside grass drowned by their urine. Veins bulged on Zhao Zong's forehead as the wind stirred violently around him. His form suddenly expanded. Yellow saliva dripped from his lips, and in an instant, he was utterly unrecognizable. But that was not enough. He lunged towards Cheng Kuei, his elongated, sharp claws piercing through Cheng Kuei's back, emerging from his chest, now entirely blackened. Cheng Kuei looked shocked and incredulous. I only wanted the house. You said, your words are not binding. You deceived me, claiming there was a way to offset my sins. Zhao Zong paid no mind to these protests, gripping the now blood-drained Cheng Kuei with one hand, further swelling in size. His eyes were fixed on Shen An, brimming with murderous intent. That it's all your fault. All your fault. I will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. Zhao Zong's aura abruptly escalated, and he was about to charge at Shen An. In that fleeting moment, instead of retreating, Shen An advanced, executing a swift roll on the ground, snatching the yellowed paper that Zhao Zong had considered his prize. Zhao Zong's eyes bulged in rage. You dare? I will scatter your soul. Shen An interrupted him, declaring, fine, your soul shall scatter and never find peace. With decisive swiftness, she tore the paper to shreds as Zhao Zong surged towards her. She took a mere 0.01 seconds to contemplate, then set the torn pieces ablaze. What the hell? How did the situation turn into this? Instantly resolved? Instant reversal? A side story emerged out of nowhere. It's terrifying to think that behind every villain lies an even worse one, and behind every ghost lurks a reaper. Oh, I want to cry so much for the main storyline. Poor little Ming, helpless parents. I just want to know if the young lady has played with fire. Why provoke the boss? Burning such things is for the best. After all, little Ming's family is already gone. But does the young lady need to kill Zhao Zong to complete the quest? Zhao Zong, now transformed, never anticipated that Shen An could evade several of his attacks in succession. His expression was filled with spite as he charged again. Zhao Zong barreled forward like a madman, his massive frame crashing wildly while manipulating the frail Cheng Ke to occasionally launch sneak attacks. Shen An deftly dodged, emerging unscathed. Suddenly, a claw struck from behind. Shen An rolled away, only to find an even sharper claw extending from Cheng Ke, now under control. Shen An's expression hardened. She advanced toward Zhao Zong and, in a swift motion, hurled a nearby child-esque chair at him. The chair shattered into pieces, momentarily slowing Zhao Zong's assault. But he quickly leaped again, launching himself at Shen An. Shen An smiled, a glint of mischief in her eyes, and charged forward. Ah, the young lady has gone mad, engaging in close combat. Incredible. Zhao Zong is at least 4 or 5 times her size, and there is also Cheng Kuei sneaking attacks. Preserve the Green Mountains. And fear not for firewood. Young lady, just avoid him for now. Oh no, I've lost sight of the situation again. Where did the young lady get that knife? The sharp clang of metal echoed as Shen An's knife clashed with Cheng Kuei's claw. She pressed forward, even as a jolt of pain shot through her hands, refusing to yield. The enemy's range control was formidable, leaving her at a disadvantage in a long-range battle. Yet, Shen An smiled, realizing the opponent seemed intent on creating distance. Cheng Ke was all bones, highly defensive, but what about Zhao Zong, now a mass of putrid flesh? Shen An flung away the already sharpened knife, drawing out another with a sneer, advancing towards him. Though Zhao Zong had lost much of his sanity, the instincts for combat and survival remained. He roared in madness, sending debris flying. Just quietly asking, does anyone find the knife the young lady wields familiar? This is already the 3rd one. To those above. You read not mistaken. We have one of these at home too. So the question arises, when did she go to the kitchen to grab it? No questions, just a master-esque whimsical maneuver. As Shen An brandished her 4th knife, she noticed the writhing mass of flesh on Zhao Zong's abdomen. It was hard to discern it was a belly, swollen to the point of consuming his limbs and head. With a swift leg sweep, she exploited Zhao Zong's momentary distraction while he steadied the puppet, driving the knife down with precision, piercing through the membranous skin. Ah! Zhao Zong convulsed violently, and amidst a heart-wrenching scream, he slumped like a rotting sack of meat, his belly splitting open, spewing forth thick, dark filth, bubbling with a stench like that of swamp gas. Strangely, despite being eviscerated, no blood flowed. Was it a greedy demon clad in human skin? Or had the human heart transformed into a demon? As the vile matter spurred forth, Shen An found herself unable to evade, standing at the forefront of this horror, feeling that enveloping gentle coolness once more. But this time, it transported her to a corner of the room, sparing her from the foul deluge. Shun Fiki, you have indeed been here all along, Shen An murmured. Ah, this is incredible. What was that move? Instant teleportation? Does it truly exist? My goodness, I'm invested. Suddenly realizing, compared to this newcomer, my previous bet seemed like mere single-celled organisms. In the scene, Shen An's shoulder-length hair fluttered chaotically, and the usually smiling corners of her mouth now bore a hint of chilling composure. Adjusting her slightly disheveled attire from the battle, Shen An casually approached, nudging the motionless masses with her eye. In this moment, her gaze transformed, as if she were born from madness and slaughter, the path paved with blood. Even her smile became a weapon of feigned virtue. The system notification chimed in. Congratulations to employee Shen An for completing the contractual side quest. Chapter 16. The Mystery of the Haunted House. 16. Zhao Kunming is one of the most prominent entrepreneurs in recent years. With every project he invests in becoming a sensation. Yet no one knows that he is a recluse who returned to the mundane world, having been expelled from the mountains for his impure intentions. Failing to achieve a state of non-action, that he employs half-baked skills and stolen treasures to seize the fortunes of others while secretly plotting against those who obstruct him. The Chung couple fell victim to this, only to find themselves in deep trouble when the dying pair managed to muster the energy to sign contracts. The Chung family's land flows with the 5 elements, rich in spiritual energy capable of nurturing both ghosts and humans. Yet it cannot be forcefully invaded. In the next instant, the onlookers outside gasped in unison, suddenly enlightened. So this is the true background. Stealing land and feng shui. The human heart is more terrifying than evil spirits. Amidst the pursuit of excellence, staff member Shen An diligently explored the criteria for side quests, earning a commendable reward of 50 points. The discovery of the mystical artifact, the Bagua plate, hinted at profound feng shui secrets capable of spiritual communication. This permanent item possesses a certain probability of detecting the essence of any creature with similar attributes, irrespective of form, traversing through the 5 elements. Once invoked, it allows for the extraction of pertinent information within a mere 10 seconds. With no limitations on the scope of knowledge, each contract permits a singular use of this item. The concept of spiritual communication intrigued Shen An, who found satisfaction in possessing such a tool. However, the vague probability and limitless range invoked a sense of skepticism within her, reminiscent of a cunning merchant offering no warranty. The ambiguity of irrespective of form raised questions. Did it pertain to biological forms, or perhaps to both corporeal and ethereal entities? With a casual flick, she dismissed the interface, acknowledging that while this gadget could prove useful for her explorations, she had never relied on items to fulfill her contracts. The interface chimed once more, announcing, "The contract Mysterious Haunted House has concluded, with the comprehensive evaluation results for all staff as follows. First place, Shen An, main quest reward, 100 points, side quest reward, 50 points, party AS investment, 2,577. Reward, 25 points, personal main quest exploration achieved at 100 with exceptional performance, additional reward, 30 points, second place, Fuyang, main quest reward, 50 points, investment, 208, reward, 2 points, third place, deceased staff, Ma Jun, Zhao Ming, Yu Kaiping, Wang Chong. Congratulations to all for successfully completing the contract. Rewards have been dispensed to your panels. Please check." As the completion list unfurled, Shen An watched as her previously stagnant score of 0 transformed into a burgeoning 215. With a sense of ennui, she perused the newly added details on the panel, a smile illuminating her face as she mused. The road ahead is long and arduous. With a languid gesture, she extracted the necklace that had perpetually adorned her neck. Applying a gentle pressure to the amber encasing a newly blossomed daisy, signifying her intent. Some matters carry weight and urgency, just you wait. Unbeknownst to her, the screens before the parties outside were equally displaying the rewards list post-contract completion. 2,215 points? Did a D-level contract truly yield 215 points? Careful, we might just witness the ascent to divinity. Beware of the higher-ups. Indeed, while it seems this individual started on a high note, the contracts are rife with tales of fallen geniuses. I adore Shen An, fortunate I placed my bets early. I shall follow her every contract. Hold on. Have you seen the contract's document pouch? It has been upgraded, the screen illuminated with a sealed leather pouch, emanating a soft glow. Beneath the bold inscription Mysterious Haunted House, a C-grade designation gradually emerged, replacing the former D. I admit there is an element of gambling involved, but I never anticipated such a profit. Good heavens, what a stroke of luck. Spent a fifth of my funds to witness a live stream of a C-grade contract. Perhaps I've exhausted my lifetime of fortune. Ding. Staff member, Shen An successfully signed in. Peering back, she observed the bustling scene beyond the curved glass door, where passers-by hurriedly moved about, oblivious to the peculiar absence of an entrance to this building. Now, Shen An truly sensed the intrigue. It was undeniably fascinating. No wonder she discovered the individual she researched. With a light chuckle, she noted the fluttering of her eyelashes as a gust of wind stirred outside, prompting an exclamation from someone chasing after a runaway hat. Meanwhile, within the same city, the breeze swept through an open window. Books haphazardly cluttered the desk and corners, the incessant beeping of an unshut computer, its battery drained amidst a high volume of chat notifications, ultimately succumbing to darkness. The black screen mirrored a pile of papers rustling in the wind, orderly flipping open as the edges were held down by a weighty object. The topmost sheet read, Zhang Wan, female, intern at Yuanxing Electronic Network Company, Limited, employed since July of this year, departed in August. That on the night of her departure, the bus she took was involved in a catastrophic chain collision, resulting in her demise. The second sheet detailed, Wang Xiuyu, male, ordinary staff at Yuanxing Electronic Network Company, Limited, who commenced work in early April of this year and departed in October, though he was found deceased in his home from carbon monoxide poisoning the day after his exit. The third sheet noted, Shu Yuan, male, supervisor at Yuansheng Electronic Network Company, Limited, who joined the company in October of the previous year and left in late June of this year, on the day of his departure. He committed suicide by jumping from a height. Subsequently, sheets 4, 5, and more were densely populated with similar accounts of untimely deaths or suicides that in a fleeting moment, as if reaching a critical threshold of information. The content of the last few sheets began to shift. The 56th sheet read, Lu Yu, female, employed at Yuansheng Electronic Network Company, Limited for 4 years, serving as a manager, departed in May of this year. After her departure, she swiftly self-studied high school courses and gained admission to a prestigious university, now having passed her graduate entrance exams, pursuing an uninterrupted academic journey through bachelor's, master's, and doctoral studies that a note in red ink stated. Investigations reveal that Lu Yu, with only a middle school education, became a manager at this company. Yet upon leaving, she seemed to have unlocked her potential, advancing seamlessly through higher education. Undercover investigations suggested that Lu Yu had long aspired to continue her studies. But due to her family's preference for sons and her own struggles with learning, she had ultimately been forced to drop out early to work. The 57th sheet detailed, Shou Bao, male, a late-stage cancer patient, with doctors predicting he would not survive the year. He joined Yuansheng Electronic Network Company Limited a year ago, miraculously recovered, astonishing the hospital, and was once hailed as a medical marvel. The 58th, the hospital issued a death decree for her child. Departed in August of this year, only to inexplicably rise from the dead. No wonder the individual she researched only had records of their actions before and after their tenure. A barely audible scoff escaped her lips. It seemed only those who resigned could escape this place. Chapter 17, Night of Resurrection 1. Shen An turned, walking toward the illuminated gathering in the hall. Facial recognition successful. Staff identity confirmed as an intern. An elevator directly to the second floor has been arranged for you. Shen An glanced at her phone, noting the date, December 1 ST. All things considered, she had only spent a day in her first contract. At most. Thus, with this thought, her gaze hardened with newfound determination. Since waiting and retreating have not yielded my desires, I must proactively unearth every possible path. Point one seeks and one receives. There exists rationale in both sacrifice and loss. Conversely, what is lost surely harbors opportunities for regret. Hope may fade amidst destruction, yet life persists amid despair. Stepping out of the elevator, she was greeted by an expansive array of small workstations, partitioned with approximately a meter's distance. Creating a scene of bustling office activity, individuals hurriedly traversed the aisles, entering and exiting offices, while others sat diligently, engrossed in their writing. Interaction was scarce. Shen An observed that everyone on the second floor, including herself, appeared to exist behind a transparent barrier, resembling machines operating in disparate realms. Some navigated through, others overlapped, each forming their own entity. These individuals harbored fervent aspirations, some yearning for success in reality, others seeking to salvage their lives. Employment at Yuansheng Electronic Network Company Limited was the opportunity. Post-departure, they either faced untimely death or boundless glory. Shen An ceased her smile, her expression becoming impassive as she stood, watching the figures before her shrink into mere dots. Gradually distancing themselves from her, as long as there are transactions, she would not relent. Some sought to transcend their limitations, while others aspired to surpass medical confines. That it was merely a game where the victors attained their desires, while the vanquished paid with their lives, a price she was willing to bear. Calmly, Shen An reflected on this. Although her reasons for entering the contract slightly diverged from her expectations, aspirations must be pursued one by one. Checking her panel, she discovered her assigned workstation, C25731, that a real-time navigation map prominently displayed. There were quite a few people, she noted. Following the directions, Shen An turned a corner and was about to close the panel when a new message notification appeared. Your team leader Wang Wei requests your presence in her office. The next moment, a woman clad in a black suit with a meticulously measured smile appeared before Shen An. Please. Shen An felt a flicker of displeasure. The team leader certainly wielded considerable authority, as her panel did not even provide an option to decline. Yet, she was equally curious to meet this foolish character. Maintaining an even broader smile, she replied, "Thank you." Navigating past a lengthy row of workstations and turning several corners, a series of tightly connected offices came into view. They paused at the entrance of one office. "Come in." An imperious female voice resonated from within. Shen An opened the door. The office was modest in size, with 3 or 4 individuals surrounding a woman in her 30s with short hair. The woman appeared slender, with a piercing gaze that seemed rather sharp, which intrigued Shen An. "Oh, the dark horse has arrived," exclaimed a woman with voluminous waves. "215 points, you say, wage, yeah? Perhaps even more? I hear that contract has been upgraded. You must cherish such a gem." Wang Wei scoffed, preparing to respond, yet someone else reacted even quicker. "Thus, is it not more convenient to discard such trash in advance?" Wang Wei looked up. It was the newcomer with a modicum of charm. Shen An continued. Although smiling, her face was etched with impatience. "What do you want to discuss with me?" A few disgruntled employees, ready to retort, suddenly heard the latter part of Shen An's sentence and instantly wore expressions of schadenfreude. Disrespecting the team leader, this newcomer is courting her own demise. Wang Wei was momentarily speechless, naturally donning an even less pleasant expression that "let's not dwell on past matters. Apologize to me here, and sign this contract while you're at it." Shen An chuckled again, pondering how to explain things to a fool. She cast a few glances at the tyrannical clauses in the contract. 50. "For you. Just for your half-baked guidance in the future? Do you think I need that?" Although employees can eventually ascend to the position of team leader, the threshold for such a role seems rather low. Why is everyone being pulled in? The final remark completely incensed Wang Wei. "You are asking for trouble," Shen An interjected. "Shut your mouth." Shen An could not endure this conversation any longer. She adorned herself with an innocent, sweet smile once more. "You are quite bothersome." The surrounding employees were utterly astonished. They had never witnessed such audacity from a newcomer. Unappreciative. Wang Wei continued to roar in the background, clearly infuriated. "Goodbye, I shall take my leave." Shen An closed the door, effectively severing the chaos within. With an impassive expression, she continued on her way, intending to check her workstation. Suddenly, a familiar notification sound echoed. This sound, wasn't it said that there was a 10-day break? Shen An opened the panel, gazing at the bold letters spelling out B-level contract. She was momentarily taken aback. Then, upon spotting Wang Wei's name in the employee list, a long-lost smile graced her face. One that revealed her teeth but not her eyes. This time, she was genuinely enraged, wondering why there was no balance between work and rest. Shen An now craved sleep. She was familiar with the team leader system, having understood it from the moment she learned of its existence. This B-level contract was likely initiated by Wang Wei using her authority to pull her in. The corners of Shen An's mouth curled upwards, yet her gaze remained devoid of emotion. Wang Wei was quite venomous, and this minor grievance was sufficient to lead her to harm others. Shen An sighed softly, a delicate smile gracing her lips. The weather has turned cool. It is time for the team leader to resign. Simultaneously, she noticed her panel information had transformed into a softly glowing C-level title. Diligent and uncomplaining ordinary employee. The small print beneath the title had changed to, as a newly employed individual without a foundation. Remain diligent and uncomplaining. Keep it up, worker. You will play the role of a disciple in the sect, exploring the truths behind the scenes. Transmitting, please wait. In the next moment, the scene shifted, and she was transported to a desolate wilderness, a true wilderness. Shen An surveyed the haphazardly placed coffins around her and sighed in resignation. Chapter 18. Night of Souls 2. B-level. Finally saved enough money. I heard there are several handsome guys this time. Is that the fateful Lone Star also present? No need to say more. He is indeed handsome. Wang Wei is here too. This woman does have some capability. Why are there several unfamiliar faces? Are these the newly promoted ones? How do these people qualify for a B-level contract? Given her previous experiences, Shen An was somewhat aware of the steps involved in the contract. She subtly observed the individuals nearby, both standing and seated. A considerable number had entered this contract. They were situated in an uneven patch of muddy ground, where the shadows of trees danced in the howling wind. The dim sky was on the brink of extinguishing the last glimmer of light. Night was fast approaching. What the heck? Why are there so many coffins? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from a distance. Shen An turned her gaze, and indeed, it was Fu Yang. What a coincidence. Shen An remained indifferent that a notification from the panel arrived. One to this contract task must be completed within 4 days. Early completion allows for an early conclusion. Two, that this is a B-level contract. Upon completion, the employee with the highest overall ranking will receive 1,000 points, with others receiving progressively fewer. Shen An clicked on the flashing information prompt on the side. It was a notification that had popped up a few hours prior after completing a D-level contract. To AT that time, she had been in the company building, so she hadn't opened it immediately. Employee Shen An, D-level contract haunted house mysteries upgraded to C-level. Additional reward of 300 points. Please check. After all, it was an upgrade, and there was still a slight gap compared to the 500 points for the first place in an original C-level contract. Shen An felt a twinge of regret. Contract plot has been updated. All employees are to gather at the sect master Sutong's location. It appeared that everyone had arrived. Shen An casually scanned the area. Counting 10 individuals, that Fu Yang also noticed Shen An and smiled brightly. Then on another side, 3 or 4 people surrounded a young man with a gentle demeanor in the center, Du Lingfeng, who smiled amiably and showed no impatience towards those who flocked to him with questions. He caught sight of the solitary figure of Ru Xiao nearby, contemplated for a moment, and naturally approached. I didn't expect to see you here. Shall we collaborate? The man named Ru Xiao was tall and slender. Dressed in fitted black clothing, his lips pressed tightly, and his features were stern, possessing a face that seldom smiled. Just as Du Lingfeng's hand was about to pat his shoulder, Ru Xiao sidestepped, coldly replying, "Do I know you?" Du Lingfeng's expression faltered, his perfect smile nearly cracking, and he awkwardly waved his hands. "We encountered each other in the previous contract. Perhaps you didn't notice me, as at that time. All the employees with you perished, and it's understandable that you were too distraught to pay attention." That Du Lingfeng's voice unconsciously rose in excitement, a glint of shrewdness and calculation flashing in his eyes. Ru Xiao turned his head in disgust, a smirk curling on his lips. The rumors were indeed conservative, that IT was not merely a case of working together. Any interaction would lead to misfortune. Du Lingfeng instinctively took 2 steps back. "He is the mild-mannered Feng Feng of my family. Du Lingfeng truly has a good temperament and a kind heart. That fateful lone star should stay far away from my Feng Feng. Do not pass on misfortune to him." That Ru Xiao, did all his teammates in the last contract perish again? A curse, one might wonder if he was the cause. Actually, I was also in Ru Xiao's last contract. One cannot blame him. Those teammates did not heed the advice. Agreed. Ru Xiao has indeed suffered. Every contract he has been in since his debut has been like this. The persona of being a teammate's bane cannot be shaken off. The 10 individuals quickly gathered before the man in the yellow robe at the center of the open space, around whom 5 coffins of varying sizes were neatly arranged. The coffins were the common black type, with one end larger than the other, one end taller than the other. What particularly concerned Shen An was the size of these 5 coffins. They were too small to contain an adult, and the smallest one appeared barely able to accommodate even an infant. "Let us be quick. We need to reach the next welcoming area and cross the bridge to the afterlife today," Brother Sutong called to the crowd. The man in the yellow robe was Brother Sutong, with a pale, beardless face and a pair of particularly shrewd and bright eyes. "Take the measuring stone. 2 by 2. Lift the coffins." At the command. Shen An and Fu Yang instinctively found themselves in front of a small coffin, preparing to lift it. Each coffin bore a cross-shaped yellow silk ribbon, about an inch wide, tightly wrapped around the bottom from top to bottom. "Sister An, is this the measuring stone?" Fu Yang opened a pouch that each person had tied around their waist upon entering the contract, revealing a dull, irregular stone. That Du Lingfeng stepped forward, engaging Brother Sutong in conversation. "Brother, what is the purpose of this measuring stone?" Sutong cast a reproachful glance at him, as if to say, "You don't even know this." In the village of Chongjia, there were numerous coffins, and it was inevitable for some to suddenly become hostile. The measuring stone was the most favored offering for coffins, ensuring temporary safety. However, Sutong then added, "But a measuring stone can only protect against one attack. For additional protection, you must seek it out yourselves." Du Lingfeng smiled, appearing to learn something. Suddenly hostile. Injuring people. Several individuals nearby turned pale at this, and before Du Lingfeng could continue, someone eagerly inquired, "Then, brother, where do we find the other measuring stones?" Sutong shook his head. "Where to find them? Of course, you seek them out in the coffins. I already mentioned that the measuring stone is the most favored offering for coffins." "What?" Several employees exclaimed in shock. "Isn't that equivalent to seeking death?" Sutong smiled without speaking, Let us go. It's getting late. Just a reminder, while there are many coffins in the wilderness, offerings are seldom found. There's no need to go and risk your lives. Hearing this, the expressions of the employees grew even graver as they trembled, glancing around at the coffins scattered about, some half buried in the ground, some submerged in ponds, and others ajar, askew, or rotting, as the dim light of dusk approached. The wind carried an eerie chill. The sounds of the wild became a strange call, echoing ominously. The names of the deceased lingered in the air, growing clearer with each repetition. Several employees, including Brother Su Tong, changed their expressions. Quick, press down the coffin lid, Brother Su Tong shouted urgently. Some had already pressed down on the coffins as the force from within began to push outward, while the remaining individuals reacted and rushed to secure the coffins they were carrying. Qian Yuanliang, hasten forth. A female staff member appears unable to restrain the tremendous impact reverberating from within the coffin, urgently calling out to her companion to slow down. An unexpected turn of events. A man, his face etched with worry as he rushes over, suddenly displays a vacant stare, contorting into a mask of rage as he lunges toward the woman and the coffin. Ah, Qian Yuanliang, what madness has overtaken you? Alas, the measuring stone, Brother Su Tong exclaims, filled with exasperation. The female staff member, momentarily taken aback, quickly retrieves the frenzied colleague's talisman. The instant the measuring stone materializes, the man, previously assaulting the coffin, comes to an abrupt halt, followed by a violent tremor, collapsing limply to the ground. Simultaneously, the measuring stone vanishes, as if consumed by some invisible force in the air. Shen An observes these events with calm detachment, discreetly retreating towards Brother Su Tong while the other staff members gather around to assess the condition of the deranged man. Seeking clues, "Brother, why are your cuffs and hem damp?" Shen An inquires with feigned playfulness. Lowering her voice in response to her cheerful query, Brother Su Tong replies in hushed tones, "To bury the unclean is to invite financial loss. Before sealing the coffin, I took precautions with its contents." Contents? Shen An echoes the words, melding into the crowd. Chapter 19. Night of the Returning Souls 3 awakened. What happened just now? Qin Yuanliang, the male staff member on the ground, slowly regains consciousness, while Wang Wei and the others, ultimately unable to discern anything amiss, disperse. Over there, Brother Su Tong begins to urge everyone onward, and the group must once again hoist the coffin and proceed. What does this mean? Collecting the corpse? Do we wash it with water? I am more astonished by the fact that this new female recruit was the first to attain exploration status. Just a lucky coincidence. Really, to be by the way, who is she? Du Lingfeng and Ru Xiao are indeed handsome, and the lady is quite lovely too. There are a few charming young men over there as well. Did someone interrupt from upstairs? So why did the person suddenly go mad? The group swiftly arrives at the reception area. This is the last semblance of a transfer station before entering the village. They look up. The so-called reception area reveals itself as a rudimentary wooden inn, its overall tone dark, exuding an air of desolation and decay. In the courtyard, a makeshift ferry bridge has already been assembled with tables and chairs. Brother Su Tong instructs everyone, when the gong sounds, follow closely behind me onto the ferry bridge. Afterward, we shall rest here for the night. Fu Yang gazes at the rickety ferry bridge and grumbles. Is this manual labor? Are we really going to carry the coffin as well? Such is indeed the case. With Brother Su Tong leading the way, swinging a yellow silk, all staff members must hastily begin to run. In the initial lapse, they manage to keep pace, but as the gong grows increasingly urgent, some begin to fall behind. Qian Yuanliang, already feeling weak, becomes agitated by the incessant sound, and in a moment of misstep, he shakes the table forcefully, inadvertently colliding with Shen An behind him. Shen An sidesteps, her foot slipping onto the tables and chairs. Just as she is about to leap over, a sword protruding from the side rests against her back, lending her a hand. Shen An steadies herself, just as they reach the end of the ferry bridge. Approaching the man who had assisted her, unperturbed and expressionless, she offers a friendly introduction. "I am Shen An, thank you for your help just now." The man halts his stride, his expression unchanged no need, just a stray cat or dog, seemingly puzzled by Shen An's intent in approaching him. He pauses before adding, "Ru Xiao, Unfazed by his indifference, Shen An smiles, for he had indeed aided her, a name befitting a noble demeanor, one that embodies grace and laughter. She remarks with a light smile. Ru Zhao's footsteps momentarily falter, surprise flickering in his gaze. This person does not shy away from him. Is she unaware of his circumstances? Meanwhile, having expressed her gratitude, Shen An has already moved on with Fu Yang towards the upper floor. The private quarters, albeit dilapidated, do not seem to have skimped on their accommodations. Shen An feels as though it has been ages since she last rested. After a brief wash, her fatigue is evident. And it is not long before she closes her eyes, as she drifts into slumber. The necklace around her neck begins to emit a flickering red light, as if probing. To her astonishment, Shen An dreams. She recalls the first time she met Shen Fiki. Not long after starting university, she sat on the playground seeking inspiration when suddenly someone shouted, "So is here." A swarm of girls surged toward her back. Shen An, disinterested in the commotion, intended to jot down her thoughts, only to be startled by an even louder chorus of gasps, followed by the sound of wind rushing toward her. Without hesitation, she quickly stowed her paper and pen. Executing a swift kick toward the incoming soccer ball, in that instant, she noticed the direction from which the ball had initially approached. Behind her, as she inadvertently turned, she caught sight of Shen Fiki. Surrounded like a star in a constellation, the boy exuding a gentle charm, his lips curving into a serene smile, and a hint of astonishment shimmering in his eyes, upon noticing Shen An's gaze. A blush crept up to his earlobes. "Fiki, let us go," her roommate urged Shen Fiki, who, as per usual, robotically declined the eager advances of those around him, yet for some reason stumbled slightly at that moment. A light laugh reached his ears, causing Shen Fiki to freeze, his gaze involuntarily drawn once more. Was Shen An grinned, amusement dancing in her eyes as she observed the campus heartthrob, who had been the subject of much awe since her arrival, clearly noticing the faint blush rising on his neck. This time, whether due to a contract or some other reason, Shen An's spirit seemed to transcend her body. Following Shen Fiki into his dormitory, the scene shifted. Shen Fiki squatted on the dormitory balcony, plucking the lone green onion sprouting in the pot. "She likes me. She doesn't tea like me. She likes me. She doesn't tea like me." His roommate's frustrated voice erupted from behind. "Shen Fiki, do you not possess the self-discipline of a male deity?" "Huh? Stop. I'm not worried about that green onion. You just went out to grab a meal? What on earth caught your attention that I remain oblivious to? You're a sinner. Just like you said before, after graduation, you should become a Taoist priest. After all, you're not short on money." "Roommate, what are you talking about, Shen An?" As the focus gradually shifted away, Shen An felt a sense of foreboding. A terrified scream shattered the stillness of the night, as someone rushed toward the commotion. In the courtyard, Ru Xiao and Du Lingfeng crouched before a corpse. He was struck dead, Yu Xiao stated succinctly. Shen An observed the distraught female staff member, along with a pool of blood staining the area near the largest coffin. Deep in thought, Du Lingfeng inquired, before he exhibited any unusual behavior, "Did you notice anything out of the ordinary?" "Unusual? He just suddenly went mad. He came running down and crashed into the coffin," the female staff member stammered. Suddenly, Shen An interjected, "Did you hear the sound of wind?" "What?" the female staff member asked, puzzled. "I don't know, maybe, perhaps not. I'm not sure." The female staff member, in a state of disarray, mumbled incoherently. That moment, other staff members began to arrive in succession. Many gathered around the distressed female staff member, offering comfort and inquiries, yet no clear insights emerged, only the vague whispers carried by the wind, primarily concerning the absence of the measuring stone. Wasn't Wang Wei the last to emerge? "Didn't she stop brother Su Tong upstairs?" Though Wang Wei's personality may not be likable, she is certainly deserving of her role as leader. Oh my! Did Wang Wei obtain first-hand information regarding the production of the measuring stone? What did she obtain? At most, she learned that the measuring stone can be produced, but the specifics won't be revealed until we reach the village. Qian Yuanliang. Shen An recalled this deceased staff member, but when did he fall victim? And Fu Yang leaned closer to Shen An. "Have you thought of something?" Shen An found no aversion to this clever and measured boy. Engaging him in conversation was quite agreeable, even enjoyable. She leaned closer to Fu Yang. "Have you heard of the call in the wind?" Fu Yang's expression turned serious. "And why do your words seem so eloquently adorned?" So beautiful. It gives me an unsettling feeling, she advised Fu Yang. Instead of searching for the measuring stone, you might consider researching how to produce it. After all, we need to seek out clues, right? Fu Yang was taken aback. The measuring stone can still be made. Shen An hastened toward the door. What a waste of your yin-yang sight. You should gather some insights. Just don't exert too much force if it shatters. It would waste a precious piece. Oh, Fu Yang nodded vigorously, narrowly avoiding having his nose caught in the door. As Shen An shut it, he complained, and yeah, I'm going to sleep now. Speaking of which, how did you come by a B-level contract? Chapter 20. Night of the Returning Souls 4. So, while Wang Wei obtained information through probing, this young lady deduced it all on her own? Why do I feel like when she mentions the measuring stone, it sounds akin to discussing food? Now that you mention it, the young lady's name is Shen An. Her logic is impeccable. I've followed her from her previous contract. I've never heard of someone named Shen An, and she is just a newcomer. Let us invest and see. I'm fond of those with nimble minds. Ranked at the very bottom, thrown in like an afterthought. Fu Yang stammered awkwardly. Shen An understood immediately. That night, some toiled tirelessly. Others were filled with trepidation, while there were those who enjoyed a peaceful slumber. The following morning, the group set off. Fu Yang noticed that senior brother Su Tong repeatedly urged a few individuals to quicken their pace. And out of curiosity, he asked senior brother, "Did you not just say we were near the village entrance? Why the rush to arrive before dusk?" Senior brother Su Tong sighed. "Since this is your first visit to Zhongjia village, you are unaware of the circumstances here. This village is quite vast. How large could it possibly be?" Fu Yang scoffed, unimpressed. However, as time passed and the sun began to set, the expressions of several staff members changed. Although they had entered the main road of Zhongjia village, it felt as though the path would never end. The houses on either side were tall and spacious, yet the entrances were narrow and dilapidated. Peering inside, one could see several dimly lit paper windows, often obscured by shadows of figures observing them from within. At last they arrived. Senior brother Su Tong abruptly halted, pulling out a ledger to cross-reference .3726 households. "This is the place .3007. The staff whispered among themselves. Fu Yang leaned closer to Shen An. "Is this really a village?" And Shen An, who had been wearing a relaxed smile throughout the journey, replied playfully upon hearing Fu Yang. "What? Are you afraid I might frighten the nation's flower?" Fu Yang, in an uncanny twist, grasped Shen An's implication. "Look," Shen An gestured, as the head of the household was receiving a coffin from senior brother Su Tong. The homeowner appeared gaunt and sallow, yet moved with an agility that was rather unusual. Even more bizarre was the dozen or so cats, some yellow, some black, that trailed behind him. That a glance into the gaping doorway revealed dozens of flickering lights emanating from within. Without needing further elaboration from Shen An, Fu Yang felt an unsettling dread creeping up from behind. "What are you afraid of?" Shen An teased. "Aren't we carrying one ourselves?" Fu Yang. Before sunset, senior brother Su Tong successfully delivered 5 coffins according to the ledger. In a good mood, he remarked, "Everyone has worked hard. Let us go have a bowl of noodles over there. We will stay in Zhongjia village for the next 3 days just to be safe. We will leave after the 7th day." "What do you mean, just to be safe? We can only stay a total of 4 days per the contract, and 1 day has already passed, so isn't it just 3 days left?" Several staff members murmured. Hearing this, Du Lingfeng smiled faintly, reassuring them. Suddenly, someone rushed in from afar, urgently pulling senior brother Su Tong aside, both engaged in a heated argument. "What is happening?" Fu Yang's heart sank at the sight. As senior brother Su Tong hurriedly walked away, he provided a brief explanation, stating, "There has been a mix-up with the coffins. The employer is furious." "How could that be?" "We followed the ledger," a female staff member exclaimed. Senior brother Su Tong replied, "It is indeed strange. We should go take a look." The group made their way to the nearest village chief's home, listed as the 4164th household on the ledger. The chief's earthen-walled, low house appeared oddly out of place in the grand context of Zhongjia village. Upon arrival, they found the village chief sitting alone on the steps of his courtyard, emanating an aura of decay akin to the open coffin in the yard. Merging with the earthen walls that an old, half-rotting black cat hung from the gnarled branches of a tree behind the wall. The old man mumbled hoarsely, "The Great Spirit is angry. You shall all perish." Several staff members were momentarily stunned, and even Du Lingfeng's expression faltered at the ominous proclamation. You will all die. Seek atonement. Quickly find offerings. The Great Spirit is angry. You are all doomed. The old man rambled incoherently. Yet his words hinted at a glimmer of hope for the group. Where shall we find offerings? Du Lingfeng asked, pressing forward. Offerings? The Great Spirit demands offerings. The village chief seemed to lose his sanity. Incessantly repeating, you will die. Without offerings, you will perish. He's asking you a question. Don't be ungrateful. Wang Wei, frustrated, stepped forward, forcefully shaking the village chief. In the midst of their scuffle, look, another staff member shouted, pointing to a yellow silk cloth that had been exposed during the tussle. Wang Wei's eyes brightened, ready to approach, but someone was quicker. Yu Xiao deftly retrieved the piece of yellow fabric, and the group hurried to gather around, revealing 5 lines inscribed upon it. Bone of the Bone Lord. Bowl of the Tribute. Fetus of the Fetus. Blood of the Blood. Filth of the Filth. What does it mean? Are these materials for the offerings? These things sound rather peculiar. Night fell. You will all perish. The village chief suddenly erupted, attempting to dash inside. What in the world? Wang Wei's gaze hardened as she forcefully restrained the chief. What is this? Explain yourself. The village chief struggled, muttering. You are all doomed. You are all doomed. Suddenly his movements ceased, and with a strange grin he said, Go to the Bone Lord's house. Go to the Bone Lord's house. Bone Lord. Gulang. An ambiguous gaze fell upon the spread yellow silk. After much speculation without resolution, the group was about to inquire with senior brother Su Tong when another scream pierced the air. They only managed to catch a glimpse of a shadow darting out the door. The one injured was none other than senior brother Su Tong. His wound darkened and festered upon exposure to the air, and he quickly grew weak. I need someone to find fresh measurement stones to heal this wound. Senior brother Su Tong gasped, collapsing to the ground. Fresh measurement stones? Simultaneously, a prompt appeared on the panel. Shen An's eyes flickered. Is there a point system? Amidst a silence filled with retreat. I'll go. Shen An stepped forward to accept the task. It's just a matter of opening a few coffins. Senior brother Su Tong smiled gratefully. This is the map for the fresh measurement stones. Take it. Once he finished speaking, it seemed he could no longer hold on and fell into unconsciousness. The other staff members exchanged glances, uncertain why someone would take on such a thankless task. The priority now was to find materials for the offerings. Fu Yang was taken aback, but soon realized Shen An might have a different strategy. Little did he know, his Njia was merely swayed by the allure of 50 points that I'll go too, as long as I stick close to Shen An I will join as well. A flat, cold tone resonated. Shen An was surprised. Is everyone really that short on points? A panel chimed in. Task selection complete. Shen An, Fu Yang, Ru Xiao accept the task. Find fresh measurement stones. Shen An suddenly felt her necklace warm against her neck. After placing senior Su Tong in a temporary resting area, the group dispersed. The sky had grown pitch black. Shen An, guided by memory, arrived at the riverside, where she indeed discovered 2 larger empty coffins. Fu Yang followed behind, perplexed by the situation. Were all of them delivered incorrectly? What about the contents inside the coffins? An instinctive sense of unease washed over Fu Yang, prompting him to examine more closely. Suddenly, he felt something soft and damp beneath his feet. So much hair. Njia. Shen An's forehead twitched, her smile faltering. Shoo, it's the souls, right? That's just what's inside the coffins. What? Fu Yang Gusped, what? Fu Yang Jumpet. Njia, have you discovered something inappropriate for children again? Chapter 21. The Night of Soul Retrieval 5. Why does the young lady so calmly mention clues I am unaware of? The phrasing above sounds eerily familiar. Following the young lady's contract will surely become your catchphrase. A wild guess. The logical chain has already formed in the young lady's mind. An old fan up there? New here. But it seems this character named Shen and has had her panel chime several times. I suspect it's due to the exploration of the plot. Let us invest first. Look. That Wang Wei seems to be searching for someone. Wang Wei may not be reliable, but her ability for contract exploration is commendable. Did that Ru Xiao go straight to sleep? Du Lingfeng is decent. He would remember to remind the staff about precautions. Just fishing for bigger prey. Late at night, in the temporary residence, Shen An requested some complimentary snacks from the large kitchen. Appearing relaxed and with clear eyes, Dao Wang has arrived. Shen An maintained a calm expression, smiling leisurely as she savored the last bite of her food. An unmasked crash echoed from behind her as a nearly 2-meter shadow surged forward, exuding a chilling aura. The shadow let out a low growl, thick drool sliding from its sharp teeth, resentment, bitterness, and hatred washing over the space like a tide. The shadow drew closer. Shen An rose with gravity, stepping back with her left foot while her right hand advanced, pinching the empty dish on the table, and with a powerful flick, the dish sailed through the night, tracing a beautiful parabolic arc just as the apocalyptic shadow was about to close in on Shen An. It skidded to a halt. Whoa. In the blink of an eye, the shadow pivoted, chasing after the dish, the onlooking parties. What? Is that all? This is absurd. Cast a profound glance out the window. Her features softened and tender in the nocturnal hues. With her eyes slightly squinted, a low chuckle escaped her throat. Da Fu Yang, in a frantic scramble, narrowly evaded yet another assault from the agile shadow. Its azure claws radiating an ominous and venomous aura. As he muttered reassurances to himself, convincing his mind that he could procure fresh materials by tomorrow to mend his own wounds. He desperately rolled away, hoping to evade even a whisper of contact. Had he encountered this entity before? Fu Yang paused, momentarily forgetting to evade, only to realize that the slender shadow attacking him had also become intrigued. With a serious demeanor, Shen An wielded a yellow silk, nonchalantly flicking it up and down. Da Fu Yang stared in astonishment, his expression one of disbelief as he watched Shen An engage with the shadow as one might play with a cat or dog. After seemingly tiring of the game, Shen An approached the window with an air of indifference, shaking the yellow silk vigorously in all directions before decisively sweeping it outward. Go, she commanded. Da Fu Yang stood there, dumbfounded, as the menacing shadow appeared to emit a satisfied cry before launching itself out the window. Click. Shen An closed the window. Da Fu Yang exclaimed. I have never encountered such an uninformed contract. You upstairs are not alone. Look, her exploration level is at 35. So, what this Miss Shen An said is true. The shadow is the spirit of a cat or dog from a coffin, though deducing the animal is not difficult. I must admit I quite fancy this method of coaxing cats and dogs. Thus, the Great One's approach to clearing levels is beyond your comprehension, while other employees lament their misfortunes over the consumption of materials. We breeze through. Du Lingfeng has consumed an item. That was close. Ru Zhao's sword is genuinely formidable. It seems he easily repelled that shadow. Why is there no movement from Wang Wei's side? Shen An briefly explained to Fu Yang. A dead cat hangs from the tree. A dead dog is cast adrift in the water. She concluded, referencing an archaic human belief, that this was a means of subduing. Is it to nurture yet harbor disdain? Fu Yang felt bewildered. Sister An, your studies are quite eclectic, Sister An. Why does this yellow ribbon seem so familiar to me? Fu Yang queried, pointing at Shen An's tool for coaxing the shadow with sudden curiosity. Unfazed, Shen An tucked the banner into her panel, recalling her senior brother Su Tong's crossing the immortal bridge device. Her expression, illuminated by the bright lights, was a forced mask of twisted ecstasy, a hint of sanguine indulgence. A low female voice echoed within the room, lengthier and colder than the howling wind outside. Blood and indulgence. So, what the village chief referred to as offerings can prevent shadow attacks. Did not Wang Wei inquire about several individuals and find the NPC named Gu Lang? His family's hidden tome explicitly stated the materials for that offering. Did not Wang Wei retrieve some flesh from the dead cat hanging in the tree? Ah, I see. Flesh and blood, the remnants of the slain. So, is Wang Wei not a step ahead? Does no one find it curious that this Gu Lang is quite specific? Wang Wei did fixate on him for quite a while. One need not ponder too deeply to feel the dread. As dawn broke, Shen An met Fu Yang at the entrance. They had no choice but to set off early, primarily due to the urgency of their map's destination. It was rather pressing. From the moment Shen An received the map, it had automatically divided into several small glowing points that flew into the panels of others receiving the same task, forming a real-time navigational map. There were 3 destinations, a choice of one. The nearest location was marked as a cemetery, a 4-hour trek one way, while the farthest was beneath the tree of an ordinary household, a 6-hour journey one way. There was also a point not too far nor too close, marked by a red, indicating a 5-hour walk one way. They had to return by nightfall, Fu Yang's eyes darted as he pondered. Then ultimately, they decided to go to the temple. Fu Yang mused that perhaps there was some significance to this arrangement and shared his curiosity with Shen An. She fell silent. No, I simply enjoy leaving myself some room for maneuvering. All right then. Encountering Ru Xiao was within Shen An's expectations. They were all individuals keen on earning points, so cooperating to enhance their chances was not unwarranted. Especially since he appeared to be of use. Shen An discreetly surveyed Ru Xiao and his sword. She seemed fragile and incapable of self-sufficiency, that her Yu Xiao silently gazed at Shen An's amiable and friendly countenance. Shen An declared, "Pleasure to cooperate. Pleasure to cooperate." Ru Xiao echoed. Chapter 22, Night of the Soul Retrieval 6. Having rested somewhat during the latter part of the night, the group moved swiftly, soon arriving at a structure resembling a temple. Guided by the map, their path was abruptly obstructed. At the entrance of this somewhat tranquil temple, tables and chairs were arranged, and a seated monk, with a gentle smile, respectfully requested that Shen An and her companions register their names in a ledger at the door. Shen An's gaze deepened slightly. She seemed to smile as she sincerely accepted the pen handed to her by the monk. When Fu Yang stepped up to sign, he noticed the only two ornate characters above, Shen E. By some strange twist of fate, perhaps due to the realization of closely following her lead or the monk's significant gaze, as Shen An passed him the pen, Fu Yang, who had intended to add his surname, swiftly altered it to the number 2 Fu Air. When it was Ru Zhao's turn, he hesitated briefly before calmly inscribing, Ru San, that truly is name. We only accept those with sincere hearts. Master, what do you mean by that? Shen An exclaimed, her expression a mix of sincerity, sadness, urgency, and awkwardness. Her family was humble and unlettered. Though the name was simple, it bore the aspirations of her elders. Was there a specific decorum for entering the temple? The monk appeared puzzled, repeatedly gesturing, No, I spoke foolishly. It was just your names. Oh, we are from the same village, friends. Upon hearing the word friends, Ru Xiao, who had remained silent throughout, subtly shifted. The monk replied, Very well then. Indeed, this marked the second time Shen An distinctly sensed the significance of names within this contract. The first instance was when she recalled the name Qian Yuanliang, the employee whose name was revealed at the very start of the contract. This could spell trouble, if merely exposing names was an issue. After all, names in the contract were not secrets. Lost in thought, Shen An's lips curled into a knowing smile. This is hilarious. Truly, sincerity is an eternal trump card. Though this sincerity may not be entirely genuine. NPC. This is utterly absurd. At least put some effort into your feigned sincerity. Indeed, I am not surprised by any of the sisters' maneuvers. However, this task does bear a loss as it deviates from the main storyline. Wang Wei and her group have made other progress. Someone at home misses you and has sent offerings, perhaps unable to contain their emotions. Might I request a moment of private conversation? Fu Yang, utterly bewildered, watched as Shen An crafted her persona along the way, until they now stood before 3 coffins, each less than a meter long, that in front of each coffin rested a tall bowl. And under the watchful gaze of the guiding monk, Shen An, maintaining a composed demeanor, placed her material into one of the bowls. The Fu Yang mimicked her. But when it came to Ru Xiao, he hesitated. He wished to say that it was not necessary to offer the material, for he possessed a sword capable of subduing the coffins. Even if he couldn't prevail, he could shield them as they took their leave. Yet ultimately, under Shen An's reproachful gaze of why don't you understand, he inexplicably surrendered his materials. In the monk's distant view, the 3 individuals appeared to present their offerings, the young woman with a sorrowful expression, earnestly instructing the other 2. Subsequently, those 2 drew nearer to him. Using the excuse of offering condolences, they gently coaxed him away from the courtyard. As the figures faded from view, Shen An's mood lifted, radiating an air of certainty and relief, as if she had unraveled a puzzle. Let us have a chat. Invisible waves pulsed through the air. Shen An sauntered forth. The monk looked at her with suspicion, his gaze falling upon the bowl where the materials were placed, before softening his expression. His expression softened far too soon. The contents remain in the bowl, while the coffins have been plundered. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. The NPC likely never anticipated that someone would so swiftly and quietly loot the coffins. So, is this woman a ghost subduer? Her previous novice contract also featured a scenario of suppressing the boss. Regardless, Until the riddle is solved, I shall not withdraw my stakes. A newcomer. What brings you here? In this day and age, who doesn't have a backup plan? I'm all in. Are you all right? With a gentle smile and a wave of her hand, she casually handed 3 pieces of the measuring stone to both Fu Yang and Ru Xiao, preemptively explaining before they could utter a word. Coincidentally, there are 3 stones in each coffin. As Shen An's analytical judgment unfolded, Ru Xiao, who also harbored doubts, appeared to be enlightened, as if struck by a sudden revelation. The soft tone of the person opposite her delicately unraveled the speculations surrounding names. And in Shen An's nonchalant yet assured demeanor, Ru Xiao experienced a fleeting moment of bewilderment. She was quite intelligent, yet still somewhat fragile, that her Yu Xiao hesitated, initially intending to decline, but upon observing Shen An's unperturbed expression, she felt that refusing would only make her seem overly reserved. Ultimately, she accepted it with a solemn thank you. Amid Fu Yang's unamused remarks about the absence of a flat stone bench to sit on, Ru Xiao slowly aproatet, awkwardly offering a tea gatten mat for Shen An beside Fu Yang. Fu Yang. Under Shen An's slightly perplexed gaze, Ru Xiao clumsily spoke. It's a prop we have plenty in the warehouse. Just some surplus. What on earth is happening with this plot? I thought I was watching a horror film. Ha ha, who gives a girl a large cotton mat? I'm dying. Shen An, should I accept it? It seems foolish, but the other party appears quite sincere. Poor Ru Xiao probably has never encountered a teammate who could survive this long. This gift must be given away today, no matter what. Is he upstairs mocking me? Haha. Am I the only one who remembers Ru Xiao has a primary school teammate? A world where only primary school students are injured is achieved. Shen An sensed the necklace around her neck growing increasingly warm, the heat intensifying from the moment she accepted the mat from Ru Xiao to when she sat down. Shen An? Suddenly, Shen An's relaxed gaze turned gentle and profound, an unintentional cold authority seeping from her. She slowly stood, elegantly brushed her garment, and walked straight to where Ru Xiao was resting, coming to a halt. Ru Xiao, leaning against a tree and resting her eyes, suddenly opened them and stared blankly at Shen An, who was looking directly at her. Shen An? Ru Xiao felt somewhat flustered, a faint blush creeping to her ears as she stammered. Why you, what's wrong? Shen An looked down at her, her gaze harboring a veiled malice, her hand raised but momentarily faltering as she muttered to herself that she would be angry. She would be angry. Casting a glance at Fu Yang not far away, Shen An deliberated. What do you think of me as a person? Ru Xiao. Chapter 23, Night of Resurrection, 7. Under Shen An's indifferent gaze. Ru Xiao hurriedly lowered her head, her tone gradually becoming as dazed as her expression. You are a truly wonderful person, with a good character, kindness towards others, intelligence, perseverance, ideas, and you are also quite pleasant to behold. And you have an excellent eye for judgment. That a low chuckle of uncontrollable delight escaped her lips, prompting Shen An to continue. What else? The imposing aura surrounding Shen An suddenly softened, revealing a hint of noble warmth. Ru Xiao. I can't believe the plot took such a turn. The ambiguous situation instantly morphed into a scene of self-admiration. Am I the only one who thinks the young lady seems a bit split personality? Young lady. I'm so bored. I suddenly want to hear someone praise me. Shin Fiki, having taken liberties, did not anticipate that the person opposite him would be so dull and devoid of combat prowess. Disappointment gradually surfaced in his eyes, and he swiftly moved on. So do you have a favorable impression of someone like me? Ru Xiao instantly froze, her face flushed in panic causing her to inadvertently avert her gaze. Struggling to utter a word for an extended period, Shin Fiki glanced over with disinterest, an inexplicable sense of superiority blossoming within him. He leaned closer to Ru Xiao, stopping at a distance suitable for whispering secrets. You have great insight. I acknowledge you as a friend. I'll introduce you to my boyfriend another day. Shin Fiki smirked, then pulled back slightly. Her Yu Xiao stood there, her expression blank, eyes flickering through a series of emotions. Awkwardness, complexity, gratitude, shock, relief, and a myriad of other feelings. After a brief silence, she extinguished the sentiment of premature demise and found a sense of timely dignity, along with a partner to move forward with, a friend. As Fu Yang resumed their journey, he noticed a peculiar phenomenon. For instance, a certain individual with a perpetually expressionless face suddenly appeared to be in high spirits, Or perhaps the one who always wore a smile? Fu Yong curiously observed Shen An, who was now quite a distance ahead of them. What was the source of this sky-high resentment and displeasure? Directed at whom? Truly, a woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Shen An walked in silence, ignoring the necklace at her chest that flickered like a turn signal, going straight to the point. She had acquired a new skill, and still had the energy to feel jealous. How impressive. Wasn't she dead? Shinfiki. My dear, could you please omit the last word of every sentence? I cannot endure your insinuations that I shall never presume again in this lifetime. What are you thinking? A question that cut through Shinfiki's myriad of thoughts and hesitations with startling precision. She was still angry. Shinfiki sighed. An clear, soothing male voice echoed in Shen An's mind. I am sorry. An abrupt statement, devoid of context, left unclear whether it was an apology for the unsolicited possession or something else entirely. At last, the facade crumbled as tears glimmered at the corners of Shen An's eyes, amplifying her complex emotions. Ever since the first contract exposed Shen An for his protection, certain unspoken understandings began to develop between them. She knew he still existed, and he knew he must always protect her. Thus, the ominous aura that intimidated the horse soldiers in the novice contract, suppressed the little ghosts, and ultimately shielded her, all belonged to Shin Feiqi. That it was also why, within this contract that restrained the contents of the coffins. Shen An successfully retrieved the measuring stones she called, and he appeared. A certain tacit understanding had always existed between them. It would never happen again. Seeing that Shen An did not respond, Shinfiki's cool and gentle voice inadvertently carried a hint of hesitation and urgency. This time, I was wrong. Next time, I will respect your wishes. No. There won't be a next time. The voice in his head rambled on, and in a moment of distraction, the voice carried a tinge of fear. Shawan, why aren't you speaking? The deep voice trembled slightly. Shen An suddenly lost her temper, silently mocking herself. How could dying once make me even more foolish? She reassured herself, without the cold and noble exterior. Wasn't there only the straightforward spirit left? As for this unscientific phenomenon, she could only save it for later investigation. Something seemed to have happened ahead. Before her lay an open area near the village entrance, surrounded by a crowd. Upon closer inspection, she recognized many familiar faces. Wang Wei noticed Shen An and her companions approaching and inwardly cursed, though Du Lingfeng greeted them with a friendly demeanor, offering a brief explanation. On the ground lay two bodies, grotesque and blood-stained. Two employees. They had acted on their own accord, prying open coffins in search of measuring stones. In truth, without Du Lingfeng's explanation, the others could infer the cause and effect from the chaotic coffins and bodies surrounding them. Soft sobs had been echoing since earlier, tinged with the fear of the hunted. They came looking for me. I didn't dare go. This is too reckless. But without the measuring stones, we won't survive tonight. One female employee was on the verge of a breakdown. It's going to be night again. Are we to rely solely on these chaotic coffins in the wilderness? Suddenly, as if recalling something, her voice halted abruptly. Perhaps the female employee herself was unaware of what she was saying, but the eyes of the surviving employees subtly turned towards the three newcomers. Indeed, there was no need for the nearly breaking down female employee to remind them. The moment Shen An and her companions drew near, something had already begun to stir beneath the surface. Nonetheless, Du Lingfeng discreetly glanced at the sword Ru Xiao had been holding and, playing the peacemaker, shifted the topic. It's not that easy to find. Even if we do find it, it must first be presented to senior brother Su Tong. Though he spoke thus, his gaze lingered, almost as if entranced, upon the three of them. Shen An's eyes darkened as she smiled nonchalantly. We'll go submit our task first. These points are truly hard to earn. By the way, the map marks 3 locations, and since we're no longer in need, does anyone want it? After all, there is still another day left. The rapid-fire dialogue left the others momentarily stunned, with an almost cryptic remark. Shen An thrust the map into the unprepared hands of Du Lingfeng and began walking towards the village, with Fu Yong and Ru Xiao following suit to Du Lingfeng. 3 maps? What do you want me to do with them? Damn! The shift of target is remarkably quick. Wang Wei observed the departing figures, a faint smile gracing her lips. Disregarding the map Du Lingfeng offered, someone would surely want it. The earlier female employee snatched the map and dashed towards the opposite direction of the village entrance. Fool! Wang Wei disdainfully watched the retreating figure without intervening, turning instead to walk in another direction within the village. Tonight, the show was about to begin. The three successfully located senior brothers Su Tong within the allotted time, submitted their task, and earned 50 points that as they exited. Shen An caught sight of a shadow flitting past the corner of the wall. What was she dragging a large sack for? Suddenly reminded of a fleeting glimpse of a fabric strip. A flicker of doubt crossed her eyes. It seemed she might have misunderstood certain matters. Shen An gazed towards the village entrance against the dim, gray-skied, and no matter how she pondered, the third night of the contract arrived as scheduled. This time, she had concealed herself in the courtyard in advance, as she had other discoveries to validate. The sound of rustling footsteps emerged, accompanied by a sudden gust of wind. Shen An peered out, finally locking onto something just beyond the closely aligned wall. Right outside. Let go of me, at the moment the voice echoed. Shen An swiftly lunged forward, her hand seizing a dusty little child. Who are you? Chapter 24. Night of Resurrection. 8. Who on earth are you? Shen An coldly interrogated the struggling child, the NPC who had been stealthily following them since the inception of the contract. Although referred to as a child, she appeared older than Fu Yang. Shen An observed silently, "Oh, it's actually a little girl?" She remarked with a mischievous grin, yet her grip remained unyielding. After the initial chaos subsided, the child fell silent, suddenly raising her head with an eerie expression, calling out once more, "Wang." In that instant, shadows flitted like vengeful spirits, swarming in from all directions with a thunderous, wrathful force. The second wave of shadow attacks commenced. Disturbances began to emanate from various rooms. Get away. Do go. Help me. More phantoms lunged forward, their movements unnaturally swift. Shen An focused, springing into action, but unexpectedly, the child she had gripped flipped backward, directly facing the oncoming shadow. Without hesitation, Shen An released her hold on the child, redirecting her full attention to the assault of shadows. In a secluded corner of the yard, a pair of eyes quietly observed everything that as Shen An executed another evasive maneuver. Tossing debris at the encroaching shadows, the observer's eyes glimmered with hatred and resentment. Shen An wiped the blood from her lip, discreetly retrieving a stone of measurement, her expression revealing regret. There was no saving it. No saving it. Just as she prepared to use a stone of measurement to decisively eliminate the shadows, an abrupt voice interrupted her plans. "Shen An, be careful." The booming voice reverberated through the yard, causing Shen An's pupils to constrict, momentarily jolted by the warmth of the necklace at her chest, her thoughts instantly clearing. As if she were unaware, with a fierce gaze, she maintained her back to the source of the voice, swiftly throwing the stone of measurement to completely repel the predatory shadows. Recognizing Wang Wei's voice, the turbulent emotions of malice and ecstasy within her were nearly overwhelming. Yet the implications of her words were elusive to scrutiny. It was known that a team leader's level was generally higher than that of the employees they managed. Shen An had researched this. When an employee's level exceeded that of their leader, they could automatically switch to a higher-ranked leader or choose to forego a leader altogether. Another option, Shen An mused, her youthful face betraying a mix of audacity and pride, was if the leader perished within the confines of the contract. As several employees emerged one after another, Shen An donned a delighted smile, striding toward Wang Wei. "Thank you for the reminder, just now." "Wang, sister." Wang Wei unnaturally tugged at the corners of her mouth, sensing that Shen An had seen through her. But how could that be? How could Shen An deduce the conditions of the name's demise and react so swiftly to evade it? She herself had exhausted a limited-use item to arrive at such a clue. Could it be that Shen An, a newcomer, could infer so much from such scant evidence? Moreover, if deducing the conditions of a name's demise required intelligence, then to suppress the instinctive reaction upon being called by that name indicated a psychological resilience and self-control that was alarming. Wang Wei's murderous intent combined with an unprecedented fear surged within her. She had thoroughly offended Shen An. Shen An could not be left alive. The remaining employees gathered in the yard, and in stark contrast to the disheveled crowd. Wang Wei appeared notably composed. As her thoughts raced, Wang Wei subtly retreated. In that moment, a chilling awareness of being watched struck her, causing her eyes to widen in alarm as she suddenly lunged toward the direction of the other employees. How is there still a male employee scrambling away? Wasn't Wang Wei the only one prepared with offerings? I wouldn't say she was the only one. That male employee had some preparations too. One could only say that Wang Wei was the most well-prepared. Tiske. The scene is turning into a gruesome spectacle of horror. Wang Wei is ruthless. Wasn't she just trying to deal with Shen An? One can only say that they are all equally ruthless. Shen An concealed a cold smirk within, stealthily approaching the overly frightened male employee with a face full of concern. Sister Wang, is everything all right? She had not forgotten how Qian Yuanliang had pushed her during the incident at the Immortal Bridge. Indeed, it was a push. After all, she had seen this male employee in Wang Wei's office. Those who entered the B-level contracts appeared to be rather self-assured as seasoned employees. The male employee, still shaken by the sudden appearance of the shadow, instinctively replied to Shen An, "No way. Wang Wei is still a team leader." Shen An feigned indifference. Why is it that this shadow only attacks Sister Wang? Could it be that Sister Wang has discovered some new clues? Sister Wang, you've suddenly become perceptive. The employee responded seemingly casually. Yet his gaze toward the yard grew increasingly profound. Shen An feigned anxiety, thinking to herself, I must remind Sister Wang, and perhaps earn some goodwill. Maybe her new discovery could benefit me. The employee scoffed derisively, considering Du Lingfeng to be more reliable than Wang Wei. Nonetheless, he began to pay attention to Wang Wei, who was evading the shadow's attacks in the yard. Wang Wei clumsily dodged the encroaching shadows, harboring a deep-seated resentment. Her practical combat abilities were not strong. She had reached her current level through ruthlessness in her work and scavenging points from newcomers to supplement her supplies, coupled with her poor reputation and relationships. Wang Wei shot a fierce glare toward the corridor, retrieving a certain offensive item she had prepared prior to this contract. Though these shadows moved swiftly, they were corporeal. Pleased with herself, Wang Wei halted her evasive maneuvers. Manipulating the panel, her gaze inadvertently meeting Shen An's, which gleamed with interest, a sense of foreboding welled up within Wang Wei that moment. The fierce shadow pivoted and counterattacked, and with a clenched jaw, she resolutely raised her hand when suddenly, Wang Wei, be careful behind you. A strangely familiar phrase exploded in Wang Wei's mind. She tensed, bracing for attacks from both front and back, wary of Shen An's potential ambush. Yet her mind lacked the capacity to dismiss the meddling of extraneous bystanders. Her horrified thoughts desperately fought against her instinct to turn around. But her body, acting on reflex, had already begun to move. Just as she seized the opportunity, believing she was about to receive grateful glances from Wang Wei, she unexpectedly locked eyes with her furious and murderous expression. In the next moment, before he could register his shock, the overwhelming aura of killing intent enveloped him in confusion and emptiness. Wang Wei's body froze, her face gradually contorting into a mad expression as she faced the claws of the shadow. Her fragile throat poised to be torn apart in the next instant. Shen An remained composed, her expression relaxed, ignoring the fearful and doubtful employee beside her. That moment, a stone of measurement shot in from the side, abruptly intercepting the shadow. The shadow seemed to struggle violently for a moment, but ultimately succumbed to its primal desires, lunging toward the stone. Due to the shadow's struggle, a curious voice caught Shen An's attention. Du Lingfeng smiled gently. I thought the stone of measurement was no longer effective. Did it was him? As she observed Wang Wei gradually regaining her senses, a flicker of regret crossed Shen An's eyes, followed by a deeper gaze directed at Du Lingfeng. When had they struck a deal? Chapter 25, Night of Resurrection, 9. Ru Xiao and Fu Yang silently approached Shen An's side, warily eyeing the severely injured Wang Wei. When Ru Xiao emerged earlier, he assumed Shen An had concluded her battle with the shadows, believing she and Fu Yang had escaped the second wave of shadow attacks thanks to 3 stones of measurement. Thus, facing the seemingly allied duo of Du Lingfeng and Wang Wei, and noting the apparent friction between Wang Wei and Shen An, he instinctively felt that Shen An might be in danger. Though his fondness for her had been stifled in its infancy, the term friend held significant weight for him. Perhaps even more so, Yu Xiao gripped his sword with one hand, silently confronting the pair. Is this a reversal? Shen An retaliated remarkably quickly, but what a pity, Du Lingfeng intervened. Wang Wei is far too cunning. Allying with Du Lingfeng, half of the bone marrow she gathered, and the stone of measurement he saved aided her escape. Do you think Du Lingfeng is the type to be a good Samaritan? It's all about mutual benefit. He still has use for Wang Wei later on. But why did the shadow suddenly target Wang Wei? Am I the only one noticing that poor employee being used? Used? He lacked the ambition to be taken advantage of? Regardless of whether he was used, someone like Wang Wei would not grant that employee any favors. Now that the number of people in the contract has dwindled, Shen An's side has 3 individuals. I suspect Wang Wei will temporarily keep that employee around. Isn't a primary school student also included? I predict the night's drama is far from over. A noise resounded from the window. She seemed to have anticipated this, moving to the window and pulling it open slightly, as a swift shadow dashed in, landing at Shen An's feet. Shen An was not the slightest bit surprised. She calmly sat down, expressionless, and propped her feet up, her countenance naturally caressing the form beneath the shadow. Like a dog, was the instinct to feed so unbearable. She could hardly suppress a chuckle, experiencing that rare and delightful joy of encountering something intriguing, reveling in the utmost idleness of the night, her eyes narrowing in mirth. Yet, the mere thought of the identity lurking beneath the shadow was enough to stir her curiosity. From the very outset of this contract, the sight of the oddly sized coffin and the call of a Wang had involuntarily linked Shen An's thoughts to a particular group, one distinguished by notable characteristics. If this was merely a conjecture and an introduction, then the dampness clinging to Su Tong's sleeve further solidified the foundation of her hypothesis, as if cleansing the notion of burial. What could this mean? Perhaps only those belonging to this group could comprehend its significance. Coincidentally, Shen had previously conducted in-depth interviews with individuals from this very community, the pet-keeping community. The proper burial practices of this discerning group dictate that unclean burials lead to financial loss. The ancient customs of burying deceased cats in trees and discarding dead dogs in water pertain to a long-standing tradition, while the transportation of a catalog for selection involves a rather controversial segment of pet owners. The graves outlined in the map: tomb burials, temple burials, tree burials, each hinted at a connection to the contract's subject, related to animals and spirits, or more aptly, to household pets, for they possess names. The crux of the matter lies in why the long-established practice of delivering coffins from Zhongjia village encountered issues this time. It was evident that there was a problem with Zhongjia village. Yet why did this issue arise precisely now, rather than earlier or later? Shen An found herself involuntarily contemplating the various causal relationships she could conceive. A warm sensation brushed against her calf, and upon focusing her gaze, she found herself staring into the clear, bewildered eyes of Shen Fiki. Having been warned not to possess anyone again, Shen Fiki was now nobly residing within the form of one of the contract's NPC shadows. All in the name of helping his girlfriend. How adaptable he was! Unable to face her boyfriend's divine persona any longer, Shen An pondered expressionlessly as she raised her hand to vigorously tousle the fur beneath her fingers. What a delight! The question remained, gazing pensively at her boyfriend at her feet. Shen An mused that this excessively large village must have first existed before the population grew. Thus the village remained, but the opportunities to conceal themselves required collaboration with the outside world. In the depths of the night, when most were drowsy, Shen An's mind grew increasingly active, the clues and logical threads aligning in intricate patterns, resembling a precise machine capable of encompassing vast amounts of information. It was the village's animals. Those creatures exhibited oddities, and they might even not be animals at all. Selection, misdelivery, wrath, siblings, the villagers' excessive obsession with selection and concern over the corpses of their pets. Only when personal harm was at stake would. Or perhaps siblings, not in the metaphorical sense of being akin to pets, but in the literal sense of true siblings. Shen An was genuinely starting to feel a headache, unconsciously voicing these speculations. Shen Fiki. Not staying up late. Shall we rest a bit? Shen An mentally silenced Shen Fiki. Dear boyfriend, did you think I would let you linger within this canine form for no reason? There's a fierce battle ahead that Wang Wei must be dealt with. Setting aside her hostility towards her, the action she was undertaking, Shen An suspected that the sacrificial offerings Wang Wei was procuring might, in some unseen way, align with the village's bizarre occurrences, inadvertently fostering certain harmful forces against them. Even if it appeared beneficial in the short term, in the long run, right up until the final moment of the contract, it would likely transform into an inextricable deadlock. Shen An, accustomed to dealing with mysteries, contemplated thus that a thought struck her, and she discreetly glanced at the composed shadow that it seemed I still had a prop. Ow. Am I in a god's perspective? I must be in a god's perspective. Could it be I'm not in a god's perspective? Has Shen An already explored half of the plot? What's Shen An? That's my anja, mine Shen. Indeed, quite calming. Yet I find myself wanting to doze off because the plot is too convoluted to comprehend. Did the lady not explain? Yes. I only realized after it was mentioned how it bruised my pride. Negative review withdrawal. Is someone upstairs still washing? I recall you possess an item capable of enhancing the strength of contract monsters. A sinister voice echoed near the candlelight. Are you dreaming? Just for a rookie who has merely completed one novice contract. Why not take the opportunity to eliminate them without needing an item? The male voice that followed was laced with disdain, clearly disagreeing with the proposal that it was Du Lingfeng. Wang Wei's furious gaze flickered momentarily, her anger barely contained, for she was currently severely injured and still required assistance. Du Lingfeng stated, although you shared the sacrificial material with me, I did save your life just now. The rookie can certainly be eliminated, but I must make it clear beforehand, the one accompanying her. The Confucian smile is not easy to handle, that I do not wish to face him. Wang Wei looked down upon Du Lingfeng, who clearly coveted the fourth knight's material she had not yet shared. Yet feigned righteousness, hypocritically putting on an act. Wang Wei asserted, we must act before dawn. Remember, another violent sound erupted just outside their door. Both were startled, exchanging glances. Who was it? Wang Wei burst through the door, catching a glimpse of a shadowy figure sprinting toward the courtyard. Narrowing her eyes, she discerned after a few breaths. Chapter 26. Night of the Soul 10, after hesitating for a few seconds. Wang Wei called out to Du Lingfeng, and the two swiftly followed Shen and in the darkest hours before dawn. All private matters would silently unfold here. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Wei consumed a one-time item that enhanced her stamina, feeling her aching chest and abdomen improve instantly. Such items were rare, yet may not always be applicable. The marketplace was costly and favored the basics. Wang Wei had invested heavily to eliminate Shen An, whom she found displeasing. Shen An, you truly have some nerve. A mere rookie, unaware of the vastness of the world. At this moment, in Wang Wei's eyes, Shen An almost blended into the night, her obstinacy and short-sightedness inciting a sense of condescension despite her vigilance. A sneer graced her lips as she turned to Du Lingfeng and commanded, quickly resolve this. Quickly resolve it, indeed. That's what I also intend. Shen An disregarded Wang Wei, her eyes devoid of ripples, yet pivoted the focus of her words, exuding confidence and arrogance. Are you sure you want to collaborate with Wang Wei? Toward Du Lingfeng, me. Du Lingfeng smiled gently, his expression tinged with disdain. Apologies, but there are still instances where I will need her. So, you must be sacrificed first. With that, a glint of cunning flashed in his eyes as he made the first move. Do not obstruct my path. It's over, it's over. Du Lingfeng is a scoundrel, attacking a rookie? 1 against 2. Shen An is too arrogant. She won't even let the Confucian smile assist her. Shen An remained unmoving, while Du Lingfeng, caught in hesitation, continued to advance, his gaze already noticing the movement. From behind Shen An, something surged forth, rapidly launching toward him. A shadow. Du Lingfeng was taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically, before a glimmer of understanding crossed his face, and a wonder Wang Wei was attacked without reason. This Shen An must have employed some method unknown to them to control a shadow. Attempting a sneak attack, he was instead ambushed, spitting out a mouthful of blood as Du Lingfeng clumsily rose to his feet. Glancing to the other side, he saw Wang Wei already confronting Shen An, muttering a curse at her treachery, yet could only concentrate on the shadow before him. This shadow was far more challenging to deal with than Shen An. His quantity stones had been exhausted, and he had not sought further supplies, thus pinning all hopes on the sacrificial materials. Now he could only bear with it. After a difficult dodge, his body bore numerous claw marks. He was unsure whether the shadow bore poison, yet it mattered little. After 24 hours, he would surely exit the contract, and the wounds would heal in due course. However, Du Lingfeng's mind tightened, knowing opportunities to confront the boss within the contract were scarce. Their survival largely depended on swiftly completing the progress. Meanwhile, the standoff between Wang Wei and Shen An seemed to yield no advantage, this rookie proving far more formidable than anticipated, but he couldn't afford to stumble here. Thinking thus, Du Lingfeng cast a cold glance at the direction they had emerged from, where another person lurked, someone he had specifically summoned before his exit. A male staff member, the Du Lingfeng's eyes darkened with intent. And without hesitation, he formulated a plan, his words spilling forth laden with concern. Ding Xiaoxi, watch your back. A warning of caution. Yet due to the differing assessments of progress among the three, resulted in three distinct outcomes. Shen An halted at the onset. Wang Wei was obstructed midway, while the male staff member evidently did not enjoy such fortune that in his muddled understanding of the clues, calling out to Wang Wei only garnered resentment. And with Du Lingfeng's casual assistance, he was brought in without knowing for what purpose. All of this remained chaotic and unclarified, thoughts collapsing in an instant. What a ruthless man. Du Lingfeng has aided him before. Now facing a matter of life and death, he must prioritize himself. Is someone upstairs still washing? But just now Shen An delivered a powerful kick, forcefully pushing Wang Wei aside. Witnessing her rise in fury, only to see her gradually fade. Your prop's validity is about to expire, isn't it? Shen An intentionally spoke in a teasing manner. Oh dear, if I accidentally kill you, would I be left without a team leader? How tragic. The slender and graceful woman danced lightly in the realm of contractual malevolence, exuding an air of peculiar levity and mischief. Her peripheral vision caught the movements of Du Lingfeng, seemingly anticipating them. As if everything were neatly woven into her narrative. Shen An wore a faint smile, and upon witnessing the injured Wang Wei's realization of Du Lingfeng's actions, her concealed delight transformed into an expression of pity. Life is but a play, and contracts resemble novels. Shen An penned a concluding remark, destined to render you as mere cannon fodder. In no rush to deliver the final blow to Wang Wei. She orchestrated a narrative of hope followed by despair. A fitting end for the team leader she had chosen. Among the three remaining souls in the arena, none dared to make a move. This contract has consumed numerous props. Though Shen An's spiritual tool counts down, it fortuitously uncovered the connection between that large dog and the NPC. The familiar plot of threatening NPCs. If memory serves me right, Du Lingfeng's tool was acquired from another B-level contract, capable not only of enhancing the boss's strength, but also possessing a significant chance of suggesting control over the boss. This is the moment to act. Yet that Shen An seems to consistently outpace others. The twists of the contract are always right on target. What is reality doing, I wonder? Here it comes. Quick look. Along seemed to be tracking the ethereal essence of a lost soul, the elusive voice that had vexed them for 3 days re-emerging, accompanied by the whispers of beasts shrouded in darkness. Du Lingfeng, filled with joy, decisively utilized the panel to enhance the shadow, swiftly murmuring its attack towards the identical shadow that had persistently obstructed Shen, and if you can control one, why not all? Du Lingfeng secretly reveled in his triumph. Subsequently, as the two shadows clashed with growing intensity, Du Lingfeng shielded Shen An, casting a disdainful glance at the fallen Wang Wei. Useless. He drew a dagger, aiming it at Shen An's youthful visage, preparing for an assault. Alas, no matter how beautiful the bloom of youth, no gain is everlasting. That a rustling sound echoed behind Shen An, prompting Du Lingfeng to halt, casting a wary eye toward the source of the disturbance. A ragged child emerged reluctantly, their face shadowed with gloom. Du Lingfeng frowned, perplexed by Shen An's intentions. Had she truly sought out a child? Meanwhile, Wang Wei, consumed by rage, coughed violently. Shen An, what are you doing? Desperately grasping at straws. Did you just snatch an NPC child? Nonetheless, Wang Wei fixed her gaze upon Shen An's every movement. A cacophony of crashing sounds ensued as the employee, called by name, met their demise against a roadside coffin. Perhaps it was Shen An's eerily calm demeanor that instilled a sense of insecurity in Wang Wei, who nervously turned around only to discover, in a bizarre twist, that it was no mere illusion. They were surrounded, encircled by shadows, with the sole escape route occupied by Shen An and that child. Her eyes seemed to mock their futile efforts. Control all? I cannot, but someone can. Without further thought, they had all witnessed the tenacity of the shadows. Why? Why do these creatures assist Shen An? Wang Wei ground her teeth in frustration, seizing a long-preserved explosive talisman without a word to Du Lingfeng, and hurled it toward the shadow's weakest point. Tonight is amiss. She had to retreat first, in the moonlight just beyond her reach. Shen An stood still, the shadows howling and leaping around her, embodying the sovereign of the night. With everything under her command, the explosive talisman activated. It created an opening, and Wang Wei, ecstatic, pressed on, desperately attempting to dispel the overwhelming dread that clung to her. Almost there, almost there. One foot had already crossed the boundary, and Wang Wei silently cursed the predicament Shen An had thrust upon her. While disdainfully regarding the ineffectual Du Lingfeng, with barely a moment to think, Wang Wei found herself in disbelief as her mind faltered. A bloodied claw erupted from her chest. Chapter 27. Night of Resurrection 11. It was Du Lingfeng. He had shielded her from the encroaching shadows, while he himself dashed through the gap he had created. Wang Wei felt as though she might shatter her teeth, yet all her strength evaporated in an instant. Frantically, she scanned her surroundings, uncertain of what she sought, until her gaze locked on Shen An's eyes. Since earlier, Shen An had been standing there, exuding an air of ease, as if everything were effortlessly simple. This was what Wang Wei loathed the most. Why? Why could she so easily obtain everything she desired? Finding exploration easy, breezing through contracts, effortlessly battling bosses. Why was it that despite her arduous ascent to team leader, she still couldn't measure up to a newcomer? What a spectacle of a dog-eat-dog scenario. Shen An stood aloof, observing the farce with a smile. Meanwhile, Wang Wei, on the brink of defeat, felt resentment, jealousy, anger, and sorrow, watching everything dissipate like mist. Her gaze began to fade. Shen An turned her attention away from the ever-targeting Wang Wei, her focus now on the retreating Du Lingfeng, yet she made no move to pursue him. I have followed your instructions. When will you return Ao Wang to me? As everything settled into silence, observing Shen An's lack of further action, the perpetually sullen NPC finally stirred. Ao Wang. Shen An's perceptive gaze pierced through to the child. Perhaps we can have a meaningful conversation. What is your name? The child, filled with rage, retorted, Are you not one to keep your promises? Did you not say that defeating them would suffice? I helped you fight. The child's voice was sharp with indignation, entirely devoid of the ethereal depth heard when calling for Ao Wang. This isn't over. Shen An elongated her tone. You let him go on purpose, didn't you? What is your name? Shen An beckoned toward the only remaining formidable creature still present, retreating with the shadows. Her hand delved into its soft fur. How delightfully plush. What is your name? Chi. 777? My dear sister An truly embodies the essence of a villain. If not for her always being a step ahead, she would undoubtedly be finished. But why is she always a step ahead? In the realm of the powerful, one cannot speculate. Never underestimate an employee who frequently navigates B-level contracts. Du Lingfeng is still alive. Look, Ru Xiao and the others are coming. Ru Xiao's response was swift. He headed toward the source of the commotion the moment it arose. However, Shen An had deliberately evaded him and Fu Yang, leading them a fair distance away. By the time he arrived, they had long since exited the courtyard. Not to mention Shen An had intentionally guided them to a secluded area. Were it not for Wang Wei's explosive talisman earlier, Ru Xiao and Fu Yang would still be frantically searching for Shen An. Fu Yang was somewhat better off, blindly trusting Shen An, convinced that if she had orchestrated it this way, she must have a clever plan. Yu Zhao's handsome face, however, was taut with tension, for in his eyes, his freshly minted teammate appeared fragile and incapable. The two individuals, each bearing contrasting emotions, arrived at the scene, where the ground bore the scars of combat, leaving only two figures, one standing and the other lying down. The one lying down was Wang Wei. The one standing naturally was Shen An. Yu Xiao and Fu Yang hurried forward. Fu Yang. Sister An, did you finish them off? Ru Xiao. Shen An, did they do anything to you? Ru Xiao cast a glance at the corpse on the ground, then discreetly scrutinized Shen An. Clearly, the cause of death was violent dismemberment. The new teammate maintained a facade of composure. Very well, if you claim to have slain them. Then so be it. Yu Xiao silently concluded. Shen An was oblivious to his thoughts, and had she known, she would have struggled to suppress her expression and rolled her eyes. That moment, she merely took out her phone. Observing the darkening sky and the impending storm, dawn should be approaching. Yet the sky remained shrouded in darkness. That on the final day of the contract, the air was thick with damp. Oppressive cold, the heavens seemingly veiled by a shroud. allowing only the flickering candlelight within to cast a faint glow, barely illuminating the surroundings, that an ominous premonition of a misstep began to stir within her. From the moment she first encountered that peculiar NPC village chief, his eccentricity and abnormality were glaringly apparent. It was easy for others to mistake him for a guiding NPC, but as events unfolded and shadows emerged, the village chief's role began to diminish, even fading from their notice. In their pursuit of fear, the employees unwittingly diverted their attention from the non-threatening village chief, yet Shen An had always remembered the NPC who bridged the clues. However, with the bulk of the day past, they had strayed from the main narrative. Shen An bore no regrets. After all, she had earned 50 points, though she couldn't help but lament the tight timeline of this contract. As she gathered a plethora of clues, gradually forming a complete picture, she struggled to identify the entry point, rendering even the seemingly improbable village chief the only bearer of truth. Shen An approached the village chief's home, only to find the floors strewn with empty coffins and a variety of deceased cats and dogs, with a few rabbits and hamsters among the odd pets. Yet, neither the front nor the back of the house revealed any trace of the village chief. A flurry of tattered scraps of paper danced with the wind and rain, strewn about the desolate courtyard. Shen An picked up one of the fragments, half of it marred by yellowed and blackened burn marks, while the other half bore the jagged edges left by violent tearing. The elders, inheritance, transformation, eternal preservation, shared glory. In a corner of the yard, an iron basin flickered into view, more scraps of paper ash swirling forth from within. Bless our villagers, a perpetual legacy, celestial assistance, deception, seizing spiritual essence, grand formation. The remnants of ashes fragmented the sentences. Perhaps heaven was reluctant to annihilate completely. Thus the tempest intervened. Yet in the next surge of battering rain, all remaining ink and characters were utterly obliterated. 4 families remain. Shen An quickened her pace, lost in thought during the prolonged run, contemplating the role the village chief played in this unfolding drama. Indeed, it was the same scene of scattered corpses and the paper remnants nearly consumed by the downpour that Fu Yang's mind did not race as swiftly as Shen An's, and his stamina was not like Ru Zhao's, who could blindly follow Shen An tirelessly. That he arrived, panting heavily, only to find Shen An still had the energy to jest. In such weather and amid such a scene, it was typically an omen of a significant event orchestrated by the mastermind behind the curtain. Spotting Fu Yang, Shen An smiled and waved. "Come here, Yangzi. I have a task for you." "Huh." Fu Yang approached in confusion. "Sister, help me find a few eggs." Fu Yang paused, nodding continuously, yet his expression grew, increasingly perplexed. "Isn't the contract nearly at an end? Is the village chief the puppet master? Who is he targeting? I estimate we are at the final stage, where the truth will be revealed. What purpose do these items Shen An is preparing serve? Just keep reading. You'll find out that I dare not express my thoughts carelessly now, for fear of being contradicted. But I never expected that this contract would involve a conflict between humans and animals. No way. The young lady hasn't made that explicit. Isn't it obvious? Those burnt papers were merely remedies for the villagers' longevity. Oh, that is terrifying. Does being parasitic within animals count? Amidst the sudden downpour, a series of frantic footprints raced across the deserted road. Surrounded by darkness, the Du Lingfeng suddenly hit the brakes, his face ashen. Ahead lay a dead end. Chapter 28. The Night of Retribution 12. Du Lingfeng wiped the rain from his face, too fearful to take a step forward. Who could it be? He turned into a narrow alley, noticing a dilapidated wooden door ajar beside a high wall. After a moment's contemplation, he slipped inside, finding the courtyard deserted, and quietly closed the door behind him. Not far away, the door to the inner chamber stood wide open, yet it seemed to harbor an impenetrable darkness, devoid of sunlight. The Du Lingfeng pressed against the cold outer wall, scanning the surroundings cautiously, his gaze gradually shifting to the pitch-black interior. He breathed heavily, beads of cold sweat erupting, coalescing into droplets that rolled down. The sensation of being watched intensified. Du Lingfeng was in a state of panic. That Shen An was too enigmatic. Next time, he would. His heart raced, and as he diverted his gaze from the stillness of the inner room, he realized he had become overly paranoid. He reached for the door latch, preparing to leave when suddenly, a deafening thunderclap shattered the silence. The blinding flash of lightning. Du Lingfeng's heart nearly stopped. A formless shadow loomed behind him, its silhouette almost merging with his own. In a frantic daze, his body was overtaken by an inexplicable, creeping itch, and he mechanically turned his head, only to behold a pair of feet. Du Lingfeng had a good memory. He recognized them as the shoes of the village chief. Before he could exhale in relief, his upward gaze fell upon a face with sunken cheekbones and a protruding nose and mouth, a visage that could no longer be considered human. What is this creature? Du Lingfeng's eyes widened in horror, his expression frozen as he turned to flee, his mind racing with images of the creature's serrated jaws. The path was eerily silent, save for his heavy footfalls. Accompanied by the thunderous rhythm of his heart, the route began to feel familiar, and in a moment of clarity, he recalled that he had stealthily followed Wang Wei to this very place. This is the NPC's home, known as Bone Lang. The Du Lingfeng leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. He had run quite a distance. The exertion left him feeling sticky, despite being drenched by the rain, as he paused to catch his breath. He slowly turned his head, only to meet a pair of eerie yellow eyes peering around the corner. The eyes rolled ominously, accompanied by a chilling voice. "I have found you." Du Lingfeng's heart sank, nearly causing him to stumble as he bolted away. At the end of the path, he spotted Shen, and a flicker of joy ignited in Du Lingfeng's eyes. After all, employees could not directly harm one another. If Shen were to kill him, it would have to be through some indirect means. However, the entity pursuing him was far too peculiar. Any monster within the contract could snuff out an employee's life in an instant. Du Lingfeng sprinted toward Shen An, gradually realizing something was amiss in the dark of night. Shen An stood alone, her complexion pale and ghostly, an overwhelming aura of darkness enveloping her, more pronounced than the creature trailing behind her. She slowly curved her lips into a distorted, skin-stretched smile. "I have finally found you." Du Lingfeng. A terror unlike any he had ever experienced engulfed Du Lingfeng's mind, leaving his scalp tingling and his body cold. The scene before him began to dim. Suddenly, Shen An, 5 meters away, appeared less than half a meter before him. Du Lingfeng. Teleportation. Is she even human? A cascade of tremors coursed through his mind, and everything faded to black. His body succumbing to an unnatural convulsion as he slowly collapsed. As consciousness slipped away, he seemed to hear a murmur of uncertain reality. "Have you been scared too much?" So ruthless, she placed her bet. "In terms of the latest use of shadows, I resemble the boss more than the boss himself." Poor Du Lingfeng, after such a series of shocks. Even a heart of iron cannot withstand it. Ha! She actually scared her opponent into unconsciousness. Sister An always surprises her adversaries in unexpected ways. Sister An typically refrains from direct intervention. When she does, she shatters her opponent's mindset. Ha! She ran away. Why did she leave Du Lingfeng behind? Look closely. Shen An has been tailing that mutated village chief. Is Du Lingfeng doomed? What else? Have you noticed that Du's fans are no longer speaking? To those above, there are no Du's fans left. They've climbed the wall. Strength speaks within the contract. Du Lingfeng abruptly opened his eyes, realizing he could move. He was lying within a wooden box, entirely enclosed on all sides. Where did such a large box come from? Once he began to stir, a greater trouble revealed itself. His limbs were suddenly unresponsive, and his vision was pressed low, requiring immense effort to tilt his head upward to glimpse a sliver of daylight. An ominous premonition coursed through his body, and finally, in a moment of looking down, it was confirmed. He saw a filthy, clawed paw. Du Lingfeng trembled backward, the paw mimicking his retreat. Like a malignant growth, he had transformed into a cat. A rasping, aged gurgle rolled from his throat, the eerie sound emanating from above him. Awake, an ancient hand reached toward Du Lingfeng, and no matter how he scrambled to evade, it grasped him with an unyielding force. Seizing the nape of his neck, Du Lingfeng struggled, panic-stricken and roaring, but his strength was far too feeble. He was easily cast onto the ground covered in malevolent symbols, one of his legs broken. With a wretched cry, the cat's shriek echoed, the once human old man's face contorted with rage. Good and evil will ultimately be repaid. The unknown suffers. The unknown suffers. Du Lingfeng had never so vividly sensed death's proximity as at this moment. His thoughts shattered in an instant. An alien power seemed to slowly consume him. He strained to lift his head, the last of his consciousness resting upon the place he had awoken. It was a coffin. Did Du Lingfeng simply perish? A chilling thought. Did he die in the same manner as the animals in the village? What? So the village chief is exacting revenge on those people. Shen An is truly formidable, just as she had surmised. What a pity! What a pity! As members of the sect, we are allies with the villagers. Thus, the village chief's targets for revenge encompass us. Regardless of the motivations behind it. An hour prior, Shen An, accompanied by Ru Xiao and Fu Yang in search of materials, had remarked thus: the wind howled and the rain poured, the ground littered with corpses. This was the tallest edifice in Chongjia village, where an elder stood amidst the chaos, raving madly, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty glint, alert like a wild beast. You are all that remains. Will you not come out? The village chief's head twisted unnaturally, coldly regarding the entrance to the courtyard. Chapter 29. The Night of Retribution. 13. It is all your fault. You are the ones to blame. You took my Awang. I will kill you all. Once again, Awang? Shen An gazed warily at the enraged village chief, meeting his venomous glare. Your Awang was likely killed by someone in the village. It has nothing to do with us. No matter the circumstances, she would not bear the blame for that which was not hers. Has nothing to do with you. The long, sharp maw, covered in fur, opened and closed ominously, sending shivers down one's spine. Without the collaboration of your kind from various sects, how could the villagers have managed to deceive the heavens and create such overwhelming power? The root of all this turmoil lies with you. The methods were bestowed by you. The support was provided by you all along. You wicked individuals deserve to be buried here forever alongside Chongjia village. I wish for your demise to be a painful one. To feel the agony of Awang before his death. The deranged village chief's shrill cries pierced the air, causing one's eardrums to ache and sending a tremor through the very core of their being. Negotiation proved futile, a realization that should have come sooner. Shen An helplessly rubbed the reopened wound on her shoulder, a consequence of her battle with Wang Wei, which had been exacerbated by the rainwater, preventing the injury from scabbing over. After a careful assessment of their respective combat prowess, Shen An felt a renewed sense of despair. They were certainly no match for this village chief. Moreover, Shen An's gaze turned grave as she observed the animals approaching from all directions. Wisps of various spectral forms continuously drifting from them and merging into the chief's body. The chief's strength was steadily increasing, his appearance growing ever more monstrous and terrifying, the traits of humanity gradually fading. Shen An silently retreated, discreetly signaling her companions. We must withdraw. She had nearly pieced together the events leading up to this moment. All that remained was to confirm a few details with that NPC child. And then they could, attempting to escape. The chief discerned their intentions and lunged toward Shen An. His claws, now transformed into those of a ferocious beast, had inexplicably grown 3 to 4 times larger. Ru Xiao, witnessing this, raised his sword like a fleeting specter, stepping forward to block the attack. While he managed to shield Shen An, the sheer force of the chief's claws sent him crashing against the courtyard wall. Coughing, Ru Xiao felt the searing pain radiate from his shoulder where it had struck the wall. Yet, even at the entrance, given the chief's current speed, he could easily catch up to them. Shen An's mind raced as she concocted a plan for their escape. At that moment, the panel that had remained silent for so long suddenly chimed. Was that a task prompt? Task progress updated. Staff must defeat the village chief to advance to the final conclusion. Note: this step is mandatory and must be executed with 100 compliance. Defeat the village chief. Fu Yang, confused by the capricious weather transforming into a drizzle, remarked, Sister An, didn't you say that only the villagers and sect members were committing misdeeds? This village chief is merely seeking vengeance. Isn't he? He wasn't questioning Shen An, merely expressing curiosity. Yangzi. Shen An remained vigilant, watching the chief's every move. When he began involving unrelated individuals, allowing his hatred to affect an entire region, he transformed from victim to perpetrator. Step back, Yangzi. Fu Yang had an epiphany and quickened his pace to flee, not wanting to be a hindrance to Shen An and the others. Yet, he felt a sense of unease, despite being in a life-or-death situation. It all felt like a familiar pattern, whether contracts or television dramas, that he muttered, harmed by victims. That it wasn't a trope, it was reality. Only those who experience it can truly empathize. This was the mindset of a vengeful spirit. Shen An stared at the village chief, who seemed no longer able to comprehend their words, his primal roars resonating with an instinctual hatred etched deep within him. Shen An, you should also retreat. Allow me to handle this, or you shall. Having regained his composure, once again raised his sword to stand before the village chief. Shen An, unable to articulate her thoughts, watched Ru Zhao's back as he executed his strike. It was impressive, but this strength was merely relative to an average person. She, however, was endowed with unique abilities for reasons of her own. With this in mind, Shen An boldly stated, "May I borrow your sword?" Ru Zhao, taken aback, exclaimed, "Don't be ridiculous, you should." Yet under Shen An's inscrutable gaze, he found himself inexplicably relinquishing the weapon. "Shen An, you stay with Yangzi." Ru Zhao was momentarily stunned, his mind racing. "What did you just call me? Stay with who? Haha." Seeing Ru Zhao's expression is utterly hilarious. His cold demeanor has completely shattered. "Ru Zhao, stay with whom? Are you talking to me?" Thus, Ru Zhao consistently misjudged Shen An's intentions, obliviously missing the climax of their contract. Several times, he had the chance to understand, but chose to remain in ignorance. Haha, how amusing, deceiving oneself while my teammate is playing the role of the damsel. You're all amusing, but truly, can we defeat him? Whether they could win was another matter. Nonetheless, he was certainly stronger than himself. That Ru Zhao's steps faltered, his recognition tightening his features and gradually heating his face. His only advantage was physical prowess. Having navigated the contract, he had mastered a few techniques, considering that all the participants were merely ordinary individuals from the real world. Yet, how many of them had undergone specialized training? But Shen An, her demeanor suggested years of rigorous training. Her movements fluid and decisive, her strikes precise, not merely fierce, but striking with deadly accuracy. Ru Zhao's mind was a whirlpool of confusion. Embarrassment, awkwardness, and bewilderment coalesced into a singular thought. She fights better than I do. Shen An took a few steps back, raising her sword to slash at the village chief's arm. The clash of metal echoed, leaving only a shallow cut. After a brief pause, the chief lunged again. Beads of sweat formed on Shen An's brow. This monster had tough skin, immense strength, and astonishing speed, seemingly designed to annihilate them. The necklace around her neck began to heat up, and before she could react, a familiar shadow lunged toward the village chief. Perhaps empowered by Shun Fiki's strength, the shadow exhibited even more fluidity than Shen An, yet it still fell short. Shen An caught her breath for a moment before charging forward again. Bang! Shen An slammed against the coffin's wall, internal turmoil causing her to spit out blood, the village chief's dark aura closing in, ready to strike down upon her. But Ru Zhao, witnessing this from a distance, rushed back into the courtyard, but it was too late. The shadow swiftly shielded Shen An, bracing for the impending attack. In that fleeting moment, shadows surged from all directions, entangling the village chief's movements. This time, Wang's name carried a different significance. Although the shadows could disrupt the staff members, they were evidently insufficient against the village chief. However, a multitude of ants could indeed overwhelm an elephant, providing just enough distraction to buy them some time. Shen An coughed, nonchalantly wiping the blood from her lips, and turned to the perpetually expressionless girl, smiling radiantly as if basking in spring's warmth. "What brings you here?" Chi replied flatly, "If you hadn't come, would you have let my Wang perish? And your smile is incredibly insincere." "Not at all." Shen An retorted, "I embody sweetness." Though she jested, her gaze remained fixed on the unfolding battle. Ordinarily, if the contract's boss were only slightly stronger than them, victory would hinge on strategy and combat skills. However, this village chief was on an entirely different level, utterly overwhelming them. It was likely that some crucial information had been overlooked. Just then, Shen An recalled a couple of loose threads still hanging. Clues that could aid them in defeating the village chief. That a sudden realization struck her as she glanced toward a shrine in the courtyard. She understood. Chapter 30. Night of the Soul's Return 14. Huh. Chi, following Shen An's gaze, voiced her surprise. Hesitantly, she pointed, the handwriting on that talisman. Shen An looked at the small script on the shrine's talisman. It resembled the letter she had received. That must be it, Shen An concluded. She had previously gathered information from the NPCs she had captured, including details about her relationship with Wang, where she came from, and why she had come. The story was quite simple. A child from a neighboring village seeking her missing large dog. The dog's disappearance stemmed from Chongjia village's desperate need for a vessel for possession, leading to indiscriminate captures. The child's ability to locate Chongjia village was due to a mysterious letter, one that revealed a Wang's whereabouts. At the shrine, a chaotic yet orderly cluster of yellow talismans surrounded a design crafted from unknown materials, centered around a bowl-shaped skull. This was likely the final resting place of the method to attain immortality. Ironically, while the village chief had incinerated the remnants within the village, he himself had become the harbinger of evil. As the shadows entangled the chief began to weaken, debris scattered in all directions. Though fortunately still distant from the small shrine, in a flash, Shen An comprehended the key to their predicament. Disregarding the relentless ache coursing through her body, and forcefully knocked aside the skull from the shrine. "Forgive me, ancestors. I'm sorry. Shen An mumbled, her actions bold and unceremonious, lacking any semblance of reverence. She retrieved a bowl, placing it where the skull had once been, cracking 2 eggs into it, and glanced around the battlefield several times, then cracked 2 more. Next came the eggshells, followed by 2 fish, a bag of rice, and a handful of an unknown powder. Meanwhile, Shun Fiki, engaged in the fray, thought, "It's over. My girlfriend has lost her mind. What in the world is she doing?" wondered the NPC, Chi, who had been inadvertently drawn into the chaos. This seems oddly familiar, Yu Shao, momentarily halted by his momentum. Mused, where did she hide all these items? And from a distance, Fu Yang, who was reluctant to stray too far, remarked, "Is she cooking a hodgepodge?" "No, Sister An must have her reasons." And outside the fray, the expressions of those on the field must have captured all our bewilderment. I find myself unfamiliar with Shen An, yet it is quite commendable for a newcomer to have persevered to this extent. That is a form of self-abandonment, a desperate attempt to salvage a dire situation. The display is quite impressive. Has the chaos truly begun to escalate? Where did such an abundance of props spring from? I harbor a vague suspicion. Could it be that she has been utilizing the panel's storage as if it were a mere pocket? Alas, what astonishing maneuvers! In the courtyard, the last shadow is sent flying, and the transformed village chief, seemingly provoked, roars in fury, searching the field with a murderous intent. Shen An stands resolute upon the altar, directly in the line of fire. Rage traverses the chaotic realm of his consciousness, as the village chief's eyes redden, preparing for another leap. Yet a shadow intervenes, prompting a disdainful grin from the chief. A mere ephemeral creature attempting to shake a tree cannot inflict harm upon him. However, he soon experiences a surge of pain. Blood begins to seep from his wound. Such a trivial injury is inconsequential to him, yet the affront ignites a furious madness within him. But, one by one, shadows continue to surge forth, and his previously waning aura inexplicably swells. The village chief is incredulous, instinctively beginning to evade. "Help! Help, it hurts so much, Awang! Where are you, Awang? They're all bullying me. Please save me. I miss you so dearly, Awang. You are my only hope." The village chief's wails intensify. Yet, countless shadows press on relentlessly, like an unstoppable tide. The keen instincts of a beast compel him to glance towards the altar, where Shen An stands undaunted, his eyes brimming with mockery. That a deluge of resentment emanates from the village chief as he struggles to break free from the encirclement. However, aside from Shen An, no one comprehends why the tide of battle has so abruptly shifted. Defiance, resentment, and envy gradually dissipate amidst his cries and struggles. The sounds of his efforts diminish, and his final gaze, filled with fixation, extends towards the entrance, before he ultimately collapses, lifeless. The resentment lingers, yet only his wide-eyed stare and the remnants of a faint smile intertwine to form a mournful elegy. It seems someone has come to collect him. What a pity, this conclusion. So what could be the reason? Is it perhaps that the skirmishes among the staff were too few? Almost the entirety of the narrative revolved around bosses battling one another, which is quite absurd. Shen An, I dominate the contract through intellect. No, it should be, my progress surpasses even the divine perspective. It is evident that all present harbor deep grievances. The thrill of the divine perspective has vanished. Ha, utterly hilarious. As I humbly await enlightenment from the great ones, it is disheartening. Which side am I truly a fool for? One by one, the group begins to exit the disheveled courtyard. Fu Yang wears an eager expression, brimming with curiosity. Yet it is Ru Xiao who speaks first, inquiring why this has occurred. Although he appears somewhat uneasy, Shen An does not withhold his thoughts, retorting with a question of his own. What do you believe the Liangshi to be? Liangshi, Ru Xiao ponders Shen An's deliberately slowed enunciation, his face reflecting astonishment. Could it be food precisely? Realizing that food is merely the first step, delving deeper into this contract reveals that Liangshi, or grain, exists as offerings to animal spirits. Naturally, there are finished Liangshi, as well as those awaiting production. Raw materials for finished Liangshi are rare at this juncture. Shen An glances towards the opposite side. Bones of the deceased, bowls for offerings, the womb of an unborn. Blood and viscera, the detritus of the mountains. Analyzing from first impressions, what do you perceive it to be? Fu Yang hesitantly responds. It feels akin to something sinister, something malevolent. Ru Xiao, bearing a grave expression, adds, for instance, the womb of an unborn. I instinctively associate it with a fetus within the mother, or even something more nefarious, a fetus within a fetus, a parasitic embryo. Indeed. Shen An nods, yet you have failed to prepare. How could such preparations even be made? Fu Yang exclaims, though uncertain, acknowledges that even if confirmed, it would be troublesome to procure, and even if one could acquire it, they would have no desire to do so. Yet someone has managed it. Shen An smiles enigmatically. Fu Yang, initially crestfallen, suddenly realizes. Wang Wei at this point, Shen An reveals the truth without hesitation. Indeed, Wang Wei prepared these offerings based on the hints provided, seeking peace for herself over the past few nights. However, she either forgot or failed to anticipate that this very clue was provided by the village chief, the true puppet master. And as the narrative progresses, it is evident that the village chief stands in stark opposition to us. Furthermore, as she pauses, a hint of disdain flickers in her eyes. She articulates her earlier suspicion. The offerings prepared by Wang Wei have, to a significant extent, bolstered the village chief's power. After all, offerings and their recipients are inherently complementary. One gains strength from belief, while the other receives protection. However, the key is to not confuse the offerings. One must offer the appropriate tribute to the corresponding spirit. Wang Wei, in her naivety, has been misled, evidently offering to the opposing faction. No wonder this village chief is so difficult to contend with. Shen An's tone gradually grows more exasperated as he critiques. The villagers seize the bodies of animals, while the village chief allows the bodies of animals to enter his own. The two are fundamentally opposed, especially considering one is a forceful seizure, while the other is a welcome embrace. Thus presenting another contradiction. It's akin to a scenario where one party desires apples, and you contribute a pear. The one who arrives is fond of pears, and thus, the village chief becomes empowered by the pear he receives. Now I understand. This contract has become clear thus far. But prior to this revelation, I was utterly bewildered. Please continue. And then, Fu Yang inquires tentatively, eager to hear the final twist. And then, Shen An casts him a sideways glance. Fish bones. Bowls, eggs, grains, minerals, crafted into dog food, cat food, comprehend? Shen An expresses his disdain. Young one should read more. Gua refers to mountains. The entrails of mountains are essentially minerals, are they not? Fu Yang, unfazed, believes Shen An's reasoning holds merit. Though he is curious. Sister, how did you find the minerals? Oh, I simply picked up a stone from the mountains. Sister, you are remarkable. Is every stone you casually pick up a mineral? Shen An smiles knowingly, aiming for completion, though not guaranteeing absolute accuracy. In any case, the other items cannot be mistaken. Ultimately, I merely need to surpass the quantity of offerings prepared by that foolish Wang Wei, ensuring we feed the faction that can aid us in battle. Fu Yang. I have been narrow-minded, so they were attacked by shadows simply because they had not been sufficiently nourished. This connection to Sister Anne's reasoning suggests that this is akin to a heightened frenzy when the master at home is hungry. Fu Yang feels a wave of apprehension. Within the contract, it is far more challenging to integrate these tangled clues into a coherent chain of logic than to simply seek clues. Thankfully, Sister Anne is here. However, it appears that I have not contributed much to this contract. Fu Yang laments inwardly. No, I cannot remain an inadequate subordinate. I must rise to the occasion. Are you leaving? Qi Qianqi suddenly speaks. A massive shadow coiling around her, seemingly alive, fervently clustering around her feet, while more shadows loom nearby. Us, Shen An's gaze shifts to the child. The NPCs from her previous contracts did not possess the concept of you are leaving, and Shen An's eyes brighten. A burgeoning curiosity about the impending breach of certain rules takes hold. She retorts, "Are you aware that your Wang is no longer here?" To her surprise, Chi responds with calm assurance, "I know. They will vanish soon." A flicker of struggle passes through her eyes, her voice lowering. "I merely come to observe, no matter how many times." I must see, and no matter how many times, this statement carries considerable weight. Shen An's smile deepens, more profound than the darkness itself, as she speaks in a coaxing tone. "Do you wish for a Wang to never depart?" The panel's notification arrives belatedly, from the moment the village chief met his demise. This contract has been declared complete. The method for final immortality has vanished. The main storyline of this contract is officially concluded. In the courtyard, the winds cease, and the rain abates, the background gradually receding. In the interlude marked by the main storyline, Fuyang queries, "Sister An, how can you be so certain that the other methods in the village have also been obliterated?" This time, Ru Xiao offers clarification. "Because we only need to be confident that the village chief will destroy all the methods he abhors in the village. And we merely need to ensure the destruction of the methods in the village chief's possession. With the village chief's demise, the final method of immortality in Chongjia village will likewise be buried deep underground." I cannot quite articulate this feeling. Alas, that it has finally concluded. The intertwining of good and evil has been so heart-wrenching. Awakening. What did Shen An mean by that? Quick look, the background story is unfolding. The village chief was not always the chief. Rather, he began with a Wang. They grew up together, played together, and were the best of siblings. They had only each other point one day. However, a Wang vanished, and on another day, he no longer recognized him. Wang's gaze had turned strange and numb, reminiscent of the elderly Wang at the village's edge. Yet had not Wang passed away? Gradually, the village began to see the emergence of towering buildings. Whose family was it that initiated this change? He pondered. And it seemed to be that fellow known as Gu Lang. Soon, many more Wangs appeared. Yet these new Wangs were far from friendly, akin to the narrow doors of the newly erected high-rises. Exuding a suffocating sense of confinement, the village chief matured. He finally became the genuine village leader, but he was aware that celestial beings would assist departed elders in bestowing blessings upon the village, and understood that there existed a generational law, passed down only to the natural descendants of the Zhongjia village. Who were these individuals? Only that select group who received the law were privy to one another's knowledge. Nevertheless, all the villagers of Zhongjia understood the importance of safeguarding the law they possessed. For the celestial beings had proclaimed that should the law be destroyed, it would never return. This was the secret formula for the eternal life of the Zhongjia villagers. The village chief realized that he must now live diligently, until he reached his destined natural end, that he truly waited for a long time. That young girl also had an Wang. How fortuitous! Let us assist her. They must meet at least once. For they are siblings, though not in the traditional sense. System notification. Employee Shen and Employee Shen and Ziru Xiao has completed. Main storyline congratulations to all. Contract attachment in progress. Detaching. Dizizi detaching. Zizizi. What on earth is happening? Fu Yang exclaimed in shock. Is the system malfunctioning? Ru Xiao instinctively replied, I don't know, I've never encountered this before. Only Shen An, feeling uneasy, glanced around at the three of them left, smiling sweetly and obediently. Yet her eyes cunningly traced the contours of the panel. I have a tiny suspicion. I was about to leave, twisting my waist elegantly to sit down. What is going on? Is the contract malfunctioning? Has anyone else experienced a similar issue with a contract to shed some light on this? Haven't seen it, but I'm quite curious. Wow, this is going to be good. I think I might have seen something like this in a contract many years ago. Now that you mention it, I have a faint memory. It must be Shen Tian's novice contract, right? Shen Tian? Is it the Shen Tian I'm thinking of? Didn't you hear it's a novice contract? No way. 10 years ago, Shen Tian, the novice contract was just fine. Who are you talking about? It wouldn't be the current highest rank, Super S rank, CEO Shen Tian. Oh my goodness. Is it really him? What did he do back then? You'll see soon enough. Look, such a coincidence that they all share the surname Shen. Now that you mention it, it's a bit. Sister An, what on earth are these things? Fu Yang's voice was filled with unprecedented shock, staring bizarrely at Shen An. The item she produced included an egg, a silk pouch, and 2 stones of measure. Strangely familiar. Yellow satin, prayer flags? A plate of half-eaten dumplings, a pile of unknown powder? A coffin? Sister An, when did you acquire a coffin? Though it's small, you shouldn't. No, why is there a coffin? Even Ru Xiao's expression cracked slightly, her gaze darting uncertainly between Shen An and the pile of items on the ground. Ha ha ha, XSWL. Look at Ru Xiao's suspicious eyes. Are the new teammates a bit off? Ru Xiao has been trying to contain herself. Look at that elementary school teammate. Their expression is all twisted. If you place the contract on your person, it will automatically filter out, but Shen An placing it on the panel will definitely cause a malfunction. The issue is, even if an ordinary person thinks of it, they wouldn't dare to try. After all, the contract is a colossal entity for them. Oh my, this reminds me of 10 years ago, when Shen An smuggled a skeleton. Ha ha ha, don't mind. I'm not a fan of Shen An. Doesn't anyone notice how similar these two individuals are? They both share the surname Shen. Has no one noticed that this contract delay seems a bit prolonged? As Shen An cleared her warehouse items, the panel began to report gradually. Everything resumed its slow, yet orderly pace. Employee Ru Xiao has successfully detached. Employee Fu Yang has successfully detached. Employee Shen An detachment in progress. Detaching. Employee Shen An detachment failed. Shen An was engulfed in darkness. Damn. Discovered. Chapter 32. Night of the Soul 16. Shen An managed to leave without issue after handing over the items. So could it be that something hidden was suddenly triggered? Shen An, I want to take the blame for this. Why does it always revolve around Shen An? It is not like this is how you recruit newcomers, right? Not exactly newcomers, this is the second main storyline contract they've completed. Shen An shook her head, finding herself in a damp area. The terrain exceedingly low, flanked by moss, barely wide enough for 2 or 3 people to walk side by side, and the darkness ahead seemed to stretch infinitely. She appeared in a gloomy cave. Still clad in her original sect attire, she contemplated the purpose of the contract when the familiar panel notification chimed in. Employee Shen An's teleportation is disqualified, that a special teleportation pathway will be open for you. Is there a hidden truth? 2. Please adhere to the character setting. 3. Eliminate the creature in the secret chamber. Failure to meet the above tasks will result in contract failure. Employees are encouraged to explore actively. Shen An gazed at the panel, a special teleportation pathway. The conditions for opening this are indeed arduous. To put it delicately, she wished to express that these restrictive conditions seemed intent on her demise. What a perplexing panel. It seems quite indifferent to the lives of others. 2 days, and she cannot go out of character. What else must she slay? What background must she explore? Wow, Shen An chuckled, how thrilling. Is this the hidden plot I can view without payment? Is this the legendary solo adventure? Don't mention it, Shen An seems to be quite the troublemaker. She's invested. But why does this hidden plot feel peculiar? So many restrictive conditions. What on earth did she bring that she hasn't surrendered? And what is this special pathway? Based on my years of experience, Shen An is doomed. The contract is likely updating secretly, ensuring that employees can no longer smuggle items from within the contract. If they had written it down, we wouldn't have had this entertaining scene, would we? A somewhat gruff voice reprimanded. What nonsense is this? You and I are merely gray-robed disciples. Wait until you've earned your green robe and completed the sect's external tasks, accumulating enough merit to become a yellow-robed disciple. Then you may speak of such matters. The tone of reprimand suddenly shifted to a stricter, more alert tone that a green-robed disciple leisurely stepped out, as if he had just been discussing the matter at hand. This disciple was fair-skinned with a warm smile, seemingly strolling through his own backyard. The 2 gray-robed disciples couldn't help but stiffen, bowing respectfully. Greetings, sister. Such a small display. The hierarchy seems rather strict. The green-robed disciple nonchalantly nodded. And to their astonishment, it was Shen An, and quickly acclimated to the environment, impatiently waving her hand. You may continue with your tasks. Why did these 2 disciples appear so frail and sickly? The 2 gray-robed disciples composed themselves, yet their eyes kept drifting towards Shen An's outer robe, filled with envy and longing. Suddenly, the slightly taller gray-robed disciple called out to Shen An, his face adorned with flattery. Sister, what are you off to? If there is anything we can assist with, please do not hesitate to command us. This was precisely what she desired. Even if this disciple hadn't called out to her, Shen An would have found a way to engage them in conversation. However, observing the pitifully subservient demeanor of these two guiding NPCs, Shen An suspected her mission did not lie here. But since they had presented themselves as tools, she might as well make use of them. After all, she had a character to maintain. Before the troops move, information must precede. I'm off to complete some external tasks, Shen An vaguely stated. The gray-robed disciples grew more excited. Their words laced with a hint of flattery. Could it be that? Shen An solemnly replied. It's about that, the gray-robed disciple replied. How many corpses have you accumulated, sister? Shen An. Splendid. This is the correct usage of cannon fodder. But 100 corpses? Does that refer to the external task I lifted last time? The gray-robed disciple nearly lost himself in admiration at Shen An's smile, thinking to himself that she seemed like such a good person. Only to hear her ambiguously remark, I wonder which senior brothers and sisters are currently undertaking these tasks. There is also Brother Su Tong. Thus, if her guess is correct, the corpse being carried up the mountain is indeed that of a genuine human. Shen An had already begun to formulate her own plans. Considering that this mission only lasted 2 days, that a smile danced in her eyes as she patted the shoulder of the gray-robed disciple with satisfaction. Instructing them to descend first. When she required assistance, she would naturally seek them out. She left them with a final remark and waved her hand once more. The interface signaled an increase in exploration progress. Shouldn't she be disoriented and hiding her identity upon her arrival? Have the values of these two gray-robed disciples been utterly diminished? I suspect the contract's main plotline does not contain this much content. This woman is truly terrifying. Shen, the author of horror novels, was making progress that was utterly unfathomable. Whereas information most readily circulated among the lowest echelons of society, naturally among the numerous gray-robed disciples. Even in the absence of core information, the trivial matters of entering and exiting the sect were the most delectable topics for these individuals, and sometimes, even confidential information could be disseminated in the form of gossip and entertainment. Rare goods? She had not forgotten this term she first encountered. When it comes to the application of cannon fodder, who knows it better than a mother, having clarified the legitimacy of her identity? Shen An walked with greater leisure, though her pace was not slow. After all, she kept in mind the time constraints. The further she advanced, the more oppressive the cave's confinement and stickiness became, a faint trace of blood wafting through the air. Amidst the increasingly cacophonous footsteps ahead, the clearer sounds of clanging metal and crashing echoed, yet strangely absent were the screams Shen An had anticipated. She surmised that the corpses could not speak. After all, Chapter 33, Night of the Return of Souls, 17, suddenly enlightened, vibrant and bustling. Juxtaposed against this was a hell on earth, a realm of numbness. This was Shen An's first impression of the scene before her. However, as she walked boldly along her path, a thought unexpectedly crossed her mind. Is there a possibility that the entire sect is in collusion due to the lack of defenses? Before her lay a space of 100 square meters, densely populated with wooden beds, iron cages, bloodied instruments, torture devices, and even glass jars filled with liquid. Severed limbs and bones were scattered everywhere, and a piercing gas billowed from the machines in operation that a disciple clad in yellow was extracting a frost-covered body from what seemed to be a cold storage. Pouring boiling water over its limbs, then raising a wooden stick high, Shen An blinked and then blinked again. She was well aware of what she was witnessing, having seen numerous similar materials before and having perused books in the present world. She had even described them herself in written form. Yet, she retreated from the cave, seeing it sometimes proved more vivid than words. I can't. I'm closing my eyes. Is this the power of the hidden punishment contract? Do you think there are ghosts in this contract? To be honest, I prefer ghosts. This is actually not that bad. I like it. Human body experiment. Human experimentation. No wonder. One party offers a method to achieve immortality, while the other provides useless bodies and a wonder Zhongjia village is littered with unattended corpses, as this sect only accepts human bodies, and the remains of expired pets, over time, are replaced one after another, ultimately leading to a chaotic ground filled with unregulated coffins. Shen An did not expect that the sky outside would still be dark, which meant she had to descend the mountain before the third night. As she pondered ahead, a voice called out directly at her. Simultaneously, the interface transmitted a message. Map as follows, please receive. Note: This map is only applicable for this round of the contract. Following the instructions, Shen An arrived at the disciples' quarters, deeply sensing the malice of the contract. There were no restrictions on entry times, nor any opening hours. Everything was ambiguous, requiring her to deduce or explore on her own. While contemplating, Shen An struck up a conversation with another disciple approaching her, engaging in a casual exchange. They opened the doors at 6 in the morning. Not bad, but Shen An turned to glance at the not-so-tall courtyard wall, and indeed spotted the eternal pairing, an ancient tree. Such a familiar setting. They were hinting at her. It would be rather impolite not to climb, just as Shen An was about to take action. Another abrupt notification from the interface rang out. Shen An? Friendly reminder. Disciples are prohibited from going out at night. This is mandatory. Shen An raised an eyebrow, suddenly feeling a strange sense of foreboding. How should she put it? This contract seemed to be a step ahead of her. Her usually sharp mind flickered with a sudden, incredulous thought. Could it be that the contract is updated in real time? Well then, in this vast world, rules reign supreme. Is her mental fortitude so strong that she truly fell asleep? That can't be true. Who is she pretending for? Is it for us? And the contract? The upstairs laughter is a bit awkward. Perhaps they scared themselves? So she really can sleep? Definitely not true. Having just witnessed such a thrilling scene, and with time so tight? That makes sense. She isn't lacking in sense. So, she fell asleep, didn't she? If her speed through the contract is lacking in sense, what does that make me? Am I a single-celled organism? Did she really fall asleep? Damn it. I can't even switch screens during a solo. Do I just have to watch her sleep? You can still look. It's dawn. What happened to Shinfiki? Is Shunfiki still around? She first followed the clues from the gray-robed disciple she had inquired about early in the morning. Dilapidated and desolate, the people were emaciated, yet the numbers were vast. The outer sect, Shen An's arrival drew countless covetous, inquisitive, and envious gazes. What exactly were they envious of? Merely her status. Shen An wandered through this refugee-like area and population, silently noting this. The gazes of these individuals were overly blatant. But due to the issues surrounding her persona, she dared not ask recklessly, and even had to observe the timing here, adhering to their promotion schedule. After a brief exchange, Shen An followed the mountain gate, finding a narrow path to conceal herself. Since it was still the same contract, certain things must still be usable, right? For example, the sounds of hurried footsteps echoed up the mountain path. She subtly signaled, and familiar shadows darted like a tempest, sweeping through the few individuals on the road. Bang! The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground rang out, and Shen An, quick-witted, darted out, swiftly scavenging the coffins on the ground amidst the swirling shadows. Then slipped away to the next intersection. Before leaving, she yanked a vast net from the sky to ensnare the individuals on the ground, binding them haphazardly to the nearby ancient tree. Apologies to the brothers and sisters. But this is to prevent any misdeeds. While the previous group futilely sought liberation, Shen An rapidly repeated her earlier actions at the subsequent intersections that end this era, who would want to collect corpses one by one. She secretly praised the quality of the hemp rope net prepared by those two gray-robed disciples. It was excellent. If she guessed correctly regarding the system's upgrade, then she must utilize everything before the system makes alterations to her storage. The pre-planned route extended beyond the mountain, and Shen An skillfully evaded every group ascending the mountain to hit a new intersection. Just as she concealed herself, familiar footsteps slowly approached again, but this time, Shen An peeked out curiously. Brother Su Tong. A younger version of Brother Su Tong? Could it be that this hidden side quest involves a journey back in time? While mulling over this, the interface chimed. Contract exploration progress, 5. In that moment, Shen An surprisingly did not immediately associate it with the contract progress. Instead, her thoughts soared to the skies, suddenly contemplating. Is there a possibility of preventing the incident in Zhongjia village? You need to pass through that a calm voice resonated in her ear. Shen An, multitasking, gestured for the other party to make a move while hurriedly urging, Chi-Chi, how did you end up here? This is the drawback of a warehouse filled with living beings. It cannot be contained. It's live streaming. Look, she has kidnapped an NPC. How impressive. She wouldn't be seeking death for attention, would she? I'm just an ordinary person. I love to watch, so I'll place my bets. Not optimistic, challenging the contract rules is courting death. I'm withdrawing my bet. The hidden bigwig gradually emerges, deceiving and robbing corpses along the way. I want to see a fighting scene. Unfortunately, laughing to death, Shen An achieved today as KPI through the power of robbery. I don't like passive employees. Using 1's brain doesn't require much effort. Chapter 34. Night of the Return of Souls, 18. 97, 97, 99, 112, 113, 114. A calm tone resonated before the tree, counting to the end with a hint of relief. However, the sheer number compared to the corpses themselves could not be considered equally horrifying. Yet Shen An, laden with a full batch of goods, was more concerned about something else. The frequently operating yet massive sect factory was only now barely revealing the tip of the iceberg. The mountain path stretched on, and bending down, one could see a misty residue. Unaware of how many more assembly lines were transporting goods along the way. Undoubtedly, at this moment, Shen An clearly had other matters to attend to. Congratulations to you, Zhu Jianquan, Zhu Xianxian. Shen An paused briefly at the task handover location. Observing the similarly pallid and numb-faced figure clad in yellow robes before her, half immersed in the dimly lit room, two wooden plaques stood at the entrance. On the left, Zhu Jianquan, and on the right, Zhu Xianxian, resembling a brainwashing mantra that firmly entrapped every individual within the sect. Zhu Jianquan? Without further contemplation, the sights and sounds that Shen An had encountered upon arriving here were sufficient to confirm a singular truth. The disciples of the sect bore a grave affliction. Thus, she dared to speculate boldly. Could it be that Zhu Xianxian had been brainwashed into becoming a cog in the industrial chain? In other words, within the cave, whether it be the reclining Xianxian or the bustling Xianxian. Hence, the urgent flattery from the lower-tier disciples and the demands for tasks from the mid-tier disciples. Might they stem from some unspoken agreement? After all, the sect needed to recruit new members, with such a vast number of individuals. What was their method for recruitment? Could it perhaps involve healing ailments? Shen An muttered to herself. Contract exploration level 15. How truly? She rarely found herself doubting her own reasoning. Collecting numbers under the guise of curing a malignant disease. Dispatching personnel under the pretext of upgrading treatments, simultaneously gathering corpses from the outside for experimentation while utilizing disciples who succumbed to the disease for more experiments. The results benefiting the disciples who achieved upgrades. The surplus manpower was either engaged within the sect or outside of it. Could it really be this simple? Shen An lowered her gaze, silently scrutinizing the yellow robe she had just received, along with a specially crafted wooden token. The token allowed one to collect 3 medicinal pills monthly from a designated location within the sect, ostensibly for strengthening the body. The progress subtly aligned with her expectations. And Shen An felt a surge of anticipation. From the recent interception of cargo, she had discerned that the so-called persona of the contract was, in fact, largely skewed towards the regulations of the sect. Adaptable and variable, with the interface offering prompts, so what was there to fear? If the panel issued a warning for OOC, she could simply withdraw. As she continued forward, a sudden wave of dizziness overtook her. Shen An paused briefly and chanced upon a few drops of blood splattering onto the stone path. Was this an addition to the persona? She paid it no mind, casually wiping away the nosebleed and proceeding towards her destination with an air of indifference. She needed to hasten. The progress is swift. This contract feels remarkably tranquil. Could the hidden background be a welfare zone? Simpler? Do your thoughts not even process? Surely there isn't a greater danger lurking in the shadows. The time has passed its midpoint. What constitutes the safest place? It is often said that the most perilous location is, paradoxically, the most secure. However, this most dangerous also has its nuances. It must lie beneath one's very eyelids while remaining exceedingly concealed. Thus, the Chamber of Secrets became the favored subject of authors throughout history, as reality alone could inspire such myriad tales of those who fell before it. Even when crafting a narrative involving a secret chamber, she possessed ample theories and factual support. Shen An stood before an imposing courtyard, heavily guarded. Should she misinterpret this, she would still have time to survey several other suspect locations. That it was rumored that within this courtyard resided only 2 figures clad in purple robes, the sect leader and his favored disciple. However, the core was not so easily accessible. As anticipated, the moment Shen An took a step forward, she was halted by a disciple at the entrance. Who goes there? This is not a place for you. Shen An's expression darkened slightly, ready to unleash Chi. Utilitarianism reigned supreme, for Chi had mentioned that those shadowy figures seemed to be gradually dissipating, likely having lost their advantage. Suddenly, her gaze fixated on a nearby, purple-robed individual. A young man who had also noticed Shen, and his eyes widened in surprise as he approached with quick strides. "Greetings, Brother Zhang." The guards promptly bowed to the purple-robed man. Brother Zhang nodded reservedly. Yet his gaze lingered on Shen. How peculiar. Shen An remained unflustered, casting a sidelong glance at him. Just as she was about to act amidst the approaching guards, Brother Zhang intervened. "Junior sister has inadvertently wandered into this place. Might I have the fortune of inviting her to share a meal?" His eyes fixated intently on Shen An's fair visage. Shen An held her breath. A standard operation. A standard operation. His unabashed gaze was far too direct. Does this sect only nurture naive and sweet individuals? Subsequently, she was effortlessly ushered into the courtyard. Shen An's wariness heightened. She was eager to discern the intentions of this purple-robed senior brother. Was the food palatable? Brother Zhang's gaze burned with intensity, fixated on her. Shen An confirmed that the meal posed no apparent threat. As Brother Zhang took his first bite, she too began to eat with unreserved grace. "Quite good," succinctly stated. She was indeed hungry. Brother Zhang's eyes sparkled with delight as he shyly remarked, "If it tastes good, do indulge more, Shen An." The peculiar sensation grew ever more pronounced. A horror stage? A mindless drama? I am but a simple dog. I revel in watching. Shen An had not anticipated that her entry into the courtyard would be so effortless, leading her to question her own deductions. "Brother Zhang, the master seeks you, for a matter." A disciple rushed in, urgency permeating his tone, just as Shen An was about to concoct an excuse to venture alone, outside the scene. Whether by coincidence or trap, the opportunity lay before her, and Shen An would not let it slip by. She would search as needed. Nightfall was imminent. Shen An's eyes glimmered with a frenzied smile. Potent enough to be palpable, she now felt increasingly certain that the contract was perhaps undergoing a significant upgrade, as there were numerous loopholes to exploit, such as the disciples being forbidden to venture out at night. The time was nearly ripe, yet this time, her panel failed to issue reminders or warnings. According to the overarching rules, there should have been prompts. However, Shen An's gaze held an inscrutable meaning. She did not venture out, but remained within the courtyard, merely in another's domain. This could be considered a blessing. Of course, she silently admonished herself that once she exited this contract, there would be no going back, for on the surface, the contract had escalated. She had always prepared herself for the worst-case scenario. Shen An quietly extended her hand, pushing open the door before her. Chapter 35. Night of the Soul, 19. The courtyard was expansive, with numerous rooms. Shen An systematically examined several chambers, ultimately focusing her attention on the study. This was her final point of suspicion. The entrance was heavily guarded, yet that did not mean the interior was equally fortified. After all, secrets must be shielded from the masses. She carefully rummaged through various items on the shelves, and indeed, as she rotated a particular ornament, a thunderous sound echoed as the wall shifted. A secret chamber. However, the coldness in Shen An's eyes flickered momentarily. She keenly heard a multitude of footsteps running and shouting outside, and the direction was precisely where she stood. The sound of footsteps outside the study carried a chaotic urgency. She could not comprehend why those outside did not enter. Were they planning to encircle her? With a swift thought, Shen An darted into the secret chamber. Inside, the air was thick with dust, the flickering flames casting shadows. But the stench of blood was no less potent than when she first arrived at the cave, all of which became clear upon her sighting the corpses strewn across the ground. One after another, the yellow-robed disciples lay in gruesome states. Their bodies sprawled haphazardly on the floor. Strangely, these did not seem like corpses that had been moved here, but rather like living beings that had desperately attempted to escape, only to perish midway. Shen An could not help but wonder if the rare item she had initially heard about was somehow connected to this secret chamber. Could it be that the sect's members could not control this so-called rare item? She meticulously examined the bodies on the ground. The signs of clawing and biting were alarmingly evident, though the bite marks appeared somewhat dull. Was this rare item lacking in dental prowess, regardless of its quality? Shen An became even more cautious. After all, the group gathered outside the study dared not venture in, which implied that the entity capable of inflicting harm might still be present. She carefully selected a sword from the ground that caught her eye. Proceeding along the wall, and at yet another prolonged intersection, she suddenly heard a faint but urgent gasp. Was there still someone alive? Shen An's mind raced, and she swiftly shifted her form. What troubles you? Senior brother? The half-broken tone, coupled with the hurried footsteps, vividly portrayed the image of a fellow disciple rushing to lend support. The individual on the ground was drenched in blood, rendering his allegiance indiscernible. He grasped Shen An's arm tightly, silently mouthing words, yet could only emit a hoarse sound. Fear not, senior brother. Shen An deftly retrieved her phone. Glancing at the time, I shall capture what lies within and avenge you. In an instant, Shen An completed her assessment of the individual before her, confirming the current time and scanning for any anomalies in the surroundings. Then, without leaving a trace, resolutely extricated herself from the tight grip on her arm, feigning ignorance to the gasping sounds behind her, plunging into the darkness. Absurd! This cave was so extensive that merely walking through it could take her until the third day. With this thought, she recognized that the most merciful aspect of the contract lay in its synchronization of time flow with reality. Once she dealt with the contents of this secret chamber, she would be nearing completion. After all, it was the third day. She has yet to encounter a deadlock. The narrative flows too smoothly. I find it quite comfortable, yet it lacks a touch of horror. Pray for a grand finale. Laughing to death. Will she extract information, then leave in a huff? Thus, the conclusion should reward a deadly combat scenario. As Shen An ventured deeper into the cavern, the number of corpses she encountered increased, and her expression grew more solemn, indicating that the difficulty of her assassination mission was escalating. However, what if the turning wheels had exhausted the monsters? Gripping her sword, Shen An summoned Chi-Chi. The little girl's face tightened as she surveyed the surroundings, exchanging a glance with Shen An. A flicker of surprise crossed Shen An's eyes. Was it already over? Upon receiving the confirmation, her eyes narrowed. What a pity! Chi-Chi raised her eyebrows slightly, mistaking Shen An's expression for disappointment, and said, Along is still here. A hint of rare pride seeped into her tone. Along is quite formidable. Shen An chuckled. All right then, I'll just wait for you to keep me safe. After amusing the child, the path ahead appeared clearer. Following her downward trajectory, this secret chamber must be situated underground. Greetings, senior brother, she called out to another patrol of disciples. That a glint of deep light flashed in Zhang's eyes as he instructed. You all should head that way and investigate more closely. He pointed in a direction, emphasizing the importance of the newly arrived rarity, which must not be mishandled. Yes, as the other disciples moved away, Zhang raised his gaze to the dimming daylight, his ordinary features momentarily obscured by a ruthless glimmer. No one could thwart me. Shen An halted in a space of no more than 30 to 40 square meters, which felt spacious compared to the passage she had traversed earlier. Indeed, within the chamber stood a cage, over 2 meters in length, width and height, clearly designed to imprison something that moment. The iron door of the cage swung wide open, seemingly torn apart by some violent force. Shen An remained still since she had stopped, her brows furrowed as she lifted her eyelids, silently staring at the colossal creature lurking in the corner. Indeed, it was a monster. The shadow in the corner, although curled up due to its injuries, emitted a strange whimper. Its rough fur and the abrupt horns on its head were unlike anything Shen An had ever encountered. Even in the classic of mountains and seas, surely, it couldn't be a mutated creature. Though injured, the beast stirred with a fierce spirit, roaring weakly at Shen An, its voice so frail it seemed it might expire at any moment. Shen An raised an eyebrow. Was this her final task? No. Calming herself, she stealthily approached the wall's base, signaling for Chi-Chi to advance to the front. Oh, indeed, this time, the hoarse sounds were accompanied by a frenzied clamor of running and the reckless force of a charge. Dressed in yellow robes, with white eyes and drooling mouths, she deftly avoided them while coldly dispatching a group, taking advantage of the brief respite to ponder whether these were the individuals from the passage earlier. Did they rise from the dead? They must have already perished. Shen An pressed her sword forward, slicing through with force, yet no blood spattered. The attackers, grotesque and decayed, collapsed with a thud. The numbers continued to swell. She glanced towards the passageway, rolling away to repel the assailants outside, elegantly clearing her back with a few swift strikes, facing directly towards the corridor. As the saying goes, a single warrior can hold the pass against 1,000. Due to the constraints of the area, only a few managed to squeeze through the opening, easily dispatched by Shen An's swift blade. Occasionally, a rogue or two would break free, yet she could swiftly subdue them. However, as time passed, her stamina inevitably waned. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of the monster in the corner. As its breathing grew shallower, she swiftly snatched a sword from one of the walking corpses and hurled it at the creature. Her complete logical chain did not permit a single gap. What if the task required her to personally slay the creature rather than simply allowing it to perish? Indeed, with the throw of her sword. The number of corpses at the passage's entrance diminished in tandem with her kills. Yet Shen An felt an unsettling dissonance. Chapter 36, Soul Returning Night 20. In typical games, shouldn't she be slaying the boss while all the lesser foes fall? Yet here, the situation was Shen An severed the last head. It felt as though someone intercepted from behind. Blinking innocently amidst the heap of dismembered limbs, she smiled. Perhaps I am truly overthinking this. Actually, I'm quite curious. I've heard you all refer to her as a newcomer, yet her skills resemble those of a seasoned veteran. What nonsense, what is wrong with Sister An's prowess? I'm also very curious about what she actually does. Such skills are terrifying. Did anyone hear Shen An emphasize the words yellow robes just now? Is there something special about these yellow-robed individuals? Has she completed the task? I'm very interested in the NPC ending she possesses. Let us not end up with nothing for our efforts. Am I to consider this task completed? Shen An pondered. The contract stipulated that if the narrative progress was fully explored, she could exit the contract early. But if the contract period had elapsed and the narrative exploration exceeded half, she could safely exit as well. However, if the contract period expired without reaching even half of the narrative exploration, it would be automatically deemed a failure, leading to unfavorable outcomes. Shen An reflected on the fact that many aspects of this contract's background remained unexplored, yet the mandatory task of descending the mountain compelled her to set off early. Based on the previous day's journey, she estimated she had about an hour left to linger within the sect. Thus, could the sudden transformation of the yellow-robed individuals be related to the pills received monthly? Perhaps the sect had certain regulations, such as prohibiting experiments on living subjects. For those who possess even a slight understanding know that the experimental effects between corpses and living beings differ significantly, with the latter often being exponentially more potent, especially in terms of precision and various reaction tests. That pill, to some extent, could elicit responses. The black-robed disciples were likely denied such privileges because they had yet to earn their place. One was to test loyalty, while another, if it involved a terminal illness, conducting human experiments would likely hold little value. The vibrations from the panel's notifications were as expected. Shen An articulated her suspicions, partly to increase the narrative exploration for the contract, and partly to entertain the spectators beyond the panel, as providing an enjoyable viewing experience for the stakeholders was also a means of earning points. However, this passive involvement in the contract carried inherent risks. She unconsciously rubbed her necklace, feeling the urgency to find a way out quickly. Her boyfriend was missing. Chi was now navigating the contract panel with increasing ease. She grabbed Shen An, who was about to turn away, with a hint of grievance. "Ah Wong is gone." Shen An fell silent. She wasn't particularly adept at comforting children, but since Chi was under her care, she gently placed her hand on Chi's head, preparing to say something when she suddenly heard a familiar whimper. "Shen An?" Before she could brace herself, a creature the size of a normal dog leaped towards Chi, joyfully bouncing and pawing. Chi. "Ah Wong." Shen An pondered, suppressing her thoughts, and pointed at the creature stumbling with a vacant expression. What did your Ah Wong look like before? White with black fur, blue eyes, and a little flame on top. With a smirk, she remarked, "A husky. No wonder it looks a bit dim-witted." Shen An earnestly patted Chi. "Keep an eye on it, otherwise it might slip away." Chi. "Also be careful. That creature is bleeding, and treatment is urgent." Chi. Subsequently, Shen An, initially intending to exit, sat down to organize the storyline. During the soul-returning night, the shadows remained in a spectral state. Yet to them, it felt no different from a physical form. They could be attacked and could retaliate against the shadows. However, what baffled her most was the village chief's formation, though the sacrifices changed. The formation remained constant throughout. Did this imply that the formation itself merely served as a conduit for soul exchange? As is well known, souls are incredibly fragile. Once separated from the body, they cannot endure for long before dissipating. Thus, the sacrifices were merely to enhance the solidity of the soul. Similarly, might there exist souls inherently solid enough to withstand a transition without a sacrifice, just as the shadows, which could be attacked due to the dungeon's settings. And the existence of the shadows themselves served as a form of indication, the village chief's mention of Wang's suffering. Aside from soul exchange, could there be another possibility, subjected to human experimentation upon entering a body? Existence is rational. The contract felt overwhelmingly tangible. It was as though a world undeniably real existed within reality, merely magnified and distorted by the contract. Thus, Shen An abruptly stood, her gaze sharpened, and without bidding farewell to Chi-Chi, she thrust the girl into the panel. Rare commodities. Naturally, a responsive living subject was rare. Shen An, without hesitation, at the final moment of deciding to descend the mountain, approached the fellow sect member who had initially survived. In the blink of an eye, before the other could react, her hand struck again. At that instant, the panel's notification chimed. Employee Shen An, mission to eliminate the creature within the secret chamber completed. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. There is still a narrative in the previous contract. Who could have anticipated this? How surprising that the pier is the rare treasure. How intriguing. She just mentioned that the bite was rather dull. Yet how could a human bite not be dull? It's merely the actions of an animal. Invest, invest, invest. Alas, the memories of the deceased assail me once more. Those animals are so pitiable. Shen An is truly heartless. She has slain that unfortunate creature. Do the staff not wish to live? Moreover, which is preferable, being subjected to human experimentation or this? Chi-Chi, Shen An strolled down the mountain path, smiling as she observed Wang and Chi-Chi, who had just finished bandaging their wounds and were eager to frolic. Do you know why the creatures captured by the people of Zhongjia village are all pets? Shen An shrugged. I do not know either. By the way, why have we not encountered anyone on our descent today? Are you changing the subject? Chi-Chi gazed up, seemingly fixated on this answer. I truly do not know. Could it be because Zhongjia reverses to pet? Well, I merely pondered this question during my review. As Shen An's mind wandered with her own inquiry, thoughts of dead cats hanging from trees and dead dogs abandoned in the water flashed through her mind, and she inadvertently exclaimed, It has already acknowledged the name you bestowed. How could it still remember your malice? What did you say? Chi-Chi seemed to have caught something in her words. Nothing, just some small conjectures. Let us go. Chapter 37. Night of the Soul, 21. Did anyone hear clearly what Shen An said at the end? It was disjointed. I have no idea what it meant. In summary, it implies that pets do not remember their owner's malice. I understand. That method does not guarantee human safety. Capturing wild ones risks backlash. Upon reflection, my tears hold no value. Those people truly deserve death. At the highest point of the sect, the soul master in purple robes lay prostrate on the steps leading to the heavens, his disheveled robe stained with filthy blood, which flowed profusely from the gaping wound in his chest. The master's face, contorted with bulging veins, had long since lost all breath. Beneath the steps lay countless disciples in gray and yellow robes, some hunched and emaciated, others numb and somber. Yet all had met their demise on the spot, a dense array of corpses strewn about. One might say these individuals, despite their flaws, could collectively overpower an elephant. In the area where the crowd was most chaotic, a light cough indicated the position of the sole survivor. Brother Zhang coughed up another mouthful of blood, and in the waning sunlight, he coldly observed the rising flames. The fire blazed even brighter than the daylight. His body was covered in blood, and he continued to cough violently, expelling shattered internal organs, glaring fiercely at the most intense flames, which were once the bustling site of the sex experiments. With a thud, after yet another failed attempt to stand, Brother Zhang spat. It's just that one cannot go out of character. As she is so astute, she'll soon deduce the truth of the contract. This cannot become a regret. Has it turned a bit redder? The panel's notification chimed at that moment. The sect too had humble beginnings that in the whispers of lore. It is said to have been founded by a severely ill individual or by a group of altruistic individuals, the truth of which is now lost to time. What is certain is that within the constraints of sect rules, it flourished increasingly as time progressed. The rules gradually shifted, altered, the slogans remained, yet the essence faded from public knowledge. Ultimately, the mountains can find them. If one cannot maintain the balance of deviation, the original intent becomes the rarest of treasures in this world. Shen An, amidst the dizzying transport, belatedly realized, does this hidden storyline offer point rewards? How careless, the panel chimed again. First place. Shen, main quest reward 1,000 points. Party A's investment, 10377, reward, 103 points. Individual main quest contract and hidden exploration reach 100, additional reward, 80 points. Main quest completed, reward, 50 points. Successfully concluded 2 contracts, reward, 100 points. Total reward, 1,333 points. Second place. Ru Xiao, main quest reward, 500 points. Investment, 2845, reward, 28 points. Total reward, 528 points. Third place. Fu Yang, main quest reward, 300 points. Investment, 979, reward, 9 points. Total reward, 309 points. Deceased staff, Du Ling Feng, Wang Wei, Ding Xiaoxi, Zhao Lulu, Qian Yuan Liang, Zhou Sheng Lu Man. Thank you all for successfully completing the contract. Rewards have been issued to the panel. Please check. B-level contracts are wonderful. The total rewards are calculated for us. C-level contracts can be neglected. After all, money is paramount. I spent several times the cost of a D-level contract just to witness a B-level contract. Goodness, is Shen An really considered a newcomer, earning such a bounty of extra points from a B-level contract? Completing the 2 contracts in their entirety, I feel something is amiss. Surely she has yet to finish some steps. In individual contracts, our perspective follows the staff. Could there be some hidden lines automatically completed under her influence? That possibility cannot be ruled out. How do you know she will definitely have a reward in items? Do you think items are commonplace? What if its black screen indicating the contract has completely ended and the staff has exited? Regardless of whether she has it, once she uses it in the contract. We'll all know. I quite admire Shen An's operations and plan to pursue her next steps. As for me, I heard there are a few higher-ups planning to initiate contracts soon. I am currently saving up money. What the parties were discussing remained unknown to Shen An, for she was preoccupied with the phrase completing the contracts in their entirety. How could it possibly be 100% completed? Moreover, the term conclude invoked a faintly familiar, warm sensation from a necklace, and Shen An's eyes brightened as she simultaneously heard the panel's voice. Item detected. Grievance blade, that a permanent attack-type item, capable of severing hair with a mere breath. And the inflicted wound cannot heal under normal conditions. IT consumes a significant amount of the staff's mental energy and is applicable throughout the contract. Note, must recognize the master, cannot be lent. At last, an offensive item had appeared. Shen An's eyes sparkled with excitement, her attention swiftly diverted. The curved blade was petite, merely the length of her palm. The silver crescent blade gleamed, while the handle was a deep crimson, with indistinct dark energy swirling around its unknown patterns. Shen An grasped the handle tightly. A sharp pain surged through her veins, and a smile crept across her face that in unprecedented sharpness and coldness graced her usually smiling visage, hinting at something dangerous ready to emerge from the depths in this standoff. The blade seemed to tremble slightly as the encroaching dark energy rushed toward Shen An, entwining her slender fingers, but in mere seconds. It retreated, transforming into a gentle, compliant stream of energy. Shen An, holding this spirit-infused blade, expressed her utmost satisfaction. However, this time, more murmurs arose from the staff who brushed past her. Unified news. Shen An ultimately did not get the chance to see her workstation. Congratulations, staff. You have reached 1,000 points. Title upgraded to B-level, comprehensive supervisor. The evaluation transformed to as a pillar of strength. You stride forth with confidence, yet tread carefully. Above you are the elite. Below you lies the origin. Reward granted. Enclosed private office space, complete with a lounge. Leader tasks can now be initiated. More options await your exploration. Note, due to the leader's death, you have been automatically unbound from leader Wang Wei. Would you like to seek a new leader? Without hesitation, Shen An pressed, "No," and in the next moment, when prompted, "Would you like to teleport to the office?" She pressed confirm, and in an instant, Shen An appeared in an office space of approximately 30 square meters that a simple sofa, desk, and chairs were all present, and her friend list now included Ru Zhao's application, which she confirmed without hesitation. Yet, she noticed two unread messages. Upon seeing the contents above, she was mostly taken aback. Chapter 38. Night of the Soul 22. Ability 1. There is a minuscule chance of commanding the pet Wang to execute tasks, but it may lead to chaos and unintended consequences. Staff are advised to use with caution. Shen An, is this ability to be granted so begrudgingly? If so, I might as well forego it. However, Shen An chuckled, releasing Chi, and under the latter's puzzled gaze, she jovially remarked, "You can't just come out at will anymore, can you?" Then her smile faltered as she caught sight of the final message on the panel. "Dear staff, this contract upgrade is complete. All manual data has been updated. Please review carefully." Behind every absurd regulation, there must have been an even more outrageous incident. Henceforth, one cannot bring items casually, can they? On the expressionless visage of Chi, there lingered a hint of sardonic mockery. Shen An remarked, "Isn't this rather too obvious? By the way, there is something I need to discuss with you." Chi buried herself into the sofa, stating, "There will be no more Zhongjia village in the future." Shen An, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean?" "It means I will no longer be coming out with you, nor will I return. They have vanished, and I should have too." "Disappear?" "Yes." Chi nodded, her hand instinctively resting over her heart. "I am part of that contract." "Wait," Shen An focused. "Are you implying that, for some reason, the contract you were involved in has ceased to exist?" Chi appeared bewildered. "I am not entirely certain, but I can sense that everyone is quite happy." Shen An contemplated further, recalling the conclusion during the contract evaluation. She asked Chi, "Do you remember when you were there?" At the sight of Chi shaking her head, a flicker of clarity crossed Shen An's eyes, indicating that the termination of the contract, in a certain sense, also meant sealing it away. Is it a cause for joy? The dissolution of one party's obsession certainly warrants celebration. Shen An silently resolved, if possible, to explore the contracts thoroughly in the future, particularly the terminated ones. As a novelist, her meticulous nature would inevitably lead her to draw connections to the material she had previously researched. Could it be possible that the world within the contract bears some relation to reality? The more she pondered, the more unsettling it became. Eager to divert her thoughts, she called upon her long-unspoken boyfriend in her mind. A soft chuckle returned. "Have you finally remembered me?" The tone was light yet affectionate. Shen Fiki's voice was somewhat soft. "This contract has some substance. We were separated before I even spent a few days with you." Shen An couldn't help but laugh. "Indeed, the contracts are quite unfriendly to young couples. Did you like me engage in role-playing?" She pivoted the conversation. The pride and buoyancy in Shen Fiki's tone were barely concealed. "Xiaoan, you are always so astute." Their exchange remained succinct, that a flicker of peculiarity crossed Shen An's gaze. Just as she was about to probe further, she sensed Shen Fiki's voice becoming increasingly faint. "I am so tired. Let us rest and continue our conversation later." She too needed to strategize for what lay ahead. Presently, her total points stood at 1848, allowing her to choose from contracts of grades B, C, and D. However, in terms of cost-effectiveness, she would likely opt for B-grade contracts moving forward. Completing a B-grade contract would grant her nearly half a month's respite. Yet, she did not intend to rest for the full duration. Just a few days would suffice before she plunged into the next contract, as she was someone in dire need of points. Outside, countless C and D-grade employees toiled. Lacking sufficient strength, one could traverse 10 or 20 contracts without ascending a single level. The prolonged exhaustion and immense pressure dulled her desires. Yet when the deadline approached, she was thrust into contracts. Or perhaps her aspirations remained vivid, only to perish in the next contract, sinking to the bottom. Shen An was determined not to impede her progress. Her aspirations loomed ahead, continuously guiding and reminding her to neither rush nor linger, but to proceed from the heart, simultaneously, at the company's upper echelons. Inside the opulent office, a more spacious and lavish lounge awaited, complete with an entire floor of amenities dedicated to the company president. The man stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, tall and imposing, yet his inscrutable gaze rendered him enigmatic and unfathomable. Shen An, the ultra-S-grade president, outpaced the directors in points by several streets, consistently holding the top position on the leaderboard. A knock resonated with the sound of a door being tapped, and Shen Tian's expression quickly morphed into a nonchalant demeanor. A playful smile gracing his lips. "Come in." However, the entering secretary dared not underestimate him. Instead, she walked with heightened caution, instinctively straightening her posture. "President, here is the information you requested last time. Please review it." Shen Tian accepted it, his peripheral vision catching the tense secretary, and he teased with a smile, "Xiao Chun, am I truly that intimidating?" Faced with his increasingly close visage, Xiao Chun retreated a few steps, her voice trembling slightly yet confidently assertive. "Not at all. President, you are remarkably handsome, charming, and extraordinarily capable. I am utterly awestruck by your commanding presence." It was amusing. She had triumphed over a multitude of A-grade managers to emerge victorious through rigorous selection. She was well aware of how her predecessors had fared. Despite the president's flirtatious appearance, if one engaged with him, he would dismiss them. Regardless, maintaining her boundaries while focusing on her career was paramount. After all, being under the president's wing meant her monthly bonus points were quite substantial. With a stoic expression, Xiao Chen's mind buzzed with enthusiasm. "How tedious. Have I climbed this high?" He sighed inwardly. "Do I have any upcoming schedules?" "Cancel them all." Xiao Chun hurriedly accessed the panel. "Since the completion of your last contract, you have rested for over half a year. You could extend your break by 2 months. Last week, I informed you that I arranged for a celebratory S-grade contract in a month, which should also be canceled." Shen Tian scrutinized the paper's contents. "I need to free up time over the next 2 months to review some contract videos." In the understated yet luxurious space, Shen Tian found himself alone, the storm brewing in his eyes, both tumultuous and intricate. Chapter 39. No One Survives 1. "Have you heard? Someone exploited a loophole during the recent contract adjustments." "In what way? Do tell. What impact could that have? How could someone exploit a loophole?" "Isn't that the truth? For such a colossal entity, finding vulnerabilities must require extraordinary skill. Regardless, I've heard they plan to sift through all the data before this evening. By then, the loophole will be patched." During this time, Shen An leisurely explored the company from the first to the fourth floors. After all, as a B-grade employee, she could access every floor beneath her own. While ascending was currently off-limits, the most frequent topic she encountered recently was the so-called system infiltration. During the debugging period, she felt no guilt. Old data was bound to be upgraded, and this time would merely lead to the next. Instead, she found herself curious about the intruder, leaning towards the notion that it was the work of an organized effort. But this was of no concern to her. Wasn't it said that a solution would be found by evening? As she pondered, she noticed a message from Fu Yang. Upon answering, Fu Yang's face appeared on the screen. "Njie, have you heard? The system has..." He began to divulge the gossip he had heard outside, but was promptly interrupted. Shen An gently suggested, "There's no need for delayed news." Fu Yang hesitated for a moment before realizing that Shen An's surroundings seemed to indicate she was outside, understanding immediately. If he could hear it, why should Shen An be left in the dark? He had initially thought Shen An was a homebody, concerned she might miss out on information. After all, what if she charged headlong into a contract like last time? Encountering a similar deadlock? Satisfied with the clarification, Fu Yang cheerfully bid farewell to Shen An. "And I'll come by for dinner tonight." In the past few days, not only had she utilized the panel to familiarize herself with the various contract systems, but she also engaged in a candid conversation with her boyfriend, Shen Fiki. The dialogue was straightforward and unambiguous. "Shen An, how did you die?" Shen Fiki. "Ambushed." "Shen An, in what manner?" Shen Fiki. "I can't say for now." "You'll be in danger." "Shen An, how did you end up in this necklace?" Shen Fiki. "I also don't know." "Shen An, if you had to guess." Shen Fiki. "I guess it was the drug administered before my death." "Shen An, it seems you've crossed paths with a formidable organization." Shen Fiki. "Shen An, are you silent because you're afraid I might be targeted by that organization too?" Shen Fiki. "Shen An, why would they want to target you? What information did you uncover?" Shen Fiki. "Shen An, are they still pursuing you?" Shen An, it's too late to be quiet now." Fu Yang arrived early to seek out Shen An. Although his authority did not extend to the fourth floor, he could gain access if invited. Accompanying him were Ru Xiao and Chi Chi Chi. The four of them procured some ingredients from the living area on the fourth floor, preparing to enjoy a hot pot together. The company premises were far more expansive than they appeared from the outside. Each floor boasted its own living and entertainment areas, naturally requiring points for any purchases or indulgences. Fortunately, the prices in the current world were exceedingly low, as long as they were not linked to contracts that a fish or a pound of meat cost no more than a single point, much to Shen An's satisfaction. Moreover, Ru Xiao had offered to treat for this meal as a token of gratitude for the progress Shen An had made in the previous contract. She regarded Ru Xiao with the same admiration one might reserve for a promising junior. Willingly accepting, "Sister, are we eating a bit early?" Fu Yang chuckled. "It's barely afternoon." Shen An shot him a speechless glance as he hastily swallowed a piece of pork tenderloin. "Could you repeat that?" amidst their playful banter. Time flew by, marked most noticeably by the fact that they had finished their meal before the sun had even set. Even the sage couldn't help but chuckle, indicating that tonight's late-night feast was inevitable. Amidst the laughter, a rare lightheartedness spread as Chi urged the disheveled group to hastily gather their belongings. Suddenly, an odd mechanical screech pierced the air, recently attuned to the sounds of the panel. Shen An immediately pinpointed the source. What was wrong with the panel? The specifics of the panel's malfunction remained elusive, but it was clear that their situation was far from favorable. As the familiar sensation of dizziness lingered in her mind, Shen An began to develop a phobia of this occurrence. Here we go again? Wasn't this the prelude to entering a contract? Did she never have a contract that unfolded leisurely? Welcome to the sea-level large-scale competitive role-playing contract. No one survived. This contract commences with 500 participants, divided into 10 groups, proceeding simultaneously across different timelines, with 50 individuals per group. All staff will undergo character selection. Please note that the exploration progress and character development are of utmost importance. A gentle reminder for competitive contracts. The exploration success rate will be determined by competitive performance. Achieving 80 exploration progress will deem this round a success. Only the top 20 participants will be considered successful, while the remaining staff will be deemed failures. Deaths occurring within the contract will be reported in real time. In an instant, cries of despair filled the air. Why was she suddenly thrust into a contract? Help! 500 individuals vying for 20 survival spots. Is the contract insane? Let me out. I do not wish to enter the contract. Let me go. This is blatant coercion. Shen An, was this a trap for failing to catch a bug? That rumored data that could be cleared by evening. Could it be a final retaliation before demise? Such a large-scale contract was clearly not something to be initiated lightly, regardless of the protests and doubts from the crowd. The familiar notification chime from the panel resonated once more. On the panel, the title of sea-level contract, "No One Survived," gradually emerged, the seal opening. The prelude to the large-scale contract was presented in a short film. On the damp, uneven concrete path, hurried footsteps echoed. "Please, don't kill me. Don't kill me." The young voice, hoarse and uncertain, belonged to a student clad in a blue and white striped uniform, sprinting through the deserted campus, as if some monstrous entity were pursuing him. Strangely, he did not head towards the office or classrooms, but instead opted for remote routes. The rain-soaked concrete was riddled with potholes, reflecting the moonlight which appeared slightly yellow, rendering visibility exceedingly poor. Not long after the figure vanished into the darkness, a heavy thud signaled a fall, plunging the surroundings back into silence. As night fell, the sound of running footsteps echoed once more. This time, a terrified girl stumbled midway. Yet, as if compelled, she gritted her teeth and rose again, plunging into the encroaching darkness. Another thud resounded, but on the third day, the vibrant campus life resumed as usual. On the fourth day, laughter and chatter filled the air. At night, a student dashed past. On the fifth day, the sixth day, transmitting, "Please wait." Chapter 40, No One Survived. 2. Shen An found herself seated in a classroom, surrounded by peers. The history teacher, with a Mediterranean flair, spoke incessantly at the podium, while cicadas chirped in the afternoon sun. Students drowsy in stark contrast to the enthusiastic instructor on the left side of the blackboard. The countdown to the college entrance exam read 63 days, while the right corner noted today's duty roster. Luo Qing, a gust of wind creaked the blue-green classroom door, the ceiling's plaster flaking ominously, and the garish red and green bulletin board was glaringly unattractive. Concealed behind her book, Shen An discreetly accessed the panel. The character she had drawn was that of a shy individual. Key points for the shy character. 1. No sentence may exceed 5 words. 2. That speaking must not exceed 50 words per minute. 3. That interrupting others is strictly prohibited. Additional character traits are for personal exploration. Shen An, setting aside other considerations. She could already sense a palpable malice from this character role that on the contract page, the bold letters spelling "No one survived" hovered over a dark-toned campus, the marble surface at the entrance adorned with cobwebs bearing the words Chui Lan High School. The desolate backdrop, illuminated only by a flickering candlelight from the security booth at the entrance. Truly, it felt quite deserted. Outside, the bewildered clients, more confused than the staff, rushed in to watch, their numbers reaching an unprecedented tens of thousands. They hurried over in a panic, nearly missing it. I heard several rising stars have entered. A curious phenomenon. Despite no promotion, the crowd is extraordinarily large. I've heard many newcomers operating at level 6 lately. A horde of die-hard fans. Let us see if their bets will sway each other. Watching the spectacle unfold, 10 groups proceeding simultaneously. Those with matching character roles will have the opportunity for comparison. Given the identical settings. Though managing 10 split screens is exhausting, I can handle it. Aling, give it your all for Mom. So can I. Watch my darling's spectacular moves while critiquing the others' performances. Die-hard fans are terrifying. Please refrain from dragging others down. Thank you. Look at the characters they've drawn. How peculiar. Indeed, this time, as the class bell rang, the unified notification regarding the contract also resounded. All right, let me explain one more topic. The history teacher, spewing forth with enthusiasm, predictably extended the class time. Several supplementary notes regarding the contract. No one survived. 1. This contract must be completed within 1 month. Early completion will allow for an earlier conclusion. 2. This is a C-level contract. Upon completion, the staff member with the highest comprehensive ranking will receive 500 points, while others will be rewarded in decreasing order. A gentle reminder, executing the character role is mandatory. Each staff member has 3 opportunities for OOC, out-of-character, actions. Exceeding 3 will result in contract failure. The survival numbers for each group are now announced. Group 1, 50-50. Group 2, 50-50. Group 10, 50-50. Simultaneously, the 9 other staff members who drew the same shy character as Shen An were in different locations. Observing the newly displayed panel notifications, Group 4, a C-level bearded staff member expressed his dissatisfaction, exclaiming, "You shy people." Personal panel notifications chimed. Warning. 1 instance of OOC behavior. Bearded staff member. In the last 2 minutes of class, Shen An took a stroll down the hallway. Class 3-2, she silently noted, and without a doubt, the venue for this contract would be at Chui Lan High School, which seemed to be a boarding institution, where she nominally had 49 competitors within this school. The remaining 450 competitors existed in different spaces, according to the average progress. It implied that her exploration speed must at least match that of the second fastest in her group. Setting aside other factors, it was somewhat ominous that there would be individuals obstructing her exploration progress. Well then, let the games begin. It was merely a matter of closing doors to catch the dog. Before long, 2 panel notifications echoed in succession that are Yu Xiao, Group 6, Class 3-5. Shen An innocently raised her lips, blinking towards her class's largest group. Seated in the 4th row, Fu Yang was right there. She entered the information into the panel, informing Ru Xiao, Group 6, Class 3-2. Haha, I'm dying. The contract doesn't even change their appearance. That bearded fellow in a high school uniform, I feel embarrassed for him. It's easy for competitors to recognize each other. And there's a little elementary student among the tall ones. I'm dying. As long as I'm not awkward, the awkwardness lies with others. Not to mention, some are quite easy on the eyes. Indeed, school uniforms do not conceal their divine looks. For instance, my Lin Shuang's divine beauty. Good luck, little prince. I strongly recommend him to everyone. And my sister? Her skills are incredible. Beautiful and skilled. Investing here is not a loss. A gathering of dark horses. Let us see who outshines whom. Shen An was intercepted during the next break by a teacher with vividly painted red lips, instructing her to fetch a sketchbook from the art office on the 4th floor. Only then did she realize that her identity was that of the art class representative. This was what the panel referred to as an additional character trait for personal exploration. Contract plot has been updated. This is a mandatory option. Here we go. The art office was not in the same building as the classrooms. Shen An made her way along the fence near the school's back entrance, passing the cafeteria, the garbage dump, and the parking lot, until she finally located the art building according to the contract's provided map. The art building featured a courtyard design. The light inside was dim compared to the outside, and amidst the rustling of the bamboo grove, even the passing breeze carried a chill. Suddenly, a melodious sound of piano music resonated through the air. Shen An's eyelashes fluttered, yet she maintained her unwavering gaze as she continued towards the staircase. 1 step. 2 steps, 3 steps. The wind whistled past the walls, abruptly turning sharp and piercing. This architectural design, warm in winter and cool in summer, even managed to shield against the sun at this hour. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, the empty corridor echoed with footsteps, synchronizing with her own, a rise and fall. The once quiet classroom gradually stirred, resembling the sound of running footsteps or the dragging of clothing against the floor. Shen An, feigning seriousness, remarked, the vigor of youth in the blink of an eye. She had ascended to the 3rd floor. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The crimson handprints on the 4th floor wall loomed closer. Which art student could be so devoid of civic responsibility? Shen An, with righteous indignation, traversed the corridor, seemingly oblivious to the girl in the red dress at the end, and swiftly entered the office. After hastily retrieving the class sketchbook, she flicked on the corridor lights with a snap. As the girl in red retreated repeatedly, Shen An smiled brightly, exclaiming, "See, prolonged exposure to dim environments can be quite damaging to the eyes. Oh, I know this all too well." With that, she tugged at the corners of her mouth and hurried down the stairs. Approaching the staircase, she couldn't resist adding, "You should really trim those long nails of yours. How can you hold a pen otherwise? Does this school not enforce any standards of appearance?" Shen An thought to herself. "Because I've been caught in the rain, I shall tear your umbrellas to shreds." Feeling a thrill of mischief, she could already hear the cries behind her. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. She quickly descended 2 flights. 11, 12, 10, 3, 13. Had she just counted to 13 upon ascending? Shen An squinted, clutching the sketchbook in one hand and pushing against the railing with the other, decisively flipping down to the 1st floor. The wind seemed to pause momentarily. Chapter 41. No one survives. 3. Oblivious to her surroundings, Shen An adjusted her pants and cheerfully exited the art building. Who on earth is that? Does she genuinely not realize that a ghost is haunting this path? The foolish are blessed. She made it through safely, laughing to death. Can you share some of that foolish blessing with me? It's my sister An, a true powerhouse, an expert, clearly well-versed in campus ghost stories, perfectly avoiding danger. In comparison, the character designs of the other groups appear rather pitiful, practically rolling in fear. This D-level newcomer is so frightened she's starting to babble nonsense. Is she about to die? Her character is about to go off the rails. How did a D-level newcomer even end up here? Previously, large contracts were only assigned to individuals of the same level, rarely exceeding 2. Are they unable to gather enough people this time? Unable to gather. What kind of large contract are they even discussing? Perhaps it's a benefit for you and me? After all, large contracts are free. Wake up, stop dreaming. Group 1, 2, 5, 7, and 8 have all stepped onto the 13th step. Oh, welcome to the alternate space. Ghost, come on. It's not certain that everyone will die. A few should manage to escape. Group 2's Yang Jie Lazy is dead. Group 5's Li Jingyi Lazy is dead. The number of survivors from their respective groups had decreased to 49 out of 50. So it was a real-time report. Now she was somewhat curious about the remaining character designs. Perhaps she would find time to inquire with Fu Yang later. However, Shen An quickly reconsidered, realizing that character designs could, in a certain light, also serve as weaknesses for the staff, that if the opposing side were to discover and exploit one's character design, it could lead to a significant disadvantage. Once afternoon classes concluded, there should be a considerable period for free activities, during which she intended to thoroughly investigate the secrets of this school. From her recent experiences, it seemed like a ghostly den. Sister An, enough already. Do I not care for my dignity? By the flower bed, Shen An's shoulders trembled as she laughed unabashedly, while still attempting to maintain her character design, which made the laughter all the more strenuous. Fu Yang stood beside her, a troubled expression on his face, wishing he had never shown her this. All of this stemmed from the lazy character design Fu Yang had received. 1 that never showers at school. 2 that cannot run or walk briskly. 3. That meals must be bought by others, cannot swipe the card themselves. Further character traits are to be explored independently. Ru Xiao, now quite familiar with them, joked, "Don't worry, we'll make sure to buy you food. You won't go hungry." Exactly. Shen An relished the mischief, pausing to add, "It's just a month without showering, right? You can handle it. Oh, by the way, during the second half of the contract, keep your distance from me." "Huh, it will all be spoiled by then?" Fu Yang replied, "At this point, perhaps you should say fewer things. Yours isn't exactly commendable either." In comparison, Ru Zhao's character design appeared enviable, with requirements that included daily showers and no visible scars. What a stroke of luck, indeed. Such a mysterious thing. "Come on, let's go eat." Shen An waved her hand, adopting a carefree smile. "The world is vast, but eating is paramount." "Sister An, didn't you once say sleeping is the most important?" She abruptly raised her head, halting the conversation, and called out in the dazzling light reflected in her pupils, "Ru Xiao." Ru Xiao paused, following Shen An's gaze, and almost simultaneously, he sees Fu Yang, rolling several times before diving into the nearby lawn. That a cry of pain echoed as he stumbled a few steps, only to be pierced in the neck by a sharp blade that followed closely behind. As Shen An halted her forward momentum, she beheld an older woman, riddled with blood holes, lying amidst a sea of knives, her school uniform gradually soaking in crimson. She suddenly glanced up at the upper floor of the adjacent building, locking eyes with several malicious gazes, feeling numb, accustomed, just like the students passing by them at that moment. Ignorant and unaware, as if nothing had transpired, that it was as though the sudden downpour of knives and the emergence of the dead were mere illusions. Simultaneously, notifications buzzed through their devices. Group 1 Zhang Jiaying, lazy, is dead. Group 7 Xiao Ninyu, lazy, is dead. Group 8 Su Tao, lazy, is dead. Group 6 Wu Yi, sickly, is dead. Group 9's Qin Mingxiao, sickly, is dead. The number of survivors in each group began to dwindle once more. This was merely the first day. Fu Yang felt an unsettling anxiety. Is this death event targeting the lazy character designs? That makes sense. After all, they cannot run, and those who survived this ordeal might have already gone off character at least once. The ones who died were truly caught off guard. Those sickly individuals are pitiful too. I heard one of their requirements is to avoid sunlight, wrapping their heads tightly. By the time they catch a glimpse of those things, it's already too late. Suddenly, the intrigue of character designs emerges. Let us see who laughs last. Dead people, dead people. That child was fortunate to have teammates assist her. Contracts are likely to group those who have undergone similar contracts together. Yangzi, remember, stick close to me. Ever since the earlier incident, the lurking dangers of this contract had become increasingly apparent, prompting Shen An to caution Fu Yang. This contract seemed to harbor threats both personal and collective, although she had yet to discern any patterns. However, as night fell, Shen An realized her earlier naivety. In a school setting, the gravest threats would naturally arise at night. At this moment, having completed her evening routine, Shen An silently observed her roommates as they methodically tidied up and switched off the lights. After attempting to engage them in conversation, she discovered that they were still responsive. Yet if she did not disrupt their routines, these students appeared to be lost in their own worlds. Shen An recalled the faces she had glanced at during the day. Unless there was a specific task within the contract, these NPCs would actively break the barrier isolating them from the staff to make contact with you, even if that contact was for malicious intent. Given this, Shen An glanced once more at her self-absorbed roommates and summoned Chi-Chi. Despite her carefree demeanor, the peculiarities of this contract warranted caution. With a kind smile and a coaxing tone, Shen An said, "Chi-Chi, could you help me keep watch tonight? Since we rested during the day, would that be all right?" Chi-Chi, accurately speaking, was no longer within the realm of humanity and did not require rest. Yet Shen An still asked as a formality. That Chi-Chi nodded, thoughtfully leaving Wang behind. She was immensely pleased to assist Shen An. However, in the depths of the night, with no discernible disturbances, Chi-Chi suddenly felt an odd sensation and abruptly turned to look at the bed. There lay Shen An as always, with her eyes closed, seemingly lost in slumber. Yet for some inexplicable reason, Chi-Chi began to feel anxious. Leaning closer to Shen An, she noticed the other's lips pressed tightly together, tiny beads of sweat gradually forming. What was happening? Was she feeling hot? But upon touching Shen An's forehead, it felt cold to the touch. That Chi-Chi found herself at a loss, gently nudging Shen An. No response. Chapter 42. And then there were none, for Shen An stood upon a vast expanse of bare concrete, the streetlight illuminating merely a meter around her, as if she were still in school. Yet unable to recall what lay beyond that darkness, a dull, echoing thud resonated from behind her, sharpening her senses to an unprecedented clarity, her mind instinctively conjuring the thought of fleeing, of escaping this ominous presence. The shadows behind her harbored foreboding and anguish. Yet in a daze, Shen An's vacant mind and untamed thoughts inexplicably tethered her to the spot. The thudding grew closer, an overwhelming pressure from a dream under her control. And just as the pain in her head became unbearable, her thoughts suddenly scattered, revealing a figure that began to run. How familiar, she mused. What had she done then? A different child appeared in the scene. Taller than her, but only once. She halted, turning to glance at the streetlight left far behind, and the unseen source of the thudding sound that a scornful smile crossed her lips, as if the person who had just fled was not her at all. The darkness receded, the terror dissipated, shattered by a single strike. Then she opened her eyes to find Chi staring intently at her. She offered a reassuring smile before instinctively leaning out the window. Ah, the second floor. The male and female dormitories were designed in parallel layers, and when she and Fu Yang parted ways, she had prudently inquired about the dormitory's location, that our Yu Xiao teased her for being overly cautious, considering she had been a B-grade employee for quite some time. However, this earnest little student always made Shen An feel inclined to lend a hand, gripping the exposed clothes rack with one hand. She tensed her arm and, with a vigorous shake, reached the security bars of the first floor, slipping out of the female dormitory in a matter of moments. What the hell? What agility! Climbing without aids? She then repeated the same maneuver to reach the second floor of the male dormitory. Finding the third floor proved challenging. After all, there were no air conditioning units or anything else to leverage. Thus, she pinpointed a pipe she had previously scouted, found a suitable foothold at the junction, and with a powerful lunge, grasped the open window of the third-floor male dormitory, room 301. Her gaze immediately fell upon Fu Yang. Sprawled on the bottom bunk by the window. Without hesitation, she deftly climbed inside, slapped Fu Yang on the forehead, and vigorously shook his shoulders. In the midst of a terror-stricken dream, Fu Yang, in a daze, felt an even more violent upheaval. Then, he awoke. Shen An tidied her shoulder-length hair, noticing Fu Yang's bewildered expression. You woke up? Just as I was about to call you, Fu Yang replied. So, I was being foolish. Yet he continued to stare blankly ahead, speechless, pointing at Shen An. You? What is wrong with me, you? You? Shen An, perplexed, wondered if he had lost his wits. Behind you! Fu Yang's stupor transformed into hysteria, his voice cracking with fear and confusion. He was on the brink of collapse. What was this? After finally escaping from a dream, what kind of nightmare awaited him now? At that moment, from Fu Yang's perspective, a high school girl with a ponytail was watching Shen An with an eerie intensity. As if sensing Fu Yang's gaze, the girl, with a ghostly pallor, peered through Shen An's shoulder, her gaze chillingly settling upon Fu Yang. Her eyes, dominated by a stark white, bore but a single dark spot at the center, slowly unfurling into a sinister grin that stretched beyond the confines of her face. Following Fu Yang's line of sight, Shen An glanced at the vacant space behind her, scanning it thoughtfully. Suddenly, Fu Yang's scream pierced the air. What the hell? He leaped, momentarily uncertain whether to leap from the bed or hide within it. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Shen An's rapidly working mind was thrown into disarray by his panicked outburst. Little buddy, don't talk so much and yeah. Shen An understood. There were two. Fu Yang nearly choked on his breath. The most terrifying thing in the world is to see a ghost while my teammate beside me remains oblivious. Upstairs, the gloating should not be too overt. This counts as a step ahead. Didn't you check the panel for prompts? Exploration points are not that easy to obtain. So it seems that, up to this point, no one has gained exploration points from this contract. A wild guess. The first to obtain them will reap the first wave of attention. And exploration points? Do you ever consider how many died overnight? Killing in the shadows. Even from God's perspective, I still cannot decipher this contract. Let us observe for now. Xiaozi, let me tell you, I was terrified yesterday. Those two ghosts, Fu Yang recounted with a face full of dread, rambling incessantly to Ru Xiao. If they hadn't disappeared again, I wouldn't have been able to catch my breath. The most infuriating part isn't Jie. She can't see them, and she laughed at me? Ru Xiao looked conflicted, hesitating to speak. Could you change the way you refer to her? What is wrong, Xiao Zi? Is my nickname not nice? And Jie calls me that too. No. Forget it, Yu Xiao gave up. Meanwhile, Shen An had no time for banter. She pulled Fuyang closer. Yangzi, could you describe what those two ghosts looked like? One had a ponytail. Her face was deathly pale, dressed in a school uniform, with a red mouth, as if she were about to devour someone. And the one on my bed. My heavens, it was a male ghost, also dressed in a high school uniform, with all white around his eyes. Looking utterly terrifying, Shen An inquired, what about their clothing features? Just the school uniforms we wear. The one behind you is wrapped very tightly, and the one beside me has a zipper down, his clothes all wrinkled. Ru Xiao speculated, could they be the students we saw running in the previous video? Perhaps, but why are they following us? Every single one of us. Ru Xiao continued, are you suggesting that there's one following me too? Or that every employee has one behind them? We'll need to observe more closely. She has also discovered something? This isn't difficult. Other groups have also gathered several clues. Group 7 used props. Didn't they? The later contracts require more detailed exploration. Otherwise, they won't yield results. Remember someone's exhaustive methods from years ago? Not long ago, it's still fresh in my memory. Compared to that, my Lin Shuang is much more carefree. Heh. Oh right, Shen An and Lin Shuang are in the same group. What kind of riffraff is trying to tag along? Get lost. Strength speaks. Let us see who can outdo whom. She needed some support. After class, Shen An visited several locations. Fu Yang, in a state of bewilderment, followed her as she traversed through the first, second, and third-year classrooms. Fu Yang. This unpredictable and mysterious behavior sparked his curiosity to the utmost. What on earth was Jie up to? Shen An arrived at class 3-3, glanced at the seating chart, and called over a student. Hello, could you please tell me where Lu Shi is? Just say, the PE teacher is at the equipment room door, looking for him. Damn, she had grown weary of this way of speaking. Then she proceeded to class 1-2, repeating her previous approach. Hello, could you please tell me where Qiu Haoqing is? Dan Dian, at the entrance of class 4-2. Hello, chapter 43. And then there were none 5, a group of tall boys gathered at the entrance of an equipment room. Following the normal logic of the contract, due to the indirect interference of an external force, their expressions and actions were relatively more animated, ranging from foul moods to playful banter, with some even kicking the walls. Did he really call them out? Has she figured out the NPC's behavioral patterns? A happy accident? Let us watch. What the hell is going on? Where's the teacher? After just a few seconds, someone began to grow agitated. Are they messing with me? Did that messenger get the details straight? Clad in the same blue and white striped uniforms, the girl facing them appeared slender. The wind played with her hair, which danced at the corners of her smiling mouth. Hello. How are you all? Shen An initiated the conversation. A flicker of malice crossed the boy's eyes, showing no mercy. Get lost. Perhaps you would like to know why you are here. Shen An remained unfazed. What do you mean? One of the taller boys glared menacingly. At you. Do you want to die? A bespectacled boy chimed in ominously, stuttering. Perhaps we have met before. Ignoring their hostility, Shen An raised her chin and made a dismissive gesture. However, your mental capacity. I cannot say if you remember such a lackluster demeanor. Shen An mused. You seek revenge? The tall boy seemed to grasp her thoughts, his expression replete with disdain. No. Shen An maintained her composure, though her gaze grew increasingly formidable. I am here to propose a collaboration with you all, just based on you. A boy violently shoved Shen An. Yet as the words escaped her lips, the tide swiftly turned, and his front teeth met the unforgiving concrete floor. The remaining boys were left utterly bewildered. I am rather gratified by your combat prowess. Shen An effortlessly evaded their attacks, her strikes devoid of mercy. How amusing. She had once been of their age, unafraid of confrontation. It was simply beyond her control. Another swift kick landed on a boy, sending him reeling with a nosebleed, as Shen An seized the arm of the last standing tall boy. Clearly, he was the leader. Ouch, 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 stop hitting me. Collaboration, collaboration. With a cold laugh, Shen An returned their skepticism. I do not believe you, and then unleashed a series of strikes upon those on the ground. Please stop. Stop it, sister. Ancestor. Boss, please cease. Shen An abruptly halted. You just called me what? Sister. The tall boy ventured tentatively. Ancestor. The boy missing a front tooth chimed in. Ancestor. The boy scrambling on the ground for his glasses added, that I am not deceiving you. Shen An casually took a seat on a flower bed, crossing her legs and proclaimed, Boss, a lifetime of brotherhood. From this moment forth, at Yuelon High School, I hold the reins. Understand? Yes, boss. What the hell? Such a skilled maneuver. A godlike approach to contracts. Aw, I am going insane. Sister An is so cool. But what is the use? The contract progress hasn't increased at all. The disingenuous persona of Sand Group's Alling. Every word must be contradicted. It suits this arrogant brat perfectly. Speaking of personas, look at that broke persona. Hilarious, who sets such a bizarre rule of only eating to 50% fullness. No kidding, it's a bit exhausting to watch in split screen. Yet exhilarating. Given the ratio of classes to staff across the high school, each class must have at least 3 to 5 individuals, not to mention the uneven distribution in some classes. Admittedly here, Fuyang does not resemble a typical high school student. However, at his age, staff members are also scarce, presenting a mixed bag of advantages and disadvantages. As for Ru Xiao, he truly does not embody a high schooler. Moreover, as far as Shen An knew, Ru Xiao held a certain renown among the staff for his abilities. Nevertheless, Shen An was not one to shy away from challenges. She would engage with anyone who dared approach her. Yet, she wondered if any stragglers remained in their class. Shen An casually surveyed the surroundings, observing students adhering to their routines. Some engaged in playful antics while others sat engrossed in their books, presenting an overall tranquil scene. However, her gaze shifted to a boy sitting 2 places away. If memory served her right, this boy rarely interacted with others, perpetually fixated on the book before him. A classic case of someone overwhelmed by assignments, evident in the dark circles under his eyes. Shen An glanced at him before averting her gaze. The studious persona. Would it be included in the contract? It would certainly be reasonable to place him among NPCs. Yet were those dark circles remnants of a restless night or a result of burning the midnight oil as an NPC? Shen An smiled softly. This contract was indeed intriguing. Yet beyond the exploration of the contract itself and the large-scale competitive mechanism, she was more curious about the intentions of the unseen orchestrator behind the sudden activation of the contract. Several days passed, during which the staff encountered bizarre pranks. Faucets spewing blood, mysterious knocks on bathroom stalls, and ropes suddenly dropping from above while walking at night, among other unsettling occurrences. After a few individuals fell victim to these incidents, the remaining survivors gradually acclimated. Meanwhile, the atmosphere thickened with mounting peril. Just days prior, awakening became increasingly arduous, prompting several to agree on a nocturnal schedule of staying awake at night and sleeping during the day. As the number of survivors stabilized once more, Shen An sensed that a new challenge was on the horizon. Shen An, how do we solve this problem? This NPC, named Chu Xingshan, ever since Shen An had clarified a problem for him on one occasion, seemed to have broken through his barriers, relentlessly pursuing her for solutions. Shen An idly twirled a pen, pondering whether the contract was merely to lull them into complacency. Where lay the breakthrough? She thought perhaps the answer still lay within the dreams of the night. After resolving the problem, Shen An naturally intercepted another NPC girl. Hey, class monitor. Allow me to assist you. She had long been intrigued by this opportunity to enter the office, especially coinciding with a teacher's meeting, and had not been idle in recent days. She deftly leaped forward, helping to steady the stack of assignments in the girl's arms, inadvertently revealing the bruised cuff of the NPC's sleeve. A fleeting glimpse of a dark mark. Chu Xingshan, not far off, quickly stepped in to help, taking half the assignments. I'll accompany you. Oh my god, Chu Xingshan is so suave. Shen An, don't be fooled. PSA staff member? Has Shen An's deliberate clue been discovered by Chu Xingshan? Damn, how is this male White Lotus here? But I really like him. Oh no. Is he deceiving her again? Deceiving Sister An will not end well. Beware the backlash. Backlash. Chapter 44. And then there were none 6. Well then, I shall take my leave. Shen An had begun to harbor doubts about Chu Xingshan, but seeing him neglect the empty office, she briefly shelled her suspicions. Sister An, hurry inside. What are you looking at? Fu Yang had been shadowing Shen An for several days to facilitate their movements. Shen An had refrained from approaching teachers or classmates, lest it disrupt the existing barriers. What if the NPCs regained their normalcy and reported them for violating school rules? What Shen An sought now was the class registration list held by the homeroom teacher or the final summary from 6 months prior. As long as she could compare one of those with the seating chart she had discovered in class, because that seating chart was too new, even if it matched with the current class, it would hold little reference value, and she suspected the identities of the entities following them. Just as she was about to stealthily retreat, a sound of shoes scraping against the floor emerged from beneath another desk. "Who's under there?" Shen An had no intention of getting involved, but it was Fu Yang who spoke up first. "Shen An, the person beneath the desk." Since she was discovered, Lin Shuang simply leaped onto the rocking chair before her, ignoring the others, and began to shake his legs incessantly. "I'm so done for. I'm so done for. Had I known, I wouldn't have hidden. It was all for nothing." Staff. Shen An had begun to form a conjecture, as one by one, they had been surfacing recently. Upon seeing Shen An, Lin Shuang suddenly froze, calling out, "Shen, you recognize me?" Then he became shy. Would you mind? I remember you have a gossip plate. Could I borrow it? I just happen to have a lead." Seeing that Shen An seemed unresponsive, he added, "Mutual benefit, right?" Shen An turned around, smiling warmly. "Why would I agree to that?" Lin Shuang was momentarily taken aback, his round eyes widening. Just when there's a lead and a tool, why not use it?" Shen An, perplexed, thought, where did this person spring from? Just how many clues are contained within a contract? Are the tools sufficient? After saying this, she rolled her eyes and departed. Lin Shuang was left dumbfounded. He was so incensed he could barely form a coherent sentence. He had been so polite. Ha, this is hilarious. Lin Shuang uses every tool he comes across, truly oblivious to their scarcity. That was so satisfying. Every time I see Lin Shuang's contract, I feel sorry for him, using minor clues with tools. He could have guessed it in the next moment. If we're talking luck, he is incredibly fortunate. He finds tools as easily as picking cabbage. Recently, due to the events of the night, he had been frightened into using a tool to open his third eye, which allowed him to clearly see the male ghost that had been following him. The most notable feature was the bruising on the ghost's body, but he stored this observation in his mind until today when he noticed the same marks on a living NPC. A rather tall individual with curly hair and a mole beneath his eye detailed his observations to Luo Qing, suspecting he knew what Shen was seeking in the office. Simply a student list. After all, having just entered a few contracts, his understanding of the NPCs was still vague. Some information still required personal investigation. Chu Xingshan felt a surge of satisfaction as Luo Qing listened to his description. Her gaze gradually dimmed with sadness. Noticing this, Chu Xingshan eagerly pressed on. Luo Qing, with a heavy heart, revealed, "He was my good friend. To protect me, she choked up. Afterwards, they said he fell to his death." With Luo Qing's account, Chu Xingshan's eyes brightened increasingly. He knew this was a case of school bullying. Perhaps there were even teachers or school officials involved, as it was merely a C-level contract. How challenging could the background be? The sheltered perpetrator, the wronged victim. A quintessential tale of vengeful spirits. "Shen An," he muttered with fierce intensity. "You must die, of course." Such a colossal workload was impossible for her to accomplish alone. But she had her underlings by testing 1 or 2 classes. She could ascertain their reliability. Simultaneously, Ru Xiao and Fu Yang were also assisting in the synchronized supervision. With multiple approaches, the final outcome revealed that not a single individual was missing from the school. But could that be true? Shen An needed further verification. Could it be from previous cohorts? The contract's triggering mechanism seemed off. She relayed her morning discoveries to Ru Xiao and Fu Yang, and they collectively speculated about the possibility of abuse. Yet, who was the abuser? There was much to unravel within. Once again, in a familiar flower bed, the three huddled together, examining the scraps of paper Ru Xiao had unearthed from the classroom's computer compartment. "They made me study. They forced me to study. I'm going insane." But they said, they just wanted me to study. The fragmented phrases, followed by several pages marked with scratches, depicted the mental collapse of the writer. "Keep studying. Keep studying. They deserve to die. What do I deserve to die for? A portion had been torn away. What about I?" Fu Yang inquired to we. Ru Xiao conjectured to me. Fu Yang attempted to join the conversation to me too. Shen An rolled her eyes heavenward. offering a silent salute to Fu Yang that I in an environment steeped in extreme pressure, resentment and animosity towards the oppressors easily flourished. However, more often, it stemmed from one's own feelings of inadequacy and weakness, as well as the frustration of failing to meet expected goals, which led to such torturous behaviors that as Shen An analyzed, she communicated her thoughts in succinct phrases to her companions that is this due to excessive pressure? Earlier, when discussing the wounds on the NPCs, they had speculated that all of this might be related to bullying. Could it be the pressures of education? No, it was still bullying. Shen An refrained from elaborating, silently observing the panel. Currently, the number of staff in each group was predominantly in the threes, and perhaps soon the accompanying spirits would make their move. That night, Chu Xingshan was dismissing an employee who had recognized him and sought to ally with him. When he encountered a male ghost who suddenly manifested before him, Chu Xingshan's pupils constricted, steadying his involuntarily retreating body. The pale-faced, curly-haired high school boy spoke first. I can help you kill those people. Who? Chu Xingshan, momentarily forgetting that he stood before a ghost, expressed his dissatisfaction. You've been following me all day. The curly-haired ghost imitated his cold snort. Do you want to collaborate with me? Simultaneously, a notification appeared on Chu Xingshan's panel. Ending 1 unlocked. Assist the curly-haired ghost in killing all bullies. Bullies? Chu Xingshan queried. Who? He then retorted angrily. You say you want to help me. You want to kill those employees because they bullied you? So what? Aren't our goals aligned? Chu Xingshan silently regarded the panel. Suddenly looking up, he asked, What about me? Am I one of your bullies? He was not one of those newcomers to the contract. Chapter 45. No one survives. 7. The curly-haired ghost countered. What do you want? What do you think? Chu Xingshan replied with a rhetorical question that in the next moment, his contract delivered a new notification. Ending 1 unlocked. Assist the curly-haired ghost in killing all bullies, while also gaining immunity from the curly-haired ghost attacks. Is this acceptable? The curly-haired ghost seemed somewhat displeased. For now, Chu Xingshan reluctantly conceded, while inwardly scoffing at the contract's seamless alterations. It was indeed a third-party platform adept at modifying terms that as the employee levels increased, the intricacies of the contract became more profound and familiar, with heightened authority providing greater flexibility to manipulate the contract to one's advantage. Do you truly possess the capability to kill other employees? Chu Xingshan's suspicious gaze lingered on the curly-haired ghost. The ghost appeared incensed. What do you mean? The more employees that die, the stronger I become? Oh, I see. So you're currently quite weak. Chu Xingshan snorted coldly. So what can you assist me with in the early stages? You don't expect me to do the killing for you, do you? The male ghost's sinister gaze flickered momentarily. No need. Just lure them to the library, and I can handle the rest myself. The library? That's a rather secluded spot, isn't it? What, is your corpse hidden there? Observing the curly-haired ghost's increasingly distressed expression, Chu Xingshan lost interest in jesting that I happen to have someone particularly loathsome. While she still has a favorable impression of me, perhaps I could test the waters. The likelihood of blood flowing from the faucet was escalating, and the duration was lengthening. In the flower bed, Ru Xiao wore a gloomy expression. However, the handsome guy must not stop showering. Upon this thought, he felt the veins on his forehead begin to throb. Shen An, having compared the previous list, had plunged into a contemplative state, one of deep focus, to the extent that even Fu Yang recognized and refrained from interrupting her. According to Fu Yang's observations, the ghosts lingering nearby had been staying longer and longer, and sometimes during the day, a faint ghostly aura enveloped them. Shen had reason to believe this signified an encroachment of another form of death. Initially, both Ru Xiao and Fu Yang had contemplated the previous contract's soul-seizing technique, but were quickly dissuaded by Shen An due to the lack of rationale. Could it merely be that those who were bullied transformed into ghosts? What then was the purpose of seizing souls? Was it because they were identified as bullies? Shen An mused. No, that logic was too tenuous. Moreover, they weren't necessarily the bullies' ghosts. That was the crux. Thus, the justification for the ghosts seizing souls was too flimsy. She believed it was imperative to clarify the identities and intentions of the ghosts trailing them, that if they were bound by the contract, then this opportunity for communication would likely arise swiftly as they progressed in their exploration. Naturally, she wouldn't wholly trust the so-called contract NPCs and bosses. After all, Their positions remained ambiguous. It was at this moment that Chu Xingshan approached. Shen An. His face beamed with delight. "I've finally found you." "What is it?" Shen An replied with innocence, her demeanor always laced with a hint of smile. "That I have a question I'm struggling with and would like your assistance. Are you free right now?" Chu Xingshan feigned distress. "Or perhaps later?" "Any time works," adopting a strategy of retreating to advance. Though Shen An was swift in her actions, she was more inclined to retaliate only after others had acted, typically utilizing others as instruments for her own ends. After all, she had traversed few contracts, making her a prime target for deception. "You want to kill someone using a knife from such a distance?" With Shen An's cheerful acceptance, his confidence deepened. Meanwhile, Shen An followed his lead along the campus path, and as they neared a building, her smile grew more pronounced. She discreetly manipulated the panel a few times before halting her steps. "What's wrong?" Chu Xingshan, noticing her stillness, grew anxious. "Did I ask this the place?" Shen An feigned confusion. "I thought it was in the classroom." "Oh, this?" Chu Xingshan scratched his head sheepishly. "There is an activity during the big break. So I went to the library to find a book and study. When I encountered a problem, I got anxious and came to find you." "I see." Shen An responded understandingly. "Then let's go." As they approached the library door, Chu Xingshan suddenly noticed Shen and had halted once more. "You, what now?" He attempted to suppress his impatience, inwardly reminding himself to remain calm, yet he observed her offer him an awkward smile. "I just need to pop into the restroom, in case I get too engrossed in explaining the problem." Afraid I'll get too into the topic. Afraid I'll study too diligently." "What do you mean?" Chu Xingshan was taken aback as he swiftly blocked Shen An's path. "Hurry up and go in." At the critical moment, he found himself overwhelmed with questions. That it's just one problem. Unbeknownst to him, Shen An had already stepped back, cutting off his words. "Just 1 minute. I'll be quick. You can ask me as many questions as you want later, damn. Who wants to ask more?" Chu Xingshan cursed under his breath at the door. "Forget it, it's only a minute later." He anxiously waited outside. The library was truly secluded, with fallen leaves scattered across the floor, seldom swept away. As time dragged on, his impatience grew. A minute felt interminable. Amidst increasingly restless glances, he caught sight of a few students approaching the library in pairs, and he nonchalantly glanced at them, hoping they wouldn't disturb his plans. "Hey buddy, what good books does this library have?" Chu Xingshan was taken aback. "What good books? How would I know?" Just as he was about to retort impatiently, he turned to see the robust stature of the boys questioning him, and for a moment, he faltered. "That I just arrived." Not sure. He attempted to step back and retreat from the encirclement, but his shoulder was unexpectedly pushed forward. "Don't know. Do you look down on us?" Chu Xingshan suddenly felt a bad premonition. He glanced around, ready to dash into the library, where at least there was the rumored ghost for protection. Out here, he had no such luxury. His forward momentum was abruptly halted as he was yanked backward, tumbling awkwardly on the ground. "What do you want?" Chu Xingshan yelled in a mix of anger and confusion. "What do you want?" Feeling purely dejected, "I can't stand to see your unfortunate face." "You all." Chu Xingshan is growing impatient. Could it be? A sudden, inexplicable disbelief washes over him. It can't possibly be. Who invited you here? Was it Shen An? I'm asking you. Be gentle. Big brother, big brother. I've made a mistake. Please stop hitting me, not the face. Big brother, please stop. I'll just leave. It hurts, it hurts. Amidst the bruises and pain, Chu Xingshan is bewildered, pondering where exactly he revealed a flawed, it truly just his misfortune. Mere coincidence? After that group of frenzied high school boys departs, he remains sprawled on the ground, unable to move from the pain. Could it really be Shen An? But how would she know he intended to harm her? Surely she wouldn't suddenly turn on him, would she? Chu Xingshan's thoughts are a tangled mess as he vaguely perceives a figure approaching him. Focusing intently, he sees Shen An. Chapter 46. No one survives 8. Shen An. Chu Xingshan's venomous glare fixates on the girl walking gracefully towards him. That it's you, isn't it? You vile woman. Shen An, with a smile, looks down upon Chu Xingshan, each strand of her hair dancing in the wind, embodying purity and confidence, starkly contrasting with the disheveled figure on the ground. Chu Xingshan's anger swells. When did you discover it? What are you talking about? Shen An feigns ignorance, displaying a puzzled expression. Are you daring to deny it? What are you talking about? Don't speak in riddles to me. Shen An. Chu Xingshan has fully regained his composure, rising from the ground. glaring fiercely at Shen An. "Oh, you got beaten up?" Shen An finally notices his wounds. Is it not typical? After all, he is the school bully. "I can't stand you. Such a bookworm. Doesn't fit the character. Does it?" "What? Ouch. It just hit me." Shen An's expression suddenly shifts dramatically. "Your reaction, it wouldn't be that of a staff member, would it?" "Ah, how foolish of me, truly, Chu Shan. If you have the ability, stop pretending." "Ha, this grudge is at least at a level of thrashing the corpse. What a pitiful guy." While her perception of me is still somewhat favorable, I can hit back. I possess the ability to kill, yet I cannot protect myself. Ha! White Lotus Online provoking. It's you. You struck someone and dare not acknowledge it. Is it backfiring? Did you get beaten up? Are you furious? Though I have put my bets on Chu Shan, his move is indeed foolish. Underestimating the enemy is a grave mistake. Yet, does no one notice how Shen An's counterattack is truly insulting? She hasn't even lifted a finger. A splendid adaptation to circumstances, truly a rational use of contractual logic. The school bully has emerged. When exactly did you discover it? Chu Shan grits his teeth that he now realizes that deceiving someone into the library is impossible. Yet he feels a sense of reluctance, yearning to know when Shen An uncovered his identity or intentions. Was it his earlier performance that seemed unnatural? Or was the library too distant, raising her suspicions? Are you referring to when you discovered my identity? Or when you realized you intended to kill me, regardless, upon first meeting? Although Chu Shan is suspicious of Shen An's manner of speaking, a greater fury soon engulfs him. Nonsense. He is indignant, his gaze sharp enough to cut through Shen An. Ah! Shen An's eyes reflect even more disdain. Fool. Chu Shan, Du Ling Feng. She slowly articulates these two names. Chu Shan's heart jolts, his gaze at Shen An shifting to one of utter disbelief. "How do you, Shan, Ling Feng, such fine names," Shen An kindly reminds. "Buried together. It's a perfect match." She emphasizes each syllable, like a devil luring souls, masking her malicious game with pretense. Naming had once been a significant test in her career. "Shen, what are you so proud of? You will ultimately regret your arrogance." Chu Shan's expression oscillates between shadow and light, desperately trying to bite through his own gums that he and Du Ling Feng are brothers, albeit separated by their parents' divorce, one taking the mother's surname, the other the father's. Though their relationship is tenuous, he despises his brother's hypocrisy, yet the ease with which an outsider could eliminate him is deeply unsettling. As if someone were trampling on his pride that he still has a chance. But Chu Shan is filled with a profound hatred, uncertain whether Shen An's actions are intentional or mere coincidence. Tomorrow, he is likely to face an OOC situation. It's absurd he, a college student, has finally escaped the gauntlet of college entrance exams, and with a month-long contract, it implies he must undergo at least 4 weekly tests. Under the premise that his character doesn't encounter any other anomalies, eliminating 3 instances of OOC means he must excel in at least one exam. Damn it, he has spent these days cramming. After a beating today, his condition tomorrow will surely be less than optimal. He wonders if he can even get up. He is filled with loathing. Shen An must be doing this on purpose. It seems he must approach this from a different angle. For instance, enhancing the abilities of the curly-haired ghost. That night, Shen An finally encounters the female ghost who has been following her, of course. She was persuaded to appear. Judging by Chu Shan's sudden behavior today, she deduces he may have made some breakthrough, emboldening him to seek an opportunity to kill her. This contract is strict regarding character, yet paradoxically weak against certain school rules. This has also led to staff members roaming during bedtime, perhaps a covert endorsement or even support of the contract. The library cannot be visited for now. Shen An decisively states, this is evidently the territory of the ghost cooperating with Chu Shan. Thanks to Fu Yang's yin-yang eyes, they at least discern that the ghost following Shen An is a girl with a high ponytail, while the one trailing Fu Yang is a tall, slender male high school student. As for the ghost following Ru Xiao, it's rather peculiar. His entire being is shrouded in mist, but from the exposed edges of his clothing. He appears to be wearing a school uniform. Why are there so many ghosts? Fu Yang exclaims in frustration. Their objective tonight is... The 3 exchange glances. Fu Yang dramatically raises his voice. Sister An, why would Chu Shan's ghost collaborate with him? Shen An cooperatively raises her hand. feigning to dab at non-existent tears. Perhaps we are unworthy. Yu Xiao nods in agreement. Fu Yang exclaims, will the ghost following us show itself? Pretending to cast his gaze towards the empty campus. I see nothing. Had I known he was with me, I wouldn't have needed Shen An's tone, which is now twisted into a convoluted route. Not worth it. Ru Xiao nods that Fu Yang's mouth gapes, adopting a disbelieving expression. Are you saying that even if your ghost collaborates with you, you still wouldn't want it? Words alone are insufficient. Ru Xiao gradually gets swayed. Shen An scoffs. Then let me use the new application of the contract that I've just explored as an example. Let me establish a written agreement. Come forth above the panel. Ponytail girl ghost. Slender ghost. Miss ghost. So fake. Once again feeling my intelligence insulted. The elementary school student is putting in extra effort. Finally, someone can accompany me to watch ghosts. Shen An is truly clever. If the ghost delays even a second longer, her contract would be submitted without collaboration. The third-party nature is utilized exceptionally well. She wouldn't dare submit it for real. Otherwise, this contract would surely fail. Why do I feel her earlier expression was one of wanting to submit? So indifferent. So you see, the ghost was scared out. Right. The first conclusion opens. Assist the ponytail girl ghost in killing all bullies. The first conclusion opens. Assist the slender ghost in killing all bullies. The first conclusion opens. Assist the Miss Ghost in killing all bullies. The panel's notifications arrive simultaneously. Fu Yang is the first to exclaim. Oh, still hiding identities? Ponytail girl ghost, slender ghost, Miss Ghost. The contract indeed grants no advantage. You receive what you explore to that extent. Ru Xiao, let us tone it down a bit. Shen An glances at the three ghosts, who are already filled with resentment, lacking sincerity. The three ghosts pause, and the next moment, a new contract notification arrives. The first conclusion opens. Assist the ponytail girl ghost in killing all bullies, while simultaneously gaining immunity from the ponytail girl ghost damage. The first conclusion opens. Assist the slender ghost in killing all bullies, while simultaneously gaining immunity from the slender ghost damage. The first conclusion opens. Assist the mist ghost in killing all bullies, while simultaneously gaining immunity from the mist ghost damage. Shen An, if you don't want to talk, then roll. The parties involved? What did I overlook? Why did it turn hostile? Chapter 47. No one survives. 9. What do you mean? The male ghost following Fu Yang speaks first. Shen An appeared more at ease than her opponent, and her mind began to wander. Setting aside the question of who the bullies were, merely acquiring immunity from a certain ghost was fraught with peril. After all, this school harbored more than one ghost. Having gained immunity from one, could she possibly shield herself from the remaining multitude? Moreover, assisting a ghost in eliminating a bully, it was evident that the bullies were not singular in number. Therefore, upon vanquishing this so-called bully, would the ghost's power increase? She surmised that it most likely would. The law of conservation of contracts dictated as much that in other words, she would need to guard against at least several dozen ghosts who had enhanced their abilities. The very thought sent a thrill through her. After all, while it seemed that each ghost behind every individual had their designated roles, the competitive mechanism of the contracts led the employees to subconsciously believe that the ghosts were each fighting their own battles. Yet nothing was explicitly stated, was it? What if they were all in collusion? What if this entire scenario was merely an illusion to mislead the employees? Shen An felt compelled to consider several steps ahead. For after all, which household suffers bullying from 50 individuals at once? Unfortunately, this contract's decoding aspect was not particularly prominent. The most significant point instead lay with the ghosts and the dreams they experienced each night. The other clues appeared to be mere distractions, an array of convoluted and tangential information. So, should she amend it, altering it to, protect your lives, eliminate the bullies? Would that suffice? The ghost shrouded in mist finally spoke. Her voice clearer yet tinged with a hint of foreboding. Who are the bullies? Shen An inquired directly. Upon hearing this, the three ghosts simultaneously raised their fingers, pointing at Shen An, Ru Xiao, and Fu Yang. And who else? Shen An pressed further. The tall, thin ghost replied, others like you. And who else? Shen An continued to question. The tall, thin ghost. It appeared there was more to uncover. Shen An persisted, before the three ghosts could react. The contract sent a message. Let me see. Ending 1 initiated. Assist the ponytailed female ghost in eliminating all bullies and receive her protection, surviving until the end. Ending 1 initiated. Assist the tall, thin ghost in eliminating all bullies and receive his protection, surviving until the end. Ending 1 initiated. Assist the misty ghost in eliminating all bullies and receive her protection, surviving until the end. Shen An stared at the interface for a few seconds. Puzzled. No mention of clearing the level. Ending 1 initiated. Assist the ponytailed female ghost in eliminating all bullies and receive her protection, surviving until the end to clear the level. Ending 1 initiated. Assist the tall, thin ghost in eliminating all bullies and receive his protection, surviving until the end to clear the level. Ending 1 initiated. Assist the misty ghost in eliminating all bullies and receive her protection, surviving until the end to clear the level. Is it done? The female ghost's eyes began to seep blood unbidden, a palpable sense of repressed violence gradually enveloping the three ghosts, saturating the space without dispersing. Yet Shen An remained oblivious. She sighed, fixated on the interface, and typed a few words. Beware of the hidden gaze that perceives waste. Ending 1 initiated. Assist the ponytailed female ghost in eliminating all bullies, obtaining immunity to all ghostly damage within the contract, receiving her protection, and surviving until the end to clear the level. Following this directive, 4 versions were modified, ultimately leaving 3 ghosts unused. This woman is exceedingly cautious. So terrifying, such a tormenting little sprite. I adore her. Did someone just intrude on this channel? So many pitfalls in the panel information. Indeed, large contracts are not so amusing. Satisfied with the panel's prompt, Shen An pressed confirm and casually remarked, "Can you substitute for the other ghosts? You are indeed in cahoots." What did she just say? So that's how it is? This exploration has surpassed expectations. Are at least 50 ghosts in this school working together? I have a chilling suspicion. These ghosts cannot be the ones bullying others, can they? But that conflicts with the contract. Why would they wish to eliminate the bullies? This contract is so convoluted. The 3 ghosts now regarded Shen An with distinctly hostile gazes, particularly the female ghost who had been following her. Since these ghosts seemed unwilling to depart, she would have to initiate a conversation. Although her current persona was indeed taxing, she believed that more dialogue could yield errors to exploit. "What are your names?" Shen An inquired with a smile that, to her surprise, the 3 ghosts appeared disinclined to meet her gaze, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Shen An, damn. She shot an exasperated glance at Fu Yang. "Yes, they're still here, fine. They simply wish to avoid my sight. Who cares? Ha ha ha, people find ghosts repulsive. I've noticed that this group has the most relaxed atmosphere. The others are on the brink of life and death. Indeed, the atmosphere is light. Yet our progress has not improved much. Is someone upstairs being a cynic? Damn it." The midterm exam at Blue Sky High School had results released on the same day, hence the notification of Chu Xingshan's OOC also arrived immediately. As expected, yet it still made one want to curse. "Brother Chu, so it's you here." A C-level employee greeted Chu Xingshan obsequiously. Indeed. Chu Xingshan's lips curled into a subtle, enigmatic smile. "I happen to have a matter to discuss with you." "Rest assured, Brother Chu, the boys and I will join forces to deal with that unruly newcomer." The employee hastily replied, "I've already contacted everyone. Just await your instructions, Brother Chu, as long as you uphold the contract you promised afterward and show us a little consideration." 10 minutes later, in the Blue Sky High School library, "Brother Chu, save me. Where did this ghost come from?" "Is it you, Chu Xingshan?" As the lives of the employees were collected, the gluttonous figure of the curly-haired ghost solidified further. He greedily licked his lips, a look of satisfaction on his face. "Well done." Chu Xingshan's expression remained as placid as ever. "A bunch of fools. Even I cannot gain favor from Shen An." "What use are you?" Shen An received the sudden news of the 6-member group's deaths while she was on duty with Fu Yang, performing the mandatory task assigned by the homeroom teacher, cleaning the designated area. The continuous and significant loss of employees could only signal either an unexpectedly high difficulty task or the onset of internal strife among the group. Shen An had anticipated this, especially since the most easily discernible outcome, subtly guided by fate, was the mutual slaughter of the employees. Ending 1. Might there also be ending 2, ending 3? This was what occupied Shen An's mind. She had never agreed to solely pursue ending 1. She merely traversed that particular path. That very night, it was no surprise when Chu Shan arrived in haste. How impatient he is! Noticing the malevolent gaze of the curly-haired ghost, Shen An clicked her tongue in amazement. No need to hide. Although I know, to some extent, you are all in league, I suspect there exists a competitive relationship among you as well. Without further ado, you may falter, but I want to see your sincerity. The three ghosts grumbled. We don't want to do this, yet we have to. Not fun at all. Chapter 48. No one survives. 10. We cannot overcome. The somber ghostly words seemed to emerge from the depths of a frigid abyss, akin to the anguished utterances of the oppressed bearing the weight of a grievous injustice. The tall, thin ghost stated coldly. There was an inexplicable pity, weakness, and absurdity. Shen An radiated a sense of ease. I know. Go ahead. The tone was imbued with a smile that brooked no contradiction. Chu Shan, standing nearby, wore a shadowed expression, alongside the unabashedly malevolent curly-haired ghost. All pretenses fell away in Shen An's presence. After directing the impetuous young man to deliver a sound thrashing, even Chu Shan, no matter how well-mannered, found it impossible to offer Shen An even a semblance of a smile, even if feigned. Kill her, without further ado. He merely wished to witness Shen An's demise. Otherwise, the events at the library entrance that day could cost him dearly. Being rendered powerless and beaten down like a dog was certainly not what the clients favored. This aligned perfectly with the curly-haired ghost's intentions. The more individuals he killed, the stronger he would become. A dense aura of malevolence emanated from him, a bone-chilling coldness creeping up through Fu Yang and Ru Zhao's feet, piercing each bone's crevices that moment. Another three ghostly figures materialized, intercepting the curly-haired ghost's initial wave of attack. Chu Shan was taken aback, but he regained composure only after the curly-haired ghost effortlessly repelled his opponents. He cackled, Shen An, you coward, forever hiding behind others. Today, let us see who can assist you. Continuously urging the curly-haired ghost to strike at Shen An, he simultaneously sidestepped Ru Zhao's assault. There you shall, Chu Shan threatened. If you do not assist Shen An, I might spare you. Otherwise, once Shen An is dead, you will be next. As he spoke, he hastily dodged two more of Ru Zhao's strikes, retreating hurriedly. Damn it, this Ru Zhao is not easy to deal with. He had called for help for so long, yet received no response. Such a single-minded fool. Yet he himself could not prevail. What are you still doing? Why aren't you helping me? The impatience flickered momentarily in the eyes of the curly-haired demon, followed by a sudden, eerie surge as its claws slashed towards the trio of spirits opposite. Instantly, the trio's momentum waned. Shortly thereafter, the curly-haired demon materialized behind Ru Zhao, its hand reaching towards his neck. Without hesitation, Shen An summoned the vengeful spirit's curved blade, executing a sideways strike aimed at the curly-haired demon. The demon quickly withdrew and pivoted, yet the edge still grazed it, releasing a wisp of dark mist into the air. Excellent! A sinister, mocking laughter filled the air, and a dull pain surged in the minds of the onlookers, even affecting Chu Shan. Fool! He cursed the curly-haired demon for its inability to distinguish friend from foe. Retreating a few steps, unbeknownst to him, a shadow was stealthily approaching. Shen An was surprised to find that her vengeful spirit's curved blade could inflict harm even on contractual demons. A delightful surprise indeed. Meanwhile, she executed a roll on the ground, raising her hand to block a sudden attack from behind, that a muffled grunt escaped her lips. The demoness' elusive presence proved somewhat challenging for her to contend with. This was merely the strength derived from having killed a few individuals. Shen An discreetly glanced at the trio of spirits not far off. Seizing a moment of vulnerability, she steeled her resolve, and, amidst the curly-haired demon's howling charge, thrust her blade towards it. Alas, she only managed to graze its arm. Yet for the curly-haired demon, this was an immense humiliation. How could a mere human injure it? With no sign of the fear or despair it relished, the demon decided to compose its own symphony of torment. Quietly, the curly-haired demon activated its abilities, elevating its speed and strength to their utmost limits. This time, no one could save you. Neither your feeble companions, nor my pathetic kindred. The curly-haired demon reveled in its superiority, launching itself forward, only to find its prey frozen in terror. Is it truly laughing? How foolish! Then it realized that its form was moving, retreating, growing further away from that human. This was not its intention. The curly-haired demon was taken aback, struggling in vain, oblivious to what had transpired. Suddenly, a jolt coursed through its heart as it sensed something amiss, turning to gaze at the location of Chu Xing-shan. Indeed, the gagged Chu Xing-shan was struggling desperately, yet his body was being dragged away. The culprits were the several school bullies from earlier that day. The as Chu Xing-shan was forcibly removed. An inexplicable phenomenon unfolded. An unseen force began to gradually pull the curly-haired demon away from the battlefield. Curly-haired demon. Utterly unprepared. Truly, they didn't even waste a single item. What? The psychological impact on Chu Bailian is monumental. Ha ha ha. Did you notice how Chu Bailian was so enraged that he could no longer pretend to be innocent? Did you notice? Shen An wore a knowing expression. Chu Xing-shan was also bound to a demon? What binding? Fu Yang emerged from his hiding spot, bewildered by the term also. Before he could delve into elaborate speculation, Shen An interrupted, suggesting it must have been from the moment we entered the contract, at that very instant. Ru Xiao nodded in agreement. Having only heard of earthbound spirits before, he was intrigued to learn of human-bound spirits. Fu Yang understood instantly what the two meant. But why? Yes, why? Shen An echoed his words. And what about those just now? Fu Yang hesitated to voice his thoughts. Shen An anticipated his inquiry, but her Yu Zhao's gaze was filled with curiosity, eagerly awaiting enlightenment. Compared to her nighttime efforts to bring NPCs out, they were far more concerned about the well-being of those male high school students who had taken Chu Xing-shan away and the curly-haired demon simultaneously. Were they unharmed? They were safe. Following the previous night's silence from Shen An, Fu Yang received clarification when he observed the school bullies greeting Shen An as usual today. Why had the demons not targeted these bullies? Or rather, these human NPCs. Shen An began to speculate that within this contract, human NPCs and demon NPCs were, to some extent, beings of equal standing. Thus, there was no absolute hierarchy among them, and disregarding the advantages brought by their respective species. In similar contexts, the bullies compared to ordinary high school students and the upgraded curly-haired demon compared to ordinary demons might be nearly equivalent. Perhaps even the bullies held a slight edge, observing Fu Yang frantically swatting at insects. Shen An smiled nonchalantly. Perhaps his fear was so overwhelming that he could not even spare a moment for his usual fascination with educational discourse that Yu Xiao, assisting by shaking off his clothing. Inadvertently turned to notice Shen An's smile, pausing as if just realizing her presence, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Even Shen An, who had intended to delve into dreams for clues that night, was halted by Fu Yang and Ru Xiao, fearing she might not withstand the mental assaults of becoming stronger. That Yu Xiao, what is wrong with your hand? What did you say? Ru Xiao abruptly rose from his stupor. His brow furrowed deeply. Shen An sensed something peculiar, for she had just inquired thrice. Ru Xiao, what is wrong with your hand? Upon hearing clearly, Ru Xiao's expression darkened as he silently opened his panel for Shen An to see. Shen An clearly observed that beneath the section indicating his inability to sustain injury, it displayed one instance of OOC, out of character. The Ru Xiao, who typically exhibited few expressions, pressed his lips tightly together. Bound by his character's constraints, he was required to visit the bathhouse daily, and each time, the faucet would spew forth blood and surrounded by inexplicably appearing severed limbs, with the duration of their presence increasing. Recently, these severed limbs had begun to attack him. Thus, bathing had become almost synonymous with his daily battles. Not bathing equated to OE. Being injured equated to OOC to AT that moment. Fu Yang's scream pierced the air once more. Chapter 49. No one survives. 11. Another insect? Shen An and Ru Xiao asked simultaneously. Yes, yes. Fu Yang leaped in front of Ru Xiao, and they both began another frantic search. Shen An's expression darkened slightly. If Ru Xiao had already reached such a dire predicament, why should she and Fu Yang be spared? Watching the agitated Fu Yang and contemplating his character setup, Shen An could almost ascertain that Fu Yang's sudden susceptibility to insects was anything but ordinary. Its danger level was perhaps not inferior to that of Ru Xiao, elusive and of uncertain variety, but a lazy character. Shen An pondered. Could it be due to not bathing? Might that be too simplistic? What level of neglect would attract such a variety of insects? Shen An felt a thread of understanding forming, yet it remained elusive. Ru Xiao, Yangzi. She wished to call over the two nearby to convey some warnings. Ru Xiao, Yangzi, why doesn't Jiel look so pale? Pale. Shen An was uncertain. All she knew was that her character's fatal flaw seemed to have emerged. Had it vanished, she did not believe that being overlooked repeatedly was mere coincidence. After all, her character was fundamentally another form of silence. This was disastrous. She needed to clarify everything before the situation worsened. Opening her panel, the time for this contract was unprecedentedly lengthy, yet it had silently passed more than half. While the number of survivors in the 10 groups had diminished exponentially, Group 1, 1850, Group 2, 2350, Group 3, 950, Group 4, 1350, Group 5, 2850, Group 6, 1650, Group 7, 1050, Group 8, 750, Group 9, 1450, Group 10, 2550, and the number of those who had cleared the contract. 0. Initially, it was believed that competing for 20 spots would be the greatest challenge. But it was forgotten that the number 20 represented not only competition among employees but also a fundamentally low survival rate within the contract. From the beginning, Shen An suspected that this contract harbored lethal intentions directed at individuals as well as towards the collective. Among them were minor skirmishes and also deadly threats that, if entering dreams, was akin to the pinnacle of collective threats. Now the fatal threats of each character began to gradually reveal themselves. After the 16th day of the contract, daylight ceased to exist. The terms day and night became more symbolic, while everything within the school continued as usual. Beneath the azure sky, dark currents surged, waiting for the moment of revelation. Recently, Chu Xingshan had been suffering from severe headaches. After deceiving yet another employee, the impact of this immense pressure caused him to vent his frustrations by stabbing the already lifeless body a few times. After all, employees could not kill employees. The curly-haired demon had informed him that if he killed a few more employees, he would be able to escape some regional restrictions and even target human NPCs. In recent days, Chu Xingshan felt something was amiss, but the persistent pain in his head prevented him from contemplating further. He knew he must have fallen victim to certain fatal conditions of the contract, and he needed to escape quickly. Therefore, he had to ensure the curly-haired demon killed a total of 10 employees. For the demon had promised him from the outset that upon fulfilling the killing objective, it could be released to be reborn, at which point his exploration progress would also be complete. Meanwhile, the parties outside were engulfed in a cloud of despair. Exploration level at 50 and stagnating. Those who seem promising are falling one by one. Isn't it just a line of bullying? Why can't we dig deeper? Each of them is too preoccupied to care for the others. Right? By the way, these characters' fatal flaws are really toxic. No one survives? Don't panic. Let us keep watching. After all, it is a Class C contract, with 20 indicators to consider. Perhaps the multitude of employees has merely obscured the truth. It feels as though this time, the situation is rather precarious. And yeah, do you mean we will no longer see you in the future? Not in the future. It is already happening. Furthermore, it is not that we cannot see you. Rather, it is a matter of perception, as if from your cognitive realm. My existence has been removed. Shen An analyzed all the clues she had gathered over the past few days, scribbling notes on paper. She needed to act swiftly. If her suspicions were indeed linked to certain truths, it would be a fierce battle. I am going somewhere. She set down her pen, uncertain if this action could be deemed reckless. This was a place she had to verify after meticulously sifting through various conditions. Ru Xiao observed Shen An's expression and tentatively inquired, "Do you not require my accompaniment?" Seeing Shen An's demeanor, Ru Xiao wisely chose to remain silent, but he trusted her judgment and arrangements. However, Shen An circled around and found herself in the office, and it was daytime, filled with teachers. She composed herself and called for a report, slowly approaching the homeroom teacher with deep-set eye bags, ignoring the myriad teachers who gazed at her with an unsettling intensity, their formidable presence threatening to engulf her whole. "Teacher Zhang." Shen An made an effort to ignore her discomfort and inquired, "Do you have old graduation photos? Mine have gone missing. I would like to obtain another copy." Indeed, avoiding this place had been the right choice, that if there was any qualification to discuss with the ghostly students, before these eerie teachers, the staff had no power to retaliate. Shen An summoned all her strength to resist the wave of unease. "Do you have any photos here?" The surrounding teachers began to distort and warp, their cacophonous laughter rising and falling in pitch, while Shen An stood her ground, unwavering. Amidst the surreal chaos, she spotted the homeroom teacher pulling out a laminated photograph from seemingly nowhere. In the hazy interplay of light, her frayed nerves struggled to lift her hand, accepting the photograph that was offered in slow motion, stepping across the threshold between life and death. Which faction occupied this office? From the numerous prompts she had received regarding mandatory tasks, she sensed an ominous truth. They were not to be underestimated. The combat level of those spectral teachers surpassed her own. Nevertheless, this journey was worthwhile. She glanced down at the photograph in her hand. The first semester of senior year. Her gaze landed on certain individuals. Fortunately, upon her arrival, the two were present. Shen An exhaled lightly, a smirk curling on her lips as she waved at them from across the room. 1 second, 2 seconds, she called out, "This is absolutely dreadful." She stared intently at the familiar faces captured in the photograph. The ponytailed ghost, the tall and thin ghost, the curly-haired ghost. Chapter 50. No one survives 12 in the first semester of senior year. Logically speaking, classes typically remain unchanged. Thus, the photograph she held should align with the roster. Therefore, Shen An's eyes flickered with realization. The discrepancy lay within Class 3-2. The photograph depicted the ponytailed ghost, the tall and thin ghost, and the curly-haired ghost, while the roster listed Shen An, Fu Yang, and Chu Xingshan. After all, apart from them, she encountered everyone else daily, especially her current classmates. As for Ru Xiao, he belonged to a different class. But the situation should not differ much, and no wonder. She could find no traces of those ghosts. The IT turned out the staff were merely substituting for these ghostly figures. Humans tend to subconsciously overlook their own existence when gathering information. Shen An had harbored this suspicion for quite some time. Ever since she discovered that ghosts must remain within a certain proximity of the staff, the connection between staff and ghosts resembled an invisible thread. And her baseless conjectures desperately needed decisive evidence. The seemingly ineffective yet oddly balanced ordinary students alongside the devious ghostly faction and the perilous, unassailable teachers. Could these factions unlock different outcomes? Where might the trigger lie? Shen An had never felt that her actions were such a waste of time. Indeed, a waste of time. Perhaps it was the contract that consistently reminded her of certain unpleasant matters, trivialities from long ago that she had disregarded. These past few days, she had nearly forgotten that she possessed an extraordinary advantage, that on the 18th day of entering Yuelon High School, Group 2, so hungry. So hungry! A staff member gorged himself in the cafeteria, oblivious to the oppressive black clouds outside that seemed poised to descend, while the staff member's bloated face, marked by protruding eyes, appeared entranced by some phantom. Group 7, that a person curled up beneath a piled blanket. Having remained in the dormitory for 2 days, starved fingers reached for the bread prepared at the bedside. Warning: OOC behavior detected once. Staff member Huang Jian's OOC behavior has reached 3 instances, resulting in contract failure. The wind intensified, continuously billowing the curtains on either side. Under the full moonlight, the now desiccated quilt lay bare. Group 10. What the hell? Is this how the wealthy character role is utilized? It feels as though this staff member is about to be crushed. What kind of table is that? The nearby radio is worth a bit more. Every day, one must carry items worth no less than 10,000 yuan, and every 24 hours, an additional 10,000 yuan. What kind of hellish script is this? Primarily due to the school's uniform requirement. Otherwise, I would suggest he strip someone else. Did he not steal someone's shoes last time and nearly get beaten to death? In the scene, the writhing staff member was bound with various objects, as the accumulation of possessions brought up a panel notification stating he still needed 93,820 yuan, and he had only 10 minutes left to collect it. Group 6. Shen An calculated the recent various causes of death: starvation, illness, wealth, dialect. Aside from collaborative tasks, it seemed more were dying due to character roles, and with the ghosts, if in the later stages, the staff were preoccupied with their own affairs. Might it be that the ghosts, as their killing increased and their power grew, could to some extent free themselves from certain constraints imposed by the staff, such as their bound position, or perhaps killing their own prey? She shared this speculation with Fu Yang and Ru Xiao, who had just been roused from sleep. Initially, it was a fleeting distraction, but now it required repetition to assert her presence. and soon it would take grand gestures to make them aware of her. Shen An mused that the next time would likely be when she found herself utterly isolated, that her Yu Xiao listened to her hypothesis, marveling at her meticulous reasoning while deep in thought. Although his achievements did not match Shen An's, consistently ranking first, he had nonetheless endured numerous contracts that if the ghosts opposed us, and since we could see through the traps of the contracts between ghosts, what if other staff members also saw through them? If that were the case, collaboration among the staff would render the ghost's existence meaningless, or rather, completely suppressed. Fu Yang inquired, but what about Chu Xingshan, who hasn't seen through it? And isn't this a competitive contract? However, she thought of her own companions, which referred to those who accompanied her. Thus, Shen An pulled out a list of information she had compiled earlier, drawing an arrow from the top, which pointed to escaping the contract. She had previously speculated, based on her conversation with Chi, that the contract might not have been fabricated, assuming it truly existed. Therefore, if the ghost's intentions were recognized by everyone, then the contract must hold other implications, completing this logic. That is, concealing deeper dangers or pathways that we entered into a contract with the ghost. Fu Yang murmured, and in the next moment his thoughts crystallized with unprecedented clarity. Could it be? Exactly. The contract did not stipulate that this was mandatory. Generally, contracts provide conclusions, and staff members tend to unconsciously follow along, completing exploration, ultimately fulfilling the contract. This is a common phenomenon. Yet, in the case of competitive contracts, if a particular outcome harbors a trap, what Shen An wished to convey was to approach the problem from a different angle, that an outcome proposed by the contract does not necessarily have to be pursued. This merely offers you a perspective. Shen An nodded, quietly calculating the exploration levels of the group. They were still slightly short. She produced the photograph and handed it to Fu Yang and Ru Xiao, holding tightly. The implications were vague. The two fell silent, understanding Shen An's good intentions. Could it be that we are merely substituting for the original identities of these ghosts? Ru Xiao stated seriously. Shen An smiled softly, remaining silent. Yet Fu Yang, ever the spirited one, his eyes darting, questioned, so those ghosts follow us because we've taken their identities? But that couldn't be right. He quickly countered, surely we aren't them, right? Haha. Noticing Ru Xiao's puzzled expression, Fu Yang wondered aloud, what is up with you, Xiaogo? Ru Xiao shook his head, merely sighing. You've become quite astute today, Fu Yang retorted. No need to be so serious about it. Content to witness the exploration levels of the two rise. Shen An added, indeed, we do not merely replace them, rather, we are them. The final word she pronounced with resolute clarity. Have you ever noticed that, although not overtly apparent, they do not genuinely urge us to eliminate the staff? Ru Xiao's expression shifted, as if he had come to a realization. They possess alternative avenues to augment their power. Indeed, it does not imply that we are aligned with them. Their intentions towards us are merely benevolent. Shen An is almost accustomed to this mode of communication now. She merely needs to remember not to exceed a certain word count within a minute. It is possible that all the ingenious entities are in cahoots, their collaborative efforts surpassing individual competition among them. That's so. Have you realized? In Fu Yang's clear gaze, Shen An completed the final piece of logic. The impeccable contract we signed predicates upon our assistance in eliminating the spirits. Otherwise, no collaboration would be legitimate. Those employees who failed to detect the loopholes in the contract, even if they were to eliminate everyone, would still be at risk. She paused for a moment. Even if they managed to kill all the spirits, they could still fall victim to the cunning ghosts, either by aligning with them or being ensnared by the remaining entities. Fu Yang gasped. Doesn't that mean there is no way out? Chapter 51. No one survives. 13 indeed. A flicker of amusement sparkled in Shen An's eyes. Observing her reaction, Ru Xiao inferred that she had a plan in mind, likely still in the process of verification, that he inquired, so, the notion that we are the ghosts must have other clues. Right. It can't solely rely on photographs. Exactly. I wonder if you have noticed that the ponytailed ghost following me speaks very little. What if she is not merely reticent but fears revealing flaws through excessive speech? How does that sound? She ought to, like myself, be limited to uttering only a few words each time. Perhaps my persona has been crafted in such a manner. Shen An silently calculated the number of words she had spoken and continued. As for the ghost accompanying Yang Zi, I can only deduce from the wrinkled, unkempt school uniform that it may relate to a slothful persona, and the foggy ghost is a handsome figure. Who knows? All the disguises serve to mislead. I feel as if I understand. I feel like Ru Xiao beside me is nodding vigorously. I feel like a bewildered elementary student standing nearby. I feel like a ghost unable to interject. Oh my, I almost forgot about the presence of 3 other spirits. 3 ghosts. What to do? Discovered but unable to speak. JP. Once again, this delightful sensation of piecing together fragmented information makes me feel as if I can comprehend it. Comprehend? You don't think it's due to your intelligence, do you? Laughing out loud. Ru Xiao. Step aside. Don't obstruct the leader from discerning which path leads to opportunity. Just curious about this. I am particularly intrigued by the definition of the identity of the staff as ghosts. So am I. To what extent do these identities overlap? Surely not to the level of shared life and death. Overthinking it. Focus on the logical connections. Is it just me who noticed that the leader's exploration has nearly reached 80? Oh, this indicates that this clue is significant. The identity of the ghosts. Let me be succinct. Shen An glanced at her 2 teammates, whose gazes were about to wander again, and hastily engaged each with a determined nudge. Why do I feel like the young lady is enjoying herself while fanning them? The employees are those who perpetrate bullying. Is it possible that they are not merely bullies? Similarly, are these ghosts also bullies? Yes, Shen An replied swiftly. This is the most awkward situation, indicating that our opportunity lies within the crisis. Given the current scenario, if no clues have emerged thus far, it must be a low-probability triggering mechanism. Although the contract is competitive in nature, it is fundamentally classified as C-level, with a survival target set at 20. While this number may seem modest, it is surprisingly disproportionate to the current number of survivors. Thus, could it be necessary to transcend the limitations of identity? To trigger from an alternative perspective? Shen An sighed, a rare moment of exasperation escaping her lips. That is all I shall say. Let us press on. Teammates. Chu Xingshan had not visited the classroom for quite some time. Could it simply be due to the connection between persona and bullying? In recent days, he had unearthed some clues, particularly regarding the library incident at the outset. He could clearly ascertain that the ghost trailing him was once a bullied student. Hence, were the ghosts accompanying the other employees also victims of bullying? The employees, as perpetrators of bullying, are numerically equivalent to the ghosts in a 1-to-1 ratio. He felt something was amiss, yet the immediate benefits distracted him from pondering further. His first outcome was nearing completion, with a current progress of 8-10. In other words, if the curly-haired ghost were to eliminate 2 more individuals, he would accomplish his task. However, the vigilance he had honed through experience compelled him to instinctively slow his search for employees, especially considering that the remaining ones were not easily deceived. Leaning against a wall, his brow furrowed deeply, a throbbing headache accompanied by the unsettling sensation of being followed. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was merely a shadow of a tree. Who? Suddenly alert, he straightened up, fixating on a particular thicket. Then, from behind another tree emerged a person, an equally wary employee. Beside this employee was a clearly defined and substantial ghostly figure. Chu Xingshan's expression darkened, that in just over 10 days, half of the people had perished. And both parties were under immense mental strain, awaiting the ghostly apparition to fulfill the numerical task to surpass 80 exploration. Those who remained were astute individuals. They could easily perceive the ghostly figures accompanying each other. Discerning the equilibrium of strength, Su Yingpeng deliberately lagged behind, confirming that Chu Xingshan had left before dragging out a half-conscious individual from behind the tree. Rustling. What was that? He needed to swiftly complete his task and depart. The exploration progress of this cursed contract had not budged an inch. Was it all contained within the concluding tasks? Typically, the main storyline unfolds gradually with increased exploration, revealing the main background as progress updates and automatically fulfilling the final exploration metrics. He needed only 2 more individuals to assist the ghost in realizing its wish. Just moments ago, while he was engaged with someone, Chu Xingshan had approached, nearly startling him. He had intended to act once the other left. But unexpectedly, the person lingered. Thankfully, they have now departed. A wave of elation and excitement coursed through Su Yingpeng's eyes that no one had yet reached 80 exploration. He might become the first to meet the criteria. His ghost informed him that as long as he eliminated 9 individuals, the last one would no longer require such effort to be led by the employee. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. urging the ghost beside him. Hurry up and act. He incessantly pressed, eagerly watching as the ghost clasped the employee's neck, tightening its grip. Snap. Then he met a pair of chilling eyes that Chi rubbed the A-Wong in her hands. You are rather optimistic, aren't you? I already knew. Sending messages is futile. Shen An remained unfazed, observing Fu Yong and Ru Xiao lingering subconsciously around the flower bed, reluctant to depart. Her gaze shifted to another side. Chi, why not try that spiritual tool? They were situated in the very flower bed where the knife rain had initially fallen, and there was no need to concern themselves with the presence of corpses. For in this school, one could never tell where another body might appear. What do you think? Shen An inquired. I have a feeling you have already deduced something, that Chi responded evasively. Shen An paused, studying her intently, then chuckled softly. I have indeed made some conjectures, but now I have even more guesses. What? Chi was intrigued. You haven't sensed it yet, have you? Shen An's smile widened, teasingly looking at Chi. The momentary awkwardness vanished as Chi fell silent, irritably rubbing the A-Wong in her hands, which seemed to grow heavier with each motion. To A-Wong, believing Chi was playing with it, wriggled excitedly, trying to reach the ground. Shen An comforted Chi, and as she watched with envy at the divination board, she couldn't help but add with a smile, don't glare. You are far more useful than it. With a flick of her hand, she recited the incantation from the panel, activating the spiritual function of the divination board. Immediately, a flash of red light surged, and a multitude of images flooded into her mind. Chapter 52. No One Survives. 14. The divination board worked just as effectively today. Shen An glanced casually behind her, soothing the little creature A-Wong, which had transformed through soul crossing. When Chi inquired, recalling the incident Shen An had recounted about the flying knives. Shen An replied, to be precise, it was a real incident that occurred on campus, the flying knife event, and not something we, as employees, encountered. As Shen An narrated, the images that had materialized in her mind unfolded before Chi. It was an entirely ordinary day of learning. In front of the teaching building, many students were either conversing or playfully chasing one another. That a group of individuals jostled a few others, some thin, some dark-skinned, some haggard. Beneath the same school uniforms, if one did not scrutinize closely, it would be impossible to discern who bore a sorrowful expression and who harbored malice. Quickly. Is it ready? 3:21. As they passed a flower bed. They were already quite close to the teaching building. As the countdown of an unknown individual echoed, the throng of students abruptly dispersed, leaving only 3 or 4 bewildered souls at the center, utterly at a loss. Hurry up, someone shouted. The hazy scene faltered, intermittently obscured by several parallel lines that masked the faces of those in the middle. A resounding explosion, akin to shattering porcelain, erupted at their feet, revealing the trajectory of the projectiles to the few witnesses. From the 4th or 5th floor, or perhaps even higher, the cumulative force of the descending objects grew ever more lethal, while the ground-level individuals remained oblivious, instinctively shielding their heads. Items continued to rain down from above, amidst a chorus of laughter and jeering, naive yet cruel, detached and indifferent. One person's arm was struck by a heavy object, and a smaller individual was grazed across the face. In their frenzied flight, a sharp glimmer of white light concealed itself, fortuitously striking one person's nape, piercing through the throat. Nearby witnesses were splattered with blood. A moment of silence ensued. Then, this concealed menace gradually spread, prompting all to flee like startled birds. Only the unfortunate soul, gravely injured and gasping for breath, lay helpless on the ground, unable to comprehend the precarious situation above, as more heavy objects continued to rain down. The scene abruptly ceased. Under the increasingly somber atmosphere that enveloped Chi, Shen An remained impassive, having anticipated this moment. The reason she had chosen to invoke the spirit at this juncture, rather than at the onset of the knife rain, was precisely to avoid a situation akin to the present, an incomplete tableau. Yet the campus setting was unmistakably uniform, with all donned in school uniforms. Thus, Shen An sat cross-legged, resting her chin in her hands. Devoid of the anxiety typically associated with invisibility, she meticulously noted the suspicious traits of certain NPCs, all for the sake of comparison once the spirit invocation succeeded. Indeed, this contract contained numerous facets worthy of exploration. But this locale was the most revealing. Shen An mused, for here she could validate most of her hypotheses. Among those dragged along, there was a lanky figure, a school uniform stained with red and black marker, alongside several ordinary students from various classes. Among those casting items from above were the bullies she had previously subdued, and fleetingly, she spotted the silhouette of a ponytailed female ghost. Amidst the throng surrounding the lanky figure, she recognized a curly-haired individual, whose form bore resemblance to the ghost trailing behind Chu Xingshan. As for the onlooking students, she also noted familiar NPCs such as Luo Qing. Had these revelations occurred when she first entered the contract, it would have been a chaotic Lang. Yet now, amidst her burgeoning suspicions, they provided empirical support for her validations that in truth, had she visited various domains such as the library or dormitory, haunted strongholds of spirits to confirm her findings. That would have been infallible. However, such exhaustive measures seemed rather clumsy and slow under her current conjectures. She recounted her exploratory findings as a narrative to Chi, whilst also preparing to draw her tale to a close. She thrust her blade into a serpent that was swimming towards Fu Yang. Do you understand where the peril of character design originates? Chi shook her head, now aware only that the staff were both perpetrators of bullying and victims thereof. This alone left her perplexed. The explanation was quite simple. Upon the foundation of ordinary character design, the element of victimization is incorporated. Thus we have our character-driven peril. For instance, her shy persona, when embodying the role of a bully, remains unexamined. How does a reticent individual relate to reality? How might one become invisible? She could only conceive of one term, isolation, recalling the myriad trending topics she had witnessed over the years. Bullying encapsulated a plethora of human experiences. Chi had never encountered such a phenomenon, her confusion palpable. Were they feigning ignorance of her existence, refusing to engage or interact, as if performing a play? How could they maintain such a charade for so long? Surely, it must be entertaining. Shen An remained silent. The revelry of the crowd contrasted starkly with the solitary dissent of one that Chi was not of this era. Yet merely hearing Shen An's description stirred an indescribable discomfort within her, a suffocating feeling that was more agonizing than pain itself. And here, there were 50 character archetypes. Shen An's voice, too, grew somber. She had once contemplated Fu Yang's languid persona. Could someone truly attract so many vermin without bathing? Impossible. She had encountered numerous individuals from diverse regions and customs, each with their own habits. Moreover, how could one genuinely avoid bathing? The contract had merely magnified all these aspects. Yet, the inevitable demise of certain pests stemmed from the naive pranks of their companions. The ghost accompanying Ruxiao had once ensnared her with confusion. Or perhaps certain more positive character designs unveiled within the contract had caused Shen An to waver in her conjectures, prompting her to question, why would these individuals also fall victim to bullying? But now she understood. Shen An's gaze sharpened, fixating on a corner not far away, where a specter had trailed her since her entry into the contract. It seemed the exploration would have to wait. I feel like what Shen An said makes perfect sense. Is everyone in this contract a villain? The revelation that the staff are indeed ghosts is truly terrifying. Do you all remember the big shot mentioned earlier that we shouldn't assist ghosts in killing too many people? Oh my god, now that you mention it, I recall someone is plotting something. Oh dear, just as Shen An unravels the main thread, some ghosts are leveling up? Well, that previous staff member thought he was about to clear the contract, only to be killed by his own ghost. How foolish. He didn't even stipulate that ghosts cannot kill themselves in the contract. Isn't it said that the more foolish, the more confident? The ghost is currently pursuing Chu Xingshan. Oh no, I must admit I quite like Chu Xingshan's face. It's a pity he can only think of ways to prevent the curly-haired ghost from killing him, without considering that other ghosts could. The groups of ghosts that have killed enough staff members seem to be nearing their end. Indeed, one rotten apple can spoil the whole barrel. By the way, within this contract, have any of you noticed a few individuals behaving strangely? They neither pursue the main thread nor explore progress, simply following the staff. Isn't that the one trailing Shen An? Chapter 53. And then there were none. 15. Shen An maintained her cross-legged posture, unfazed by the sudden appearance of another, that a staff member, donned in the same high school uniform, emerged not far off, of modest stature, yet possessing remarkably keen eyes. Her gaze flitted lightly across the surroundings. Her complexion rendered even more translucent by the light reflecting off the school building. Seemingly lacking any interest in inquiring further, an inexplicable tension hung in the air between the two, as a flicker of surprise and admiration danced in the other's eyes. Exercising restraint. Shen An, too, was astonished internally. This individual appeared unaffected by the contract. She could still perceive her presence. A quiet vigilance settled within her. What were this person's intentions? Why follow her? And why choose this moment to reveal themselves? Hello, Shen An. My name is Sun Jie. The man who introduced himself as Sun Jie spoke with a calm and courteous demeanor, yet the air of arrogance he exuded was unmistakable. That he continued, unperturbed. You performed admirably in your previous 2 contracts, and I am here to invite you to join my team. That a glimmer of evident derision flashed in Shen An's eyes, which Sun Jie promptly noticed. His displeasure manifesting momentarily before dissipating, that he persisted, adopting a tone that seemed tinged with condescension. By joining our team, we will assign high-ranking staff to guide you through the contract, thereby enhancing your survival rate. Additionally, specialized tools will be at your disposal, benefits that you cannot presently fathom. Forming a clique. A slight smirk crept upon Shen An's lips as curiosity piqued regarding what lay behind this person's facade. She bore the demeanor of a perennial champion, her gaze slightly elevated, impervious to flattery, as if regarding each token of recognition in her life with indifference. The DOI lacked this. She appeared both innocent and proud. Sun Jie faltered for a moment, then donned an expression of knowing. You are ungrateful. He tossed a glass orb into the air, which expanded upon contact with the breeze, enveloping the two of them before Shen An could react. Can't see them? It seems so. This orb is peculiar, capable of obscuring the contract. What do you think they're doing inside? Logically, the contract allows for cooperative teams, so there's nothing wrong if Shen An agrees. Given Shen An's strength, she hardly needs to depend on a team. She could assemble her own. It's merely a clique mentality. It seems situational. Those lacking strength can indeed increase their survival rate by banding together. I find Sun Jie rather suspicious. Someone with such an item shouldn't be inconspicuous. I've seen Sun Jie in other contracts performing quite averagely. Where did this item originate? Within the glass orb. Though Shen An maintained her smile, her eyes sharpened gradually. What do you mean by this? Do not misunderstand. My invitation is sincere. Sun Jie replied with a peculiar smile. This is merely a trinket to shield against nosy onlookers. Because you have been outstanding among the recent newcomers, we are naturally willing to share some of the organization's secrets with you. Organization. Hadn't it just been a team? Sun Jie, seemingly unfazed by the news, continued to extend an olive branch, declaring, we can ensure your survival, living eternally at the slightest cost. After uttering these words, he quietly awaited the reaction of the person opposite him, but he held considerable confidence, believing that any ordinary employee hearing such an offer would manage to maintain their composure. But who could truly resist the allure of immortality? To his surprise, Shen An merely frowned at his words, displaying none of the anticipated expressions. Sun Jie's self-satisfied demeanor faltered, as he assumed Shen An had not comprehended his message. Do you think I am deceiving you? He questioned, tinged with disbelief. You still doubt the power of the organization? Unbeknownst to him, the seemingly impassive Shen An had already engaged in a mental dialogue with Shen Fiki the moment she felt the necklace around her neck grow warm. Shen Fiki's tone had never been so urgent. He cautioned Shen An to avoid falling for Sun Jie's ploy and to keep her distance from such individuals, his words laced with anger and trepidation. Lowering her voice deliberately, she suggested, I believe I could eliminate him. What do you think? What do I think? Shen Fiki pondered, I think you're playing with fire. Lilin, he claims to have an organization that I understand. Shen An replied, silently assessing Shen Fiki's state of mind. It seems my spirit has been revitalized, that I in truth. Her thoughts wandered further, contemplating the flaws in this contract, the potential for its enhancement. She mused that facing an adversary of equal standing did not intimidate her. Moreover, the colossal entity that the contract represented was beyond the reach of current manpower. The flaw would not persist indefinitely. Gradually, she raised her gaze, locking her eyes on a Sun Jie. It is permissible to kill. Sun Jie, realizing the gravity of the situation, shifted from the stance of offering another chance to one of finality, declaring that secrets would not be spared. You have 1 day to consider, he concluded. He was reluctant to elaborate further. Every time the organization sought to recruit newcomers, each black horse proved more obstinate than the last, with peculiar tempers, making resolutions quite challenging. Fortunately, there would always be some form of gain. As human nature dictated, as for the rest, they could not be utilized by others. He could not allow them to be lured away by someone else. Just then, Shen An, who had remained silent until now, called out to him, I suddenly have the urge to conclude. This, what does that mean? Sun Jie was taken aback. He had not diligently sought clues this time, knowing that in 2 days, the organization would personally escort the flaw away. The selection of this newcomer had already consumed the organization's efforts for a year or two. The next time they meddled with the contract, who knew when that would be? Thus, when Shen An lunged forward with a knife, he was momentarily stunned. You, Sun Jie exclaimed in disbelief. Are you insane? You intend to kill me? Shen An maintained a harmless smile. Yet to Sun Jie, it gradually morphed into an unsettling coldness, sending shivers down his spine. He had not encountered such a reckless newcomer since joining the organization. That aren't you afraid of what lies behind me? He began, only to be sent flying by a kick. Sun Jie was not particularly skilled. Yet his years spent in B and C level contracts had granted him a degree of physical enhancement. He coughed up blood, swiftly stowing away the glass orb, preparing to flee. However, Shen An would not allow him to escape so easily. She had gleaned certain truths from mere fragments of conversation. This person could not be left alive. The rapidly shifting situation startled the onlookers. So what is happening? I love how decisive our Njie is. Oh, how bloody, compared to Njie. I'm practically a saint. Kill him, kill him. Invest. Sun Jie gritted his teeth. Realizing that if things continued this way, he would undoubtedly perish, that he hastily produced a long-saved enhancement tool for his physical strength. And amidst his heavy, uncontrolled breaths, he forcefully shoved Shen An aside. Suddenly, a pair of menacing fangs appeared to his right, and Sun Jie was taken down without warning, terror flooding his face. A chunk of flesh from his shoulder was bitten off. Chapter 54, No One Survives 16. Sun Jie had never felt so utterly wretched. He turned, his left hand transforming into a claw bristling with barbs, shimmering with bluish scales, as he grasped something from behind. It was a grotesque creature. With the change in his left hand, his entire demeanor deflated. Today was truly a day of losing both the lady and the soldiers. Even if he escaped this calamity, he would be nursing injuries for months. A cold, murderous intent flickered in Sun Jie's eyes, yet his face flushed with humiliation and rage. Employees were not permitted to kill employees, right? He wished for Shen An to meet a most unfortunate end. Do you still want this little beast? Sun Jie tightened his grip around Wang's neck, his tone frenzied and mocking. This little creature must still hold some value, right? We have no enmity. Release me, and I shall return it to you. He stared intently at Shen An. The latter halted her actions, and Sun Jie felt a flicker of hope cross his features, only to be met with Shen An's incredulous exclamation. Are you out of your mind? The joy on Sun Jie's face froze. Caught in a limbo of absurdity, that I greatly admire you. Your life is, of course, more important. Her cold words, coupled with a seemingly mocking tone, sent Sun Jie's heart plummeting. Panic seized him, and his grip on Wang weakened, trembling as if holding a hot potato. How could this be happening? He had never encountered such a madwoman before. Not joining was one thing, even if he threatened her. There was still a day left. Moreover, who would dare confront the organization so brazenly? She was but a newcomer walking on thin ice. In the midst of this standoff, another twist emerged. A figure clad in a school uniform rushed in, and upon spotting Sun Jie, abruptly veered in his direction. Sun Jie cursed under his breath. He could already see the shadowy figure pursuing behind. The suffocating darkness loomed ominously as Chu Xingshan dashed through the empty corridor, finally spotting a gathering of people in a clearing. Without a second thought, he rushed toward them, that he needed to divert the conflict. His bloodied lips pressed tightly together, trembling uncontrollably. Upon crossing an invisible barrier, he suddenly noticed that Shen An was right beside him. How did Shen An end up here? He hadn't noticed her earlier. A surge of elation coursed through him as he changed direction to approach her. Shen An, so you are here? Save me. He deliberately called out loudly to his astonishment. Shen An stood her ground, tacitly accepting his plea for help, her smile. Bizarre? Chu Xingshan was horrified that in his frantic glances, it seemed Shen An waved her hand, capturing a shadowy figure into a panel. Then she unexpectedly displayed an expression of panic, anxiety, and pain towards him. Do not harm him, Chu Xingshan exclaimed, baffled. Just as he was about to explain, I'm not. The resolute Shen An launched an attack, momentarily stunning Chu Xingshan and Sun Jie behind him. Sun Jie, who had initially felt fortunate to have negated the contract's negative effects with the tool and ensnared someone to threaten Shen An, was blindsided when the curved blade sliced through the air, blood gushing forth. Amidst his screams, he heard Shen An's chilling declaration, "You must die." In that instant, he felt as though he could hear nothing. With a vicious snap, he broke Chu Xingshan's limbs, seizing him like a chick, and hurled him towards the approaching shadowy figure. Everything transpired in a flash, even as the shadowy figure clutched him like a dying fish. Chu Xingshan could not comprehend how it had come to this. He had been on the brink of escape, on the verge of eliminating Shen An. In his final moments, he suddenly recalled the time Shen An had looked down at him from above. Her voice devoid of inflection, asking, "You think of revenge? Why not consider adding another wish to bring him back to life?" Indeed, the contract allowed for wishes to be added. Why hadn't he thought of that? Was it because Du Lingfeng had always outshone him, garnering more affection from those around them? Or was it because he had always sought to imitate him, stemming from a despicable desire for the original to disappear? He truly hadn't wished for it. With a thud, Sun Jie collided with a stone pillar in the corridor, spitting out another mouthful of blood, crashing heavily to the ground. Isn't Shen An's combat prowess astonishing? It's mainly her excellent skills and decisive actions. Shen An remained undeterred, countering the approaching shadow. With this block, her expression grew serious. This ghost was incredibly fast. She retreated slightly, glancing at the battered Sun Jie lying in the distance. Their earlier confrontation had subtly shifted to a secluded area. While the strength of the shadow before her seemed to have claimed the lives of at least 8 or 9 individuals, perhaps even 10, its form nearly solidifying. Solid? As Shen An defended against yet another strike, she seemed to hear the sound of the shadow's teeth gnashing against her blade. With a swift spin, she thrust her dagger upward, only to be met with a piercing scream that momentarily drained the color from her face, halting her movements. Yet at that moment, a sharp claw lunged toward her back, its force powerful enough to pierce through her chest in the next heartbeat. It was Sun Jie. He lay in wait for a considerable time, solely to perish alongside Shen An. Ah! A hand gently cradled him. At that moment, Sun Jie found himself in a state of disbelief far greater than when he first learned of Shen An's intention to kill him. How could this be possible? Such force? This was a backlash of his own blood and energy. It was Shen An, that inexplicable speed, that defiance of human anatomy, and that irresistible strength. If just moments ago, Shen An had instilled in him a flicker of survival instinct, now he dared not entertain even the thought of struggling, but he found himself utterly unable to break free. In despair, Sun Jie realized that Shen An's gaze had transformed from moments ago, now exuding an aura of deadness. The wheel of fortune had turned. Was she avenging the one she had pushed toward the ghost? Yet it did not seem so. That he could not comprehend that in the midst of bloodshed and the agony of lacerations, Sun Jie remained unwilling to accept his fate. So close. Shen An lounged in a corner, observing the battle between Shen Fiki and the shadow, commenting with a semblance of seriousness, "It seems my boyfriend harbors many secrets from me." Shen Fiki grasped the male ghost's jaw, twisting with force. The sound of dislocation accompanied by the ghost's shriek resonated. In an instant, a chilling wind swept through, and where Shen Fiki made contact with the ghost, particularly his palm, it seemed to corrode, blood gushing forth as large swathes of flesh peeled away. A fierce light flickered in Shen Fiki's eyes, unyielding and resolute, as he forcefully knelt upon the ghost's back, producing a series of audible cracks. The ghost's piercing wail shattered nearby glass, the pain in his eardrums causing him to furrow his brow. Why has he suddenly become stronger? Shen An's ghost-slaying diary. Moreover, he seems to hold the upper hand. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my god. Shen An, I am a relentless harvesting machine. Boyfriend, does your hand hurt? Shen An pondered in her mind. Each time she referred to him as boyfriend, Shen understood it to be a jest. But why now? Shen An nodded. With a hint of nonchalance, she continued, just based on my knowledge of you. I'm not blaming you, I merely wish to ask. Have you forgotten that you are within my body? It really is nothing much. I'm just inquiring, do you understand what I'm saying? Shen. Chapter 55, No One Survives, 17. Shen lowered his gaze, splaying his fingers. Throughout the relentless training day and night, he had always managed to conceal the once pristine elegance of his nature. His slender, elongated hand, marred by scars and grime, seemed to retain the clarity of thought and the delicate grace of a pen held cleanly. Reflecting the contemplative smile of a youth lost in dreams that in truth, he had encountered Shen An long before, even earlier than her recollection of their meeting. Every encounter was merely a seed, ultimately blossoming into a towering tree. Shen, I hear your biological parents have come seeking you. In the Welfare Institute, 3 or 4 scruffy yet tidy boys surrounded a central figure, their tone laced with mockery and envy. Did I hear your parents also carry the surname Shen? Then your name need not be changed. The children of the Welfare Institute were named after the surname of the incumbent director. Another voice chimed in, I heard his parents are dead, and the ones here to fetch him are relatives. Wasn't he that just like when he was still in the institute? Laughter erupted, akin to the croaking of a duck, sending a throbbing pain through Shen head that a young boy who tended to flowers quietly rose. His stature as resilient and upright as a bamboo, his cool, handsome visage scanning the room, instantly causing the older children to recoil. What do you want? Yes. Today the institute is lively, not only with adoptees but also a new batch of children. We merely wish to talk to you. Cowardly yet eager to stir trouble, Shen surveyed the surrounding figures, their colors monotonous and dreary, truly. What are you all doing? He suddenly heard a voice, imbued with mirth, strange yet fervent. Until the owner of the voice turned their back to him, blocking his path, he remained ensnared in the monotonous days of the past, only to awaken to the fact that the person had already moved on. It was the newly arrived batch of children. They were truly delightful. Shen, what are you looking at? He recalled the director had just come looking for him, asking him this very question. Shen, what are you looking at? Others echoed the inquiry. Shen. The voices diverged sharply from his memories, yet merged in a peculiar manner. In but a few seconds, he suddenly comprehended Shen An's warning. The ghost he had firmly restrained beneath his palm was somewhat amiss. It manifested as an intangible black vortex, beginning to converge from every corner of the campus, like myriad streams flowing into the sea, or the ominous clouds gathering before a storm, surging into the shadow within his grasp. The shadow's momentum swelled rapidly, drawing black energy from those nearby, such as behind Shen An, Sun Jie, and beside the corpse of Chu Xing. Amidst the compressing and tugging fog, he could occasionally glimpse figures like the ponytailed female ghost and the curly-haired ghost. He thought, the ghost and the contract are about to merge. Xiao and don't come out. In the moment Shen was propelled away by the gust, Shen An's panel received a notification. Contract progress has been updated. The hatred of the student has coalesced into the final vengeful spirit. Please defeat it. Failure will result in the elimination of all personnel. This time, the vengeful spirit's curved blade encountered a true vengeful spirit. And amidst their clash, Shen An shockingly heard a wail in her mind, resonating with her vengeful spirit's curved blade. Shen was once again thrust back, stumbling several steps, his fingers trembling uncontrollably, blood streaming from his injured fingertips. Dripping onto the ground, the vengeful spirit, having gathered the grievances of countless ghosts, cloaked in black mist, rendered it indistinguishable, its sinister and malevolent laughter directed straight at Shen in mere seconds. New wounds adorned Shen form, particularly on his arms, where flesh was torn and blood spilled from his attempts at defense and evasion. At this moment, several staff members rushed in, including Ru Xiao, Fu Yang, and Lin Shuang, with whom he had crossed paths previously. Aside from them, only 2 staff members he had yet to encounter remained. The absent personnel were likely all lost. This time, they all received a unified panel notification, drawn by the commotion. However, upon assessing the scene, each person's expression turned grim. The boss is too powerful. Shen fought while retreating, lacking the energy to consider the few staff members standing helplessly aside, They scrambled, drawing weapons and stacking buffs, amidst the chaos created by the sudden arrival of several staff members. Shen An did not forget to remind Fu Yang to carry Sun Jie's corpse along as the battlefield shifted. After all, she had briefly observed that the item for dispelling the murderous aura did not seem to be on Sun Jie. It appeared he had concealed it in hard-to-reveal places. Generally, such specialized and useful items were likely usable only in this particular instance, hence the need to cherish them. Thus unfolded this bizarre scene. The vengeful spirit, brimming with momentum, continuously propelled the flung staff members, blood gushing in arcs, only to re-enter the fray in disarray moments later. Meanwhile, not far from the battlefield, a vigilant elementary student dragged a corpse-esque foot, trailing behind them at an appropriate distance. It was to allow a certain deceased person's item to envelop the battlefield in a radiant glow. Is this something carbon-based life forms could conceive? Dragging a corpse? In this tense moment, I surprisingly sensed a peculiar humor. A rare explosion of team spirit in a battle scene. I feel like I'm about to be killed. It seems this contract has certain lines that are easily triggered, such as the bullying arc appearing long ago, yet the true main storyline remains disconnected. Now that is terrifying. Shen An is so strong. But it appears she is also at a disadvantage. Other groups are facing similar predicaments. Announcing the latest battle status, Groups 2 and 10 were the first to be completely annihilated. This amalgamation of the entire contract's ghost's vengeful spirit strength far exceeds the combat prowess of the highest B-level personnel in the current contract. The contract can't possibly have a bug, right? That would be illogical. Surely, there can't be a single individual among this batch who can hold their own. If this contract started out as unreasonable, I simply love watching battle scenes. This is still quite thrilling. Although the merged vengeful spirit was evidently formidable, the unified prompt from the contract made these remaining staff members realize that they had no choice but to press on. Meanwhile, Shen An took the time to reassess everything that had transpired since entering this contract, that if one were to consider the exploration of the contract as an inquiry into a certain mastermind, then their experiences since entering the contract were essentially derived from the branches of that mastermind, with minimal unrelated content. Thus, generally, once the mastermind was unraveled, the entire contract would also be considered explored, which was tantamount to disintegration within the contract. Likewise, there would be no presence of meaningless individuals or matters within the contract. Head towards the teaching building quickly. Upon comprehending the intricacies, Shen An finally grasped that the contract had no intention of pitting them against such formidable vengeful spirits. She signaled to Shen Fiki, who immediately understood her intent, that in a swift motion, he lunged forward, plunging the knife forcefully into the back of the vengeful spirit, then withdrew without hesitation, turning to flee towards the teaching building. The vengeful spirit, wounded, forcefully cast aside the others and roared as it charged after Shen Fiki. A sudden turn of events ensued. Just as the vengeful spirit was about to enter the teaching building, it inexplicably halted. Chapter 56. No one survives. 18. Oh no. Shen An called out to Shen Fiki, realizing that Fu Yang had been left behind. The tool in Fu Yang's possession, which was meant to negate the negative effects of her invisibility, had also been abandoned. This was to be expected. Regardless of whether they were ghost students or ordinary human students, all would be treated equally under the influence of the contract's parameters, for they were all participants. Outside the range of the tool's effect, the vengeful spirit could not perceive Shen An. The approaching Ru Xiao was violently flung away, while Shen An remained unharmed, which was a rare advantage of being invisible. Of course, had she harbored any intent to attack, the outcome would have been entirely different. That moment, the vengeful spirit seemed to sense something, abruptly changing its course to seize Fu Yang. Shen Fiki attempted to intervene, but was momentarily outpaced. Unable to obstruct its advance, Fu Yang, taken aback, scrambled to pull out a panel and pressed a certain item. Absolute defense. A consumable defensive item. Single-use duration is 10 minutes. Using this item can negate all physical and magical damage. Remaining uses 2. Witnessing this scene, Shen An thought, impressive. No need to retrieve the body now. She observed the vengeful spirit redirecting its fury towards the remaining staff, her voice tinged with urgency and tremor. We must ascend to the second floor? Quickly. There is no time to lose. Almost as soon as Shen An finished speaking, Shen Fiki sprang into action, turning without hesitation. You all shall perish. Behind them, the vengeful spirit howled frantically. Black mist surged uncontrollably, gradually enveloping the entire school, the already dim sky becoming impenetrable to light. The remaining staff members were on the brink of collapse. Fu Yang, in shock, lamented inwardly. You all hold on for a few more minutes. Once my item runs out, I can help you all escape. Lin Shuang half-knelt on the ground, blood frothing from his mouth, mockingly exclaiming, What is the point of lamenting? It's merely a matter of dying sooner or later. He then brandished his only permanent offensive item and struck again, only to be swatted away by a claw. As Shen An fled, Shen An truly ran away. In times of adversity, one reveals their true character. She wouldn't think she could survive to the end relying solely on her identity. Would she? What direction? The direction of escape? What does it matter if she escapes? Really, look, Shen An has gone to the second-floor office. What good will that do? Woe is me, my Lin Shuang, the handsome boy. Woe is me, my Ru Xiao, the dashing lad, is faring even worse. I trusted the wrong person. Several groups have already been annihilated. Woe is me. Truly no one survives. Does Shen An think to seek refuge with the teachers in the office? That place is evidently more perilous. She seemed sharp earlier. How is she being foolish at this moment? Exactly. I've been wandering through so many groups and haven't seen a single clue related to the teachers. What is Shen An up to? Is she grasping at straws? Look, has she lured someone out? The vengeful spirit pierced through a staff member's chest, eliciting a look of disbelief from the victim before it maliciously grinned. Then escalated its power, effortlessly tearing apart the staff member's torso amidst the swirling black mist. A torrential rain of blood suddenly drenched those caught off guard. Fragments of human tissue plummeted to the ground. One staff member was so horrified that he vomited on the spot that Yu Xiao and Lin Shuang turned ashen, while Fu Yang trembled within the protective barrier. That moment, his vision was overwhelmed by an all-consuming darkness, blackness everywhere. Even the person standing before him was being consumed by the dense blackness. Only a certain area within him, a foot-square space, emitted a solitary glow. It's over. I'm going to die here. He thought in despair. My desires will remain unfulfilled. My life will end here. The path to revitalizing the Fu family has come to a halt. Why didn't I think of clinging to someone stronger? A strong ally. Had he ever sought one? He looked ahead as a figure slowly approached. His ally, Fu Yang muttered, his ally. Is Shen An's sister An? The figure approaching was indeed sister An. Shen An was accompanied by several others. And Fu Yang noticed that these individuals were not immune to the encroaching black mist. They merely slowed its assault. However, as these individuals drew nearer, the glow on the remaining staff members gradually intensified. He watched as the black mist was forced out of his body. The vengeful spirit also took note, revealing a sinister grin as it frantically attacked the few remaining individuals. Shen An's companions are driving the vengeful spirit mad. Wait, won't that lead to other staff being the first victims? Has Shen An abandoned them? A pack of lunatics. Oh my goodness, look! What the hell? In the midst of its uncontrollable slaughter, the vengeful spirit was suddenly seized by an irresistible force around its throat, and it found itself face to face with 3 or 4 malevolent grinning specters. The swirling black mist seemed to freeze for an instant. Only by enduring until all the dark hands reveal themselves can they achieve total annihilation, an expanse of emptiness, a realm of malevolence. Why? Did you understand? I certainly did not. I think I understood. Yet I also feel confused. But has the crisis been averted? An awkward yet polite smile. My intellect has once again been crushed. As Fu Yang's item expired, he immediately assisted Ru Xiao. Retreating to Shen An's side that no one survives, Ru Xiao, with blood staining his sharp brow, was suddenly enlightened in that moment of realization. He was drenched in cold sweat. All the students in this school are of the same ilk. Whether they are ghost students or ordinary human students, their existence serves a singular purpose: to embody both the bullied and the bullies. Hence, the plethora of contradictions and perplexing clues. The school's disregard for its internal rules also subtly indicated that this institution merely serves as a nexus for bizarre phenomena, birthed by the thoughts of ghosts, rather than its original purpose. Fu Yang, still muddled, seemed to grasp the concept. Yet he was perplexed. Didn't they say we were also students? We are already dead. Shen An suddenly leaned closer, startling his face to a ghostly pallor that our Yu Shao patiently clarified. We have assumed the identities of those ghosts. Similarly, those ghosts are us too. Fu Yang understood. The ghosts and vengeful spirits had merged, essentially meaning that we ourselves also. He patted his chest, unwilling to glance at the vengeful spirit being throttled like a chick over there. This is a contract that encapsulates the theme. Shen An sighed in genuine admiration. This is merely a process of reporting to the teacher. We had overcomplicated our thoughts earlier. The main issue was that this time it was far too sudden, and the staff who entered were a mixed bag. Lin Shuang joined the conversation, reverting to his carefree demeanor, remarking this is more akin to a C-grade contract. Once we unravel our character backgrounds, we've completed about 80 of it. As for the competitive nature, it all hinges on those 20 slots. I agree, in the past. Large contracts would always provide ample notice. Moreover, the format would also be communicated to the staff in advance. From Lin Shuang's words, it seems this time they were abruptly pulled in. Isn't that harmful? No preparations whatsoever. Most of those present are novices hearing about large contracts for the first time. However, those who can pass without preparation are truly remarkable. It feels like some mysterious organization is selecting candidates. Now that you mention it, I recall the strange figures trailing behind those dark horses. Oh my goodness, I must report this. Don't you dare harm my precious child. I just want to say, after today, will Shen An be on the rise? I'm casting my vote in advance. Chapter 57. No one survives. 19. In truth, the early stages of the contract provided numerous hints. Now that Shen An was free from the constraints of her character, she was eager to speak more. For instance, the mandatory tasks assigned by the contract are typically distributed by the teachers. Initially, I believed it was to fit certain school scenarios, yet they have not enforced any strict rules, have they? In fact, one could argue that there are no rules at all. Thus, the sudden emergence of these tasks appears somewhat superfluous, even resembling intentional confusion, or perhaps the correct answer is hidden away. Another surviving staff member, shaken, gazed around in confusion, asking, wasn't there anyone to discover this beforehand? Discover what? Fu Yang retorted. Isn't this akin to how I approach exam questions? Completely bewildered before seeing the answer, only to realize how it all fits together upon discovering it. Try to uncover something ahead of time. I dare you. That was not what I meant, the staff member busily explained. What I wish to inquire is, if someone discovers this early, wouldn't they have already cleared the challenge? This possibility cannot be dismissed. Shen An restrained Fu Yang, playfully ruffling his hair, effectively silencing him. However, the prior oppression from teachers was, for us, nearly absolute. Sharing an identity with specters, we were branded as bullies, and approaching the teachers was tantamount to courting disaster. That as the constraints of our personas intensified, we gradually transformed from bullies into victims, and it was only then that the teacher's capacity to inflict harm began to wane. The evidence lies within our dreams. Dreams are but a reflection of reality. The increasing dominance of shadows within our dreams signifies a shift in identity. The deceptive light cast by street lamps has morphed into utter darkness. This is a contract rich in symbolism. I feel the subjectivity of this contract is quite pronounced. Indeed, the leaps in logic are substantial. It requires someone to actively connect the background lines. Didn't the lady mention earlier that this venue might not even be real? Otherwise, how could there be a school that is so abnormal? Oh, are you suggesting that the scene was not originally from that side? It is a place conjured by the overwhelming resentment of students merging into a phantom realm. Who would have thought the ultimate solution would be to seek out a teacher? There is no other choice. In scenarios where such apparitions merge, the outcomes generally start high and decline, as they are merely attempting to remedy some personal shortcoming. It indeed peaked at a high. Yet it feels like the abruptness of this initiation has been reported. Those who overheard Shen An's words felt a creeping dread gradually rising from their feet, especially Lin Shuang, whose expression grew complex. He gazed at the vengeful spirit being dragged away to unknown fates, squinting at the suddenly brightening sky. How could one conceive this? I mean, solely relying on dreams. What significance do the transitions between the identities of staff and specters hold? Such notions are far too vague. Lin Shuang felt a headache coming on to in truth. After spending so long within this contract, most staff members could find, to varying degrees, clues related to their identities, and it is not impossible that a few have already unraveled the relationship between the bully and the bullied. How can you be certain that the identity of a teacher can suppress a vengeful spirit? Or rather, at what point does a staff member's identity change? Shen An chuckled, for this is a school setting. A scene prompt. Lin Shuang suddenly realized, was it truly that simple? Solving it with common sense, it's about prioritization. In comparison to finding the teacher, other answers would clearly fall to the wayside as the group conversed. Numerous panel prompts continued to emerge. However, those nearing the conclusion had little inclination to pay attention. IT was merely an increase in exploration, as a significant portion of this background story revolves around personal exploration. Those who have survived to this point have nearly all met the criteria. Any remaining contributions would simply be embellishments that IT leased for the current group. That is the case. After all, everyone is already well aware of who holds the highest exploration rate in the venue. Shen An remarked, in fact, the introductory clip provided a hint. Those who raced through the night encompassed nearly all characteristics. If one were to identify a commonality, it could only be that they are all students. The distinction between day and night is stark, seemingly unrelated, yet let us not forget, they all don the same school uniform. Lin Shuang and Fu Yang nodded in synchrony, bewildered. Thus, the differing attitudes when pursued reflect their stances. However, in the end, Lin Shuang sighed heavily. But why did we gradually stray from the main narrative? Shen An referred to the contract with the specters, her laughter light and airy, for the conclusion was laid before us. The allure of readily available benefits is irresistible. Even when one is aware of the oddities, they will find themselves ensnared in layers upon layers of competition, repeatedly lured down the path of being bullied by specters. This is a subtle suggestion. After all, the specters are us, who would harm oneself. The group felt a chill of realization. They were wary of the specters within the contract, even of the contract itself. Yet inadvertently relied on the powerful, forgetting that the contract does not define them. They themselves are their true essence. If one is strong, even a helper is theirs. Yet if one is strong in self, it may lead to self-destruction. Fu Yang's mind was a tangle, but he was genuinely curious to clarify, attempting to express in simpler terms. Sister, do you mean if I do not become a bully nor a victim? Regardless, I am in the right. Even seeking a teacher is for my benefit. Conversely, if I become the one harming others, I will ultimately bring harm upon myself, and if I am bullied without seeking a resolution, I will eventually come to despise myself or continue to be bullied. Just like when Zayazij found the diary, as you mentioned. Close enough, Shen An nodded. To despise oneself would indeed invite the specters to eliminate the staff. At this moment, Ru Xiao had also nearly recovered. He had been the most severely beaten earlier, after all, rushing headlong without caution. Thus, the essence of this contract is to unravel the notion that as long as there is pursuit, one shall eventually descend into darkness, as depicted in the introductory clip. That is about right. Shen An smiled. The IT is indeed this logic. Oh my goodness. So that is how it is, in a blaze of glory. All is hazy. However, Shen An's tone shifted, stating, though good and evil are but a thought apart, and strength is merely a transfer of energy, I must confess, I acknowledge the element of gamble in this. But the stark truth remains singular. Justice shall prevail? In the end? How Klitsch? Both Klitsch and bold. Why does that last line sound so much like an advertisement? I don't care. I worship the goddess. Did other groups also manage to scrape through to the conclusion? Turns out that if a vengeful spirit appears for over half an hour in this contract, it will automatically be recognized by the teachers and manually eliminated. Damn, just coming from Group 9, originally enduring half an hour would have offered a chance at survival, yet they ended up in a self-destructive fight, leaving only one alive. Doesn't this setup imply that Shen An was indeed correct? I too feel that the truth aligns closely with her analysis. It is the only thread of insight among the 10 groups. Laughing to death, how many groups are left alive? Yet one cannot say that. Did you not see how a Ling's brother personally entered the contract to save his younger sibling? So this contract does have a flaw. Isn't a Ling's brother an A-level manager? I just saw his panel prompt indicating he entered the contract midway, nearly losing all his assets. Now reduced to a B-level supervisor. Last time, did he not create a life-sharing bracelet? estimating that when a Ling was in danger, his brother sensed it and rushed to the rescue. Sibling love. It seems this contract is about to undergo an urgent update. Once it is filled, it will truly be unassailable. Chapter 58. No one survives. 20. Sister, are you reciting an advertisement slogan? It feels a bit juvenile. No, Shen An replied mysteriously, leaning closer to Fu Yang's ear. I am rehearsing lines to establish a persona. For the audience. Fu Yang, not deaf. Too late. Silently observing the two, Ru Zhao's eyes flickered with amusement. Shen An had grown remarkably fast, exceptional and astonishing. She is his teammate. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of person her boyfriend might be that Yu Xiao suddenly thought of this inopportune moment. Anyone who caught Shen An's attention surely couldn't be too bad. Time passed as the group conversed, and in the distance, the struggling howls of the vengeful spirit gradually diminished. The body, ravaged and torn, was besieged by countless dark essences that fled in disarray. Upon contact with the air, they burned away like flames, vanishing in mere seconds. Beneath the same blue sky, all darkness finally found no refuge. And the dust settled. The specter teacher led away the vengeful spirit. At the instant of its disappearance, the surrounding environment began to grow translucent, scattering into flickering motes of light. The cement ground on which Shen An and the others stood, along with the surrounding classrooms and trees, began to stretch, twist, and fade, rising slowly like mist. This environment is indeed formed by obsession. With the progress completed, the Blue High School has vanished. The remaining groups are also nearing their end. Out of the original 500 participants in the contract, fewer than 20 survived. It is absurd that initially everyone had hoped to compete for 20 slots, only to find they could not even fill those. The panel prompt sounded. The students' obsessions have dissipated. The main narrative of this contract is now officially complete. There exists a mysterious cement path at Yulan High School, which every student may tread upon. He gritted his teeth, persevering, hurriedly running past, ultimately descending into darkness. She rose in defiance, hastily walking, ultimately descending into darkness. She once compelled others, now finds herself compelled. He once endured humiliation, now inflicts it upon others that a Yulan High School's cement path. No one can escape. When the path lies before you, will you choose to become the bully or the bullied? As soon as you make that choice, Azure High School welcomes you. With the main storyline progressing to its zenith, a new notification chimed in on Shen An's panel. Oh wow. She indeed has obtained another item. Detected item. Blood Sacrifice Technique. Blood Sacrifice Technique. A consumable enhancement item. When used, it temporarily boosts one's strength, mental fortitude, and overall capabilities by 200 for a duration of 10 minutes. Warm reminder. There is a significant risk of backlash from the blood sacrifice, resulting in severe diminishment of bodily functions. Specific symptoms are random and can be restored through intermittent rest, typically taking 3 to 5 days. Usage count. 3 times. Each contract limited to 1 use. That a tattered page appeared in Shen An's item inventory. This could significantly augment her combat prowess, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. Although there is a side effect, she deemed the potential benefits far outweigh the drawbacks. After all, such limited-use items are seldom needed unless in dire straits. And when faced with peril, who would concern themselves with future consequences? One must prioritize the present. What Shen An currently lacked was precisely this kind of formidable item. Moreover, her inherent strength would amplify the benefits received. Before long, the final contract evaluations were released. N01 Survive contract has concluded, with the comprehensive evaluation results as follows. First place. Shen An, main storyline reward 500 points. Stake amount 77 for 31. Reward 774 points. Personal main storyline exploration reach 100. Additional reward 50 points. Contract difficulty upgraded. Compensation reward 30 points. Successfully concluded 3 contracts. Reward 150 points. Total reward 1,504 points. Second place. Ru Xiao, main storyline reward 300 points. Stake amount 9,625. Reward 96 points. Contract difficulty upgraded. Compensation reward 30 points. Total reward 426 points. Third place. Lin Shuang, main storyline reward 100 points. Stake amount 1,836. Reward 18 points. Contract difficulty upgraded, compensation reward, 30 points. Total reward, 148 points. 4th place. Fuyang, main storyline reward, 50 points. Stake amount, 864. Reward, 8 points. Contract difficulty upgraded, compensation reward, 30 points. Total reward, 88 points. 4th place. Aling, main storyline reward, 30 points. Total survivors, 17,500 deceased employees. Yang Jie, Li Jingyi, Zhang Jiaying, Xiao Yinyu. Su Tao, thank you all for successfully completing the contract. Rewards have been allocated to your panels. Please check. I knew this contract seemed a bit challenging. The mortality rate is too high. After the fact, the stake amounts are clearly skewed. Many followed their own employees' stakes, only to be siphoned off by Shen An in the end. Truly the biggest winner. By the way, I didn't expect this C-level contract to remain unchanged. The background line appears quite clean. ISNT Shen and S-point accumulation rate a bit terrifying. Still calling her Shen An? She should be on her knees calling me sister An. Huh? Over 3,000 points already. My goodness, only 3 contracts, and yet some can't even muster 100 from dozens of contracts. Real life is indeed more competitive than fiction. Amazing, wow. It feels like Shen An has a secret she is keeping quite hidden. Which of those on the leaderboard ISNT hiding their own cards? True. Let us just enjoy the spectacle. As the contract concluded, the clients exited like a tidal wave. Did I have enough points? He stammered in excitement. That wish. I can make a wish. Yet, if Fuyang were alone, he probably wouldn't accumulate many points even after 10 contracts, let alone the likelihood of dying early in some obscure corner. Indeed, following Sister An means there's meat to eat. Shen An was taken aback but quickly understood. Naturally, others' wishes were not as irrational as hers, and their point requirements were lower. She sincerely congratulated Fuyang with a pat on the shoulder. Glancing at her current points, she saw 352. The revolution is yet to succeed. Comrades must continue their efforts. However, Sister and Fuyang grinned slyly. I don't plan on resigning, but I'll complete my first wish first. As for the subsequent wishes, while I haven't thought them through, yet despite often facing fear and potential life-threatening situations within contracts, he found the experience exhilarating. He continued, since I've had the ability to see both realms since childhood, I never truly fit in with my peers. The life within contract seems more suited for me. Of course, with my current strength, I will undoubtedly hold you back. So, I plan to start with D-level and C-level contracts to train and adapt. Even if I can't keep pace with your progress, I still aim to match your level. If you ever need my assistance, I will certainly answer the call. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Just as Shen An was about to encourage him, she suddenly heard those words and couldn't help but chuckled. I asked that how you use that phrase. Who wronged you? Fuyang, read more books. Chapter 59, Medical Grievance 1. Shen An's panel also sent a message, indicating that her points had reached the threshold for an upgrade from B to A. However, to elevate from B-level supervisor to A-level manager. Besides reaching the 3,000 points requirement, one must also complete 2 B-level contracts. With this in mind, she decided to take a few days off before promptly seeking out a B-level contract. After all, only by upgrading to an A-level manager could she access greater contract privileges and enter A-level contracts. Moreover, the point rewards for A-level contracts far surpassed those of B, C, and D-level contracts. Currently, her points stood at 352, with the expandable section displaying B1360, B indicating her current level, and 1360 reflecting her point ranking. The point ceiling was established here. For others, accumulating over 1,000 points from a single contract was a distant dream. But for Shen An, it was far from sufficient. She needed to enter higher-level contracts to amass more points. The organization. Shen An leaned against the sofa in the lounge, her tone laced with curiosity. The man before her was handsome and gentle, his deep-set, well-defined features focused on her as though he were observing the entire world. Shen Fiki explained, this is an organization profiting from the development of illegal drugs. With a vast network of black market transactions, there are intentions from above to thoroughly investigate this organization, but every time there's a raid or a slight advancement, it always ends in failure due to various unexpected incidents. Coincidences, or even the opposing side's foresight. We have also suspected various reasons, even conducting internal purges to find potential traitors, but aside from catching a few insignificant bugs, We had no leads until we entered the contract. I began to unravel the inexplicable occurrences in the real world. They must have someone within the contract. You all. Shen An echoed those two words with an inscrutable expression. Her smile was both sweet and perilous. Akin to a mandrake that chooses its prey, my dear boyfriend. Have you forgotten that your persona with me is merely a plain, ordinary campus heartthrob, at most with a rich kid label? The phrase plain and ordinary was uttered with gritted teeth. Back in university, the moment Shinfiki laid eyes on Shen An, he hurriedly sought out information about her college and class schedule, subsequently orchestrating fortuitous encounters, awkwardly attempting to charm her. Yet, even upon graduation, he never dared to breach that thin veil, always too timid to confess. As for Shen An, she had long seen through this seemingly affluent senior and his rather unremarkable actions that, of course, she never inquired, even cheerfully imagining a horror novel inspired by this very scenario. Having navigated through life as storms, Shinfiki, who believed he had inadvertently exposed himself, had no idea what awaited him. Special Operations Department cannot disclose that he explained clumsily and awkwardly. Shen An rolled her eyes to the heavens, exasperated. Got it. Now, considering I'm entangled in this, I must say, especially since it involves an even more enigmatic company and contracts. She had no interest in getting bogged down by such trivial matters that I asked, there anything else you wish to discuss with me? Her words bore an undertone of menace. Shinfiki was momentarily startled. Having just been lamenting, quickly replied, I received news from above, tracking their recent development of a dangerous drug. Detailed information has yet to be received. Once I infiltrated, I was left in the dark. Shen An, fantastic. She needed to take a breather. There had been too much information recently. A week later, Shen An prepared to enter a contract. Shinfiki hesitated. Your injury, just a surface wound. She was well aware that her oblivious boyfriend was likely regretting his actions, reflecting on the pain he had caused her that day. Otherwise, why would she have felt the need to gently remind him? It wasn't until she faced the interface that she realized the contracts were selectable. The contracts available for her to enter were lined up before her, and without hesitation, Shen An chose the B-level contract section. Clicking on one of the options. Welcome to the rules-based contract medical grievance. Loading contract, please wait. The diligent Shen An embarked on her journey alone. Of course, it could hardly be considered alone if one were to overlook Shinfiki and her necklace and Chi on the panel. Upon seeing the words rules-based, Shen An immediately understood that this contract imposed more limitations than mere character settings. The rules dictated the principles she had to adhere to within this contract. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Typically, rules presented themselves in the form of bullet points, akin to warm reminders or task directives provided by the contract. The leather pouch of the B-level contract medical grievance depicted a vibrant complex of buildings, with a clock suspended above the highest floor, casting elongated, distorted shadows of the crowd beneath it. Summary of medical grievance. Welcome to the city's Central Hospital, renowned for having the highest number of patients. The Central Hospital is a time-honored public institution, boasting the most patients, the most professional doctors, the most comprehensive medications, and the most advanced facilities. That IT stands as a benchmark in the industry, teeming with visitors. Recently, there have been multiple unexpected fatalities among the medical staff, and as time progresses, the death toll continues to rise. To maintain the normal operation of the hospital, new doctors have stepped in, and to safeguard the newly arrived medical personnel while better managing the hospital, the director has established certain rules. Everyone entering the hospital premises must adhere to these rules. You will assume the role of a newly appointed intern doctor, exploring the secrets behind all these mysteries. Transmitting, please wait. On the top floor, a collection of worthless entities. Cannon fodder. Overestimating their own abilities. As soon as Xiao Chen pushed open the door, she was met with a relentless barrage of scornful remarks from the man inside. She knew Shen An had recently been watching videos about contracts and tentatively suggested, there is a large contract that just cleared. Would you like to take a look? I heard that a newcomer performed exceptionally well. This one? I heard it had a bug. I just heard that Shizhu Xing said he downgraded just to help his brother. And now he's getting beaten up, he said, pressing the play button, casually glancing at the screen. That I in the next moment, Shen An's previously nonchalant demeanor began to grow serious. Who is she? Chapter 60. Medical Grievance 2. Shen An exclaimed, pointing at the person in the video. Since Xiao Chun began working on the top floor, She had never seen Shen An display such an uncharacteristic expression, especially not one that contained an element of disbelief, curiosity, and anger. Watching Shen An revert to his usual apathetic self, she privately mused that he couldn't possibly be eyeing a new target. Could he? This reaction seemed unlikely. After all, they both shared the surname Shen. Could she possibly be an illegitimate daughter? Turning away from the impractical notion, she reminded herself that the president appeared to be just over 30. Where would an illegitimate daughter of that age come from? Xiaochen quelled her wandering thoughts, realizing that if Shen An noticed her daydreaming, she would surely be reprimanded. Yet she found that he was completely engrossed in frantically operating the panel. After a while, a puzzled murmur came from the sofa. Why wasn't she accepted? By some strange twist of fate. Xiaochen seemed to grasp the situation. Could the president be adding a friend? She kindly reminded him, if the other party is currently in a contract, they won't receive the verification information. Shen An retorted, "Do you think I don't know that?" Xiaochen replied, "I genuinely think you might be too preoccupied to pay attention to this." However, she dared not voice it. The central hospital has been hiring frequently lately. I've heard there have been some unfortunate incidents, with many doctors dying. And what about the patients? Hearing you say that makes me hesitant to seek treatment here. Who knows? Just stop talking. They're looking over here. Shen An blinked and suddenly found herself in a brightly lit hall. She paused, taken aback. This was in stark contrast to the dark and gloomy atmosphere of the previous contracts. The hall bustled with activity, the scent of disinfectant pervading every corner, and even the conversing NPCs appeared particularly lively and natural. At first glance, it resembled a typical hospital lobby, but it felt more spacious and illuminated than she remembered. The white coats, signature pins, and identification badges formed her initial impression of her attire. The panel chimed with a notification. A few supplementary notes regarding the medical grievance contract. 1. This contract task must be completed within 7 days. Early completion allows for premature termination. 2. This is a B-level contract. Upon completion, the employee with the highest comprehensive ranking will receive 1,000 points, with others receiving gradually decreasing rewards. 3. Warm reminder. The nature of this contract is special. Employees are encouraged to explore actively. Special nature. Shen An took note of this, as it indicated additional entries in the contract's reminders. However, she remained uncertain about the specifics of this special nature. Outside, the parties involved streamed in. Finally, it has begun. I've been waiting for this contract for ages, but I could never gather enough people. I heard this contract has a particularly special nature, but they haven't disclosed much about it. What the heck? Zhouyiwa, what is he doing here? Isn't he an A-level employee? This is a score. Siege Wishing really downgraded to B-level. It seems my friend S information was accurate. Siege Wishing is just here to accompany his brother. His skills are undeniable, so he'll likely be promoted swiftly. My goddess Nana has arrived too. I heard this contract was specifically chosen for her by someone special, and she even brought custom props. Shen An, she is chasing after my Njia. This contract has a promising lineup. It's worth it. As Shen An casually slipped her hands into her pockets, she felt something. Just then, a group of middle-aged men and women resembling doctors approached them. You must be the new intern doctors for this round, right? We are your supervising doctors. The lead, a balding man, smiled broadly. You will be assigned to different departments. Please follow us according to the list. Simultaneously, the panel relayed a notification. Contract progress has been updated. Please follow your supervising physician to your assigned department. 10 physicians were paired with 10 staff members, and Shen An was assigned to an elderly traditional Chinese medicine doctor with graying hair. Casually scanning her surroundings, she noticed some individuals observing her from the shadows. Shen An thought this lineup was the best she had encountered since entering a contract. At least everyone appeared composed, that a flicker of determination sparked in her eyes, while her expression remained innocently relaxed, even imbued with a hint of naivety. She obediently followed the elderly doctor to the 3rd floor, where she calmly opened the note she had felt in her pocket. She was fully aware that this contract involved rules she had never experienced before. Thus, finding the rules became her primary objective within this contract. After all, every subsequent step could lead to a misstep. Who cared if she might be discovered? Is this staff member entering a rules-based contract for the first time? How bold, diving straight into the ward for a risky endeavor. Fortunately, the remaining few are relatively cautious. Otherwise, the fun of exploring rules-based contracts would be lost. There are always a few who have muddled through, but their luck ends here. As Shen An received the panel's notification, she swiftly perused the contents of the note. The intern Dr. S Code of Conduct .1 that kindly conduct ward rounds during the designated hours of 8 to 9 o'clock. 13, 00-14, 00, and 18, 00-19, 00, and remind patients to take their medication. Please do not refuse any requests made by patients during this time. Point 2. Remember, each ward accommodates 2 patients. If you encounter only one during your rounds, please promptly notify your supervising physician. Point 3. For newly admitted patients, it is essential to review their medical history and document it. Should a patient suddenly burst into laughter during this process, vacate the room immediately and close the door behind you. 4. After 23:30, return to the staff dormitory on the 5th floor and refrain from going outside. If you encounter patients in the corridor between midnight and 2:00, please ignore them. Point 5. Your working hours are from 8 to 1600 hours. During this time, you must wear a white coat. Upon shift change, ensure you wait for the on-duty physician before 16:15. If they are not present by then, contact the medical office before 14:30, and they will address the situation. Point 6. The cafeteria serves meals from 7 to 7:30 in the morning, 11:30 to 12:00 at noon, and 18 to 18:30 in the evening. Please adhere to these scheduled times for entry and exit. 7. In the event of a conflict between patients, do not intervene directly. Instead, contact the security department immediately. Point 8. There are no blue nurse uniforms. If you encounter nurses in pink or white uniforms, promptly grasp your ID badge and make your escape. If 2 escape routes present themselves, choose the right path. Point 9. All doctors wear white coats. If you encounter someone in a black coat, guide them to room 303 on the 3rd floor. Point 10. A doctor is a patient. Only a doctor's words may be heeded. You are a patient. You are a doctor. Only a patient's words may be trusted. With her mind buzzing, Shen An swiftly noted the key phrases that at this moment. She stood before a patient room alongside an elderly Chinese physician. The panel updated its execution degree, allowing her, under the watchful eye of the old doctor, to enter the room alone to complete the medical history documentation of the newly admitted patient. This is mandatory. Shen An was oblivious to the conversations among the parties involved, thus unaware that someone had perished the moment they entered the patient room. However, as she gazed down the winding corridor, she recalled that the remaining staff were likely undergoing a similar trial. Pondering the rationale behind their separation, could it be to prevent them from making errors? Indeed, it was an experiment in error. Did this imply that the rules she held were not necessarily correct? As she prepared to cross the threshold into the patient room, Shen An conducted a final review of the rules. The first and the first half of the 5th rule contradicted each other. The first stated that rounds must be conducted daily from 8:00-9:00, 00:13, 00-14, 00, and 18, 00-19, 00, while the 5th indicated working hours were from 8 to 1600 hours. Thus was the 18 to 1900 hours time slot indeed necessary for rounds. The 4th rule prohibited going outside after 23:30, yet mentioned encountering patients in the corridor between midnight and 2 o'clock. What circumstances would lead to a corridor encounter? Wasn't that essentially going outside again? These contradictions were momentarily perplexing, so she resolved to seek a breakthrough among these specific rules. As she pondered, she passed the elderly physician standing by the door and stepped into room 307, where 2 newly admitted female patients awaited. Shen An inquired briefly about the information that needed recording, and the 2 patients were surprisingly cooperative, devoid of the anticipated antics. Just as she intended to pose the next question, an unexpected occurrence transpired. One of the female patients began to tremble inexplicably, followed by an eerie fit of laughter. The other seemed to be affected as well, gradually curling her lips into a strange smile. According to the 3rd rule, if a patient suddenly bursts into laughter, Shen An promptly exited the room, decisively closing the door behind her. The turn of events unfolded more swiftly than she had anticipated. The 3rd rule must be authentic. In that moment, she realized that the door could not be reopened. "Dr. Shen, why did you leave? Come back in," called one of the female patients from within the room. At that moment, Shen An felt somewhat dazed, for her excellent memory allowed her to recall the latter part of the 1st rule. During ward rounds, she must not refuse any patient requests. Had she completed her rounds? It seemed not. Dr. Shen, please come back. The laughter, now mingling with a gradually deepening voice, chilled the air by several degrees. That if the third rule was indeed correct, did that render the first rule contradictory and consequently erroneous? Not necessarily. Shen An compelled herself to regain focus. The laughter of the patients, vacating the room, and the inability to refuse a patient's request were not absolute contradictions. The fear was that both could be true. They could coexist. As the temperature around her shifted, Shen An became increasingly certain that when the patient spoke for the third time, it would signify her failure to adhere to the first rule, representing her true refusal of the patient's request. Entering the room while the patients laughed would violate the rule. Not entering would refuse the patient, also a violation of the rule. Is this contract particularly ruthless? After all, they provided rules. Who would have thought they wouldn't analyze? Care to analyze one? Dr. Shen Yu. The patient's third request was about to escape her lips. Would you like something to eat? Shen An interjected suddenly. What? The laughter of the female patient faltered. Her unvoiced words swept away effortlessly. Shen An wore a sincere expression, shaking the patient record book in her hand. Shall I assist you both in procuring some snacks from the supermarket downstairs? Just for a little indulgence? The cold air dissipated in an instant that a voice from within the room expressed mild gratitude. Thank you, Dr. Shen. Just a small favor. Wow. Is it possible to handle it this way? Is this what they call someone with high emotional intelligence? The question is, can it actually work? On the second floor of the hospital, a sharp blade pressed menacingly against a patient's throat as Xie Zhuixing stood outside the door, manipulating a prop sword with his mind, threatening fiercely. Say that again if you dare. The patient. This is very much Xie Zhuixing. Ha ha ha. Why bother? Other staff members didn't comply with the patient's requests. And nothing happened. Does that mean it's all fine? Several patients changed color. So, should Rule 1 be followed or not? Violating it seems to pose no immediate danger. While it is known that death won't occur instantly, what if it escalates to a serious consequence? As Shen An descended to the first floor, she observed that although the hospital was vast and bustling with activity, she rarely encountered doctors and nurses. Moreover, the rules she had received, specifically Rules 8 and 10, pertained to doctors and nurses, and even the logic was fundamentally flawed. Rule 8 stated that there were no blue nurse uniforms. If one encountered nurses in pink or white uniforms, they should grasp their ID badge tightly and flee. Thus, if Rule 8 is correct, is there a possibility of encountering a nurse in a blue uniform? Logically, it would seem impossible. But what if such an encounter occurs? Conversely, if Rule 8 is incorrect and blue nurse uniforms do exist, does that mean encountering nurses in pink or white uniforms does not warrant fleeing? The latter part of Rule 8 states, if two escape routes present themselves, choose the right path. Does that imply the need to escape if one encounters a nurse in a blue uniform? When the rule is incorrect, should one escape via the left path? What if the rule is not entirely true or false, but rather partially correct and incorrect? Shen An felt ensnared in a web of confusion. Her diligent pursuit of logic had rendered her indecisive. She needed to contemplate the logic inherent in the contract itself. Continuing her thoughts as she turned down the corridor, she was unexpectedly confronted by a nurse clad in a white uniform. Shen An smiled, seizing this opportunity to verify. She quickly grasped her ID badge and turned to leave. At that moment, her panel signaled a notification. Detected a patient's favorable impression of the staff at 20. Shen An, I have a feeling these NPCs will be useful later. Can helping to buy something really raise favorability? Contract progress has been updated. Randomly marked erroneous rules for the staff. When Shen An received the notification stating that Rule 8 was entirely incorrect, she was left momentarily speechless, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Was there truly a gameplay mechanic that rewarded favorability by eliminating a wrong answer? How thrilling! The problem was, she had just been validating in reverse. Almost instantaneously, a foul wind swept across the back of her head. With no time to ponder, Shen An stood firm, closed her eyes, turned, and executed the motion in one fluid motion. She felt an indescribable aura nearly graze her skin, followed by a furious roar as that aura began to recede. The entity that had attempted to assault her. Was it a tongue? In the eerie gaze of the nurse across from her, Shen An feigned ignorance, calmly brushing past her. Indeed, bound by the rules, these NPCs could not actively harm the staff. Even as she perceived the nurse's begrudging and longing gaze, which threatened to overflow, she could only watch helplessly as Shen An moved further away. The recent notification piqued her interest even more with the phrase entirely incorrect, that in other words. Her latest conjecture was confirmed. It is indeed possible for the rules to contain both correct and incorrect elements. How vexing! Shen An exhaled softly. What truly occupied her thoughts was Rule 10. The doctor is the patient. Only the words of the doctor may be trusted. You are the patient. You are the doctor. Only the words of the patient may be believed. Truly a stream of consciousness. Chapter 62. Medical Grievance 4. Wow, that was so close. Such swift speed. This contract's supernatural power rivals that of an A grade. Doesn't it? After all, it's a set of rules. Even the boss is bound by constraints. So, if someone were to nullify the rules, wouldn't they become invincible? Is it really that easy to break? Is this your first time seeing a B-grade contract upstairs? How naive. Goddess Nan Nan has also encountered this nurse. Oh, she passed through directly? Truly worthy of my Goddess Nan Nan. So how did she know? She didn't even see her solving the problems. She must have used an item, right? Is someone else a fan upstairs? Saying Nan Nan has taken on a high IQ persona since her entry. How familiar. Isn't the Shen An too? Did they just cross paths in their personas? Huh. By the way, it seems both of them are just one B-grade contract away from leveling up to A. After delivering her items, Shen An glanced at her phone. 11:23, that only 7 minutes remained until the lunchtime specified in Rule 6, that she had now gained a general understanding of the tolerance level of the rules. Punishments could be terminated, transferred, or might not necessarily be fatal. After all, there were too many rules. Relying solely on trial and error was unrealistic, and dying from a single mistake was equally implausible. The difficulty could easily become excessively high. However, this did not imply that the rules could be disregarded. On the contrary, they could quietly accumulate in a subtle, almost imperceptible manner, and in some respects, this could be far more lethal. Shen An arrived at the entrance of the cafeteria. The first thing that caught her eye was the dining regulations displayed on the wall. She noticed there were still 4 minutes remaining. Among the familiar figures gradually arriving at the cafeteria entrance, aside from herself, only 8 others remained. Whether it was the internship regulations she had discovered in her pocket or the dining rules at the cafeteria entrance, these regulations served as clues awaiting analysis. On another note, this also implied that the emergence of rules was foundational for this contract. Finding the hidden rules scattered throughout was merely the beginning of entering this contract, ignoring the various gazes at the entrance. Shen An quickly skimmed through the items on the wall. Cafeteria dining regulations. 1. Cafeteria serving hours are from 7 to 7:30 in the morning, 11:30 to 12:00 at noon, and 18 to 18:30 in the evening. Please enter and exit at the designated times. 2. To ensure a pleasant dining environment, any form of noise is prohibited in the cafeteria. Violators will be escorted to room 303 on the 3rd floor by security. 3. If you see someone faint or fall ill in the cafeteria, please remain seated and wait for the relevant staff to address the situation. 4. Remember to collect your daily egg supply from the designated window. If your dish contains scrambled eggs with tomatoes, please retrieve a complimentary drink from another window. 5. That there will be no cleaning staff during meal times. If you encounter one, remember not to offend these individuals. The first rule was identical to that in the internship regulations. Following the instructions at the very last second of 11:29, she stepped into the cafeteria. Goddess Nan Nan, you're truly brilliant. I've effortlessly avoided several rules by following you. Among the group that entered the cafeteria almost simultaneously with Shen An, a man with ash-gray hair was complimenting the indifferent woman beside him. Just sheer luck. Saying Nan Nan made her way directly to the food selection area. Ignoring the crowd around her, since this contract did not compel them to act together, she had no need to pay attention to the other unremarkable figures. However, her peripheral vision could not help but scan the people around her. When she turned her gaze to a certain spot, her pupils subtly contracted, but she quickly returned to an unaffected demeanor. She had spotted an unexpected person, Ling. What are you doing? Xie Zhuoxing suddenly noticed that his younger brother beside him seemed off. His expression was quite peculiar. Why do you look like a dog spotting a bone? Ling's fervent gaze clashed with his brother's unamused remark, causing his veins to throb in irritation. He too had encountered an unexpected figure. Hello. As Shen An sat down, a starry-eyed youth approached her, accompanied by a rugged man. The two took a seat opposite her. "Hello," Shen An, always one to extend goodwill to smiling faces, greeted them warmly. The sound of the youth's spoon clattering against the plate punctuated his speech. "I am your fan." "Non-fan da. My name is Aling." The youth's face flushed crimson. "Ha ha, Aling. Do you want to see how worthless you look right now?" "Wait. So Shen An is the one writing horror stories?" Xie Xing's expression is just hilarious. How could you possibly be such a brother? Who even remembers Aling's proud persona? "Dada, have you written the third part of Yanjing Guan yet?" "What is?" Shen An's smile gradually stiffened. After nearly 2 months in the contract, she had not expected to encounter someone related to the real world. And such an enthusiastic little fan at that, who was also so talkative. While she believed in extending goodwill to smiling faces, one must always be cautious of unsolicited flattery. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Shen An remained vigilant. What if this was an act? The contract was the most primal form of competition. All aspects of human nature would be magnified here, and what should be exposed would ultimately reveal itself. She silently observed the approaching uniformed personnel behind Aling, casually sipping her sour plum drink. Yes, made with powder, that Aling's companion, a young man, immediately turned his attention to the back, instinctively halting Aling's incessant chatter. Just then, an invisible pressure descended upon all cafeteria staff, rendering them motionless. That a palpable tension permeated the air until Aling was forcibly escorted away by security personnel. Caught in the act of chasing a star? Shen An's expression remained unchanged, offering a new interpretation of Rule 2 regarding the prohibition of noise in the cafeteria, perhaps around 50 to 60 decibels. Although Aling's tone was animated, his voice still fell within the bounds of normal conversation, albeit with a noticeable difference from the cautious whispers of those around him. Or perhaps it was not merely the act of speaking, but rather the sound of the youth's spoon striking the plate. In any case, these were points to note. While Shen An pondered, she naturally observed the sinister gaze of the young man accompanying Aling. Subsequently, he lowered his head and nonchalantly resumed eating, as if the safety of his companion being taken away paled in comparison to the importance of the food before him. Why is Xie Xing worried about his brother right now? Perhaps he knows his brother too well? As soon as he gets locked up, Aling will start crawling through the ventilation ducts. While 303 is a prison cell. In the last second of the allotted time, Shen An stepped out of the cafeteria. Thus far, despite a few minor waves, she felt the contract remained rather mundane. The main storyline should be approaching. While she was lost in thought, frantic shouts from doctors echoed down the corridor. "Emergency, quickly!" Dozens of nurses clad in white uniforms pushed several stretchers along with doctors toward different floors, while more patients were continuously admitted to the hospital. The staff followed the lead of the superior doctors, escorting patients from their respective floors. Shen An, upon receiving a prompt from the panel, quickly joined the old Chinese medicine practitioner and followed a large group of doctors and nurses to the 3rd floor. Amidst the chaos, her gaze drifted across several familiar faces, and a few particularly intense gazes compelled her to take notice, leading to a vague suspicion in her heart. Has anyone noticed that Zhou Yiwa has been watching Shen An intently? Logically, an A-grade staff member like him should be cautious and pay attention to those like Xie Xing and Sang Nan who have been in the contract longer. It can't be that he has taken a liking to her, can it? The likelihood seems slim. Although Shen An is quite attractive, what kind of fool would lose their senses upon reaching the level of an A-grade staff member? What is wrong with glancing at someone? If we're being blunt, Isn't Ling the most straightforward. That kid's out and about. Ha ha ha. Chapter 63, Medical Grievance 5, on the 3rd floor. Shen An, identified as a respiratory specialist, encountered Zhou Yiwa from dermatology and Yi Di from the medical department at the entrance of the operating room. The three exchanged glances and, with mutual understanding, assisted their respective supervising physicians in organizing materials and instruments. The ICU here had been requisitioned. Patients being transported to the 3rd floor all exhibited the same symptoms: dehydration. Shen An understood that in the ICU, the primary focus is on ensuring survival, followed by the quality of life. Currently, the corridor on the 3rd floor was filled with patients classified as suspected, close contacts, confirmed cases, severe cases, and asymptomatic infections. Each ward was dedicated to managing this dehydration condition. The severity of this illness was evident. Shen An accepted the protective gear handed to her by the old Chinese medicine practitioner and promptly donned it on the other side of her line of sight. A patient covered with a white sheet had begun to convulse violently, vomiting blood and splattering. What she failed to notice was that Zhou Yihua, amidst the stacked documents, discreetly extracted one sheet and concealed it in his pocket. A blind guess, but what was hidden is likely a rule. No wonder he is an A-grade staff member. His speed is impressive. I also find him incredibly impressive. Master, what are these newly installed machines for? Shen An assisted in the transportation of outdated materials, directly addressing the elderly traditional medicine practitioner regarding the newly arrived equipment and the study of this ailment. The seasoned physician was exceptionally busy. Master, would you like to take a break? Allow me to assist, she offered. She sensed that her future engagements would likely involve the operating room, being situated on the third floor. Uncertain if the old physician's goodwill could be cultivated, she pondered the absence of such an opportunity. Following the elderly doctor, Shen An navigated through several makeshift operating rooms. Pondering the operational guidelines that by chance, she cast a glance over Zhou Yuhua's shoulder, deep in thought. The afternoon unfolded with routine ward rounds, where all present, led by the A-grade staff member Zhou Yuhua, convened in the first-floor hall for a brief exchange of information. After all, their primary objective was survival rather than internal strife. Through this concise information gathering, Shen An gleaned some useful insights. The second floor housed the largest pharmaceutical storage, while the fourth floor operated as a miniature hospital system with various departments established, including a small cafeteria and even a convenience store. Notably, due to the requisition of the third floor, Shen An's subsequent ward rounds were relocated to the second floor. All right, let's discuss something substantial, Shen An suddenly interjected. She produced a clearly torn piece of paper, stating coldly, "This is a fragment of the operating room regulations I discovered in the second floor operating room. After thorough searching, I am confident that the remaining entries are not on the second floor. So shall we share with those from the third and fourth floors?" Ah, truly deserving of admiration, my goddess Nan Nan, exuding the essence of a strong female lead. Both compassionate and decisive, effortlessly overshadowing her contemporaries. Thank you, Amola. After saying Nanan's proclamation, several individuals visibly shifted in expression, yet each harbored different thoughts, leaving the group momentarily inactive. That in unfamiliar surroundings, a natural wariness prevailed. With a cold snort, Sang Nan remarked, "I find this request entirely reasonable. Isn't it foolish to conceal information from the outset?" She scrutinized the slightly weaker staff members, her gaze lingering on Shen An. "Isn't your foremost task to survive rather than eliminate rivals?" The B-grade staff member Song Yi was swayed and promptly presented a note, declaring, "I found this on the fourth floor." The rules 5 and 6 in his possession, combined with the first and second pieces Sang Nan had just revealed. Left only the third and fourth fragments remaining. Several gazes unconsciously settled on Shen An, Yi Di, and Zhou Yuhua, who descended from the third floor. "That I didn't see anything," Zhou Yuhua shrugged. Sang Nan's attention shifted to Shen An, who likewise stated, "I didn't see anything either." "How can that be?" Sang Nan clearly expressed her disbelief. Addressing Shen An, she insisted, "Do not be petty and hide information. Without the piece from the third floor, we would not share our entries with you." Shen An refrained from engaging with her provocations, instead nodding vigorously. "Indeed, exchanging 1 for 2 is quite advantageous. If I had found it, why would I not present it?" She countered. "Then what shall we do?" Ji Wu, who had been following Sang Nan, whispered, "What if she truly has hidden it?" Taking 2 entries for free. Although directed at Sang Nan, Song Yi and Xie Zhuxing nearby also overheard. Song Ye's expression began to sour. Before he could speak, a Ling interjected, "Why wave a banner if you fear someone takes advantage? Can't you all just confer privately?" Sang Nan's expression darkened at the remark, which struck at her credibility. "Since you haven't found anything, why not just leave?" Song Yi retorted with sarcasm. This incited Sang Nan, who understood the futility of quibbling over trifles. She valued the persona sustained by multiple contracts far more. A Ling, poised to escalate the situation, was discreetly pinched by Xie Zhuxing, causing him to wince and forget his intended outburst. Shen An feigned ignorance of the underlying tensions, moving closer to inspect the matter. After all, lives were at stake. She was unconcerned about petty disputes. A Ling muttered again, "Yet you Haven T?" questioned Zhou Yuhua. He stumbled slightly, having been pushed by his brother. Sang Nanan's fragment bore the following emergency regulations. 1. Patients in the emergency room will not suddenly awaken. If a patient opens their eyes, please promptly remove the respirator. 2. Do not enter the operating room after 2:00 p.m. until 6:00 a.m. the following day. Violators will face punishment. Song Ye's fragment contained 5. That ensure there is an even number of personnel in the operating room, ideally 6, as this is considered auspicious. If there are 12, that is even better. 6. If there is a particular doctor in the operating room, remember not to engage with him, as he is an anesthetist. Shen An's gaze lingered at a certain point, her thoughts shifting, accidentally colliding with someone as she leaned in. She steadied herself against the debris on the service desk. Quickly, she felt around. This action immediately drew the attention of Sang Nan, who followed her gaze to Zhou Yuhua's pocket, pointing accusingly. Zhou Yuhua, what is that? What incredible speed! Just moments ago, praising Zhou Yuhua, and now this is true dexterity. Being used as a pawn, yet reveling in ignorance. Zhou Yuhua was momentarily taken aback, then filled with indignation. Sang Nanan's shout instantly attracted the attention of all present. Despite his elevated position as an A-grade staff member, he did not wish to stand opposed to everyone. Had he not heard whispers of Sang Nanan's backing, he would have preferred to throw a disruptive charm right then and there. Chapter 64. Medical Grievance 6. It turned out this was indeed a regulation. It's all my fault. Earlier, Brother Zhou asked me to organize the items, and I didn't bother to look closely. I just stuffed it into his pocket. The staff member named Yi, accompanying Zhou Yuhua, stepped forward, seemingly enlightened. Are you kidding? The illogic of this statement was apparent. However, as Zhou Yuhua was an A-grade staff member, no one dared to voice their anger. Tio put it bluntly, they ought to be grateful for the excuse he provided. Sang Nan chose to remain silent. This is reality. Shen An is criticized for not having any, while Zhou Yuhua, even if he truly concealed something, faces no reproach. After all, contractual power speaks volumes. Compared to Zhou Yuhua, Shen An has been in this contract for far too short a time. With the intermediate regulations now complete, there were a total of 6 rules. Emergency Regulation 3 stated, the doctor in the second-floor operating room wears blue attire, the doctor in the third floor wears purple, and the doctor in the fourth floor wears green. This distinction is an immutable law. Emergency Regulation 4 mandated, maintain absolute silence during surgery. If you hear strange sounds during the operation, please turn off the lights immediately. The group dispersed, with a Ling and Xie lingering beside. Shen and the service desk fell momentarily quiet, expressions inscrutable, while the registration area bustled with activity that a woman clad in mink caressed a long-haired cat softly, while a child stumbled, entangling himself with an elderly man holding a leash. Amidst the barking of a small dog, young parents hurried to retrieve their child, eager to share the new clues with Shen An. A Ling felt compelled to act. Realizing that being confined to room 303 was not a dead end, Shen An devised a new strategy. Given the uncertainty of the situation, she decided it best not to involve others for now. The individuals in this contract were not trustworthy. To avoid collateral damage, she resolved to act alone for the time being. The most challenging aspect of this contract was the absence of a clear directive indicating their tasks, leaving the staff with the sensation of being peripheral figures in a hospital, adrift in a vast ocean. They were being slowly boiled like frogs in lukewarm water during routine tasks. The true main thread would have to be uncovered through each bizarre occurrence. Gazing out the window, Shen An observed the hospital's main structure connecting to surrounding buildings and shops, all aglow with lights and throngs of people. The murky, heavy winds at the horizon ultimately engulfed the remaining twilight. Yet these changes felt inconsequential against the desolate ground beneath. Someone remarked that night had fallen. Amidst the hurried human traffic and the grandeur of illuminated surroundings, the hospital complex resembled an isolated island adrift in an ocean, devoid of a safe harbor. As so many people, Shen An sensed that a shift was imminent. Song Yi, did you find that last patient rather peculiar? In the fourth-floor corridor, Ji Wu brushed aside his overly long ash-gray bangs. His gaze fixated on the emergency room where the last patient had been taken. Regrettably, his ward round duty was on the 4th floor, 2 levels removed from Sang Nan on the 2nd. Sang Nan had instructed him to scrutinize the 4th floor, though Ji Wu felt there was little to investigate, with 2 hours remaining until ward rounds. Was he expected to trial the rules? Song Yi, intrigued by his words, inquired, What did you discover? Not far away, the anguished cries of family members erupted anew, accompanied by sharp, ringing sounds and hurried footfalls, enveloping the fourth-floor corner in a haunting atmosphere. Ji-woo furrowed his brow, momentarily ignoring Song-ye's question. He suspected a window in the corridor might be ajar, causing the chill and ominous air to pervade the environment. Ji-woo, distracted, glanced over Song-ye's shoulder. His expression suddenly startled. Song-ye, what are those people doing? He asked, his voice tense. Song-ye, perplexed, turned around and as Ji-woo instinctively stepped back when the commotion at the operating room door began. He found himself at a distance from Song-ye. What's wrong? Coward. Hurry, run. The hospital's pristine white walls gleamed with an unsettling brilliance, as something seemed to flit past with a whisper. Song felt the chill creeping up the nape of his neck, compelling him to hasten his steps. What is happening? He shouted, attempting to mask his own dread with volume, that Ji-woo was not faring much better. He had just witnessed the shadows beneath the feet of the relatives being cleaved apart, threatening to pounce upon them with malevolent intent. The two of them dashed towards the corridor. With the spectral hand drawing near, Song's eyes widened in terror, and he yanked Ji-woo, who was about to take 2 more steps. Back, it was too late. They sidestepped into an adjacent operating room. The ghostly hand halted abruptly outside the surgical chamber. High-end places governed by rules. Even apparitions were bound by similar constraints to Ji-woo, still shaken and catching his breath. Patted Song on the back, relieved by his quick thinking. Nan once told me about the emergency room's regulations. Do not enter the operating room from 2 p.m. until 6 a.m. That was incorrect. So, coming in at this hour is akin to finding a safe haven? How did you even think of this? His voice trailed off, caught in the grip of Song's wide-eyed terror. Did I end the next heartbeat? A colossal axe descended from above. Ji-woo barely had time to react before he was cleaved in 2, starting at the crown of his head. Blood surged forth, momentarily restrained before bursting forth like a dam breaking, splattering Song in a gruesome shower. The 2 halves of Ji-woo's body fell to the ground in slow motion. What is happening? Didn't we evade the ghostly hand's attack? I can't comprehend this. Is the notion of a safe haven backfiring? Surely, Shen An had no reason to lie about this. But the crucial point is that Song, alongside Ji-woo, remains unscathed. Could it be that he fell victim to other unseen dangers? Or perhaps something was overlooked? It seems he must have inadvertently triggered a lethal clause that went unnoticed. At 4:05 p.m., Shen An awaited the arrival of a bespectacled doctor in the duty room. The day had entirely darkened. The first rule for interns dictated that from 6:00 p.m. to 7:00 p.m., ward rounds and cafeteria service times clashed, leading her to unhesitatingly choose the path of leaving at 4:00 p.m. Thus, she abandoned the ward rounds in favor of the cafeteria. With less than 2 hours until dinner, it was time to explore other floors. The chaos on the 3rd floor was palpable. New patients were continually being wheeled in, while the deceased were taken away, transforming the floor into a temporary station where time was measured in hours. She observed the elevator's display indicating the basement level. Shen An quietly made a mental note. The 1st floor below beckoned with opportunities for exploration. I also wished to investigate the kitchen at the cafeteria, where many clues often emerge. Shen An mentally conversed with Shin Fei-chi that moment. A familiar figure flashed before her eyes. Shen An recalled his name. Ji-woo? What was he doing here? Chapter 65. The Grievance of Medicine, 7. As she watched him vanish into room 303, Shen An refrained from recklessly pursuing him. She sensed something was amiss with Ji-woo. According to the rules she knew, 2 of them pertained to room 303, and from what she gathered from Ling, the nature of 303 resembled that of a punitive confinement space. Thus, those who caused a ruckus in the cafeteria would be sent to 303. That the rules indicated that encountering someone in a black coat meant they had committed an error. Did this imply that the individual in the black coat had erred? The previous hint suggested that the rules were established by the director, meaning the transgressions were naturally those disallowed by the director. The main task was to uncover the truth behind the doctor's deaths, leading her to explore certain hidden corners and key figures. Before proceeding, Shen An reasoned that since the emergency room rules had already revealed a first-come, first-served pattern, subsequent regulations would likely be even more challenging to navigate. To prepare for her upcoming actions, she resolved to wander about a bit. After all, The more rules she could gather, the greater her chances of evading fatal pitfalls. Perhaps she should start by visiting the basement level, Shen An decided in her mind. Can you possess an NPC within this contract? She inquired of Shen Fiki. So, you can only contend with, C's? Shen An stifled a laugh. Shen Fiki faltered, realizing the accuracy of her statement, but feeling somewhat embarrassed to be called out like that. Shen An ceased her teasing, as she had yet to grasp why he had transformed into his current state. Skills and ultimate moves were not a pressing concern. Maintaining her composure, she pressed the elevator button. Please present your identification card. Shen An retrieved the badge hanging from her neck. Insufficient privileges. All right then. She switched to pressing the button for the 6th floor. It turned out this identification card also served as a privilege card. Her intern privileges were certainly not very high. Where there are thresholds, there are secrets. The basement was a must-visit. Does anyone know? Why did she press for the 6th floor? Did she press the wrong button? Just pressed a random one? Wanted to check out another floor? After inquiring about the location of the old traditional Chinese medicine director, she had deemed the director an important task. The old doctor raised a hand, pointing upward. When Shen An pressed further about which floor or any other questions, she could not extract any more information. So now she knew. The only reason staff across various floors would reflexively point upwards was that it led to the top floor. The 6th floor, the elevator arrived, just as Shen An was about to step out. A notification chimed in. Method to acquire 6th floor operational guidelines. Explore the contract to 50 completion for automatic distribution. Shen An, indeed, acquiring rules is becoming increasingly arduous. This message sent specifically because I have reached the 6th floor. Achievement of the day. Reaching a new low. Moving forward, she would need to break the rules. Shen An immediately activated Plan B as she donned protective gear and, after searching a few places, finally spotted the old doctor in the newly designated equipment room. Approaching slowly, Shen An picked up a stack of documents from the table and sat down to read. The old doctor, peering through his reading glasses, was wholly engrossed in organizing and drafting new patient case information. An hour slipped by unnoticed. The old doctor remained silent, and so did Shen An. Has she given up? While others scoured the ward for clues, is Shen An merely wasting time? Even if she's reviewing documents, does it need to take this long? Initially, Shen An only intended to feign interest in the papers on the table, for the hospital's information was decidedly extensive. Realistically, she could not review it all. However, to her surprise, something noteworthy emerged. Although she had previously suspected it, this merely corroborated her theories. The instruments were new, and the dehydration cases were recent. This indicated that the illness was still under investigation. The 3rd floor of the Central Hospital had been authorized and open for research by higher authorities, an allocation of funds with numerous zeros. After another half hour, the old doctor finally seemed to notice her presence. Tapping his temple with a finger as his murky, deep-set gaze finally acknowledged, Shen An detected a 20 affinity increase with the senior physician. Shen An smiled confidently, though her amusement remained understated. Why? She did nothing. Look at Shen An's expression. She seems utterly unfazed. Isn't it just an increase in affinity? What is the big deal? Sang Nan, Zhou Yihua, and the others also discovered that boosting affinity could eliminate erroneous rules. The key point is the method. Knowing is one thing, but can you increase it yourself? Xiaoan, why is this happening? Shen Fiki was equally intrigued. Because of her character. After several contracts, I've noticed that NPC character fidelity is remarkably high. The higher the contract level, the more the NPCs resemble normal humans in their experiences. Meaning, if I engage with them as I would a regular person, it should suffice. Shen An replied with a sly smile. I believe the old doctor might appreciate a young person who is quiet and patient enough to read. Shen Fiki chuckled, realizing he had been constrained by the bizarre tales within the contracts. Cunning. Contract progress has been updated. The correct rules have been randomly marked for the staff. Correct? Emergency Rule 5 has been entirely validated. These randomly indicated rules were quite surprising. Shen An recalled that rule regarding the necessity for even numbers of individuals in the operating room. Unfortunately for her current situation, it held little immediate utility. Through the disposable protective covering, she discerned several mottled marks on the physician in charge. Were the garments underneath dirty, coughing, wails of despair, hurried footsteps, the pervasive scent of alcohol? and the whirring of emergency beds clashing saline bottles. Shen An calmly navigated through this nascent battleground. An ominous sign of impending turmoil loomed overhead, refusing to dissipate to AT 6:00 p.m. Shen An stepped into the cafeteria punctually. There were no tomatoes and scrambled eggs today. She collected her portion of eggs at the designated window. Choosing a secluded corner, she hastily finished her meal. Finally, taking advantage of the moment when no one was watching, she slipped into the kitchen at the back of the cafeteria. According to the rules, one must remain in the cafeteria from 18:00 to 18:30, and the kitchen, naturally, is part of the cafeteria. She swiftly slipped into a side door to AT present. Most of the cafeteria staff were stationed in the front, with only a few engaged in cleaning duties. Shen An focused her gaze and spotted 3 elderly gentlemen. For some reason, she recalled the rule stating that one would not encounter the cleaning ant during meal times. She wondered if the back kitchen cleaning counted. Just then, she heard a voice proclaiming, "Master Liu, I am here to assist you with the cleaning." As a middle-aged woman emerged from the corner behind Shen An, she was only a few steps away from being seen, with an elder in front and a cleaning lady behind. She remembered the rule that advised not to provoke the cleaning ladies. Considering the rule that regarded noise as disruptive, she did not believe provoking a cleaning lady was merely a conventional provocation. What if the lady noticed her presence and deemed her an inconvenience? She felt a shift in the air from behind. It was a service window. The window was small, and even for Shen An, hiding there felt somewhat precarious. Just as she was about to adjust her position, an abrupt sensation of weightlessness surged through her. Ding! You have arrived at the basement level. The sudden jolt left Shen An momentarily dazed. Her mind blanked for an instant. A wave of fatigue washed over her. She keenly sensed that something was amiss. There was no noise outside, and after a brief pause to recover from her initial discomfort, she quickly pushed the door open. It seemed she had not adhered to the stipulated time in the cafeteria and was thus subjected to the rule's punishment. Rubbing her throbbing head, Shen An contemplated descending to the basement. But under the current rules, it was uncertain whether this was fortunate or unfortunate. After all, entry to the cafeteria was forbidden at other times. One could not choose between the two. Indeed, opportunities often accompany crises. Yet, the kitchen leading directly to the basement was unexpected. She hurried past the empty tables and benches. Was this the cafeteria on the basement level? The thought alone gave her a headache. Does no one notice Shen An flitting about like a headless fly? Otherwise, how could Shen An still be exploring on the second floor? My sister An is bold and meticulous, forging new paths. Can the commotion above settle for a moment? Can't they just discuss a contract without squabbling? Is it really that hard to maintain a persona? Behind the door was a deep corridor that seemed endless. Shen An peered through the glass on the door and saw 2 individuals in unusual uniforms walking away. She nimbly approached a door, the very place from which those 2 had emerged at an incinerator. Had something just been deposited inside? Upon entering the room, Shen An beheld a massive cylindrical machine in operation, the crackling of flames resonating through the thick metal. The machine glowed ominously red. All of this indicated that indeed, something had been sent in. A thick layer of dust coated the floor, and Shen An gingerly nudged a piece of blackened cloth with her toe. About the size of half a palm, resembling remnants that had not been completely incinerated. No, wait. Shen An crouched down for a closer inspection. It appeared more like a torn strip of fabric that had been ripped off during a struggle. Immediately standing up, she felt no inclination to touch the dust-laden floor. Surely, it couldn't be as she feared. Of course, at this temperature, it would turn to ash. How could fabric possibly remain? The individual in the black coat must have been burned. Shen An connected the dots from earlier clues. Uncertain whether the person in the black coat taken from 303 had been sent to the incinerator alive or dead alive, she thought. Shen An exited the room, and a whole row of corridors lay before her, all featuring incinerators just like the one she had seen previously. Gradually, the words incinerator faded from the door. The dim white light flickered as Shen An paused at a crossroads. The rooms without labels were locked. Just as she was about to pry open a lock, a familiar voice echoed from ahead. She felt she had heard it somewhere before. The sound of the lock turning reached her ears. Shen An leaned forward to peer down the corridor, where a white coat stained with mottled gray drifted into one of the rooms. Shen An pressed closer to the door, trying to discern any sounds. Nothing was audible. What the hell? Is this girl truly unafraid of death? I'm just watching and nearly terrified, fearing she might be caught. Shen An gauged the distance and moved a few more rooms ahead. The area ahead had transformed into a morgue. At the last moment, she caught a glimpse through the doorway, seemingly spotting some peculiar diagrams. Time was running short. To be safe, she inquired with a Ling whether there were any physical abnormalities, receiving confirmation that there were none. Initially, she had contemplated whether her headache stemmed from not completing the 1800 hours rounds. However, since the other staff who also skipped the rounds were unharmed, she could tentatively conclude the rules surrounding time, what needed to be done at specific hours. Such fundamental daily tasks should not be violated. Upon leaving the cafeteria, Shen An noticed something peculiar. It seemed one of the staff members was missing. She hadn't paid attention upon entering, but now, upon closer inspection, the staff member named Ji Wu was conspicuously absent. Just recently, she had seen him. Could he have perished in such a brief span of time? Ji Wu was an intern doctor from which floor again? It should be just about off-duty hours now. Yet this hospital resembled a miniature community, with all the doctors' livelihoods revolving around the hospital building. This also facilitated her movements. Shen An resolved to check the fourth floor first. Shen An signed the agreement bearing both parties' names. The contract outlined the medical expenses required for treating a certain patient, with the payment due from the patient's family. Curiously, the agreement stipulated a tiered payment structure: 100,000 yuan on the first day, 200,000 on the second day, 300,000 on the third day, and so forth, with daily increments thereafter. Upon seeing the fees, Shen An felt a surge of suspicion. What kind of treatment warranted 100,000 yuan? It wasn't that such treatments didn't exist, but the terms of this contract were exceedingly bizarre. Jiang Cheng, the attending physician, had signed it. She recalled the disheveled doctor who had hurriedly exited earlier. His white coat covered in dust. That must be Jiang Cheng? Was Ji Wu so pitifully dead in the operating room, leaving no useful clues to advance the main storyline? Shen An casually set down the contract, deeming it equally worthless. She was unwilling to return to the fourth floor, so she had no choice but to ascend alone. From her previous experiences with contracts, the more sinister the location, the closer one was to the secrets of the main storyline. Silently, she began to mobilize something within her. Shen An possessed a bound item that could be activated without the need for a panel. One merely had to silently recite and deduce in her mind. This gift from another had aided her greatly in her previous contracts. Though she felt no regret, she had made it this far not solely through the use of items. What did Shen An say? Will the white-coated doctors transform into black-coated ones? As expected of my goddess Nan, she can deduce from the slightest clues. Her level of exploration surpasses even Zhou Yiwa. Why do I feel as if she suddenly knows what will transpire next? If I reveal everything to you, what is left for me to wager? The goddess shall surely prevail. Look, Shen An has also arrived. Chapter 67, Medical Grievance 9. Upon reaching the fourth floor, Shen An was greeted by a strong metallic scent of blood. The fourth floor was expansive, with countless corridors, halls, and corners, and the surgical room was not far from her entrance. Shen An regarded the blood-stained room without any visible reaction. Although the scene was more gruesome than anticipated, she was solely focused on one question. Where were the bodies? She speculated whether it was possible that Ji Wu had perished in the operating room and then, in a bizarre state, was sent to 303. This seemed more plausible, given the odd nature of the contract. Initially, she thought that Ji Wu must have violated a rule to such an extent that he appeared so out of sorts. However, the disappearance of the body led her to a different hypothesis. All those who violated the regulations or died outside would ultimately end up in 303. After all, she had not encountered the body of the staff member who had died at the outset. This contract had begun with 10 individuals. In her previous contracts, as long as the staff were still exploring, bodies would not be inexplicably relocated. Therefore, the disappearance of bodies in this contract was a part of the internal storyline. The disappearance of doctors within the main narrative was due to the fact that whether by violating rules or through death, all would inevitably end up in 303. Shen An theorized. What connection did 303 have with the basement level? Could it also have a direct route leading to the basement? Much like the kitchen, 303 was visible, while the basement remained hidden. Shen An turned to see Shen An, who had appeared behind her at some point. Her eyes holding an inscrutable depth, and her gaze toward Shen An was complex. Nodding slightly, she acknowledged her presence. Shen An entered the surgical room just as Shen An finished her inspection and moved on to another area. The fourth floor was eerily quiet, a stark contrast to the chaos on the third floor, with many rooms lying empty and the air faintly infused with a pleasant fragrance. Shen An wandered to the door of a locked patient room. 406. Through the glass of the door, the rising and falling bed covers indicated that a patient resided within. After a moment's hesitation, she silently recited the rule about conducting rounds at fixed times. She reasoned that entering the patient room for a brief look around should not constitute a violation. Right. Shen An's hands rustled softly as she maintained a calm smile, glancing around occasionally. With a sharp crack, she swiftly darted into the ward. At the foot of the bed, the patient's name was displayed as Xuan Hui. And upon further inspection, it indicated that the admission date was today, that a brain surgery. The information recorded at the foot of the bed was scant. Shen An's gaze shifted to the figure lying there, whose complexion was pallid and whose breathing was barely perceptible. Something was amiss. There was not a hint of movement in the chest, no breath. A subtle smile flickered at the corners of her eyes as she leaned closer to the individual on the bed. Was this not a corpse? Until she entered the empty office, Shen An remained somewhat skeptical about the procedure of placing a dead body in a hospital ward. Then she spotted the treatment agreement, the very same one that Shen An had seen earlier. It dawned on her. Through the stairwell and the isolation door on the third floor, she noticed that many doctors' protective suits bore splotchy marks, as if the pristine garments underneath had been soiled. Had they been contaminated? She recalled. Only the second floor remained, she thought. What is Shen An doing? Glancing here and there. The exploration progress hasn't increased much, though the previous contracts performed admirably in this divine contention. Shen An's brilliance is undoubtedly overshadowed, with Shen An making remarkable strides, the miraculous exploits of Xie Zhuoxing and Zhou Yihua steadily suppressing the apparitions. Shen An seems somewhat out of place. Could it be a disguise? Yet Shen An has not resorted to any physical means or tools. Let us observe further. After all, it is only the first day. I say, let go of me. If you don't, I will summon the security personnel, and you won't be able to stay in the hospital. Just as Shen An reached the second floor, she encountered Xie Zhuoxing and a Ling, half threatening and half advising a certain NPC who was clearly a patient-ass family member. As expected of Xie Zhuoxing, bold and skilled, this NPC was on the verge of transforming into a specter. Shen An watched as the fairly well-dressed NPC narrowed their eyes, revealing a low growl of menace, while Xie Zhuoxing appeared oblivious, snatching the medicine bottle from the other's hands. Shen An chuckled. The main plotline on the second floor must be unfolding here, just as she intended to approach and inquire about the situation. A Ling caught sight of her and, without waiting for her question, blurted out. It turned out there was a shortage of a medication named PD-1X, and the hospital's sole stock had been allocated to the patient in room 201. Leaving room 202 without any supply that we had interacted with both families during our rounds. A Ling shot a glance at Xie Zhuoxing. It's all about children getting sick. The supervising physician instructed us to retrieve the medication from the cold storage for thawing, as it was to be administered to the child in room 201 tomorrow. Who would have thought that someone from room 202 would suddenly burst in? After all, their styles always gave her a rugged impression, as if they were about to provoke disaster at any moment. The situation didn't seem too dire for now. Why would the individuals from room 202 know there was only one dose of the medication left? Shen An cut to the chase. Sir, are you implying that someone is deliberately inciting conflict between the two patients? He turned eagerly to Shen An for confirmation. Xie Zhuoxing. Perhaps, but that is merely one perspective. Have you had any interactions with the doctors on the second floor? Shen An felt a bit embarrassed, avoiding the young man's eager gaze, when suddenly her attention was drawn to a passing doctor. Another with stains on their coat. She instinctively furrowed her brows that a Ling followed her line of sight. That is the attending physician for room 202. My superior. Shen An formulated a hypothesis. The doctors on the third floor also exhibited stains on their white coats, which she initially attributed to some external contamination, perhaps even a virus. However, the situation on the second floor prompted her to consider a new angle. As a B-level contract. Could it be that an invisible internal contamination aligns better with the criteria? Was the director employing these regulations to salvage the contaminated doctors? Chapter 68. Medical Grievance 10. One could now draw a conclusion. Clearly violating the rules carries a probability of encountering mutated NPCs. If one were to breach a minor aspect of the rules, it would lead to a cumulative punishment, encompassing but not limited to the decline of staff's mental and physical stamina, and potentially. Shen An glanced at her white coat, its hem unknowingly stained with gray. IT could very well transform into a black coat like the NPCs. At that point, it would likely be akin to a death sentence. Arriving at the correlation between the white and gray coats, Shen An felt a sense of satisfaction as she noted the exploration progress at 5, and kindly warned the two oblivious staff members about their dirty attire. At 10:00 p.m., having received her key from the identity card, Shen An encountered Shen An at the dormitory entrance. "Hello." Shen An initiated the greeting this time. Shen An glanced at the key in her hand, noticing that she too appeared to have just arrived, and coldly turned her face away. Then, as if recalling something, she abruptly halted her demeanor and stiffly nodded at Shen An and pretended not to notice her prior actions. Maintaining a neutral expression as she opened the dormitory door, the AS hospital accommodations go, these conditions were relatively good, a double room. Naturally, the occupants were Shen An and Shen An. The awkwardness palpable even through the screen. Truly a matter of face saving. Oh no, the screen went black. Now let us check in on Zhou Yua's side. Upon entering, both Shen An and Shen An discreetly rummaged through the dormitory, yet peculiarly found nothing of note. The room contained merely 2 beds, 2 desks, and 2 simple wardrobes. Could it be that this dormitory required no rules? Shen An tugged at the blanket, immediately sensing a difference. The coarse texture within. She glanced up at Shen An, who was still in the bathroom, and dug out the inner lining of the blanket. Indeed, it was stitched with the dormitory's operational regulations. Rule 2. Do not fall asleep before midnight. Absolutely do not sleep. This phrasing differed slightly from the previous ones, carrying a more personal tone. And only one rule. It seemed the dormitory's regulations were also concealed. She moved to Shen An's bedside, observing the movements in the bathroom while hastily searching, only to find nothing on the other S blanket. Was it random? At that moment, Shen An's gaze fell upon the other S pillow. A familiar sensation greeted her touch. Returning to her own bed, she swapped her normal pillow for the one she had just felt. Shen An maintained her composure, concealing the pillow and blanket, listening for the sounds from the bathroom. Anticipating the other person's emergence, Shen An gave her a strangely unsettling vibe upon their first meeting, an unprovoked malice lingering in the air. While she had certainly noted the familiarity in the other S actions, it was not solely for that reason. There were some deeper, unknown motives at play. What did Shen An slip inside? I just transitioned here, and I didn't catch it clearly. She wouldn't harm our Nan. Would she? I should have kept my eyes glued to the black screen earlier. Am I being paranoid? I took a screenshot. It's merely observing the hidden rules, and their competition among staff. How petty Nan, the goddess, even shared the rules she found earlier. You also noted that it was the beginning. The objectives differ immensely between the start and now. When Shen An emerged and noticed Shen An placing something down, realizing it was the blanket, she paid it no further heed, and on the first day of the contract, sleep eluded her. Yet soon after, she discovered that Shen An had actually fallen asleep. Hadn't she gotten enough rest outside? How could one sleep in a contract? This caused her to regard Shen An with a touch more disdain. Shen An, whether it was boldness or arrogance, neither would carry one far in this contract. Just then, she heard a sound of something heavy being dragged along the ground. The noise approaching. Knock, knock, knock. It was the neighboring dormitory door being rapped upon. Soon after, the dragging figure drew closer, and the knocking reached their dormitory door. Knock, knock, knock. In truth, Shen An had not fallen asleep. She hadn't forgotten the rule about not sleeping before midnight. The authenticity of the rules was ambiguous, but with Shen An beside her harboring ill intentions, it was wise to stay vigilant. Neither made a move until the sounds of footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by frantic shouts. Fire! Hurry, run! A voice approached their dormitory door. What are you doing here? Come with us. Followed by the sounds of clothes being tugged and scraped. The noises gradually receded. Thick smoke seeped through the door's crack into the room. In shock, Shen An glanced at the time. Just past 11 p.m. According to the rules, going out after 11:30 was prohibited. She still had a window of opportunity. Without a second thought, she barely glanced at Shen An and flung the door open, rushing out. Just a few steps from the staircase, a sharp pain struck the back of her neck, and Shen An crumpled to the ground. What the hell? The wallpaper began to peel under the assault of the heat. Shen An's foot, poised to step forward, hesitated as she rushed to the wall and tore down the wallpaper. Large swathes of blue wallpaper were violently ripped away, revealing a message that made her gaze sharpen. The yellowing wall had been painted in blood-red letters. Run out. You must escape. Get away from here, run, run. The bold exclamation marks stood out starkly and piercingly. This is unacceptable. Dangers lurk even in the thick fog. Shen An couldn't fathom why she felt dizzy. Has Shen been rendered speechless by fear? Why does she remain utterly still? Shen was also mired in confusion. It was nearly 11:30. There were rules forbidding her from stepping outside her dormitory, while another hinted that after midnight, one could roam the corridors. Yet another rule dictated that one must not fall asleep before midnight. Now, the content on the wall urged her to venture out. From a literal interpretation, the punishments appeared to have varying degrees of severity, and she resolved to step outside. However, before doing so, Shen An accessed her panel, intending to retrieve her divination plate, only to notice another slot in her inventory flickering that a fleeting smile graced her lips as she abandoned the divination plate and summoned Chi. Let me take a shot at it first. As soon as Chi appeared, her expression was taut. Shen An did not respond but gestured for her to proceed. Yet, this action by a Wang made Shen An cast a deep glance into the fog. A chill swept over her forehead as Chi's expression, tinged with delight, transmitted a vision of successful divination. Chapter 69. Medical Grievance 11. The visual quality of the scene was chaotic, but it was discernible that two individuals were embroiled in a dispute, accompanied by the urgent words, "You must go out. Hurry and stop them." The video was brief and suffered from severe frame skipping. In the end, one person erupted in despair, exclaiming something about it happening again, while another voice, more sorrowful and resigned, uttered it was the last time, given that the background of the scene remained unchanged. Confined within this dormitory, Shen An scrutinized her surroundings. The imagery from the divination held a sense of recent familiarity. She couldn't articulate it precisely, merely describing it as a premonition, whether it was due to the surrounding environment or the actions and behaviors of the characters within the scene. It imparted an uncanny feeling that these events had transpired not long ago. Shen An glanced at the corridor shrouded in dense fog. Not a whisper of movement. She decided to take a gamble and refrain from venturing out. There must be something concealed in the mist. Shen An stepped closer to the ajar dormitory door, and in that moment of holding her breath, she detected an unusual scent masked beneath the thick smoke, reminiscent of some chemical substance. This is bad. Shen An quickly covered her mouth and nose, and as she retreated, an overwhelming wave of dizziness hit her. I acted too hastily, clinging to the last remnants of her consciousness. She swiftly locked the dormitory door and glanced at her phone. 23:59. Did you see that? Several staff members just retrieved their tools. What time is it that we're still caught up in this? Is this going to lead to our complete demise? Hey, it seems like some are still awake. What the hell? Look quickly. Why is this happening? Shen An rubbed her throbbing head and instantly opened her eyes. The blinding light made her vision blur, yet she kept her eyes wide open. Everything around her felt amiss. The central hospital has been hiring quite frequently lately. I've heard there have been some unfortunate incidents. Many doctors have perished. What about the patients? I don't even dare to seek treatment here now. Who knows? Just stop talking. They're looking over here. Shen An found herself in the brightly lit lobby of the hospital. The first floor, those familiar words, events had exceeded calculations. Shen An immediately turned her attention to the other staff members, each face etched with shock and a trace of barely concealed dread. Her gaze lingered on the faces of two individuals. Songyu, too shocked, the expression lingered on her face for far too long. Yi, amidst the shock, seemed to harbor another emotion. She had overlooked the attendant who had been trailing Zhou Yuhui closely. The cycle to AT this moment, the two words loomed in everyone's minds. But why? This was the source of the fear etched on every face that IT turns out that the nature of the contract was peculiar. Indeed, a unique kind of arrangement. Wow! The cycle technique? Is it really a cycle? The panel's notification chimed. indicating that the execution time of this contract would last 7 days, that it wasn't until each staff member's supervising physician arrived to collect them that Shen An's gaze shifted from the stains on her robe to the group of NPCs, several of whom bore marks on their lab coats, and their current number of staff had dwindled to 8. A cycle had occurred, but it was not a complete one. Shen An, is it you? Shen An was taken aback by the sudden remark from Shen An, meeting her determined gaze. Shen An began to grasp what she was implying. Presumably, after Shen An rushed out before the cycle, she had been knocked unconscious. However, Shen An remained impassive and retorted, "Why do you think it's me?" Shameless, since Shen An's induction, she had seldom encountered someone who disregarded her authority. From the moment she entered the contract, she had been associated with a certain S-rank bigwig. "You admit it?" Shen An's displeasure was evident. The main line of the contract had yet to be unraveled, and here you were, recklessly causing discord. "Don't you think this will disrupt the situation?" Talking past each other, Shen An couldn't help but chuckle at her own analogy. What evidence do you have to prove it's me?" Shen An, however, was incensed by her nonchalant and arrogant retort. "What evidence do I need? I was knocked out. Are you suggesting it was the NPC? Besides you, which staff member would harbor animosity towards me?" Shen An think bigger. Upon hearing this, Shen An could no longer contain herself. "Apologies, I couldn't help it. Your words have such a dramatic flair." After her mockery, Shen An promptly followed the old physician, uninterested in the varied expressions of those behind her. "What fools!" Siezhuishin quietly poked a Ling Si. "I told you she could stand up for herself." Earning a Ling another eye roll. "What nonsense are you concocting?" Shen An didn't even engage. "So embarrassing. Has Shen An lost her wits?" Nan, the goddess, is just straightforward. But Shen An's sarcasm is not to be underestimated. "You speak without a hint of guilt, as if you didn't just witness that contract." "Who knocked you out?" The most significant revelation from Shen An's words for Shen An was that she had indeed been knocked unconscious. Observing her expression, it seemed she wasn't lying. Aligning with the strangeness Shen An experienced prior to her fainting, Shen An discerned that the cycle's influence primarily affected the hospital's residents. As for the exploration progress of the staff, it remained intact, with the only point of concern being the stains on the lab coats within the hospital. These were cumulative. After completing her daily tasks, Shen An intended to venture down to the sublevel. Yet she was uncertain of the contamination threshold on the lab coats, that if she inadvertently violated a rule again, resulting in total corruption, the consequences would be dire. However, she had other avenues, seizing the opportunity during the old physician's lunch break to acquire his identification card. Shen An now stood at the entrance of the morgue, deep in thought. She felt as though she had seen these images somewhere before. The rooms here were not uniform with white walls. Instead, they were adorned with upward-reaching lines in red and black, as if something were striving to break through the walls or desperately struggling upwards. .2 posters hung unnecessarily on the wall. .1 depicted hands clasped together, while the other showed 2 hands lying flat against each other. In the entire scene, there was only this pair of hands, stark and jarring. This seemed to be related to Buddhism. As Shen An was examining the wall paint, she swiftly turned her footsteps outwards, hastily found an empty bed to lie down on, covered herself with a white sheet, and held her breath. Someone was approaching. Chapter 70. Medical Grievance, 12 Zhouge. "Yuri's so clever. I didn't expect this 303 to lead directly to the sublevel." Yidi's voice of flattery echoed at the morgue's entrance. Shen An recognized her as the B-rank staff member who had always been inseparable from Zhou Yuhui. The 3 of them had been assigned to the 3rd floor for rounds from the outset. Her, Yidi, and Zhou Yuhui. Shen An silently exhaled in relief. Moments ago, in the quiet morgue, she had suddenly caught a whiff of blood, and the scent was emanating from her own body. Fortunately, it was Yidi and Zhou Yuhui from the same floor who had arrived, for they too must have been tainted with the same odors. After all, following their superior physicians to execute tasks, they inevitably picked up stray scents. This way, they wouldn't raise suspicion regarding any sudden smells in the morgue. They were accustomed to their own scents. "Oh, this door isn't even locked," a voice of confusion emerged. "Shen An, after all, some people can't even come down." "Shen An, why until I noticed Zhou Yuhui was so talkative before? My face, it hurts so much." "Shen An, had I known, I wouldn't have bothered trying to pry this door open." "What do these images mean?" Yidi's voice chimed in again. What do they mean? It's a soul-requiting ritual. I don't understand why you're fixated on such trivial matters. If you continue like this, you'll need someone to guide you through 10 more contracts. Zhou Yuwei's haughty tone hinted at his dissatisfaction. The Yed nodded eagerly. All right, I understand. You're right, Zhouge. The two of them halted just a short distance from Shen and let us go. Zhou Yuwei presumably regarded this as an ordinary morgue and beckoned Yedi. Hurry, let us check out other places. Shen An remained motionless on the bed, inhaling the subtly dissipating scent, and before long, the last trace of odor vanished. She rose and sat cross-legged, pondering in her mind. Do you think the likelihood of Sun Jie's organization seeking vengeance for his death is substantial? Just moments ago, she had detected a familiar scent emanating from those two individuals, reminiscent of the moment before she fainted during the previous cycle. Someone was targeting her. It was not just saying Nan Nan. Thus, there must be several employees they needed to focus on. Shen Fiki's voice carried a weight of seriousness that I asked the influence of the organization truly this formidable? The magnitude of their power was debatable. Shen An also considered this point. Their audacity stemmed from the fact that the company turned a blind eye, as long as they did not infringe upon the company's fundamental interests. They could act with impunity, even exploiting the contracts, for the company lacked the resources to monitor them. It wasn't that they could not manage it, but rather that they simply did not care. Do humans concern themselves with the scurrying of small ants? Shaoan, do you believe the organization has traced us? I sense that the drug might hold considerable significance. We must be entangled in some conspiracy. There is no doubt, my boyfriend, we are indeed being monitored. Otherwise, why wouldn't they target Xie and Aling? Those two do not seem inclined to join them either. Shen Fiki appreciated her calm demeanor amidst chaos and, upon hearing her confident assertion, retorted, what if they have already been targeted? That seems unlikely. Since joining the contract, Shen An had, more than observing her surroundings, been acutely aware of the subtle expressions of those around her. The reactions of those two brothers did not seem like they were being targeted. How unfortunate that I am the only one in this predicament. Shen An jested with Shen Fiki in her mind while maintaining a serene smile on her face. Am I being foolish? How peculiar. Could there be something amiss in the morgue? Something is stirring. Reflecting on the fog and the fainting incident from the previous cycle, Shen An recalled the dormitory rule of not sleeping before midnight. She had pondered whether the reason for their fainting was due to several individuals succumbing to slumber, leading to this cycle. Yet, that did not hold. If their fainting was orchestrated, then why would Yi Di and Zhou Yuhua also be caught in a cycle? The clues she had gathered indicated a desire to escape, while also implying that the cycle could not persist indefinitely. Could it be that this cycle serves as a safeguard for the employees? Certain events may worsen in their unseen realms, necessitating the cycle for restoration. However, such cycles cannot last indefinitely. Their energy will eventually deplete. Shen An made her way directly to the 4th floor. There lay the most direct conflict. Someone had died before the cycle. Her brief time spent on the 1st floor meant that upon exiting, she naturally collided with the most chaotic incident of the afternoon. Quick! Someone, please help. Patients were once again being ushered in this time. Shen An did not follow the original trajectory to send the patients to the 3rd floor, but instead ascended to the 4th that, if she recalled correctly, today's soul surgery would take place there. She still found Jiwu's death rather suspicious. That thought lingered until she saw Song Yi enter the operating room as well. With 5 doctors plus Song Yi, that made 6 individuals. Shen An's gaze flickered, and she couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder it's a B-level contract. All our talents. Adhering to the 5th rule of emergency care was correct, which indicated that the number of people in the emergency room must be even. However, adding the patient wouldn't that total 7. Shen An didn't believe there was an issue with the information from the panel, so the problem must lie with Song Yi. If the panel stated that the 5th rule was accurate, then it certainly was. But the question remained, what precisely was the 5th rule? This was presented to them by Song Yi. Even in a cycle, the same elements would not refresh anew. The discovered rules could not be altered. Much like the same affections in a ward could not be re-established. Yet the paper had changed. Shen An spoke softly. Her intentional fall was not solely to extract the rules from Zhou Yuhua's pocket. She had also noticed the 2 fragments of rules on the table, each with differing rough textures. Only when Zhou Yuhua's paper was produced did she confirm that the dissimilar piece was Rule 5 or 6 presented by Song Yi. Song Yi had altered the rules. Shen An has made a discovery. So that's it. The papers Song Yi obtained from the printer and the original rule papers were not from the same batch. How could she detect such subtle differences? But isn't it true that extracting the rules is inherently devoid of right or wrong? Song Yi's alterations are ultimately futile. Who says they're useless? Didn't Shen An mention that the accuracy of the rules they received was a 50-50 split, and they nearly allowed those two altered rules to confuse the pattern? What a pity! Song Yi learned from his prop answer book that these two rules were correct and barely managed to mislead them. But it's not useless. Didn't it still trap the remaining few? Shen An cross-verified the rules she obtained, and if the accuracy was indeed 50-50, both rules 5 and 6 from the emergency care guidelines should be correct. Thus, if Song Yi altered them, naturally they would be changed in the opposite direction. Therefore, the number of individuals in the emergency room should be odd, particularly not 6 or 12. This reasoning seems sound. After all, God created the world in 7 days. And 6 signifies incompleteness. In Buddhism, the 13-tiered pagoda represents the completion of virtue. Thus, missing 1 from 12 is inherently inauspicious. Similarly, the anesthetist in Rule 6 of the operating room might possess crucial information. Employees could engage in conversation. Otherwise, how could one explain Song Yi's entry into the operating room? All of this could clarify matters. Shen An recalled the 2 gestures from the images in the morgue on the first floor. Those gestures were quite common, utilized in many places in the present world, and due to their complexity, she had not immediately associated them. Yet, when considering Buddhist teachings, the gesture of joining palms and the gesture of placing hands flat represent time and space, signifying that time is a curve, flowing in cycles, that a cycle. Chapter 71. Medical Resentment 13. It would cycle a total of 7 times. The number 7 holds exceptional significance in this contract. Contract exploration degree 15 not. Why has there been such a sudden increase? I sense that the aspect of the cycle must be crucial. Shen An's learning is quite eclectic. My sister is well-versed in all trades. Shen An suddenly stood in the corridor, drenched in cold sweat. She was dead. Just hours later, Shen An had killed her. Shen An's predictive props allowed for 2 methods of interruption each time they were utilized. One being her voluntary termination of the prediction, and the other occurring as it did now, where she perished within the prediction. Aware that it was merely a prediction, Shen An would exhaust all possible methods of contract interaction, but she never anticipated that she would not perish within the contract's peculiarities, but rather in a flicker of hatred crossed her eyes. Shen An, it's you again. Now the initiative is in my hands. Let us see how you contend with me. She turned towards the 4th floor. Taking advantage of the chaos on the 3rd floor, Shen An returned her identity card and received a notification from the panel. Contract execution degree has been updated. Detected that employee exploration reading has surpassed half. Task initiated to collect 5 documents with the dean's signature. This is a mandatory task. Reminder, task time limit is 1 hour. Shen An immediately thought of the agreement she had seen on the 4th floor. If her memory served her right, the attending physician's signature ultimately required the dean's endorsement. Checking the time, she quickly tidied up the materials assigned by the old Chinese medicine doctor and stealthily made her way to the 4th floor. Upon seeing Shen An in the office, she paused for a brief moment, reflecting on the strange connection she had with this obstinate green tea sister. Yet, it seemed that this individual possessed some capabilities. Arriving even before her, how had she left? Shen An quickly realized that, contrary to her prediction, this time she had obtained the agreement first. So, should Shen An concede? That would show a lack of competitiveness. Did she not know that the dean's signature in this building was limited? Shen An, caught off guard, ruminated on the situation. Her opponent was not making a move, but then she considered if Shen An truly turned and walked away. Wouldn't that render her prediction entirely irrelevant? Since she had discerned Shen An's subsequent intentions, she could not let this opportunity slip by. With that thought, Shen An called out, Shen An, don't you want this signed document? Let us gamble. Why, just to provoke her. What do you know? This is called taking the initiative. Opportunities are always reserved for the prepared. Go for it, Goddess Nan. No, I won gamble. Farewell. Shen An responded with serene composure, her words succinct and decisive. Shen An. Seeing that the other party was genuinely not jesting, a glint of coldness flickered in Shen An's eyes. That I've seen your photograph from a friend of mine. Noticing Shen An's footsteps falter momentarily, the coldness in her gaze intensified. What a coincidence. The weight of those words hung heavily in the air. I had already seen you, drawing from years of writing experience. She took a reckless guess. Something felt amiss. It was not the kind of dissonance related to the other party's thoughts. Observing Sang Nanan's expression, she lowered her head slightly, feigning shyness as she chuckled. Oh dear, how embarrassing, which friend? No comment. Care to wager? Why do I feel like I'm witnessing a melodramatic love triangle? 1. No bets. Shen An waved her hand, feeling a bit apprehensive. Hook, line, and sinker. Sang Nan felt a sense of displeasure at being trifled with. Who do you think that person is? Shen An whispered to Shen Feiqi. Do you think that person is male or female? Shen Feiqi maintained a casual tone, yet Shen An felt an urge to laugh. What do you want to bet on? Will you tell me who that person is if I win? Deal. The other party spoke solemnly. I bet your hand will get injured within 10 minutes. Before the words had left their lips, Sang Nan leaned forward and swung a whip. Shen An remained on high alert, though speechless. She managed to evade, just in time, that this contract worker going to launch a sneak attack. Sister, what grudge do you hold against me? If you wanted to fight, couldn't you have just said it? Why wave such a big flag? This woman is a bit crazy. Shen An raised her knife to defend, skillfully dodging the agile whip. Moving in closer, she realized that although Sang Nanan's stance was wide open, her defense was surprisingly tight, especially when Shen An threw a feint, which was effortlessly seen through by her opponent. How about I take over? Shen Feiqi eagerly suggested. Not yet. I know you can do it. Shen An smirked, sidestepping to deliver a slash. Just then, Sang Nanan turned around, coldly eyeing Shen An. You're still distracted? Evading Shen An's assault. She swept her hand back, and Shen An barely managed to avoid it. Just as she was about to close the distance, Shen An caught a glimpse of Sang Nanan preparing to withdraw her foot. An unsettling feeling washed over her. How does she seem to know my attack patterns? Thoughts racing. Shen An halted her offensive and stepped aside. Sure enough, she saw the other party momentarily freeze, her movements faltering. So that's how it is. In the eyes of a horror novelist, any peculiarity is unsurprising. It seems the opponent possesses some form of foresight. Is the weakness time or change? Shen An quickened her pace, intensifying her assault. While Sang Nanan still had the energy to defend, Shen An initially intended to switch tactics, but then Sang Nanan came up with an even better idea. Boyfriend, come here. Sang Nanan experienced this kind of attack for the second time. Her inner dissatisfaction with Shen An gradually morphing into murderous intent. No matter where it is, just having her is enough. She hadn't anticipated that Shen An was still hiding her true strength. With a superior grade tool at her disposal, it had been a long time since she encountered such a formidable opponent. Sang Nanan discreetly pulled out an object, preparing to twist her wrist and unleash an attack. But a slender hand, like a force of nature, firmly grasped her wrist hidden behind her back, unyielding as iron. How could Shen An be this strong? A glimmer of a blue needle flashed, and in an instant, it scattered from her owner's limp fingertips. You used a whip on me, so you can't use poison needles anymore. Shen An teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Ha ha! Shen An chuckled incessantly in her mind. While Shen Feiqi felt a bit awkward, I wasn't aiming for you. Well learned, boyfriend. Ha ha ha! They aren't even on the same level of combat power. Nan and the goddess got hit. Her partner must be heartbroken. Right? So vicious. The female antagonist Shen An is so bad. Is anyone up there serious? Did you wander into the wrong scene after not reading enough bedtime stories? Upon analysis, Sang Nanan indeed fought well at first, seeming to predict Shen An's attacks. But once Shen An got serious, Sang Nanan's defense became a bit chaotic. Just keep fighting. Which contract worker doesn't fight? Is Sang Nanan laughing? She still has a backup plan. Chapter 72, Medical Grievance 14. A buzzing sound emerged, and aside from the side that had evaded, a similar sound came from behind. Sang Nanan, fuming, rubbed her wrist and unleashed a third poisonous bee. This time, let's see how you dodge. Poison bee. Contract-type tool, injures with poison needles. Those stung will immediately fall into a daze, experiencing disorientation and other symptoms. Flying speed 60 ms. Requires binding. Can be summoned at any time. At the critical moment, Shen An lunged at Sang Nanan, throwing out a wang. Go wild. Whoa. Before this, she hadn't understood why Shen An had been so fixated on her, until just now when the other party revealed a certain piece of information. By a strange twist of fate, did the other party unknowingly do her a great favor? Fine then, no need to hold back. Shen An flashed a wicked grin, mounting Shen An and attacking with both hands. Quite a few tools you have. Quite the show-off. Quite the chatterbox. With her left hand gripping the other's hair, her right hand landed slaps on Shen An's face. You can foresee things, right? You know my moves? Right? Did you anticipate this move? Shen An was a bit stunned, feeling foolish as Shen An pounced on her, and then she became furious. Shen An dared to insult her with such petty tactics. Ah, Shen An, you lunatic, no limits. Let go of me. Shen An was restrained at the waist and back, unable to break free. Huh? Is this the kind of fight that B-level staff should have? Perhaps this is more efficient. Ah, Shen An let go of the goddess An, specializing in dealing with pretentious types. The skirmish was but a fleeting moment. Shen An noticed Shen An's growing anger and understood that the foundation of a B-level staff member is not something that can be quickly depleted. Suddenly, sounds from the operating room reached her ears. Chaos erupted. The family members at the entrance were exhibiting unusual behavior. Shen An glanced at the time. It was roughly the same moment when Wu had died in the previous cycle. Shen An naturally heard the commotion as well, a flicker of hatred deeply concealed within her. Seizing the opportunity, she broke free from Shen An's grasp, producing her last rebound-type tool, sending Shen An hurtling over 10 meters away. That was how she had been flung by Shen An. Shen An quickly got to her feet and sprinted in the opposite direction. She needed to leave this place quickly. Shen An just die. The process was merely a necessary path. The one who laughs last is the true victor, Shen An declared resolutely, making her cold exit. Wow, Goddess An is so cool. As expected of Shen An. Bet. Everything that just happened was indeed to confuse Shen An. So pretentious? Shen An was feeling uneasy. She hadn't anticipated that Shen An would run away and even generously leave her a tool. The spatial barrier stood before her. There was no escape, no way out. At one end of the corridor lay the operating room, and not far away, the silhouettes of 7 or 8 family members began to twist. In the chilling atmosphere, the other end was Shen An, and the transparent barrier blocking her path. She was trapped with these bizarre family members, clad in black. Their elongated forms resembled slender, ghostly shadows. Their faces gradually becoming indistinct. Shen An recalled the patient she had seen in room 406. Did they wear black because they knew the other had died? There was no time for further contemplation. The dragging sounds were already approaching. Dragging sounds? Shen An focused her gaze, and among the distorted, ghostly figures, something hung limply in the center, creating a dragging friction against the ground. Bulging outwards. Was this a belly that had been ripped open? Entrails spilling out. Shen An took a step forward. Since this barrier wouldn't grant her an escape, she might as well see what lay ahead. There was the operating room. Her eyes gleamed with determination as she faced the rushing, ghostly figure. Sidestepping at the last moment, her feet never faltering, continuing her dash forward. You scared me. Are you seeking death by throwing caution to the wind? With a surge of energy, Shen An, wielding the vengeful spirit's curved blade, crashed into the operating room with flashing red lights. Bang! The beeping machines blared incessantly, and inside, 6 doctors stared wide-eyed in panic at the unexpected intruder bursting through the door. Crash! The hand of the surgeon slowly fell to the ground. Who are you? The doctors inside demanded angrily. Quick, get her out! How heartless to barge into the operating room. Amidst the sea of green scrubs, Shen An spotted Song Yi mingling among them. Meeting the astonished gaze of the other, Shen An calmly greeted them, then swiftly yanked a spare surgical gown off the wall and put it on. Emergency rescue rule number 3, in the operating room on the 4th floor. Doctors were green scrubs. I wonder if I violated this rule. Before the chaotic thoughts could fully rise, Shen An still held onto a sliver of hope until she noticed the gray stains beginning to rise on her white coat. Helplessly pursing her lips, a few seconds late does count. Emergency rescue rule number 4. If strange sounds are heard during surgery, please turn off the lights. Based on its accuracy rate, it should be deemed incorrect. Listening closely, there were faint human voices and the sound of a baby crying coming from the operating room. Then, let us not turn off the lights. This could work. Emergency rescue rule number 5. The number of people in the operating room must be odd. Now that she was inside, it was already an even number. Shen An glanced at the person on the operating table. Naturally, she had cross-checked if entering the operating room would violate a series of rules. She wouldn't have come in. The issue was if she guessed correctly, the person on the operating table was dead. The one who had been on the same cycle she had seen in the ward was Sun Xuanhui, so the number was now safely odd. With an unperturbed glance at the stains on Song Ye's white coat, Shen An averted her gaze and encouraged, "Please continue. Pay no attention to me." The NPC doctors exchanged bewildered glances as Song Yi, initially intending to exit upon Shen An's arrival, found himself trapped by the ominous specter at the door. He had hoped that by entering the operating room this time, he could evade disaster. Yet he never anticipated that someone would be foolish enough to breach the sanctum of the operation midway. Although the ghostly figure had evaded, the presence of an additional person in the operating room was undeniable. Oblivious to the chaos, he thought. Strategy tip: there is no maximum disorder, only increasing chaos. Shen An's sardonic greeting. "Shall we perish together?" The atmosphere grew increasingly bizarre, while Shen An remained composed. The other NPCs and staff were in a state of utter disarray. Yet another upheaval was imminent. A massive axe was hurled onto the ground, causing Song Yi to break into a cold sweat as he clumsily sidestepped. It was evident that Shen An had disrupted the numerical constraints, triggering the laboratory's lethal threshold. A shadow began to rise ominously, solidifying as the frightened NPCs scattered. Shen An, within the confines of the small room, raised her gaze and then turned towards the menacing specter at the entrance. It appeared that the operating room was the safer option after all. At least the giant wielding the axe moved at a sluggish pace. Moreover, they had not merely triggered one rule. Chapter 73, Medical Grievance. 15. A hapless NPC doctor was cleaved by the giant's axe, blood pooling on the floor, amidst the cacophony of chaos. Shen An's keen eyes discerned that, aside from her and Song Yi ducking from the giant, several NPCs in the operating room were also seeking refuge, and no one was attempting to flee. To those NPCs, the ghostly figure was far more terrifying than the giant. Delving deeper, the ghost was a manifestation of the family, while the giant embodied the rules. Could the disappearance of doctors be related to patients or their families? She recalled her previous ascent before the cycle, where apart from witnessing bloodstains, both the ghost and the giant had vanished. Either time had run out, or a new opportunity had emerged, skillfully evading the giant's axe. Shen An noted that aside from the initial surprise, the giant's subsequent lethargic execution was hardly threatening. Song Yi was on the verge of grinding his teeth in frustration. Shen An's calm dodges only accentuated his own turmoil. Yet, despite the giant's slow assault, the force behind it was no less formidable. His expression was a complex blend of emotions as he contemplated his next strategy, only to discover Shen An's unwavering gaze upon him. It seemed this was a matter of time or an external breakthrough. Shen An smiled. This was likely Song Ye's second encounter with the giant since the cycle began. His continual evasions were merely a strategy to buy time. The contamination on the white coat seemed tied to the staff's mental endurance, presenting a formidable challenge. Shen An shook off the nascent voices in her mind. "What are you all still doing?" A middle-aged doctor stood at the entrance, astonished at the tumult within. Strangely enough, the moment he spoke, the axe-wielding giant abruptly vanished, and the specter at the doorway disappeared as well, as if oblivious to the gruesome scene inside. The doctor maintained a composed demeanor, waving his hand. "What is the situation? Hurry up!" The remaining two NPC doctors, upon hearing his words, seemed to forget the chaos that had just transpired, their faces alight with joy. "Almost done." "No problem." The NPCs dragged a patient on a stretcher towards room 406. The Shen An observed their white coats and smiled faintly. That it appeared she had begun to grasp the trajectory of this contract. "I'll ask you once more. Do you want to go in first or not?" "Who cares?" Xie Wuxing's forehead twitched with veins, his voice gruff. "I'll be damned if I don't ask you one last time. I can uncover the exploration degree myself." Xie Ling. "Ah, don't call me that. It sounds awful." A Ling stomped in frustration. "Haha. A Ling's name sounds quite delightful when pronounced alone. But when combined with the surname, it's absolutely hilarious." I recall Xie Wuxing mentioning in some contract that his brother's name was chosen after his parents painstakingly perused dictionaries for months, signifying virtuous qualities. Laughing to death, The mundane is indeed the sublime. Congratulations to comrade Xie Ling for acquiring a critical weakness. Ru Gue Ru Zhang. Ling Wen Ling Wang. I remember this phrase from the Book of Songs. I am indeed a staunch supporter of Xie Xing. Silence. Someone is approaching. The second floor S pharmacy. How many chances remain? One. It would be a waste to give it to you. Come back. Don't say I'm stingy. Can T even manage this trivial matter? The voice hesitated. I didn't T expect this contract. Brother, do you need to come in person? Let us look for another opportunity. The voice gradually faded, and Xie Xing and a Ling exchanged glances. Standing behind the door without making a move. The fourth floor surgical agreement, the third floor new equipment agreement, the funding informed consent form, and the second floor medication order forms. Shen An moved swiftly, rummaging through everything, though the NPC director had yet to appear. His presence lingered throughout this contract. Only one signature remained. The countdown stood at 10 minutes. Suddenly feeling a bit sorry for Shen An and Shen An, who were the first to surpass half of the exploration degree. Why collect signatures? Is it still a mandatory task? Shen An is in trouble. Staff have reached the 6th floor. The regulations for the 6th floor have been issued to you. Shen An surmised that the likelihood of finding signed documents on the 6th floor was significantly higher than in the remaining unsearched areas. She clicked to view the 6th floor regulations. 6th floor regulations. 1. The 6th floor is the highest level of the hospital. If you encounter stairs leading upward, please disregard them. 2. No patients or families will appear on the 6th floor. Please prevent their entry. 3. Be mindful of your identity changes. Except for the director, no one is permitted to enter the director's office. For that, if you encounter any anomalies on the 6th floor, immediately seek assistance from the nearest staff member, who will escort you out. Upon entering the corridor of the 6th floor, Shen An discovered it was merely a long hallway, approximately 40 to 50 meters in length, devoid of any protruding spaces such as service desks or wards. It was as if the white walls on either side had shifted outward by 7 or 8 meters, creating a bright and spacious atmosphere that led directly to the director's office at the end. The entire 6th floor comprised solely one room. The director's office. That a brief investigation revealed a contradiction in the 3rd regulation, which stated that no one was permitted to enter the director's office, as it was a place she simply had to access. What is she doing? I can no longer comprehend Shen An's actions. Aren't the remaining few also in a bind? The contract seems to have reached a stalemate. I'd wager that the basement and the top floor are still the most clue-rich areas. What a pointless discussion. Primarily, why have doctors gone missing or perished? Let us not stray from the clues. It appeared the office was unoccupied. The sky darkened once more, yet mealtime had yet to arrive. Shen An skillfully pried open the office door and stealthily slipped inside. A conspicuous plan was laid out on the desk regarding the monthly control of the number of personnel to be sent to the basement. Was the director the mastermind behind the doctor's deaths? As Shen An scrutinized the document detailing the execution plan, noticing the addition of the 2 words execution plan along with a signature, a notification appeared indicating the completion of her task to collect 5 signatures. She began examining other items. Indeed, it was quite a hectic schedule. Shen An mused, considering the hours worked. It was undoubtedly a grueling ordeal. In the bottom drawer of the desk, she discovered a letter, within which lay a heavy iron object. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the door. It was Zhou Yihuai and Shen An. Shen An hastily retreated to the accompanying break room and locked the door with a soft click. Glancing at the time, she noted that mealtime was approaching, and these two would likely not linger long. Leaning against the door, she suddenly overheard a voice from outside. Why did you want to kill Shen An? Chapter 74, Medical Grievance 16. It was Shen An. Shen An raised an eyebrow. Opening the envelope, the little figure was surprisingly quick to react. The dialogue outside continued, with Zhou Yihuai asserting his superiority. Regardless of whether it's true or not, I have no obligation to report to you. A cold snort followed, accompanied by the rustling sound of searching for items. Shen An toyed with the iron badge in her hand. Noting the section for the director's name was still blank. A small piece of paper was wedged between her fingers, inscribed with, "The badge symbolizes the director's identity, Mr. Tao, the moment you inscribe your name. That is when you become the director." So, for what reason has this director, Tao, not formally assumed the position? Outside, Zhou Yihuai seemed to have found something, eliciting a mocking response from Shen An. What? Only just realizing it now. Zhou Huai remained silent, seemingly engaged in some task. The next moment, he reached for a document that Sang Nan Nan had discovered. Zhou Huai, what are you doing? What am I doing? If I've just realized it, then you should know what I intend to do. Shouldn't you? Are you trying to steal my signature? Have you lost your mind? You just received the task and still have an hour left. Have you been spoiled rotten? It was a clash of titans. Shen An knew these two would never unite. However, she also reminded them not to forget to head to the cafeteria quickly. Otherwise, if she were trapped here, she would unwittingly breach the rules alongside them. Thus, according to common circumstances, it is unlikely that Shen and Zhao would collaborate with these two individuals. However, one cannot discount the possibility that upon her appearance before them, the two might shift their focus and join forces. Shen An harbors suspicions regarding Zhou Yihui's hostility towards her. Killing Sun Jie was one aspect, but she believes that the greater concern lies in the notion that an A-grade employee would be incited to take her life. Likely due to Shen Fiki's actions at that time, raising the suspicions of the Wan organization. As for Sang Nan Nan, this woman remains to be determined, gazing at the badge in her hand. A rather immature thought suddenly crossed her mind. Those who offend me shall face retribution, no matter how far they may be. The signature was snatched away by Zhou Yihui, leaving Sang Nan Nan standing alone in the director's office. After her expression shifted several times, she ultimately retrieved the treasured item she had kept for a long time. This was the last of her S-grade items, gifted to her aside from the simulations. It could postpone the mandatory task deadline, meaning that upon use, she would have an additional hour to collect signatures. Yet, unwilling to concede, she was merely one signature short that as she contemplated this. The sound of a door lock turning from the nearby lounge caught her attention, heralding the arrival of a person she despised with a passion. Shen An, upon Shen An's entrance, she immediately interrupted Sang Nan Nan, saying, "Don't rush. Hear me out, look." She waved the director's signature in her hand. "Do you want this? I won't give it to you," Sang Nan Nan responded. As Shen An, with a sinister glint in her eyes, was about to speak, she suddenly unleashed a wang. "Bite him," she commanded Sang Nan Nan, "if you can catch a wang." "This signature is yours," Sang Nan Nan retorted. "Are you toying with me? What if this is one you've already used?" "Indeed, this is one I've used," Shen An countered. "The contract doesn't explicitly state that a used one is unusable." Sang Nan Nan protested. "You're trying to make me miss my time at the cafeteria. Indeed, would you prefer to violate a rule and fail the mandatory task, or choose the latter?" Shen An's straightforwardness eased half of Sang Nan Nan's wariness. As for Shen An, there would always be opportunities to deal with her. Racing against the clock, Shen An made her way to the cafeteria. Ultimately, Sang Nan Nan resorted to using the item she had held onto. After blocking that little monster, after seizing the signature, the notification for task completion lingered absent. In an instant, she comprehended. Shen An had dared to actively brush her off. Enraged, Sang Nan Nan felt a surge of hatred. Just as she was about to hunt for that creature, she discovered the little monster had vanished without a trace. The stains on Sang Nan Nan's clothing crept up to her chest, and she began to feel disoriented and wrathful. After a quick wash of her face to regain clarity, she was on her way to the first floor when a figure obstructed her path. Shen An encountered the inseparable duo of a Ling and Xie. Learning that their exploration level was nearing the halfway mark, she meaningfully reminded them, "Once you reach the halfway point, do remember to inform me." "Why?" a Ling inquired, perplexed. Shen An smiled enigmatically. "Just remember." "All right then. What if they don't tell you?" Shen Fiki teased, only to be confronted unceremoniously in the stairwell. Sang Nan Nan, "Song Yi," Shen An remarked, her expression unchanged, with a smile that was neither here nor there. She suddenly questioned, "Did you inform Sang Nan Nan about your unauthorized alteration of the emergency protocols 5 and 6? Kongye, Sang Nan Nan. Has the initiative been seized again?" Shen An is impressive. Being universally condemned is also a skill. The big shots are always envied. I feel that regarding this signature matter, everyone is destined to be taken advantage of. I wonder if Sang Nan Nan and Zhou Yihui will figure it out. How can they discover? With the current maneuvering, even from my omniscient perspective, I have no idea how this will unfold. Damn Shen An. She wrote her name on the director's badge. Even more astonishing is that the contract announced Shen An as the director of this hospital. Oh my, what a bewildering turn of events. My sister and is pulling such a cunning move. If she means to deceive, let it be everyone. Fortunately, Maya Ling has forged a good relationship with Shen An. Little one, be sure to heed your big sister's advice. Once you reach the halfway point, remember to seek her out. Song Yi was merely an ordinary employee, but since acquiring the answer book he had, while merely surviving, been secretly scheming, hoping to con others and occasionally earn a commendable assessment in the end. Yet he was exceedingly cautious, knowing that if he managed to deceive once, he would always retain a chance to inquire if his black hand had been discovered, and then take corresponding measures. Although he acted with great subtlety, small figures have their ways of survival. He could eliminate others while also aligning himself with the big shots. Ironically, he never anticipated that Shen An could be so astute, directly pinpointing the contradiction upon speaking. Saying Nan Nan, with a grim expression, shifted her gaze towards Song Yi, seemingly pondering something, before looking back at Shen. And you really dare to give me a false signature? But it's not the director's signature. Since I am now the director, all the signatures collected from Director Town naturally become invalid. Chapter 75, Medical Resentment 17. Thus, from another perspective, saying Nanan's guess was not entirely incorrect. Shen An indeed deceived her, albeit in a far more subtle manner. Casting her gaze towards the two, when Shen An's eyes fell upon Song Yi, they locked for 2 seconds, her smile growing more pronounced, yet devoid of any mirth. Compared to saying Nanan's confrontational provocations, she despised the underhanded machinations of rats even more. As Shen An swiftly summoned the vengeful spirit's curved blade, a massive shadow silently emerged behind her, illuminating several cycles of light at her feet, with countless invisible runes swirling within. This was the reason saying Nan Nan and her companions were stationed here. She could utilize the formation to summon powerful skeletons. A skill she had not had the opportunity to employ during saying Nanan's previous simulations due to Shen An's swift and ruthless combination of attacks, which had left her with no chance to unleash this innate skill. Once an employee's points reached 3,000, they would gain the authority to access information regarding innate skills. These skills would activate once the employee's points formally reached 5,000, that they were synthesized based on the employee's comprehensive qualities, including personality, ability, and cognition, akin to superpowers. Each employee possesses but one innate ability. Although saying Nan Nan had not met the points requirement, she had connections above her, and thus utilizing some authority to activate her innate ability prematurely was certainly not a problem. This had become her trump card. However, since acquiring this ability, she had never revealed it to anyone. Shen An sought to break free from the runes beneath her feet, only to discover that, with her movements, these patterns seemed to move as if they were alive, trailing her like a shadow. She had become ensnared in the domain, the ability to manipulate skeletons in a specific space. No, it was the summoning of skeletons. As Shen An sensed the fierce aura behind her, she unhesitatingly drew out her panel, for it was evident that these two were intent on exterminating her, and she saw no need to hold back. Concealing her power would only result in missed opportunities. A pale hand reached for Shen An, moving with astonishing speed. Shen An could not evade it in time and felt a scratch on her rear shoulder without even glancing back, stepping back a few paces before decisively drawing out the torn page. This time I stand with Shen An, although it seems she may be on the verge of defeat. However, I never expected Song Yi to be so cunning. Does no one think saying Nan Nan is a bit muddled this time? How could she corner Shen An alone? Has she been influenced by the rules? Innate abilities. It seems saying Nanan's association with that individual is indeed not mere rumor. Otherwise, how could her points possibly be so high? Shen An is no pushover either. Even if Shen An wins, it could easily lead to trouble. After all, saying Nanan's employment is marked by connections. Yet she does not rely on them. Isn't it true that she has taken advantage of many conveniences? Shen An pushed her speed to the limit, feeling her physical capabilities instantaneously enhanced to their peak due to the blood sacrifice method of the item. But the skeleton's claws were even quicker. Its strength was astonishing. Even a simple strike could create a crater in the ground, and before such an opponent, even Shen An had to give her all. Amidst a flurry of dust and debris, saying Nan Nan grinned wickedly at the edge of the space, gasping for breath, her condition hardly better than that of Shen An at the center of the battlefield. This was another reason she had not utilized her innate ability. Summoning the skeleton would deplete a significant portion of her vitality. Yet she continued to fervently increase the energy supply to the skeleton. Saying Nanan's expression was off, as Shen An was sent flying, A thin slice of adhesive flew towards her from behind. It would be no stretch to predict the dire consequences should it strike her. Song Yi had finally made his move. Were these two intent on ensuring she was killed by the skeleton, thus escaping the violation of the employee-killing employee rule? Shen An evaded passively. Yet her eyes sparkled with a peculiar light, the stairwell littered with remnants of their struggle, momentarily falling into a stalemate. Can Shen An endure this much? It's nighttime. How frustrating, being chased and beaten. Like a mantis, try to stop a chariot. The battlefield gradually shifted with Shen An's direction of escape. The moment Shen An discerned something was amiss with Shen An, she altered her original plan. Little did she expect the impact of this stain to be so profound, likely amplifying certain thoughts in her mind. Once more dodging Song Ye's flying knife, Shen An switched to Shen Fiki, sidestepping to approach the towering skeleton, and as it swung its claws in attack, she leveraged its force to roll forward. Now was the moment. She was less than 2 meters from Song Yi. Shen Fiki, amidst a surge of energy and blood, swiftly pivoted and unleashed a fierce kick towards Song Yi, who was concealed behind the door. Song Yi, caught off guard by Shen Fiki's sudden approach, found himself bewildered despite his cautious demeanor, but he had anticipated trouble, but never imagined his opponent could strike with such agility. Just as he sensed something amiss and attempted to flee, he fell victim to a cunning ambush. In a state of rage, Song Yi turned to look at Shen An, who, with her blood-red eyes, seemed oblivious to the chaos, crying out, "Die! You shall die! Everyone shall perish!" How could this happen? He had been so vigilant in his quest for survival. A powerful, merciless skeletal claw seized his skull, and in the next instant, he heard a shattering sound resonate in his ears. His limp body was carelessly tossed at the foot of the stairs. A dog-eat-dog scenario? Is this self-sabotage? This woman excels at leveraging her strength against others. It's unfortunate that Shen An was able to hold on this long, and even managed to retaliate against one, only to encounter this lunatic, Shen An. Is it a desperate bid for mutual destruction? Shen An could sense that Shen Fiki was now relying solely on sheer willpower, his stamina nearing its breaking point, while Shen An appeared capable of enduring for a few more minutes. Yet the situation was not merely dire. It was becoming increasingly catastrophic. The isolation door between the staircase and the third floor was violently flung open. A throng of patients clad in hospital gowns surged towards her, and Shen An, to make matters worse. These patients exhibited murky, yellowed eyes, continuously spewing forth dark, viscous blood, their limbs flailing like marionettes devoid of sensation, bending in grotesque, unnatural angles. Shen Fiki instinctively evaded these evidently infectious individuals, but a sudden rush of air warned him of an impending attack. Exhausted from relentless combat, his movements faltered momentarily. He turned to block with his knife. Yet still, a gash was carved into his cheek, blood seeping forth. Meanwhile, the skeletal assailant had plunged into a fresh wave of chaos, and Shen An noted the change in the color of Shen An's white coat, her expression growing increasingly grave. Judging by the degree of contamination, it seemed she had but one opportunity left. Ding! The sound of the elevator chimed, and almost simultaneously, Shen An received a notification on her panel. Contract execution status updated. As half of the staff's exploration level has exceeded 50, the contract period is now moved forward to the 7th day. Please be informed. Chapter 76, Medical Grievance, 18. What the hell? Oh my goodness. Why? Directly to the last day? Are we doomed to die? The timing of this contract is so arbitrary. Time manipulation, a cycle. What could it possibly signify? Shen An pondered, realizing this might relate to the background of the contract. Her initial hypothesis regarding the contamination patterns associated with the white coats seemed intricately linked to the deaths of the doctors in the main storyline. Da-da! A Ling burst forth from the elevator, immediately tugging Shen An as they witnessed the chaos on the 3rd floor. Why were these patients behaving so violently, like labor camp inmates? The trailing siege wishing interjected. Zombies, thank you. Shen An, lost in thought, was pulled by a Ling to avoid the dehydrated patients emerging from the 3rd floor corridor. Hearing their conversation, her gaze shifted across the glass door as Shen An was engulfed by the ravenous patients. Her attention lingered on the heads of those NPCs that did oh no, and yeah. Under Shen An's piercing gaze, a Ling quickly amended, "Let us head to the 6th floor." The staircase from the second to the third floor is no longer safe. God knows those NPCs fighting for the medication have turned rogue and are now coming up the stairs towards us. Shen An listened to Ling's incessant chatter, her eyes fixed on the spot where Shen An had vanished without a trace. Given the current trend, it seemed the mutated patients on the third floor were making their way to the fourth floor. A storm was brewing. Beside her, Ling continued, "By the way, and yeah, our exploration level has also surpassed half. The doctors had been contaminated for defying the director's rules, such as performing surgeries on the deceased to extend their official lives and thus pocket exorbitant surgical fees. The accounts for the new ailments on the third floor were continuously filled with the afflicted, all of whom bore the characteristics of prison inmates. This led her to contemplate a phrase: as long as there are those in need, research shall never cease. Could there be forces compelling the innocent to contract these diseases, ensuring the continuity of research and the allocation of funds? The dilemma of the medications on the second floor might represent another facet of a healer's inadvertent negligence. According to Ling, the revelation of the doctor's and PC's blunders had leaked the existence of a soul medication to future seekers. Then both parties would scramble, damaging the medication, leading to their mutual mutation. Such idealism. Shen An mused over the implications. Was the director merely overseeing his subordinates? Yet, there were indeed flaws in the rules. As Shen An arrived at the staircase on the sixth floor, the clamor of footsteps echoed from below, growing ever closer. Were these monsters also headed for the sixth floor? At this moment, the former director was already in his office. Ling and Xie, who had just received the operational guidelines for the sixth floor, were accompanied by the 5 mandatory tasks that required signatures. You mean to say you acquired the director's identity card? You've become the director? 2 astonished voices echoed, taken aback as they received the 5 names Shen An hastily inscribed. Task completed. The 2 brothers, who had just received their task and completed it, were left speechless. Wait a minute. Shen An peered down the staircase, questioning why the mutated creatures had yet to ascend. If she were the director and wished to carry out certain actions without drawing attention, naturally, the more discreet, the better, just like the access card for the basement level. Could it be that these monsters were not headed for the 6th floor? In that moment, Shen An's mind raced with possibilities, but no other floor could accommodate such a multitude without detection. Do not forget, the hospital was still operational, especially in the bustling lobby on the 1st floor. She recalled the dragging sound she had heard outside the dormitory doors on the 5th floor prior to the loop. Aside from the artificial haze, there were echoes reminiscent of the dragging sounds currently emanating from the staircase. Apart from the stairwell she occupied, did the 5th floor have a direct route to the 6th floor? Let us head to the basement level, Shen An proposed, brandishing the director's identity card. Why does Shen An always jump to conclusions, just as the puzzle nears resolution? Perhaps she's automatically piecing together clues that we have yet to grasp. Is Zhou Hua on the 6th floor, while Shen An and the others are veering off to the basement, straying from the main storyline? Perfectly misaligned. I can't help but suspect Shen An is avoiding Zhou Hua. Ding! Shen An boldly strode into the morgue, her target unmistakably the corpse on the table. She retrieved a pair of disposable gloves from the service counter, donned them, and reached out to examine the head, hands, neck, and other areas of the corpse. Desecrating a corpse? What did you discover? What are you doing? Feel free. She left that remark behind and made her way back to the 1st floor. Ling and Xie, utterly bewildered, followed her without uttering a word. The lobby was bustling with activity, even at this late hour. This in itself was abnormal, especially considering Shen An observed the swarm of cats and dogs scurrying about the hall. Space transcends the 6 realms, while time transcends life and death. She turned to her companions, imparting a weighty statement. Contract exploration level 15. The next moment, a familiar wave of dizziness washed over her. Still in the 1st floor lobby, the central hospital had been rather frequent in its hiring lately. Rumor has it. Stop, they're looking this way. Familiar lines, familiar lights ablaze, 0.6 staff members remaining. Did it please help if I'm not mistaken? The exploration level of this contract has reached its limit. Unless they could unravel the cause of the cycle and break free. Currently, they had achieved a state where, after 7 loops, the exploration level would exceed half. Concluding the contract, if they could endure the contamination until then, they might be able to break the cycle prematurely. Yet, while she had some inklings regarding the cause of the cycle, Executing a plan to break it proved somewhat challenging. Assistance might be required, and perhaps a few obstacles would need to be eliminated first. I'm exhausted. That's why we shouldn't stray from the main storyline. We'd know nothing and end up back in a loop. Who has the hidden meaning upstairs? Is it someone like Zhou Yihua, battling monsters only to be half dead? I never expected several floor bosses to merge. How bizarre. I feel as though Shen An has stumbled upon some truth. Zhou Yihua was perplexed as to why. Despite having gathered 5 signatures, the task completion notification was delayed, leading him into the 7th day, and then he looped again. Thankfully, the task countdown had not abruptly ended but remained set for 15 minutes. With 15 minutes on the clock, Zhou Yihua encountered the obstruction posed by Shen in Chapter 77. Medical grievance, 19. Was he being too hasty? Shinfiki inquired that as soon as her daily tasks were completed. Shen An set her plan into motion. The extermination plan. Stubborn? Did the upstairs folks forget who the director is? Eating melon, I will bet on whoever wins. As you know, I am not accustomed to waiting. If I can accomplish my goals more effectively, I do not mind taking the initiative, even if it incurs a minor cost. Shinfiki cannot see Shen An's expression at this moment, yet a smiling face automatically emerges in his mind. Undoubtedly sweet and confident. That is the sole glimmer of brightness that illuminates his otherwise barren and desolate world. I am familiar with every facet of you, loyal to every aspect of you. A glimmer of surprise flickers in Zhou Yihui's eyes. He did not expect Shen An to seek him out without his prompting that in his view. Treating everyone equally in the contract was his greatest act of mercy as an A-level employee. Allowing the murderous intent to be evenly distributed, which was the absolute aesthetic of his actions. And now, someone wishes to disrupt his equilibrium. Naturally, Shen An does not miss the astonishment in Zhou Yihui's eyes. It seems there are still those who remain in the dark. You seem quite confident in yourself. Zhou Yihui directly inquires, his tone more puzzled by her approach than anything else. Because you want to kill me. But I wish to kill many people. Zhou Yihui's confusion deepens. After all, no one else has dared to approach him. Their tone is casual, as if they are merely engaging in small talk. May I ask why you wish to kill me? Shen An is unperturbed. After all, the other party has only a few minutes left. By this time, Zhou Yihui has also lost his patience. He does not inquire how she knows of his intent, but merely wishes to swiftly dispose of Shen An. Is there a need for a reason to kill low-level employees like you all? His incessant chatter is quite bothersome. Shen An shares this sentiment. Laughing softly, I must have been woefully uninformed. Can I share something with you? A conversation among masters? Brother Zhou, Yi Di rushes in from behind, drawing closer to Zhou Yihui. Upon seeing this, Shen An's eyes brighten. You finally arrived, damn knife ghost, compared to Zhou Yihui, who stirs up conflict, Yi Di. As a follower, subtly manipulates and influences the other's actions, the true mastermind. At this moment, Zhou Yihui seems to finally grasp the meaning behind Shen An's words. You dare to undermine me? Hand over the signature. What is the matter, brother Zhou? Yi Di, feeling the weight of Shen An's gaze, instinctively recoils and hides behind Zhou Yihui. Only 6 minutes left. Through their conversation, Yi Di begins to understand the implications, cold sweat cascading down his brow. Fortunately, his exploration level was insufficient, and he did not have time to initiate the task. Yi, I feel as though I have seen your name somewhere before. Shen An suddenly turns towards him. Casually referencing which organization is strong. Shen An's scheme is profound. Where? Yi Di glances at Zhou Yihui, who appears to be choking, and then at Shen An, who seems to have everything under control. Shen An, do you know Sun Jie? A member of a certain swastika organization. His name appears on a list of members, which also includes ED. I heard they are looking to hunt me down. Could it be you? Shen An brazenly spins a tale, unperturbed by the chaos. Swastika organization. To his surprise, Zhou Yihui reacts first. He furrows his brow, seemingly irritated by the mention. They sought me out quite some time ago. A group of self-righteous individuals. They have indeed caused me some trouble. However, once I ascended to A level, they ceased their antics, bullying the weak while fearing the strong. A glimmer of coldness crosses Yi Di's eyes. I do not know what you are speaking of, what organization, what list. Shen An remains unconcerned, continuing to address Zhou Yihui with the whip he has produced, seemingly oblivious to the imminent threat he poses. Did Yi Di not incite you to act? Think back, perhaps to that incident on the 5th floor of the loop. While she can clearly sense Zhou Yihui's murderous intent, it is indeed glaringly directed at everyone. And her previous encounters with Zhou Yihui have led her to believe he is not the type to resort to underhanded tactics. To put it plainly, he is simply wicked. Wicked without pretense. Even too lazy to borrow the hands of others. Zhou Yihui, who initially intended to deal with her, has now collided with Yi, who is guiding him to eliminate Shen An. Zhou Yihui's suspicious gaze darts towards Yi, causing the latter to break into a cold sweat. Brother Zhou, do you truly believe this woman's mere words? Since I fortuitously saved you 2 contracts ago, I have genuinely regarded you as a brother. Do not let her sow discord. All of this is merely her conjecture. Save? Shen An clicks her tongue, observing the rhetoric, highlighting kindness and loyalty while subtly implying the lack of evidence. However, 2 contracts ago, Shen An muses softly. Could it be that it is not the swastika organization that bullies the weak, but rather a more advantageous way to utilize you? Perhaps. Whispers in your ear. Yi suddenly gazes at Shen An. Taken aback, this statement strikes at the very heart of Zhou Yihui's vulnerabilities. Given his vengeful nature and resentment towards the organization, he would surely prefer to wrongfully kill than spare anyone. Noticing the increasingly unpredictable glances exchanged, Yi steels himself and steps away from Zhou Yihui. This action only intensifies Zhou Yihui's suspicion. You truly dare to? I think everyone has forgotten that Shen An is the target I aim to kill. Continuing from above, regardless of the reasons for wanting to kill. On the lethality of language. Counter-interrogation. 2 minutes remain. This statement is uttered by Yi. Everyone on the scene comprehends what he implies. With this declaration, Yi implicitly acknowledges the situation. Shen An discreetly exhales, finally extracting the truth. Zhou Yihui's crisis is temporarily averted. Let the dogs fight among themselves. Shen An never harbors any illusions regarding certain events. Knowing the risk of being hunted, she meticulously cross-examines potential suspects. This includes the initial suspects, Ling and Xie. Saying Nan An seems too overt. Claiming to be killing for a man is somewhat believable. Shen An quietly complains to Shen Fiki. Zhou Yihui initially bore the most suspicion. However, typically, the protocol would dictate sending a fellow employee of equal rank to probe the waters first, right? Ultimately, she possesses no evidence. But if she is to be killed anyway, she might as well engage in some dialogue. 2 minutes have clearly elapsed. He seems to ponder, catching Shen An's all-seeing gaze, and realizes she is deceiving him. Zhou Yihui and Shen have actually allied. Have you figured it out? Not too dim-witted after all. Thus, the organization they speak of is truly terrifying. They have been secretly monitoring and manipulating employees. What was thought to be a narrow escape from assassination has turned into another controlled existence. Chapter 78, Medical Grievance. 20. What have you done? Another rebuke rings out, this time from Zhou Yihui. Oh, I have already given my signature. Yet you are still so ineffective that in just a few minutes since Shen An blocked Zhou Yihui. The situation is turned on its head, yet it is indeed surprising how quickly the other party has been subdued. Truly, betrayal is most feared among those close. Yi knows himself and his enemy, and moreover, in any scheme, there are always 1 or 2 super-level items, are there not? Bound by invisible threads, Zhou Yihui finds multiple binding lights surging from beneath him, gradually enveloping his entire being. While in the midst of this, a red thread extends from his heart, wrapping around Yi's fingertips. Puppet threads that a gruesome blood mark stretches from Yi's left eye to his right jaw. Flesh writhing and splitting, blood gushing uncontrollably. The excruciating pain makes his gaze toward Zhou seem poisoned, but he clenches his fist, witnessing the other's expression fracture, abruptly losing focus, and amidst the all-encompassing agony, he slowly turns towards the sole outsider present. Shen An. So close, this item was almost prepared for me. Shen An feigns innocence. How I long to eliminate someone. A heavy disdain gathers in her eyes. Does he enjoy controlling others so much? Had it not been for Zhou Yihui's betrayal and Yi's brutal beating, this item that transforms people into puppets would likely have remained and used. It is your turn. Since you seek death, do not blame me for advancing the timeline. Yi's eyes gleam with mocking clarity. With a slight motion of his fingers, Zhou Yihui immediately lunges at Shen An. The two engage in a brief exchange, each retreating to await the next strike. Shen An merely pants for breath, while Zhou Hui is lifelessly dragged along. The physical prowess of an A-level employee, combined with the puppet suppression of consciousness and enhanced physique, leads ED to believe he could easily deal with someone who has only recently passed the 4th contract. Zhou Hui is dead? Not only dead, but he has also been turned into a puppet. He isn't dead, is he? It seems like his consciousness has merely been temporarily restrained. I was already shocked when Shen An died once. But she came back to life. Everyone has a hidden identity. Everyone has a backup plan. This contract is no longer as simple as it was 10 years ago. Awaiting the big shots explanation. Meanwhile, on the same floor on the other side of the corridor that Ling occasionally peeks outside, wondering why it is taking so long. Shall we go take a look? No, I will go check. You stay. Xie Zhuxing sits cross-legged on the floor, clutching Ling's pant leg with one hand. Don't go. What on earth is Shen An reliable? If there is a deviation from the agreed time, he will act on his own. I am not cowardly. I'm leaving. Xie Zhuxing loosens his grip. Xie Zhuxing, don't go, Ling. Don't be cowardly. Haha. So is Ling's counterreaction purely due to a generational gap? With a thud, Zhou Hui, whose chest had been struck, was once again propelled forward by an unseen force. Meanwhile, Yi quietly retreated. Confronting head-on was too arduous. Perhaps it would be better to employ the peculiarities of the contract from behind. Witnessing Zhou Hui receive yet another elbow strike, his body contorting into a grotesque arc, Yi felt a twitch in the corner of his eye, sensing a wave of pain wash over him. Where are you going? Yi, focused on the battlefield and monitoring Shen An's movements, suddenly heard a malicious question from behind. It was too loud. Shen An was looking over here, terrifyingly startled, momentarily unable to discern who the true villain is. With complex emotions, Shen An has tied someone up, and now, on the verge of death, with only a few breaths left, yet it doesn't count as a direct murder of any staff member. How thrilling! This implies that the so-called organization has indeed detected Shun Fiki's presence. Perhaps it is merely a conjecture, yet their audacity in dealing with any staff member will indicates a power greater than she had anticipated. As for the confusion Yi mentioned, Shen An did not attribute it to the benevolence of the opposing side, but rather to their uncertainty about Shen Fiki's location. Furthermore, once a staff member perishes, the panel would be locked. The organization is unsure whether Shen Fiki exists within any props. However, they are quite knowledgeable about certain matters, particularly the transformations induced by specific potions. Otherwise, the changes she experienced within the contract would not have aroused suspicion. They are exceedingly familiar. The most troublesome aspect, Shen An surmised, is whether the organization has been constantly monitoring the contract. She must prepare for the worst. After this contract, as well as all the previous contracts she has endured, they will undoubtedly be scrutinized and reviewed repeatedly. All tied up. Just stay put. The matter at hand is pressing. 6th floor to deal, we really have to do it this way. Ling glanced at the rope in Shen An's hand. His expression peculiar. Xie Zhuxing, unable to bear the sight of Ling's twitching lips, which were clearly brimming with excitement, pretended to inquire. I never expected you to be such a hypocritical brother. Ling was too disinterested in Xie Zhuxing's thoughts. Following Shen An's lead, shall I assist? I shall assist. The group strode forward, forcefully pushing open the door to the dean's office. This moment, Tao, the former dean, was inside. My apologies, Dean Tao. Shen An took the initiative. Only then did Dean Tao, realizing their intentions, exclaim, What are you planning to do? He was rendered dazed by this audacious act. Tied up. Shen An waved his hand. Tied up. Ling stepped forward. What the hell? Dean Tao was a middle-aged man with a slightly dark complexion, widely spaced eyes, thick lenses, rough palms, and a robust physique. He certainly did not resemble a typical office worker that moment. His face was suffused with anger as he glared at these uninvited guests. The uninvited guest, Xie Zhuxing, lounged on the sofa, choosing to ignore the situation. The uninvited guest, Ling, circled around him, muttering about whether the ropes were tied tightly before stepping forward to tighten them further. Dean Tao, meanwhile, the woman who seemed to be the leader among the uninvited guests, gazed at his face with an inscrutable expression, her eyes flickering between light and shadow, hinting at some undercurrents of struggle. Suddenly, with a complex expression, Shen An spoke slowly. It appears we have tied up the wrong person. Chapter 79. Medical Grievance 21. The more Shen An looked at Dean Tao, the more familiar he seemed. And finally, she unearthed relevant information from the depths of her memory. She had indeed encountered this person in the current world. Dean Tao was someone who had passed away in her realm. It was during the third year of her acquaintance with Shen Fiki, the third time she caught him hastily retrieving a love letter he had slipped into her book, the fourth time she witnessed him rehearsing a confession while waiting for her, which he never ended up using, and the fifth time she saw him telling a girl who had confessed to him that he was already involved with Shen An. If it weren't for her insight into his flustered demeanor, Shen An felt as if all of this played out like a game of desire and restraint, with the protagonist persistently rebooting. On a seemingly ordinary weekend, Shen Fiki accompanied Shen into a bookstore on the outskirts to seek out ancient texts on the supernatural. As they passed through a certain alley, they were drawn by the sounds emanating from within. Wails echoed, white banners fluttered through the air, and people of all ages formed a procession, weeping for the deceased. Various individuals, dressed in diverse attire, hurriedly gathered, merging into a colorful wave that, while not pure white, possessed considerable momentum. It seems someone remarkable has passed away, Shen Fiki remarked at the time, or perhaps someone who merely pretended to be remarkable. A facade maintained for a lifetime. At that moment, Shen An had a penchant for describing individuals from alternative perspectives, enhancing her ability to perceive their multidimensionality. She had become somewhat entranced, but fortunately, Shen Fiki was by her side. A gentleman judges actions, not hearts. He helped her articulate the unspoken sentiments. Otherwise, Shen An's initial comment would hardly have seemed complimentary, yet it was indeed a compliment. Well, being able to maintain a faade for a lifetime is also a form of responsibility. That evening, Shen An saw the scene from earlier splashed across the news headlines. Tao Lin, the director of the Central Hospital, had died suddenly. It was said that after over 20 hours of grueling work, he had been called to perform an emergency surgery for a child. Why didn't he take a break? Couldn't someone else handle the surgery? Surely they could earn more money, amidst the myriad speculations. It was merely an ordinary day, an ordinary hot topic. Yet Shen An understood that this was no longer the case. The contract had become involved and no longer ordinary to this moment, a Ling inquired. So are we still tying him up? Nevertheless, Shen An smiled brightly. Yes, we are tying him up. From Shen An's perspective, has this NPC Dean transformed from a villain into a good person? So are we still tying him up? User patient? All right, a splendid villain. At 14:00, all staff members of the Central Hospital, including but not limited to doctors, nurses, security personnel, and cleaners, receive a new set of rules from the Dean's office. The rules were issued from the office's main line. There were only two rules. One, that send all doctors with stained white coats to the incinerator on the negative first floor. Two, that the person wearing the iron badge is the Dean, and the Dean possesses absolute authority. Both rules were written in red. Who would have thought there was such a hidden clue? The rules that had been laid out distinguished between black and red markings. The moment Shen An laid eyes on Dean Tao's face, her vague speculations about the contract and the current world were once again validated. Terminating the contract, the deceased Dean Tao, could it perhaps be a distorted reflection of a world filled with reluctance and regret? Ultimately ensnared, the essence of the contract. During that time in the dormitory, the scenes of communication with the supernatural, those ambiguous words, failed to align with the actions of the hospital NPCs because they were not NPCs. They were former staff members who had undergone the contract. She questioned Dean Tao. Dean Tao huffed disdainfully. I advise you to amend the rules. Otherwise what? A Ling mimicked his scoff. I wondered why the rules had inconsistencies. It turns out your hospital is in cahoots. Are the rules designed to harm intern doctors and patients? I won't even mention the patients for now. How come intern doctors aren't considered part of the same category as doctors? This is discrimination. Faced with a Ling's barrage, Dean Tao fell silent, refusing to speak. In that moment, Shen An contemplated many things as she observed the unyielding Dean Tao and his cycle. Dean Tao's cycle, that if her deductions were correct, Dean Tao could subconsciously control the cycle. Therefore, her certain actions had to be swift and precise, preventing him from exerting subjective control. With that thought in mind, she exited the office. Siege wishing volunteered to stay on the 6th floor to monitor Dean Tao. A buzz-cut intern doctor NPC hurried by, momentarily pausing upon seeing Shen An, who bore the iron badge, and greeted her softly. The rule-oriented contract had thrown the entire hospital into chaos, with individuals scouring for doctors with stained white coats. Various NPCs appearing everywhere. Shouts, shoving, and dragging ensued. Amidst this turmoil, Shen An spotted the Shen An being dragged towards the elevator by an NPC, and she saw that Yi, who had been bound in a certain ward, had also been found at some point. Upon seeing Shen An, Yi, who was vocally berating the situation, abruptly stopped. "Why aren't you going after her?" No one paid him any heed, and Yi distinctly felt a sense of being completely controlled by the opposing side. They had made a mistake. "Help me!" Shen An stood her ground, the stains on the white coat akin to a corner of a turtle shrinking back. Crumbling upon encountering her resolute, although a slight smile curved her lips as she calmly ignored the individuals being captured and dragged away around her. She paid no attention to Yi. Unfazed, she summoned a doctor and issued the third version of the rules. 1. Send all patients to the incinerator on the negative first floor. 2. The person wearing the iron badge is the dean, and the dean possesses absolute authority. Is the world turning upside down? My limited brain. City slaughter mode? I sense that Shen An wishes to obliterate the contract. Don't ask. To inquire is to invite madness. Yi, in a state of desperation, cries out, "Shen An's organization will not spare you. Our upper echelons are widespread, and your persecution shall be relentless." Shen An muses, is Yi truly that dim-witted? Is he merely resorting to threats? The organization may indeed be formidable, but he is destined for demise. Chaos reigns. I am guilty of being a saint. I am Sister An. Ling and Xing remain on the secure 6th floor. Upon Shen An's return, Ling rushes forward, stammering, That. Shen An, I just remembered, Shen An is still alive? Such a delayed realization. Shen An smiles faintly. Now, she is deceased, faced with the two questioning gazes. She responds with a question of her own, asking Ling, "Have you read my secret cult murder case? Chapter 80, Medical Grievance, 22 Yes. Do you recall the 6 paths within?" She is testing me. Is this akin to a primary school student reciting texts? Do orders carry weight? Haven't you seen that Xing is too disinterested in celebrity worship? After all, one might as well take advantage of the situation. In Buddhist tales, such accounts abound in ancient texts. If we immerse ourselves in the hospital's floors, there have long been indications. The first floor is the realm of beasts, where animals come and go. The second floor is the realm of hungry ghosts, where one seizes medication at the expense of humanity. The third floor, the realm of hell, also known as the realm of wicked individuals. One cannot determine if it is the prisoners brought in to serve as fodder or those who feign research under the guise of illness that are more malevolent. The fourth floor is the realm of asuras, where individuals embody greed. Heavenly beings with fortune, yet lacking in good deeds, refers to successful figures like Dan Sunhui, who possess societal status, wealth, and familial ties. Wait, Sister An, I have a question. Ling has been attentively listening to Shen An's analysis. How do you deduce that the individual on the 4th floor is wealthy? What have I missed? I want to ask too. It's not even on the same wavelength. If reasoning fails, so be it, but is my knowledge base so insufficient that I am blind? Have you not observed that the facilities on the 4th floor are quite sophisticated? Does it not resemble a VIP section? The family members are also dressed with great care. Ling. And then Shen An. That's sufficient. Is my lack of confidence the reason I'm not an influential figure? In reasoning, did the upstairs not notice that Shen An is amusing? She stumbled upon Dan Sunhui's background information while searching for autographs. Then, failing to do good deeds, relatives are all bad. And then, Sister An, the 5th floor? Ling grasped the setup of the 4th floor and hastily continued, eager to urge Shen An for the next. Shen An, the 5th floor, the realm of humanity. All phenomena is essentially where we reside. As for the 6th floor, the realm of celestial beings, aside from indicating the director's position and the fact that the various specters of the floors will eventually ascend, it more so hints at the director's ability to control the cycle. This raises two questions. Why do those transformed specters possess an upward trajectory? Why is the director able to control the cycle? Let us address these one step at a time. Shen An hesitates briefly and then knocks out Director Tao with a swift strike. Xing, Ling? At least there was a moment of hesitation. My reasoning concerning the sixth path stems from the Buddhist artifacts appearing on the wall of the negative first floor. Those paintings? Precisely. Beyond the ambiguous gestures, it is also due to the hell metamorphosis diagram on that wall. It is through these interwoven clues that Shen An can ultimately ascertain. The true hell metamorphosis diagram is tangible, scene-based, rather than the abstract and symbolically laden lines we observe in the contract. This question exceeds the syllabus. Me too. Me too. You only need to know that this is a Buddhist-themed artwork. Therefore a Ling. So, this director Tao is rather devout in his Buddhism. Shen An glances at the time and approaches the office's landline. That it is time to announce the next set of rules. This time, let all the nurses head to the incinerator. A Ling notices Shen An's actions and is about to inquire about her intention, but recalls that he should first ask the most intriguing question. Sister An, what about our colorblind? Patience ascending. He is utterly curious, seeking resolution to the suspense. The patients will transform into doctors, and as the stains on a doctor's white coat accumulate to a certain extent, they will turn into black coats. The black-coated doctors will be dispatched to the incinerator, while those who cannot be incinerated in time will remain in the morgue. The evidence lies in the corpses. Those corpses still contain residual warmth. Some in the chest, some in the abdomen, some in the knees, etc. In Buddhist texts, this corresponds to the rebirth through the six paths, such as the warmth in the abdomen corresponding to the realm of hungry ghosts. Are you certain? He asked Shen An with an air of mystery. Shen An, it is a hypothesis that at this point, Xie has also roughly understood. What you mean is that because the intern doctors have just transformed from patients, they still retain the colorblind trait, which conveniently aligns with Director Tao's probationary period. What the hell? What the hell? The notifications indicating an increase in exploration continue to echo, and Shen An glances at the soon-to-be awakened Director Tao. Silently apologizing, she is about to announce the final set of rules. All remaining staff in the hospital must stay in their nearest rooms. Regardless of what occurs, they must not move even a step. Those who violate this will be monitored by nearby colleagues, facing the consequences of transformation. Then please, Master Liu. I have something to say, but am unsure if I should. What the hell? Burned. Truly burned. This woman is terrifying. I absolutely adore her. In fact, one could also wait for the cycle to conclude. That would be safer, given that this contract has already seen off several groups. And it cannot be terminated. This villainess must be dealt with. Shen An stands at the sixth-floor window, gazing at the undulating horizon outside, observing the sharply defined angles of the underground buildings. That it is a profound sight that a director gazes upon day and night. Yet it bears no resemblance to. What have you done? An enraged and devastated roar erupts from behind. Oh, you're awake. Shen An taunts, a malicious and dangerous smile curling at her lips. Too late. I have annihilated everyone in your hospital. What did you say? The figure before Shen An suddenly swells, his voice booming and reverberating from all directions. Repeat that. The voice looms closer from the dense black clouds, enclosing Shen An within an oppressive and furious space. The flames below swiftly follow the smoke, creeping into the sixth floor. Director Tao, shrouded in black mist, seems to sense something, his voice beginning to falter. Amidst this suddenly fracturing world, Shen An, with an unwavering smile, shouts to the heavens. The dream must awaken. Director Tao. Chapter 81. Medical Grievance. 23. Astonishing Revelations. The World's Disparity Series. So that's how it is. The celestial canopy splits apart, with an unforeseen thunderclap resonating in all directions, distorting and twisting the distant buildings, the scenery flipping upside down, and in the next moment, restoring and fading amidst the rumbling. The bizarre and surreal cannot sufficiently describe the scene before them. As Xie faces the melting ceiling and the oppressive black clouds overhead, he cannot help but feel vexed. Do you know he is dreaming yet continue to provoke him? Are you truly unafraid that with a single thought, he might obliterate us all? Although he had been forewarned by Shen An and was convinced by the logic of her dream theory, the cycle, as the greatest flaw of this contract, has also become their most significant breakthrough. Only through dreams can thoughts sway freely. But will it not be too pressing? The troublesome brother, whose elbows are pointed outward, continues to shout from the sidelines. If you don't intimidate him, how will he grant you the cycle? Wake him up, Sister An. Impressive. Xie. Shen An squints her eyes against the howling wind, deliberately adopting a frenzied expression, while Director Tao's lips gradually lose their tension. She is resolutely determined to obliterate everything within the hospital, aiming to instill a sense of irretrievable hopelessness in the other's subconscious. Yet, ultimately, this contravenes the traditional notion of justice. From previous cycles, it becomes evident that this true boss only awakens when all the transformed individuals ascend to the 6th floor. Whether the specters consume Director Tao, or he successfully transforms into an intern doctor. Much like the buzzcut doctor she encountered, there may be many more. Yet, one conclusion can be drawn. This is not a favorable situation for Director Tao. He must rely on the cycle to impede it. The dream collapses with relentless force, yet the spot where Shen An and her companion stand remains curiously unaffected. All artificial additions have vanished, leaving an unencumbered space devoid of anything. Shen An and the two opposite her gaze at each other, shrugging and spreading their hands, as if to say, "We are just as bewildered." What she could ascertain was that the unconscious Director Tao, who orchestrated everything, treated both patients and their families, as well as the attending physicians, with a contradictory yet helpless demeanor. Love and hatred intertwined. The sound of 3-panel notifications echoed. "Congratulations, staff have entered the true contract scene." I wondered why it couldn't be resolved. It turns out the staff had never been in a real contract at all. This twisted reasoning, Zhou Yihua, saying Nan An has truly suffered for it. Is this a compliment? The most terrifying aspect is this ability to achieve great outcomes with minimal effort, delighting in the demise of the staff. Shen An felt as though he hadn't even exerted himself. Another conclusion? Another conclusion? Who would have thought the mastermind behind the contract was actually a good person? Shen An, as the villain, had unraveled the scheme. A sliver of light seeped in ahead. In the immaculate space, there appeared a fissure, and this light continuously beckoned those within to draw closer. Contract execution degree updated. Staff are instructed to proceed in the direction of the light. Just as Ling prepared to move forward, the sound of the contract caused him to pause. Could there be a trap? He chuckled. Xie glanced at the sky. The director was lacking in courage. Was he truly ensnared by the medical disputes? Bored, he kicked his feet and struck up a conversation with Shen An. After all, even in dreams, one only dares to covertly transform others. The most ruthless act is merely allowing you to taste this flavor. Each individual has their own choices that he was quite perceptive. Otherwise, how would one navigate this contract? Fortunately, it was a Class B that Ling and Xie were at odds. If this contract were Class A. How terrifying. You motherf. No, I'm motherf. You can't even curse at your own mother. You've learned this too? How terrifying. What nonsense. A real man, stand up for me. Xie slapped Ling's head with force that Ling nimbly dodged to the side. Shen An paid no attention to the two. Was this a mere imprint of reality, or... She asked Shinfiki, that don't you have a goal now? The last time you checked, the permissions to Class A should have clarified quite a bit. Beside her, Xie gaze grew, increasingly enigmatic, a master of facial expressions. Ling was learning to be wicked. The light spilling from the heavens grew more pronounced. As the three approached, it enveloped their vision entirely. With a single step forward, a flash of white light. Wake up! Wake up! What time is it to still be asleep? All the scenery receded before Shen An, and after another moment of daze, her position shifted once more. Simultaneously, she realized she was seated once again. Could it be so dire, the new contract reopening? Could it be a hidden background line? You must be blind. Didn't you see Zhou Yihua and the others motionless beside you? How terrifying. Ling was startled awake by a scream from beside him, fully alert. What is happening? He glanced over. Oh, someone died. That aren't those just Zhou Yihua and his group. 1, 2, 3, 7. 7 people lay motionless on the table. Shen An faced the familiar lecture hall, with 100 seats rising sequentially toward the podium and screen. This was a large class, drawing from Shen An's experience just after graduating from university. The surroundings were somewhat chaotic, yet she remained composed in her seat, awaiting the panel notification that a new map, observing the developments to An oath was taken. Look, it's coming. As the commotion from the dead gradually subsided, Shen An noticed that the body of Sang Nan Nan beside her began to fade and vanish, as if it had never existed, leaving no trace behind. The surrounding NPCs sat upright, their eyes reflecting a strong yearning seriousness directed towards the entrance of the tiered classroom that I in a moment of daze, someone sighed. Their weary, trembling tone dissipating into the A-I-R-D, and no one could halt it. The panel delivered a notification. Director Tao's obsession is about to dissipate. Please staff complete the final oath. The main storyline is nearing completion. Friendly reminder, this is a mandatory option. Is it over? Pardon my frankness, the three-dimensional beings, they're not bad. Have you noticed that staff in the company have been entering contracts more frequently lately? New policy? But I have indeed heard some whispers that the number of contracts here has increased recently. All right, let's not discuss such sensitive information. This has always been prohibited in contracts. Speaking of the increase in contract space, does this world's energy need to rise? Not necessarily. A greater possibility is the breach of capacity, causing magnetic field instability. Beep. Warning. Silence. Beep. Warning. Silence. Account has been locked. Account has been locked. The ones upstairs have vanished. Brothers, let us switch to a new account and come back. Ha. Forget it, forget it. What does it have to do with us? It's just entertainment, unrelated. Chapter 82, Medical Resentment. 24. I solemnly swear that all who impart their knowledge to me shall be revered as parents. Whatever I know, whether spoken or written, shall be transmitted in full. Whatever I see and hear, regardless of its relevance to business, I shall keep secret, adhering strictly to this principle. I pledge to exert my remaining strength and judgment, upholding the creed to benefit the patients, and to restrain all behaviors that may lead to corruption or harm to others, and shall not. I am willing to uphold the supreme glory of the healer. If I violate this oath, may heaven, earth, and spirits jointly punish me. Director Tao stood before the new students, his gaze seemingly traversing the tumultuous journey of his years in the profession, moving yet resolute. You may be gold, but this world is never short of gold. He admonished the students to it may be incomprehensible now, but one day it will be understood. If they can recall even a fragment before going astray, it would be enough to bring him solace. Shen An concealed herself within the crowd, silently, as this contract truly came to a close. The main storyline of this contract is officially completed. Little did she expect Director Tao to be so contradictory. Loving yet harsh towards both doctors and patients, Ling gasped, unable to help but exclaim, "So these doctors are not worth much at all? Bad people. Yet that director is a good one. What is the confusion?" Xie gazed sternly at Ling, stating that profession is not the standard for evaluating people. Sometimes, it isn't even a reference. The human heart is. He placed great emphasis on teaching Ling in this regard. Don't overthink it. Good and bad coexist. What I mean by this is not to let you be disappointed by a certain group of people. On the contrary, I hope you can view issues with a more just and objective perspective. Dante let a few mouse droppings taint the entire pot of porridge. Ling had initially been listening attentively, but as he listened more, it felt increasingly wrong. He instinctively interjected, "If you pick out the mouse droppings, can the porridge still be drunk?" Xie replied, "The logic is sound, but why does it sound so unpleasant?" Shen An was unusually serious while observing this main storyline, not even noticing the banter happening beside her. Director Tao's demands have never been met. The place he inhabits is rife with conflict. He detests patients yet cares for them, mentors his subordinates yet also destroys them, and for his own selfish desires. He confines himself within self-imposed boundaries. Then let us establish some rules. In the realm he has created, failing to adhere to the standards of belief results in death. Losing professional ethics results in death. Causing harm to oneself and others results in death. Being obstinate results in death. Director Tao said, "You may be gold, but the central hospital is never short of gold. If you cannot meet the rules, then all shall perish." Director Tao does not wish to awaken, yet he still awakens. Amidst a chorus of exclamations, the screen for party gradually faded to black. The staff each entered their transmissions as Shen An's panel displayed familiar flickering. Detected item. The pen manifests reality. The pen manifests reality. A permanent growth item. Literally, the utility of the item corresponds to the level of your understanding. It can be used to write on any object. In any form. Each contract allows 3 uses. Strong functional items are calculated separately. Strong functionality. Is this a hint that indicates the range within which she can write? The contract evaluation appeared. Medical resentment contract fully concluded. Comprehensive evaluation results for each staff member are as follows. First place, Shen An, main storyline reward 1,000 points. Investment from Party A, 18992, reward 189 points. Individual main storyline contract exploration degree reached 100. Additional reward 50 points. Violently damaging the contract venue, deducted 100 points. Complete conclusion of 4 contracts, reward 200 points. Total reward, 1,339 points. Second place, Siege Wishing, main storyline reward 500 points. Investment, 7635, reward 76 points. Coldly observing contract destruction, deducted 50 points. Total reward, 526 points. Third place, A Ling, main storyline reward 300 points. Investment, 5836, reward 58 points. Encouraging and applauding the destruction of the contract, deducted 80 points. Total reward, 278 points. Deceased employees, Zhou Shen An, Ed. Thank you all for successfully completing the contract. Rewards have been issued to your panels. Please check your accounts. Noticing the deduction of points, the expressions of the three shifted. Shen An, oh no, my points, A Ling. I did nothing wrong. Siege Wishing. Damn it. Ha ha ha, everyone is about to leave, and this evaluation form can still make me laugh. Destroy the contract? Ha ha ha. I really want to see the expressions on their faces. Ha ha ha. As Shen An exited the contract, she received a flurry of friend requests. Point 3. A Ling, Siege Wishing, and who is this UDE? Shen An's face darkened as she pressed reject. These matters were set aside. She had something far more pressing. Shen An opened her panel, her points at 4691, and her title transformed into the flickering plaque manager who possesses both talent and capability. You are a talent that the company wishes to retain. Your foundation is solid, and your abilities are outstanding. Please continue to strive or maintain your performance. After ascending from B to A, the increase in points propelled Shen An's ranking from over 1,000 to the current A776. That, however, upon accessing the panel, her curiosity lay with the questions requiring permissions. The panel was decidedly impartial in this regard. As long as your level increased, permissions would naturally be granted. Where do contracts originate from? What is the essence of contracts? What is the relationship between contracts and the real world? Shen An inhaled deeply and switched through various forms. The answers she received all pointed to her initial conjecture. Contracts have no prototype. They are prototypes in and of themselves. Contracts are indeed realms formed by certain excesses from the real world that cannot dissipate. Tragedies triggered by profound sorrow and joy. Cataclysmic events that, as time flows, undergo transformations, lingering here in a state of disarray. The thoughts of those in the real world, resolved by those in the real world. Siege Wishing pushed open the rooftop lounge, where the large screen was displaying the scene of him pulling A Ling away from Shun. And did you come to see the contract I was in? He gruffly remarked. That kid A Ling disappeared as soon as he exited the contract. Shen An, however, wore an even darker expression, pointing at Shen An, who was partially visible on the screen, and said with a forced smile, "Next time I encounter this woman, could you help me give her a beating?" Chapter 83, Others Hell 1. I can't handle her, Siege Wishing replied irritably. Killing her probably wouldn't work either. Shen An's tone dripped with regret. Siege Wishing pondered the implications, his eyes filled with suspicion. Shen An. Shen, speak. Is this a struggle for the throne, or a true pretender? Stop reading those novels, A Ling. Shen received an anonymous email with a package. It wasn't entirely anonymous, as the items were from UDE. Who is this? Shen An clicked to open the mysterious email. Hello, Shen An. Upon receiving this letter, you may be curious about my identity and intentions, but trust me, the most intriguing part is certainly not here, but rather the organization. This mysterious individual mentioned the organization. There was no doubt. I am not associated with them, that we merely happen to share a common enemy. Apologies for the intrusion. Allow me to present you with a small token of sincerity, which I hope you will appreciate, and then we can discuss further matters. Shen An clicked on the item that came with the letter, and a new message immediately popped up on her panel. UDE has gifted you 3 immobilization talismans. Would you like to accept? Immobilization talismans. Consumable talisman-type items that can immobilize spirits for 1 minute. Each talisman can be used once. The items were indeed tangible. Shen An accepted them without hesitation, pressing confirm. She began to take an interest in the matters to be discussed later, selectively ignoring the phrase UDE. You accepted it, right? You accepted it. Shen An felt a twitch in her forehead, suddenly not wanting to read further. B-level, C-level, D-level contracts also have people remaining. Although I still suggest you go for a B-level contract because there is someone in one of the contracts I happen to know. He is a timid coward, so feel free to engage him if you can extract any information. Wouldn't that yield more than what you got from the B-level employee you bound in the previous contract? A myriad of words, more fluff than useful information. Shen An continued reading. Much of it was frivolous banter, and nothing could be discerned, but the suggestion to pursue a certain B-level contract piqued her interest slightly. It seemed not to be a mere bluff that we know too little about the organization. Shen An felt the urge to charge in, and it seemed safe compared to A-level contracts. It appeared to pose little danger beyond being lighter. 2 days later, Shen An prepared to enter the contract that her Yu Xiao found her, expressing the desire to accompany her, but Shen An politely declined. After all, she was a wanted person. Otherwise, why do you think I would want to enter with you? Ru Xiao maintained a serious expression, saying without a hint of a smile. She selected the B-level contract mentioned in the letter, Others Hell, and clicked to enter. Welcome to the B-level camp contract, Others Hell. Contract loading. Please wait. This time, she examined the leather-wrapped package containing the contract in advance. 6 employees were participating. Reminder for Others Hell. La la la. The 5A scenic area, Peach Blossom Spring, has officially opened to the public. Visitors are flocking in from all countries. Gradually, people began to notice that fewer individuals emerged than entered, and the items within Peach Blossom Spring were inexplicably deteriorating as the numbers dwindled. This bizarre occurrence was soon brought to the attention of local authorities, who dispatched investigators to probe the matter. However, their efforts bore no fruit. Even a few investigators went missing, leading to the immediate closure of Peach Blossom Spring. You are a student studying here. Out of curiosity, you and your friends joined a dubious tour group, and on a certain day, you stealthily infiltrated Peach Blossom Spring, determined to uncover the truth behind it. Transmitting, please wait. In the pitch-black space, only a flickering oil lamp illuminated a portion of the surroundings. Amidst the dancing flames, 7 or 8 silhouettes flickered in and out of view that a middle-aged man, cigarette in mouth, raised the oil lamp and scolded. Damn it, how many of you are left, and where have you all run off to? His face appeared pale in the candlelight, filled with malice. Just as Shen An was about to meet up with Ru Xiao, she caught a glimpse of a familiar figure, Xie. What a coincidence. Noticing Shen An's gaze, Xie approached with ease, greeting her. What a coincidence, right? Shen An replied with a hint of implication. Do you believe I just happened to pick this? Xie cursed someone internally, forcing himself to engage in awkward small talk. Whether it's a coincidence or not has nothing to do with me. Just don't disturb me. Shen An smiled without a word. And yeah, a voice of surprise erupted between the eerie atmosphere surrounding Shen and Xie. The former was startled while the latter was utterly shocked. What are you doing here? Xie exclaimed in both surprise and anger. Do you believe I just happened to pick this? A Ling feigned a laugh. What a familiar phrase. Shen An and Ru Xiao exchanged a glance, both sensing a hint of foreboding in the other's eyes. Too many burdensome people. This is troublesome. Hurry up! Damn it. The middle-aged man suddenly urged from the darkness. With a rustling sound, several more individuals approached, and a dozen people crowded into the confined space that a cave. Shen An could confirm. Unfortunately, the low and damp environment made for an uncomfortable map. Beside her, Xie was still gabbing away when a Ling's surprised voice rang out again. Mi Jia? You're here too. What a coincidence. Goodness, a family reunion. A Ling brought the person over, introducing to Shen An and the others. This is Mi Jia, a friend I met in previous contracts. He helped me dodge attacks from the spirits. Mi Jia. This is my Jie. Xie. A Ling introduced a tall and slender boy, around the same age as him, probably under 20, his head lowered shyly. Mi Jia doesn't say much. A Ling explained to Shen An. Shen An's gaze lightly swept over, offering a friendly smile. Just then, one of the newcomers stepped forward, coming directly toward her and stopping a meter away. Jinsky. Hello, Shen An, I come from the organization. It is an honor to meet you. The individual spoke haughtily yet politely, chin slightly raised, confident that Shen An would recognize him. Shen An indeed knew the A-level employee who was said to be timid and cowardly. Hello, she returned the greeting with even more arrogance. Courtesy and a growing smile. What a lively gathering. Chapter 84. Others Hell too. When notification from the panel arrived. Supplementary notes regarding the Others Hell contract. 1. That this contract task must be completed within 1 day. If finished early, it can be concluded ahead of time. 2. That this is a B-level contract. Upon completion, the employee with the highest overall ranking will receive a reward of 1,000 points, with other employees receiving progressively lower rewards. The usual old chestnut, the 1-day time frame is indeed rather pressing. The phone displayed that it was now 8:02 a.m., meaning they had until approximately 8 a.m. the following day to complete their exploration. All right, let's get moving, the middle-aged man urged again, taking a deep drag on his cigarette before extinguishing it against the stone wall. The execution of the contract has been updated. Please follow the guide to visit the Taoyuan exhibition room. This is a mandatory item. The guide is a pallid, diminutive young man who waved a symbolic small red flag and urged everyone to follow. The previous middle-aged man was the driver. There are a total of 11 individuals, advancing in the dark, trailing along the mountainside towards the sole, flickering light ahead. The candleless flame occasionally flickers and crackles, leading one to suspect it might extinguish entirely at any moment. The path seems to widen slightly, revealing several stone doors at its end. The ground trembles ominously, rumbling beneath their feet as the guide activates a switch, causing the central stone door to rise. Inside lies the exhibition room. The guide, Xiao Zhong, introduces the space and calls out to the driver, "Lao Chai, give me a lamp." The exhibition room is illuminated by a long-lasting lamp from above, its light hovering over the area. Though its residual glow barely illuminates the space beneath it, creating an effect that is at least comparable to that lamp, that IT is dim and flickering. Lao Chai, growing impatient, takes the lamp, lights a cigarette anew, and retreats to lean against the mountain wall, enveloping himself in smoke, his face gradually obscured. Xiao Zhong beckons a few individuals and begins to recount the history of Taoyuan, stating that it dates back to a time long ago. A deafening crash from the stone wall abruptly interrupts his narrative. The stone door is closed. None of the employees make a move initially, not even a Ling, who merely furrows his brow. Lao Chai approaches, exchanging a grave glance with Xiao Zhong that he mutters about having warned against engaging in this black-hearted venture. Xiao Zhong halts any further commentary, suggesting that perhaps a mechanism had malfunctioned, and he would investigate. Seemingly oblivious to their subtle exchange, Shen An appears intrigued, surveying the empty display tables. Aside from the 6 employees, there is 1 guide and 1 driver, along with 3 other NPCs who share the same status as the employees, 2 female students and a reclusive blonde boy. At this moment, faced with the impenetrable stone chamber, a wave of agitation begins to ripple among the group. Xiao Zhong breaks into a light sweat. He cannot unlock this door. In Shen An's eyes, this exhibition room might as well be a labyrinth, encompassing roughly 50 to 60 square meters. Yet it boasts numerous small doors, all currently shut, leading to unknown destinations. Suddenly, the lights, which should have remained illuminated, gradually dim, leaving only a solitary light illuminating a section of the stone wall. All eyes are drawn to it. Slowly, the stone wall begins to seep a thin liquid. This trickle swiftly transforms into a torrent, flowing down the wall, yet mysteriously not falling. From a side view, the varying reflections of light allow Shen An to discern the color of the liquid, blood. A few others begin to grasp the unsettling truth. It is indeed blood. Ah! Xiao Zhong recoils, and murmurs of unease arise among the crowd. The blood on the wall ceases to flow outward, as if possessing a consciousness of its own, swirling together to form a gruesome message before their eyes. There is a traitor among you. The blood letters shift. Identify this individual, and you shall be spared. What is this? One of the female students can no longer contain herself, her tone laced with resentment. If I had known, I wouldn't have come. All this supernatural nonsense. She whirls to dash toward the stone door. One of her companions grasps her arm, but she shakes him off, leaving the remaining individuals in stunned silence. Something is amiss. Indeed, the very next moment, as the female student takes just 2 steps, her body convulses violently, and she collapses to the ground, emitting plumes of smoke from within, accompanied by the acrid scent of charred flesh. The intricate floral patterns on her white dress become entangled in the smoke, igniting. Moments later, all that remains is a charred skeleton, devoid of any trace of the lively student she once was. The entire assembly stands frozen in shock at the unfolding horror. The blood letters continue to morph from this moment forth. Every 3 hours, a name must be submitted to be placed atop the central pedestal. A solitary pedestal suddenly illuminates in the dark behind them, indicating the location for name submissions. Should no name be submitted within the allotted time, one individual will be randomly selected for execution. Awaiting the next 3-hour interval. Given the grim fate of the previous NPC, no one dares to take the blood message lightly. This game is ruthless, compelling all to participate, be they employees or NPCs. Who is the traitor? Lao Chai spat and bellowed. Damn it, don't let me catch you. If you know what's good for you, step forward. Lao Chai. Xiao Zhong gently tugged at his arm, glancing at the group across from them. It is futile. It seems this is a game of find the undercover agent. Jin Siki stepped forward, ensuring everyone could see him, remarking that the consequences of ignoring the game were evident, and the best solution is to comply while investigating the traitor. In my opinion, to ensure fairness, the candidate selected every 3 hours should be. He smiled confidently at Shen An, believing it to be a guaranteed victory to the voting system. Shen An inquired, playing along that a slight nod of restraint from Jin Siki continued. That would undoubtedly be the most effective. Then, Jin Siki noticed the individuals silently standing behind Shen An. Ru Xiao, Aling, Xiejuxing, and Mi Jia. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Jin Siki. They can't possibly be working together, right? The newly arrived parties were taken aback. An incineration site at the start? Hell mode activated. Jin Siki's regional mode. Ha ha. Jin Siki. Suddenly, voting doesn't seem so fair anymore. But this undercover mode indeed fosters suspicion among the employees. Who remembers this as a faction-based contract? Oh, perhaps some have already secretly formed factions. It's also possible that one must trigger it themselves. This is an official faction-based contract announcement. Shen An pondered, unlike the haphazard faction route of her, and then there were none contract. Joining a faction is essential to grasp the main storyline and achieve victory. Shen An's smile deepened as she asked Shinfiki, do you think that the side of the blood message can join? Shinfiki. Chapter 85. Others Hell 3. Jin Siki leaned closer to Shen An, suggesting, I believe completing the contract should be our primary objective. What do you think? Shen An marveled at his perceptiveness, fully aware that he would seize any opportunity to retaliate wildly, to its the principle of the matter. The contract is nearly complete. Personal grudges can wait. Jin Siki's expression relaxed, but upon hearing the latter half of her statement, he faltered. Although he had intended to think that way, he certainly did not expect Shen An to have brought a group with her. Who is cornering whom? It is currently 8:30 a.m., meaning someone's name must be submitted before 11:30 a.m., and one dares to trigger the random execution, fearing it might be themselves. Everyone discreetly observes their companions while subtly indicating their identities to alleviate suspicion. Since the blood message vanished, all the stone doors of the exhibition room have opened. With time pressing, the group splits up, agreeing to reconvene in 2.5 hours. Shen An pairs with Ru Xiao. The remaining individuals form small groups of 3s and 2s, entering through different entrances. There are indeed numerous stone doors, several of which remain unentered, leading to paths that are twisted and damp, with no indication of where they might lead. Shen An and Ru Xiao nearly crawl along the narrow path they have chosen, almost brushing against the stone wall. Yet they must search for clues. The corridor gradually widens and Ru Xiao nudges Shen An. Take a firecracker. I just bought it from the panel store. Shen An gladly accepts, saying, all right, I'm handed over. I'm right here. Are you Xiao? For voices? Ru Xiao's hair stood on end, instinctively taking a step back while thrusting the firecracker forward. Upon closer inspection, it was even more shocking. 3 monsters identical to Shen An surrounded her, their mouths curving into rigid smiles, staring intently at Ru Xiao. Yu Xiao yanked Shen An away. But midway, an even stranger occurrence transpired. The Shen An he held began to split into a smile identical to the 3 monsters. Like a careless stroke on paper, it appeared terrifying when placed on a person. Ru Xiao was horrified. What about Shen An? Meanwhile, behind them, the footsteps quickened, as something darted around the corner. It was met by a monstrous face. enlarged and covered in fangs and hair. As the creature opened its cavernous maw, droplets of drool falling. The figure in red swiftly retreated, vanishing in an instant. Shen An poked her head out from behind the figure of a Wong, gazing at the direction of the vanished red-clad ghost, her smile deepening that a Wong's new form was quite grotesque. Given the frequency of these ghostly encounters, could this possibly be a mass grave? A panel notification chimed in. Contract exploration progress. 10. Did you hear that? A Ling asked Siege Wishing and Mi Jia. Not deaf. Mi Jia nodded slightly. 1 bowl of water. 2 bowls of tea. 3 bowls of soup. 4 bowls of wine. You adjust the salt. I'll adjust the vinegar. Who is murmuring? Who is stirring? You take half. I take half at a communal feast. Let us all come together. What on earth is this? A Ling, growing impatient, questioned where the voice was coming from, unable to evade it. Move faster, he urged the leading Siege Wishing. Given the congestion of the path, they were currently in a formation with Siege Wishing in front, Mi Jia in the middle, and a Ling volunteering to take up the rear. Whereas the speed, a Ling felt no increase in speed at all. Unexpectedly, Siege Wishing leisurely completed the latter half of the sentence. It's about to touch your shoulder, a Ling. You really are toxic. In the instant a Ling turned her head, she drew out a talisman and frantically scattered it behind her, a few small ghosts trailing behind turned pale. Their crimson faces grotesque. Upon contact with the talisman, they scattered in all directions, fleeing and disappearing. Dropped into the ghost pit. The most dreaded kind of Chinese horror. That's how the people over there describe it. So many ghosts, I love it. As expected, my sister and is the strongest. Here I come again. Indeed, different personalities lead to different attitudes towards ghosts. Shen An is the most sinister. Siege Wishing, the most cunning. Ha ha ha! Shen An entered a stone chamber adorned with murals. From the entrance, 12 divine spirits, varying in age and gender, were enslaving mortals. Shen An gazed at the 12 fearsome spirits. Floating down from above, their forms exceedingly large, it seemed the artist exaggerated their might to emphasize their power. Further ahead, a multitude of old and young rushed out, kneeling and weeping, surrounded by various broken walls. In the extended mural, a group armed with weapons approached, negotiating with the mortals. Finally, a vast expanse of blue occupied most of the scene, with several small boats sailing on the sea. Is this the origin of the mass grave? Shen An speculated that, judging by the mural, it depicted a story of 12 spirits committing evil and the people rising up to resist. But what did the boats signify? Did they win or lose? Moreover, she was uncertain about the sequence of the murals. It was possible that the one with the boats was the beginning. Unraveling the cause of the mass grave could indeed lead to clues about the missing tourists. But was the traitor referring to the past of the mass grave or the present tourists? Based on the unconventional blood writing, it was highly likely related to the mass grave that a noise emanated from beneath her feet. A distinct sound of a mechanism shifting. Right under Shen An, in the next moment, the ground beneath her vanished, and she plummeted rapidly. Just as she prepared to adjust her posture, the instant she discerned the ground below, she hastily clawed at the mountain wall. What was there to adjust? Below was a surface barely measuring less than a square meter. Further down, there was only more descent. She found a corner of the mountain wall to brace her hands and feet against, stabilizing her position. In fact, this was also a stone chamber. If one ignored the massive hole in the center nearly touching all 4 walls, it could be somewhat termed as slightly deeper. The issue was that the hole contained quicksand, the kind that collapses upon contact. From the top of the hole, where Shen An currently stood, countless fine sands were flowing in at a uniform rate that a lie buried. Shen An relied on her exceptional strength and body curvature to swiftly scan the area, then met the gaze of a head dangling from above. A pale, grinning face, cheeks smeared with cheap paint, 2 crimson circles. The whites of the eyes occupied the pupils, with a tiny black dot in the center. Resembling a child's clumsy artwork at that moment, the inverted head wore an expressionless face, extending its pointed tongue towards Shen An's face. Shen An, Chapter 86. Others hell for, to hide or not to hide. That is the question. Hide, what if there's something dirty? Don't. Moving could lead to falling down. The dark stone chamber's only visible point had already transformed into an unknown glow seeping from the stone wall. Torn between 2 choices, Shen An's eyes caught a fleeting reflection. The opening above it sealed tightly, indicating that this path was blocked. Surely, the contract wouldn't present them with an unsolvable problem. Shen An slashed towards the extending tongue with her knife. With her agile movements, she had yet to lose her support point, but she couldn't harm this bizarre paper doll either, if weightless. The paper figure maneuvered effortlessly on the almost vertical stone wall, jumping and running with remarkable speed. Shen An glanced down. Almost there. If she waited any longer, the quicksand would bury what she needed. Reluctantly, she spent 2 points to purchase some basic supplies from the panel. And as the figure circled back to extend its claws again, Shen An flicked her wrist, producing a handful of white paper and igniting it. Burn! The white paper filled the air. Mutually assured destruction? The paper figure screeched and retreated. Seizing the opportunity, Shen An leaped into the quicksand. She calculated her angle, landing precisely near the previously discovered reflection of a switch. Why was it set here, upon closer inspection? She noticed what seemed like murals. This is one of the 12 divine spirits, the spirit fully wrapped in quicksand and jewels. In the buried image, the magnified spirit summoned yellow sand, turning its back on a crowd of ragged mortals wailing for mercy. Among the mortals, a man and a woman, seemingly leaders, knelt at the forefront, pleading for something. The quicksand continued to flow in. Shen An took out her vengeful spirit-curved blade, attempting to pierce the stone wall. With a clang, could it also be pride? Without hesitation, she pressed the button. The influx of quicksand paused for a moment, then surged down at a speed more than double the previous rate, supporting herself against the stone wall. Shen An noticed that as the quicksand's velocity increased, so did its pulling force on her. So, this button was installed inside the stone chamber for the sake of suicide. She had this suspicion, but confirming it only scattered some of her thoughts further. Tomb raiding, guardians, array, encirclement, too many possibilities. Just as she was about to use her curved blade to climb back up, she suddenly spotted something in the swirling sand. A small bead. Shen Feiqi was fully engrossed in watching Shen An battle the paper figure when, in the next moment, he distinctly sensed his body lifting, Shen An's figure appearing below his line of sight. A flash of white light. Just as he was about to touch the top of the stone wall, he shifted locations. Again, he found himself in a space devoid of anything but electrical wires and flying symbols. Bathed in a bright void. This time, however, he began to hear fragmented sounds, a chaotic blend of voices laced with electricity, yet strangely indistinguishable that he knew someone was speaking, but he couldn't hear or understand clearly. It felt as if they were in different spaces, a mysterious barrier separating them. His body felt an unprecedented clarity. With a thought, Shen Feiqi could appear anywhere in this space that he seemed to catch a few words. Look at that! At the moment he discerned a few words. A heavy fatigue washed over him, as if merging into this unfamiliar region required an immense expenditure of mental energy. How bizarre. I must tell Xiao, and don't do anything reckless. I warn you. The moment Xie Wuxing saw a Ling examining something resembling a switch, occasionally reaching out to touch it, his head began to throb. Who doesn't know? A Ling indeed intended to press it, caught in hesitation. After all, if you pressed it traditionally, it would first attack your position. Xie Wuxing relished the thought, daring a Ling not to press it. Did he not understand? Even a leg shake would reveal what kind of scent the opponent was about to release. But this time, the opponent genuinely had no intention of acting recklessly. Cave mechanism, he wasn't afraid of losing his life. Mi Jia quietly followed behind them, stepping forward to gently intervene and prevent a Ling from escalating the situation. Someone had placed a stone in the middle of the path, causing Mi Jia to stumble and lunge towards a Ling. A Ling instinctively raised his arm to catch her, his elbow knocking against the edge. Crack! Are you all right? Oh my! Several voices almost simultaneously echoed. Fragments of stone tumbled down, and as Xie Wuxing prepared to act, he realized the commotion came from just a wall away, the sound of stones shifting. Before a Ling could peek to see clearly, a deluge of quicksand cascaded down upon them, burying the three in a torrent. Fortunately, the passage was long enough to disperse the sand's volume. Otherwise, they would have been entirely buried alive. Half of their bodies submerged. As the three struggled, a shadow suddenly plummeted from above, heading straight towards a Ling. A flash of a blade, and Shen An quickly halted her attack. Almost struck an ally, sister, and a Ling exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the newcomer. Ah, my big sister truly loves me. The first thing she does upon emerging is look for me. Simultaneously, a series of tremors erupted from all directions, continuous and forceful, resembling a stampede of beasts. What the heck? Who is that? Aren't they afraid the cave will collapse? Xie Zhuoxing wiped his face with effort. Forcing a stiff expression, Shen An suddenly asked, "Is there an exit from this cave?" She wanted to discern the map's patterns. Was the staff's activity confined to this cave? Turning, she produced a divination compass. Observing the directions that in this extremely mean location, the cave's entrance should be positioned to the southeast or directly south to allow sunlight, and during the morning and noon it was merely a casual inquiry. Shen An didn't expect the others to actually know if there was an exit. Just as she was about to follow the direction provided by the compass, a Ling appeared puzzled. He looked towards the direction Shen An intended to go. Realizing there was no path left, Sister An, could it be he guessed wrong? Was it not following the tomb's regulations? Xie Zhuoxing explained that it would be best to visit several stone chambers for comparison. These spaces seemed to worship or imprison those so-called ghostly beings. Casting a glance back to the south, Shen An lowered his gaze, lost in thought, as he pushed a Ling's wrist, urging the flame from the firestick to come closer to his face. Signaling Xie Zhuoxing to observe. "Have we encountered a ghost?" Xie Zhuoxing nodded, finally noticing a Ling's excessively pale complexion. Before he could speak, Shen An continued, "You too," did he then turn to the inconspicuous Mi Jia. "You too." The three exchanged glances, each bearing a ghostly pallor. Chapter 87. Other People's Hell 5. The ghost was angered by the living. Shen An touched his own equally ashen face, pondering the troubles of having fallen into a ghost lair. The four continued to feel their way forward, remaining vigilant of their path. "Have we been walking for an eternity?" Shen An suddenly inquired. "Thinking on your feet." Xie Zhuoxing reproached a Ling, however. His experience with multiple contracts led him to realize the implication of Shen An's words. Were they caught in a ghostly wall? That was the ash from the firestick he had discarded over 10 minutes ago. They were indeed going in circles, not even aware of when they had fallen into the trap. To go. Xie Zhuoxing summoned a prop. The sub-sword from the mother sword darted forward and vanished without a trace, only for the sound of rushing wind to echo from behind them moments later. What a stunning display of air big. A Ling clapped. Xie Zhuoxing. "Release air big, move. Go straight, corner at 90 degrees. Again straight, corner at 90 degrees. The ghostly wall blinds with mere sight, employing visual deception to ensnare individuals in a specific locale, spiraling in circles. As long as one covers their line of sight and relies on other senses to discern their path, they can break free from the maze. Having weathered great storms, surely we won't be trapped here." Over there, Jinsky has joined several NPCs. It feels intentional. Shen An's method is quite clever. Let's give it a try. Ouch! A Ling bumped into the stone wall for the third time. Holding his forehead, looking aggrievedly at Shen An's gaze wandered for a moment. Then he said in earnest, before turning, "Extend your hand to test the way." A Ling felt that was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was, why was he the only one trying? Xie Zhuoxing, with a disdainful look of "You deserve this. You pompous little brother," took a few steps forward under the threat in a Ling's eyes. Scoffing, simple that in the next instant his robust body collided intimately with the stone wall. Failure. Next, wait, whose ghostly wall exists in such a confined space? Xie Zhuoxing thought to throw a talisman when he heard Mi Jia's exclamation. "Empty." Mi Jia extended his hands, only to have them pass through the stone wall before him. They had finally found the way out. A Ling gazed at Mi Jia with envy. "You're so lucky. No need to bump into walls, be careful." What they initially believed to be an exit led them into a stone chamber. Upon entering, Xie Zhuoxing swiftly warned the others. The danger of this chamber lay in the shards scattered across the floor. The firestick reflected a multitude of ceramic fragments, large and small, cracked and sharp, leaving no safe spot to step. "That I can calculate this. It's a formation," a Ling asserted, pressed against the wall. His hypothesis was not unfounded. The arrangement of the fragments exhibited a radiating pattern, not a mere chaotic scattering. With Mi Jia's entrance, the ghostly wall officially dissipated, revealing an empty, silent corridor beyond. "How about we exit?" Mi Jia gently suggested. Then, the group discovered that the stone door at the entrance had abruptly closed, as swift as lightning. "Ha ha ha." A murky, ethereal laughter echoed. "Stay with me." "Ha." The second syllable of Siege release was swallowed by a surge of skeletal soldiers emerging around the walls. How do we fight this? Another commotion arose from above, as a chessboard over 10 meters long slowly descended, ultimately hovering a meter off the ground. That I asked this ghost intending to play chess, where winning means staying and losing means death. A Ling felt an ominous premonition. Siege placed a hand on his shoulder. I suspect it's a case of winning leads to death. Losing also leads to death. Mijia. Playing chess? Let me try. Suddenly, Shen An leapt onto the chessboard before anyone could react. Indeed, her eyes flickered as she looked down at the board, which was so small one needed to squat to see clearly. Yet every detail was visible. The ghostly figures with flowing beards devoured the flesh and blood of mortals, transforming into skeletal minions, eternally at their command. Were these spirits trapped here, according to the diagram she had found? The powers of the 12 spirits should be formidable, capable of traversing any realm. Yet, every indication suggested that these spirits were confined within the stone chambers, although their powers posed a significant threat to humans. The so-called paradise was indeed the place restraining the 12 spirits. Was it that over time this location had been discovered, or had the spirits gradually begun to break free from their seals, starting to abduct individuals? Shen An pondered whether the spirits, as part of the paradise, suffered losses when the stone chambers were damaged. What sort of person would be a traitor who would imprison the 12 spirits? Does this mean we must pass through 12 challenges? Shen An stepped back. Don't commit suicide. What was she thinking? Why did Shen An volunteer to go up? Is she collecting illustrations? What purpose does that serve? Each chamber has one. Indeed, she shouldn't have gone up. Without pieces, how do we play? There was a prolonged silence from the opposite side since Shen An had ascended the chessboard. Something felt amiss. A Ling thought, peering around restlessly. How about you come down and Jia? Primarily, he couldn't ascend that an invisible barrier separated Shen An from them. Suddenly, 16 shards of porcelain flew from the ground, sequentially landing on the opposing side. 1 general, 2 advisors, 2 horses, 2 cannons, 2 chariots, and 5 pawns, representing the 16 chess pieces. The 2 cannons moved to capture the 5th pawn. The opponent made their move. A countdown appeared above Shen An's head, ticking down from 3 minutes. Failing to move within 3 minutes would be deemed a concession to the game. The eerie voice resounded again. Each shard corresponds to a chess piece. Taking the wrong one counts as a loss. Hasty decisions. Actually, the reason I came up here was that regardless of winning or losing, you would likely have this group of skeletons greet us. Shen An cast a glance at the particularly tall skeletal figure below. Suddenly, she lost the desire to play chess, settling down cross-legged. Her voice rose powerfully. Impossible. I stand by my word. If we win, you shall let them go. You refuse to play? Others will. Shen An interrupted that voice. The 3 below, though uncertain of her meaning, nodded in unison. Meanwhile, a Ling keenly sensed something shifting nearby. Chapter 88. Other people's hell. 6. I want to play again. Shen An exclaimed suddenly that a Ling caught a glimpse of the movement beside him, which quickly subsided, and he secretly exhaled. Ha ha ha, those who adapt to the situation are the wise ones. It seems Shen An is completely unaware of what lies below. Are you saying she simply wants to play for fun? She might have a strategy. Haha, is she playing with ghosts or with you guys? What are you all even watching? Look at her expression. Clearly, there's an opportunity. Mind Jia. Reveal yourself and play against me, and I will make my move. Shen An shifted her tone. She estimated she could discern something from the deathly visage. Perhaps having not encountered a living soul for too long, the voice seemed eager for amusement. Responding without hesitation, from the darkness above, a hissing sound emerged, revealing a faceless visage. It crawled onto the chessboard in a few swift motions, allowing Shen An to see its entire form. Hollow eye sockets devoid of substance. Limbs arched like a spider, and a cacophony of strange noises emanated from its abdomen. The specter's gray skin was exposed, dotted with small holes, oozing black pus. You have 2 minutes left. Its voice emanated from within. Strange and eerie. Shen An remained unfazed, calmly producing a bagua plate, signaling a Ling and the others to cast their shards that the general takes precedence. Eldest son and daughter as elephants. Jun hexagram, Sun hexagram. As Shen An gestured, 3 shards embodying the 5 elements and bagua directions were placed. effortlessly passing through the barrier. The middle son and daughter are the horses. Can hexagram, Lee hexagram. Again, 2 gaps were filled. Subsequently, the 16 shards were gathered one by one at the youngest son and daughter, the 6 generals as pawns. The taunting words of the ghost began to brew in resentment as ghostly light flickered from above. Shen An's clear voice rang out amidst it all. Cannon 8 captures 5. Fortunately, one among us knows how to play chess. A Ling sighed. Regardless of winning or losing, it was a matter of how long they could stall. But why was chess intertwined with such ghostly matters? He was perplexed. Shen An elucidated, stating that she, after all, did not know how to play chess. The origins of chess stemmed from ancient sorcerers' divinations. Elephant represented the transformations of yin and yang, namely the sun, moon, and stars. That Tio put it more simply, it could also signify the elements of heaven and earth. Wind and thunder, water, fire, and mountains. That in any case, it was all a matter of divine significance. And as sorcerers receded from the historical stage, the definitions of chess gradually evolved and diverged. Are we ready? What is the next move? The final question was directed at Shinfiki. Shinfiki paused for a moment. Horse 8 moves to 7. He has drifted off again. With her boyfriend serving as a guiding hand, Shen An waved dismissively at the ominous, ghostly hand looming nearby, advancing her knight from B8 to B7. Yet another day of being enamored by Sister Anne's vast knowledge. A jack of all trades, master of none, perhaps? I'm only curious. Is this ghost unusually peaceful this time? Even ghosts must meet certain criteria to take a life. Exactly, is it that simple to find a pawn? Not to mention they still have to win. Automatically muted, awaiting the outcome. Pawn from B7 to B1 at night from G3 to F4. And then, Shen An, leisurely resting her chin on her hand and toying with her hair, which had grown to her shoulders and was in need of a trim, narrowed her eyes slightly, gazing into the depths of the stone chamber. The hollow eye sockets of the skeletons pressed against the wall were dark and empty, yet within them seemed to rise a flicker of restless, lifeless energy, unclear yet undeniably impossible to ignore. Not bothering to ask for a third time what happens next, Shen An realized that her boyfriend seemed to have vanished once again. What a coincidence. The only person who could play chess, Ru Xiao, was absent. Ignoring the countdown looming over her, she faced the ghostly entity emerging from the black waters, inquiring, "How did you die?" The ghost appeared to be in a coherent state of mind. A cackling, sinister laughter spilled from its lips as it seemed to have made a discovery. "You're not stuck, are you? By the rules, I can kill you now." Xie Wuxing had been impatiently waiting below, firmly disbelieving in the ghostly chatter, that he could not comprehend why Shen An referred to them as ghost gods rather than just ghosts during her introduction. Did these entities truly possess a hierarchy? It seemed they were on the verge of losing. Observing Shen An's pause, the others instinctively interpreted it as her inability to continue, unaware that the actual chess player had simply disappeared. "May I inquire why the encirclement of these skeletal figures is shrinking?" "While we play chess." Upon hearing Shen An's words, the others also sensed the anomaly. They had been so focused on the chessboard alongside the skeletons, who were partially shrouded in darkness, that they failed to see what Shen An, positioned above them, could clearly perceive. Hadn't they already moved away from the wall? Were the skeletons alive? The flat-faced ghost twisted into a grotesque grin, extending its neck as if sniffing the air. Its 4 elongated limbs bending at impossible angles. Suddenly appearing right in front of Shen, and the black water on the ground crept towards her feet, which she glanced at before dismissing. Primarily, there was no place left to hide. From the perspective of the 3 on the ground, it appeared as if the gray creature was raising its lethal claws directly at Shen, and the ground trembled as all the skulls turned 90 degrees. Fixating their gaze on a Ling and the others, in the next moment, a burst of white light erupted, clanging as it was deflected by the skeletons. A Ling swiftly pivoted, dodging behind an advancing skeleton, crossing his arms to swiftly sever a head. The 3 were soon engulfed by the skeletal encirclement. Even the skull that a Ling had just toppled was now futilely gaping and closing its jaw on the ground. "Your friends are about to crumble," the ghost ominously declared. "Shall we see who perishes first?" Shen An pressed her vengeful spirit's curved blade against the ghost's neck, driving it forward an inch. Her vengeful blade was capable of inflicting harm upon spectral entities. And moreover, it was a B-grade contract item, more than sufficient in terms of power. The ghost scoffed, utterly unconcerned by the threat to its neck. "Aren't you worried?" Shen An continued to methodically slice deeper, her expression remaining impassive. The ghost. The sensation of a dull knife slicing through flesh? A perverse method of slaying ghosts? When Sister An is unusually silent, it evokes an elegant yet twisted ritualistic aura. How delightful that a sentient ghost can be threatened. Ha ha. Shen An made a few more cuts. The ghost's neck was nearly severed. The ghost maliciously warned, "It's almost time." Chapter 89. Others Hell 7. Shen An plunged the blade deeper. The skeletons continued their assault. Doesn't he seem effective? Is it still a spirited ghost? A futile effort? I told you, this is a ghost domain, and they can't die. Is Shen An about to capsize? The skeletons pressed on. But then, the door to the stone chamber swung open. Seemed spirited, but not excessively so. Sensing the commotion on the chessboard, Xie Zhuoxing had discreetly locked eyes with Shen An. So when he received the retreat signal, he immediately grabbed a Ling and Mi Jia, one in each hand, and hurled them out of the stone chamber. Once Shen An exited the protective barrier, the ghost immediately launched a counterattack, and he quickly unsheathed his sword to block. Having successfully retrieved the others, Xie Zhuoxing kicked another skeleton that lunged at him. It was surprisingly sturdy. Run. The four of them dashed into the pitch-black corridor, occasionally hearing various eerie laughs, some belonging to the elderly, some to children, and others to young women, all hauntingly elongated. Suddenly, two figures collided with a heavy thud that a candle rolled several times along the corridor before extinguishing. In the final moment before extinguishment, Shen An caught a glimpse of the figures opposite her. Jin Siki and the NPCs had arrived, not a flicker of ghostly light crossed her gaze, with less than 20 minutes remaining until name submission. The worst-case scenario loomed as Shen An observed the tour guide and driver, who had suddenly become familiar with Jin Siki, realizing their numbers were not in her favor if she blindly cast her vote. Unless, within these 20 minutes, she could uncover evidence to persuade the remaining individuals. Based on what she knew, the ghost gods formed one faction, and those under subjugation counted as another. Who was the one behind the blood markings? If the markings belonged to the ghost god faction, might there be a traitor among them? Conversely, if the markings belonged to the oppressed mortal faction, it would explain why they could only signal through blood markings. The cave also had territorial divisions, coexisting with both humans and ghost gods. It was merely a matter of strength. Jin Siki and that reclusive blonde boy encountering Xiao Zhong and the others in one stone chamber could not be mere coincidence. Although he had intended to recruit others, he had initially struggled with the cave's layout. Fortunately, he possessed location charms. Among Jin Siki's items, talismans were the most abundant, which was why he dared to join this encirclement under contract. He understood that as an NPC drawn into this game, they possessed significant intelligence and would not vote according to his whims. But if they were aimlessly wandering, he could subtly guide them. Even better, Shen An's group was missing a member. Jin Siki had seen that stone chamber, adorned with crimson satin, featuring intricately carved wooden furniture, and directly facing the entrance was a spirit altar with two burning candles, one red and one white. The left side held a high wooden bed, a luxury only the affluent could afford in ancient times, with patterns exquisitely detailed. The moment they entered, the black and white photographs on the altar fixed their gaze upon them. Especially when Jin Siki picked up the guest list on the table, the eyes in the photograph turned venomous. Blood seeping from the frame, he shuddered and quickly dropped the list. Yet he also noticed that the back of the list seemed to depict something, a wedding scene, illustrations of a red-clad female, ghosts slaughtering mortals. At that moment, a yellowed piece of paper appeared on the pedestal. As they leaned closer, the yellow paper transformed into 9 sheets, with a brush and red ink placed at the edge. "Write your names?" one person ventured. Lao Chai was the first to grab the yellow paper, his gaze inexplicably anxious that he glanced at the time. Was it almost noon? Shen An read his lips, realizing he was speaking to Xiao Zhong. "That don't we need to introduce ourselves to clear our names?" The reclusive boy suddenly interjected, with time on their side. The group concurred. Aside from the tour guide and driver, the remaining participants were students from different clubs at a university, all international students. There was really nothing much to discuss. Their intentions were the same: adventure and profit. What had she heard? The place Shinfiki described seemed so. "Shen An, are you feeling guilty?" Jin Siki's tone rose. Fixating on the dazed individual, the guiding implication in his words unmistakable. Fool. Someone cast a sweeping glance. Shen An found it amusing to observe the startled Jinseki. No wonder he had ended up with a peripheral contract. Still an A-grade employee entering a B-grade contract, that I just suddenly realized that the ghost gods in those stone chambers seemed to bear scars. This wasn't entirely unfounded, considering those entities bore few unblemished patches. Jinseki's expression shifted as he recalled the ghostly claws depicted in the stone chamber-esque booklet, many of which bore scratches. What could this signify? But his reaction indirectly confirmed Shen An's assertion. It wasn't baseless that I there an insider among the ghost gods here? The reclusive boy unexpectedly chimed in. Those with injuries must have been sent by those ghostly entities. Shut your mouth. Lao Chai was the first to retort angrily. Shen An noticed his bandaged left hand, which he subconsciously rubbed after speaking. The female student joined the discussion, extending her hand. I just got scratched by a rock. Does that count? The group's gazes began to drift, a Ling directly staring at Lao Chai. Why don't you unwrap the bandage? Siege Shing, unable to intervene in time, saw Lao Chai's gaze slowly turn towards him. This foolish child was making enemies everywhere. You have plenty of injuries too. Lao Chai sneered. Still bleeding from your recent capture. A Ling rolled his eyes at that moment. Xiao Zhong stepped in to mediate, saying, All right, everyone, let us not quarrel among ourselves. Just because there are bandages does not necessarily imply there are injuries. After all, a bleeding wound is not always a fresh one, is it? His words carried a hint of implication. Shen An glanced around, acknowledging the reason in Xiao Zhong's statement. Everyone was watching, and we must first display our sincerity in explaining the situation. Remove the bandages, will you? The murky waters had finally been stirred. Observing the attitude of these NPCs, it was evident that suspicion had taken root, and they would not be easily swayed by Jinseki. After all, with the true traitor still at large, such voting could commence indefinitely, leaving anyone vulnerable to becoming the next target. They would only become more discerning in their selection. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, Lao Chai grimly unwrapped the bandages. His hands were rough. And the most striking detail, indeed, the reason for the bandaging, was that Lao Chai had 6 fingers. Moreover, his left hand was riddled with scars, both new and old. Chapter 90. Hell for Others 8. Upon witnessing this, the female student retreated first, exclaiming, Lao Chai, you can't be the traitor, can you? Nonsense. Lao Chai growled fiercely. I'll take you all out right here. Why remove the bandages? Xiao Zhong nudged him gently at this moment. A blonde youth named Charlie clearly echoed the female student's sentiment, contemplating the possibility of feigned capture. Yet he dared not speak too definitively in front of the towering Lao Chai. Xiao Zhong caught wind of this and smiled nonchalantly, as if suddenly realizing something. He seized the female student's wrist firmly. The edges of your wound appear uneven, don't they? Let go of me. The female student struggled, her gaze pleading towards Charlie, as if by mere mention. Xiao Zhong quickly released her, and the 3 fellows appeared to have narrowly escaped danger. What a sudden act of goodwill from a Ling, Siege Shing, and Mi Jia. Just moments ago, we stated that bleeding wounds are not necessarily fresh. And now it has turned into a narrow escape with a new injury that I truly cannot fathom why I was scratched. Someone pushed me just now. Furthermore, it is not always the case that marks on the hands signify guilt. One cannot speak so lightly. Xiao Zhong chuckled, interrupting the female student, his gaze inadvertently drifting over to the seemingly indifferent Shen An, Jinseki, and Charlie, 3 individuals with impeccably clean hands. Just moments ago, it was an accident, and now it has morphed into being pushed? However, I happen to possess a journal. He retrieved a yellowed booklet from his pocket, carefully untying the bindings to reveal its weathered pages. This was found in a stone chamber. The booklet contained numerous childish scrawls, interspersed with ink stains, and only after flipping through several pages did it gradually take shape. Shen An noticed the fleeting glimmer of confusion in the female student's eyes as Xiao Zhong spoke. Initially, when groups were formed, these individuals had set out together. So why did the female student display a similar look of bewilderment when Xiao Zhong mentioned finding the booklet in the stone chamber? Halfway through the booklet, discernible text began to emerge. In the year of Gongshun, in the month of EU, without counting the days, she crossed out, Sister Joair remarked that this was an incorrect way to record. But it was of no matter. Another cluster of haphazard symbols emerged, vaguely suggesting 12 spirits lurking outside, stealthily raising their hands, fiercely. As Sister Jo'er said, they were making an oath, advising me to keep my distance. In the year of Gung Shun, in the month of EU, which day was it? Many glimmering stones were stuffed into the mouths of the spirits. Someone urged me to partake as well. But Sister Jo'er led me away, asserting that I was immortal and could not be compared to the spirits. The spirits were terrifying, and they summoned many bloodied beings, destroying numerous stones, casting them into the sea, grinding them into dust. A great pity. Several pages had been torn out, and only a few remained as the booklet was perused. Some were agitated, others appeared composed, while a few retreated in panic, with Lao Chai casting a disapproving glance at Xiao Zhong. Yet the content within indeed aligned with the initial notion of injuries on the hands. The time for voting was rapidly drawing to a close. Each individual, preoccupied with their thoughts, hastily penned their names. When the 9 papers converged at the podium, a bloodied name appeared on the stone wall. The female student, that a flicker of regret crossed Jin Siki's eyes. While Xiao Zhong cast several glances at Shen An and had not intended to eliminate someone with the surname Jin in the first round, which aligned with their mutual understanding, the two exchanged a knowing look, each smiling with genuine sincerity. Let us continue our efforts soon. The same acrid smoke erupted from the female student's mouth, her bulging eyes suggesting that someone was tightly gripping her throat, that in a matter of moments. She resembled a dying fish, her form darkening amidst the thickening smoke. The feather tattoo on her wrist was scorched into grotesque scars. Another life extinguished, blood letters emerged, signaling the commencement of a new countdown, indicating that they had failed to deduce correctly. The atmosphere grew heavy yet eerily tranquil. Xie Wuxing proposed that they should act together henceforth. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, someone was bound to reveal a clue, as the so-called traitor must certainly have an agenda in coming here. Unexpectedly, upon the proposal's utterance, Lao Chai was the first to express his impatience and refusal, while Charlie deemed it more efficient to act independently. Even Shen An subtly indicated her intention to seek out Ru Xiao, suggesting they initially gather the complete storyline to supplement the background. Xie Wuxing. Oh, the main objective is exploration. He nearly forgot. His mind fixated solely on finding the traitor. The journal entries found within the booklet were a delightful surprise, for had it not been for Lao Chai's bandages initially casting a preconceived notion upon everyone, it would have been unlikely for Xiao Zhong to present that booklet. Otherwise, why did he not reveal it at the outset? This also indirectly proved that Lao Chai and Xiao Zhong were not merely an ordinary driver and tour guide. There must be some closer connection. Shen An recalled the initial signs of unfamiliarity between the two that compared to the scars she mentioned. Xiao Zhong's booklet pointed more directly to specific marks, indicating a blood oath, naturally casting greater suspicion upon the female student, who bore both new and old scars. The stench of charred bones emanating from the exhibition room made one feel nauseous, as Shen An's gaze lingered on Lao Chai's re-wrapped left hand while her form edged closer to the corpses on the ground. Holding her breath, fire 6 fingers, Shen An glanced once more at the blood letters counting down, approaching the only illuminated stone wall. The wall bore patches of black and white, flaking evidence. Was it from fire? Thus, the method of murder was something that had transpired within this stone chamber. Simultaneously, due to the counterattack, these spirits were also imprisoned within these chambers, their powers confined within the boundaries of the stone room, virtually unimpeded. The term traitor referred to those who betrayed mortals when striking down the spirits. No, the traitors did not succeed. Therefore, it was more likely that the traitor was indeed one of the spirits. Which is why the subdued spirits sought revenge, harboring a grudge for centuries. The others gradually prepared to leave, and suddenly, Shen An's face lit up. She had an epiphany that if she were to sculpt these characters, under what circumstances would they calmly accept the bizarre occurrences unfolding before them? Let us not forget, these NPCs were designed to be ordinary individuals that in the span of merely 3 hours, 2 lives had been lost. Yet the remaining individuals remained so composed. How could one possibly connect individuals of notable status with those from centuries past? Shen An pondered, attributing this identity to future labels. Some had contact and survived. Observing the hurried departures of Lao Chai and Xiao Zhong, Shen An's brows twitched as a scheme formed in her mind. Chapter 91. Hell for others. 9. 6 fingers could be a treasure. That familiar smile? Could it be that everyone is malevolent? all with hidden identities. But according to Shen An, how can we explain those spirits darting about in the corridor? I am only concerned that the NPC Xiao Zhong did not tear the middle of the booklet. Let me take a closer look. Why tear out these useless pages, which merely contain the broken beads, bottles, and iron scraps seen by children? I seem to have some suspicions about this person. What is most valued? What is most hidden? Shen An heard the laughter of children echoing through the corridor and quickened her pace, only to feel her footsteps heavier than before. Something was following her. Matching her rhythm, something floated towards her from ahead, and upon seeing her, it abruptly halted. Shen An barely had time to gasp before it yanked her into the adjacent corridor. The entity, which had intended to press against Shen An's back, released an angry hiss, sniffing around in frustration at her sudden disappearance in the dark corridor. Shen An hid behind Ru Xiao, instinctively holding her breath. Her brow had remained furrowed since Ru Xiao's appearance. A young woman with a face partially caved in stood before them, her red bridal gown curving into an eerie arc, as if the spirit before them was bowing. Your vitality has diminished, Shen An stated directly, glancing at Ru Xiao, whose face had turned ashen. The time was noon 12:00. Are you? Xiao sheepishly agreed. Yes, it is fortunate that the sun's energy is strong at this hour. It allowed us to escape. Shen An's expression was peculiar as she opened her phone's flashlight to glance at his heels, then quickly switched it off. Using the phone screen in such a spirit-dense area was not very practical, as it could easily attract unwanted attention. That it was better to keep the harmless spirits out of sight, as they were more endearing that way. Oh my goodness, did you see that? Ru Xiao has no shadow. Did he not say he escaped? Is he a spirit? Why isn't Shen An exposing him? Do you understand now? After Shen An and Shen Fiki exchanged words, they hastily inquired of Ru Xiao. Where did you come from? Lead the way. Having shared their information, the two arrived at the fork in the road where they had previously parted ways. That moment, an increasing number of white paper offerings lay silently on the ground, undisturbed. Given their prior encounter, the unusual stillness of this place felt disconcerting. Just as Shen An was about to proceed in the direction indicated by Ru Xiao, he suddenly changed his mind and returned to the location he had initially visited, the stone chamber adorned with paintings. However, upon their arrival, they were met with the unexpected sight of the chamber, now devoid of any artwork. Returning to the path Ru Xiao had pointed out, Shen An was astonished to discover a pavilion. Not far off, there were also houses. Just how expansive was this cave? At that time, numerous paper figures were bustling about, and an elderly woman clad in a white funeral garment sat in the pavilion. Surrounded by remnants of silk and jewelry scattered on the ground, Yu Xiao cautioned. As soon as I appeared, they lunged towards me. Stepping forward, Shen An found that, as Ru Xiao had described, everything was present. But the ghosts were nowhere to be seen. The items were exquisite and finely crafted, contrary to Ru Xiao's claims of their damaged state. They were burial goods. Shen An leaned in to examine the artifacts. The abundance of funerary items suggested that someone was commemorating the cave spirits. Back in the sand-filled stone chamber, he had noted the presence of jewelry for burial. Why were they in fragments? Ru Xiao pondered. Could it be that the spirits are the ultimate victors? Has someone from the spirit realm escaped? How many factions do you think exist within the cave? Shen An countered with a question. The spirits, the ghosts within the cave's passage, and I can only think of these two for now. She nodded, yet remarked, however, these two factions cannot oppose one another. Assuming the spirits in the stone chamber are malevolent, and the ghosts in the passage are the harmed mortals. What means do these mortals have to confront the spirits? Moreover, the distribution of the so-called burial goods in the passage is even greater than in the stone chamber. Shen An articulated, the cave serves as a paradise. Those who previously explored it likely came to admire the scenery, architecture, and jewelry, but the subsequent damage. One was caused by tourists, another by the spirits, and the last by time. Just as we observe now, during the peak of daytime vitality. Certain illusions left by spirits may temporarily dissipate. Presently, the items appear intact. Why would the spirits deliberately ruin them? In light of this, the disappearance of the paintings from the stone walls. Shen An drew closer to the pavilion, yet did not see what he sought. Where could it be hidden? 10 minutes had passed. The air began to ripple, and without hesitation, Shen An produced the divination plate, ready to use it, only to find her limbs suddenly stiffening. her strength rapidly draining away. A damp, long strand of hair slipped from her shoulder, and unbeknownst to her, a ghost had stealthily attached itself behind her. An elderly face, wrinkled and slightly hunched, nestled closely against Shen An. With lifeless black eyes fixed upon her, rendering her immobile, "Are you?" Xiao gasped, rushing forward to pry the ghost away, only to discover that it seemed to be fused to her, refusing to budge. Shen An felt her face paling, as the life force was being inexorably siphoned away. The sounds of children's playful laughter echoed from the passage behind, a cacophony of giggles. 15 minutes had elapsed. Her feet felt heavy as Shen An attempted to take a few steps. Amidst the rustling of paper money, she keenly detected an unsettling noise beneath her. Was it coming from her feet? As her gaze shifted, she caught sight of the last scrap of yellow paper being consumed by flames, triggering some talisman into effect. Someone had hidden the talisman among the paper offerings, causing her to come into contact with it. Now that the talisman had ignited, it indicated that it had begun to take effect. "Ru Xiao, I'm having difficulty moving. Could you take me to a place?" Given that there were territorial divisions among the spirits, she was eager to see how long this ghost, seemingly bound to her, could remain in her presence. The talisman's effectiveness was time-limited in urgent circumstances. Though unsure of Shen An's intentions, Ru Xiao employed a speed-enhancing item and followed Shen An's directions as they fled in another direction. Ru Xiao carried Shen An on his back, while Shen An bore the water ghost. "Did I just see that? I think I saw it too. What a surprise! What a surprise!" Instead of scheming against each other, let us focus on Shen An. The Shen An transport is here. Ha ha, the three of us are stacked together. Where did Shen An and the others go? Which faction excels at countering poison with poison? Chapter 92. Others Hell 10. Countless paper children rushed toward Shen An, their height barely reaching Ru Xiao's waist, yet their movements were eerie and sprightly, one after another lunging without a care. As Ru Xiao tore off one that had clung to his arm, he swiftly twisted to wrench away another paper figure that was reaching for Shen, and some of these paper figures brandished soft bristle brushes, painting and altering the faces of their companions. Before long, a crooked smile adorned yet another face. Others leapt beside their damaged peers, gathering up dismembered limbs while giggling and scattering in all directions. Most, however, remained clustered at the passage's entrance, obstructing their path. No time to waste. Push through. After Ru Xiao cleaved through several paper figures with another strike, Shen An cautioned, "There are too many of these burial paper figures. We can't defeat them all. They seem uninterested in me." It's likely because your life force is weaker than mine. Too dark. Pointed nails sank into Shen An's neck, blood seeping down in a fine stream, while scabs formed in layers at the wound's edge. As Ru Xiao turned his head, he caught sight of a pair of eyes peering from the damp strands of Shen An's hair. Fixated upon him, the water ghost clinging to Shen An's back leaned in closely, motionless. Although Shen An felt she could endure for another half hour, she might need to faint in 5 minutes to conserve her strength. She patted Ru Xiao vigorously. "Are you Xiao?" Having just relaxed at the beginning of her statement, he was startled by the latter half, that if we can find a third faction, we might be able to contend with these spirits. Or else, you'll have to run fast enough. Observing Shen An's casual demeanor, Ru Xiao focused intently on their path ahead. The upcoming fork in the road. He spoke gravely. "Indeed, they are obstructing our route." The clamoring paper figures behind them swiftly floated by, creating a rustling sound in the wind, occasionally a few darting out from the sides, only to be swiftly brushed aside. Left. Shen An held up the divination plate. Even when not attuned to the spirits, it could still serve as a simple guiding tool. In the pitch-black passage, a glow began to emanate from the ceiling, as the grotesque faces of the paper figures lunged forward like moths to a flame, while Ru Xiao, standing against them, occasionally revealed a face that was even more fearsome than the paper figures themselves. Shen An thought to herself, "This is bad." Feeling the increasing pull from behind, Ru Xiao, unperturbed by the weight of carrying both a person and a ghost, moved without hindrance. It seemed that the individual who set the talisman had calculated the distance. Their current location made it challenging to reach by mere foot speed. Even with the use of the item, that person had miscalculated. Ru Xiao likely hadn't noticed that his subsequent speed was not merely the result of a single item. The spirits floated, as did they. Based on Shen An's reaction, is this Ru Xiao for real? Have you noticed the longer one stays in this contract, the more one resembles a ghost? No wonder the exploration takes a whole day. In this pitch-black cave, visibility is so poor that even lighting a torch only illuminates one's face. I suggest that staff members with tasks who can't see well should at least improve the lighting on our side. Shen An managed to extricate herself before her energy was entirely depleted, but Ru Xiao was not so fortunate. Upon seeing the other party for the first time, she instantly realized he was likely caught in a trap. In the intersection of yin and yang, it is common for the living to have their souls drawn out, unaware as they proceed, leaving their bodies behind. The chaotic magnetic field of a mass grave is precisely where such disturbances occur. With this in mind, Shen An released a wang. 15 minutes earlier, Lao Chai had finally pried open a certain mechanism lock, the tension in his face easing. Xiao Zhong had been attentively monitoring the surroundings and let out a quiet sigh of relief upon noticing their progress. At this point, the protective spirits of the tomb were being well contained. Despite hurrying and delaying, they had still lost a few precious minutes. Hurry! Lao Chai tossed a stone into the stone chamber, and the bandage on his left hand had long since been removed during the disassembly of the mechanism. Those in their line of work could not afford to be careless for even a moment. Xiao Zhong followed suit, applying some talismans to the outer door to reinforce and isolate certain entities. This was a vast space spanning hundreds of square meters, and once they stepped inside, a wave of exhilaration washed over them. They had struck gold. According to the torn pages from the book, this was the very center of the entire mass grave. High coffins were neatly arranged in the center, while a multitude of skulls lay prostrate on the ground, facing the densely packed altars above. Yet, the most peculiar aspect was not this. It was the eerie categorization of the remains among the skulls, some charred black as if burned alive, others shattered into fragments. Each faithfully oriented towards different black coffins as if in reverent pilgrimage. However, they paid little mind to these oddities. Based on the accidentally acquired book, the most valuable items were located at the edges of this stone chamber. Ever since Xiao Zhong had stumbled upon this seemingly childlike scribbling, he had been intrigued, and unlike others, he did not dismiss it as a hoax that he quickly connected the items mentioned within with family records, ultimately pinpointing their location in Taoyuan. The profession of treasure hunting is often shrouded in obscure whispers and clandestine rumors. It is said that this land, once foreign a century ago, has unexpectedly been incorporated into the borders of his nation. The shifting boundaries swept along by the tides of history have rendered the present-day Xiao Zhong nearly incapable of discerning his true allegiance, as the tumultuous events of the past have been trampled under the relentless march of time. Fortunately, he had made a discovery and arranged a meeting beforehand with the knowledgeable Lao Chai, who possessed substantial insights into the mechanisms involved. The two of them quickly found common ground, sharing an equal stake in their fortunes. In the darkness, a flicker of light caught their eyes as they exchanged glances and hastened forward. The closer they approached the stone wall, the more distinct the shadows became. It seemed that the prolonged absence of visitors had caused a tremor among the elevated artifacts, leading a few small beads to tumble from the corners of the wall. One such bead rolled to Xiao Zhong's feet and came to a halt. He picked it up and vigorously rubbed it between his fingers. An emerald, knock, 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 knock. Xiao Zhong's eyes sparkled at the sight of the treasure before him, and he nonchalantly remarked, "It must be the restless souls of the recently interred, lingering here and causing no significant disturbances. I suspect our entry has startled these wretched beings." Lao Chai cast a wary glance and tightened his bandages. The coffins that stirred were positioned at the periphery of the stone chamber. Recalling the news he had seen prior to their arrival, Lao Chai conjectured that they were merely unfortunate souls left behind. He requested a few corpse-restraining talismans from Xiao Zhong and affixed them one by one. Having encountered such entities more frequently than Xiao Zhong, he understood the troublesome nature of the living dead, those caught between life and death, their fortunes having led them to decay within the tomb for eternity. Should the contents of the coffins emerge, drawn by the vitality of the living, chaos would surely ensue. Lao Chai chose to disregard Xiao Zhong's affairs, knowing that the latter could hardly carry away much treasure alone. He still possessed one final talisman, leaving only the outermost coffin. Yet Lao Chai suddenly halted. 9 tiers of 12 coffins, 8 tiers of 36 coffins, 7 tiers of 59 coffins, 6 tiers of 71 coffins. One tier contained 187 coffins, totaling 842. These were the original inhabitants. According to the reports, 7 individuals had gone missing, thus there should have been 7 coffins at the lowest level. But now, how had the number of coffins increased to 8? Lao Chai pushed open the coffin lid, and upon seeing the occupant within, his eyebrows shot up in disbelief. What in the world? Is that not the foreign student? Shen An will arrive at the battlefield in 60 seconds. The tour guide and the driver-esque disguises have been officially exposed. Is that truly Ru Xiao's body here? Shen An had already anticipated this. To feign a legitimate identity was customary for Lao Chai and his group, leading them to deceive several foreign students. They targeted university students, as they tended to be both naive and adventurous. The foreign students were chosen to minimize the risk of exposure to their national affiliations. Involving outsiders only made it easier to downplay any significant incidents. Hey! Xiao Zhong's voice was laced with confusion and anger. Lao Chai shifted his gaze to Xiao Zhong, inquiring what was amiss. He quickly advanced, concerned that something might have gone awry. Suddenly, a swift gust of wind grazed the back of Lao Chai's head with a resounding crash as the coffin lid flew up, splintering wood scattering around. What the heck? I was naive to assume she would adopt a gentler approach. I can't help but laugh coldly. Ru Xiao was halted at the entrance of a stone chamber by Shen An. Are you tired? Not at all. This feels abnormal. Shen An's expression was grave as he instructed him to retreat and not resist, regardless of what transpired. Resist? Ru Xiao was bewildered by her meaning when suddenly an attack of colossal force surged toward him. In a daze, Ru Xiao instinctively crossed his arms to shield his chest. The tremendous impact struck his wrist, and he was sent crashing into the coffin. As he tumbled out, Ru Xiao and Lao Chai, who was turning at that moment, exchanged wide-eyed glances that Yu Xiao felt as if he had been unceremoniously thrust into calamity, a wave of unprecedented nausea and vertigo exploding in his mind. In response, Shen An remarked, "Soul fusion in progress, do not disturb." The palpable murderous intent radiating from Lao Chai had erupted the moment Ru Xiao and Shen An appeared. The purpose of allowing these students to enter was to divert the attention of the malevolent spirits, not to let them wreak havoc. Yet Xiao Zhong's exclamation once again interrupted him. Lao Chai hesitated, firmly positioning himself between Shen An, Ru Xiao, and Xiao Zhong, effectively obstructing their line of sight to the treasure. Xiao Zhong approached, cursing under his breath. How could this be? Everything is cursed. His anger was palpable. Anyone would be infuriated to find themselves mere moments away from grasping a treasure, only for it to be snatched away without warning. With even the emerald in his hand reduced to mere fragments, Shen An caught sight of the debris in Xiao Zhong's hand, and, seemingly struck by a thought, called out to Ru Xiao, retreating decisively. This caught both Xiao Zhong and Lao Chai off guard. Observing Xiao Zhong's reaction, it was evident that the sudden degradation of the jewelry could not have occurred without cause. Time was of the essence. Shen An and Ru Xiao swiftly navigated through the dim corridor when a bride in red suddenly lunged from around the corner, nearly colliding with them. Shen An swiftly pivoted, scaling the side wall with agility that Yu Xiao, armed with a sword, managed to deflect the bride's attack, only to witness her grotesque grin splitting open, her eyes bulging forth to land upon his sword's tip, causing a cascade of green liquid to splatter as he could not halt his motion in time. They sprinted to yet another stone chamber, the wails of numerous malevolent spirits echoing behind them, accompanied by the enraged shouts of Xiao Zhong and Lao Chai, interspersed with the crackling sounds of talismans exploding. An elderly woman in white appeared both tender and sinister, her damp hair resembling a ravenous serpent. The bride in red laughed ethereally, her decayed skin crawling with maggots, and the child in colorful garments cackled maliciously, the fastest of the spirits in the corridor, a veritable menagerie of horrors. Shen An leaped over an obstructing stone pedestal, beckoning Ru Xiao to be cautious, as the area had suddenly become littered with stones. Despite being surrounded, Shen An maintained a light-hearted tone, yet Ru Xiao detected a hint of malice beneath her cheerfulness. As for the stones, into the stone chamber, on the other side of the cave. Hurry! He addressed his savior with greater urgency than he had shown to Xie Zhuoxing, who merely scoffed, indifferent to his concern. They had encountered Charlie. More accurately, they had come upon the Charlie ahead of them, while the three quietly trailed behind. With ample time remaining, they were likely motivated by fear of the spirits outside. Mi Jia speculated. Are there no spirits in the exhibition room? There are still 2 corpses in the exhibition room. Although Ling perceived the situation as potentially trivial, the pressing task of locating the so-called traitor loomed ominously. Thus, the actions of all must be scrutinized. Then, the 3 observed Charlie brandishing a kitchen knife, bringing it down with ferocity upon the ground. A corpse, the gleaming silver blade collided with the charred remains. The clashing of metal against bone revealing the tremendous force behind each strike, as if he were expending every ounce of strength in his body. Amidst the frenzied hacking, Charlie muttered incessantly, "Die. You all deserve to die. You worthless scum filth. You deserve a terrible fate. Godi, Godi." The chopping grew increasingly violent, with Charlie's eyes bloodshot, as if they might bleed at any moment. "The deal, you think he could be the traitor? We should withdraw. The main objective is paramount." In the stone chamber, Ru Xiao felt the jagged edges of the stone wall in the corner, his brow furrowed in concentration. That it was as though 2 massive stones were embedded in the walls, capable of shifting back and forth as a mechanism. Shen An instantly comprehended his implication. A sandwich. This was considerably more straightforward than the previous stone chambers. Yet it posed its own complexities. However, there was a door on the opposite side, indicating a passageway. It seemed this approach would not suffice. She leaned against the now-closed stone door, lost in thought. What was this? She rubbed the stone surface she had just stepped on, revealing a trace of red and black markings, vermilion. Shen An was certain that only the handcrafted vermilion from that era could withstand a century of decay. That Yu Xiao cautiously wiped away the surrounding grime, observing the markings. Horizontal, 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 vertical. Is this a dot? There were more ahead. Upon closer inspection, either to the left or right, the stone tiles on the ground indeed exhibited a dark red hue, as if demarcated into sections. Shen An advanced a couple more steps. Seeking death? It seems there is a pattern. This appeared to be a form of numerical script from that eerie. In other words, Ru Xiao's conclusions were still shrouded in confusion. As they walked along this path, the stone walls on either side began to close in. How peculiar that a faint scratching sound emanated from above. It seemed this stone chamber also had a master. Shen An remarked, "Strange. If the intent is to kill, why mark the signs? If the signs are marked, why then allow death?" From the very beginning, her intuition about the stone chamber with quicksand had hinted at something amiss. Why would there be markers designating the area for murder? That would halt everything in an instant. Following the sound, a cacophony of scuttling noises drew nearer, akin to hundreds of geckos climbing overhead, both numerous and delicate. Shen An narrowed her eyes, seeking confirmation from Ru Xiao. Is the ceiling not one solid surface? Are there gaps? Indeed. The painting above is marred by a mass of decaying flesh intertwined with bone. Writhing, composed of crushed fragments of bone and dark clumps of meat. The laughter emanating from that entity is sporadic, that a chunk of flesh plummets from the center, trailing a viscous strand. Above, the specters depicted in the painting exhale ethereal threads, ensnaring the crowd behind them, as if preparing to drag them into the heart of the stone wall. That Yu Xiao gazes intently at the blood-soaked ground, silent, signaling to Shen An. It seems these fallen remnants obscure the patterns. Ru Xiao's warning jolts Shen An from her thoughts on how to navigate the 3 stone walls, leading her to realize that the phantoms in this chamber exhibit no intention of immediate aggression. Yet, the obscured murals above and the gradually eroding vermilion below signify another malevolence. Time is of the essence. Another 2 blood clots descend. Should these vermilion markings become largely concealed, the prospect of passage would dwindle. She surmises she has grasped the situation, that if the mechanism's design is intended for efficiency, then traversing the path marked by vermilion would inevitably cause the stone walls to converge. Conversely, avoiding the vermilion would prevent the walls from closing in, though it does not imply that this route is devoid of peril, for the walls descending from above bear down upon either side. The mechanism desires the demise of those within, yet it seems to afford a pathway to survival for a specific individual inside. Although it appears this escape route has yet to be utilized, Ru Xiao feels he has subtly discerned the way out based on the structure of the 3 walls. But Shen An reacts with greater swiftness. Move! Is someone invoking spirits? Oh my god, the left side is closing in. Holy hell, the top is descending. And then steady yourself. Don't act recklessly. I can't believe it. The left wall is holding back the top. Let's head to the right. The right side is being blocked by that descending mass. What the hell? The odd-numbered vermilion shifts left, while the even-numbered moves right, and the sides devoid of imagery descend. The three walls of menace are at odds with one another. Ru Xiao, unable to act in time. I'm calming myself. Such quick reflexes. How effortless? Ru Xiao momentarily pauses. What did you say? Even if we take turns moving, it remains quite effortless. Shen An suddenly turns to glance at the stone chamber. What do you think I meant just now? Ru Xiao, feeling somewhat bashful, accustomed to Shen An's playful jests, straightens his demeanor. Your implication is that the areas indicated by the vermilion on the ground are too closely spaced, and thus too tight, not suitable for our adult sizes. Hence, it is quite easy for adults to traverse. Shen An's words cut to the heart of the matter. The executor of this stone chamber's mechanism is a child. Confounding. I'm utterly lost. The two synchronize their watches. It is now 1400 hours. When my soul emerged, my spirit remained in the body, and now, as I reintegrate and take control, I naturally perceive more things through my spirit. Ru Xiao nods, slowly articulating, although I'm not entirely certain. The ghosts transporting coffins mentioned the number 842, and listening to their speech, I can't shake the feeling that these ghosts seem of low intelligence. The ghosts in the passage are venerating 12 deities. The coffins contain the remains of those ghosts, both in the stone chamber and in the passage. Just a fleeting glance earlier revealed that the uppermost layer consists of 12 coffins. Exploration Level 10. Chapter 95. Other People's Hell 13. The last time, Shen An deduced that the executor of the stone chamber's mechanism was a child. The exploration level was 5, and now it stands at 10. To put it plainly, what actions are to be taken, and where? The next 3 hours will arrive at 14:30. Have you devised a strategy? Ru Xiao feels a lingering guilt for his previous absence. He senses that aside from Jinski, the current grave-robbing duo, Lao Chai and Xiao Zhong, are also perilous at that vote. Shinfiki, a B-level contract ghost, cannot intimidate her. What more threats could she wield? Ru Xiao is oblivious to the threatening thoughts swirling in her mind, sensing only impending doom from her reaction. Ru Xiao's expression mirrors that of a teammate who anticipates another's demise. Moreover, the tension in the atmosphere is palpable. Shen An observes Mi Jia, who has been accompanying a Ling, neatly packing away the yellow paper and tossing it onto the platform, astonished to discover that 7 pre-written yellow papers are already present. 7 individuals have cast their votes. Xiao Zhong casts a dark glare at a Ling and his companions, offering no warmth to the newly arrived Shen An and her companion. His expression a fleeting mask of malice, particularly as he sees Shen An approaching a Ling. Jinski stands aside, lost in thought, occasionally glancing at Xiao Zhong. The last 2 pieces of yellow paper are allotted to Shen An and Ru Xiao, one for each. That a Ling discreetly pulls Shen An closer, whispering, "Sister An, I must inform you that Xiao Zhong is the traitor." How so? Shen An responds, puzzled, noticing Xiao Zhong's unwavering gaze upon them. Are you courting death? Xiao Zhong's words are directed at a Ling. Shen An pieces together their conversation, realizing that when Mi Jia and a Ling were spreading traps, they inadvertently encountered Xiao Zhong and his comrades, who were in the midst of exterminating ghosts, and overheard terms like thief. Jinski hesitated for a moment. Compared to ensuring Shen An's demise, unearthing the traitor to secure his own survival is his priority. He too votes for Xiao Zhong, and no one is privy to this. Then Charlie returns, waving his hand, inscribing a name. Although Xiao Zhong is unaware of how many votes he has, he comprehends that the final 2 votes are his lifeline. In a frenzy, he lunges at a Ling, who, momentarily stunned, seems to finally react and barely evades. Siege Wishing intercepts Xiao Zhong's assault, just as a Ling unleashes a barrage of accusations. You are the traitor. You stole from the ghosts, and now you disguise yourself to steal even more. Siege Wishing frowns. Xiao Zhong, initially poised to lessen his attack, resumes with fervor. You slander me. That was procured from outside. You are the true traitor. Sowing discord. Lao Chai, lurking nearby, appears ready to pounce, casting dangerous glances at the remaining few, as if anyone attempting to join the fray would prompt him to leap into action without hesitation. Even Shen An senses the atmosphere is amiss. She glances at a Ling. Nearby, Mi Jia. A Ling. Tone it down. Mi Jia is currently assisting a Ling, yes. Shen An suddenly beams, seemingly oblivious to the conflict, leaning toward a Ling, your eloquence is quite commendable today. She subtly surveys a Ling's demeanor that are you shall, catching Shen An's glance, checks the time, noting the expressions of those present, casually discarding the yellow paper. Time is up. Shen An implies that for this round of survival, let the decision be finalized. After all, it poses no threat to them that a scream pierces the air as Xie Zhuoxing steps back, narrowly avoiding the frenzied, clawing Xiao Zhong. The second round of punishment befalls Xiao Zhong. Witnessing this scenario, Lao Chai refrains from his previous predatory demeanor that if he cannot save him, then he shall not allow himself to be implicated. Several individuals exhale in relief, observing the blood-red numbers shift from 000 to 259, 59, 02, 59, 58, 02, 59, 57. The traitor remains. The countdown resumes that at this moment. Lao Chai's expression darkens, but he quickly remarks, Xiao Zhong's record is his own. He just acknowledged that we are merely temporary allies. And besides, he is not the traitor, so it has nothing to do with me. The two consecutive mistakes in identifying the traitor compel everyone to pause and reconsider the initial strategy of locating the traitor. Shen An bows her head, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Charlie, Lao Chai, and Jinsky find their gazes unintentionally meeting. Are you all still traveling together? Shen An poses her question casually, as if exchanging daily pleasantries, addressing Xie Zhuoxing. What do you mean? A Ling interjects, of course we will. The pile of paper money on the ground continues to grow. Mi Jia, standing behind a Ling, slowly raises his head, his face pale against the backdrop of the paper money. I wish to seek some exploration points on my own. There are some issues to be mindful of based on prior experiences. Blocking a Ling's path, Mi Jia shyly scratches his head, expressing gratitude for a Ling's care. I will enhance our exploration points, and then we can team up again. A Ling, perplexed, responds, we can go together. Shen An pats him. What is wrong? Just like that, I will take my leave first, Mi Jia declares. Smiling as he turns to depart, he casts a significant glance my way, as Shen An and Shen Fiki exchange remarks. There are ghosts. A Ling remains puzzled. Why did he leave so suddenly? Does Mi Jia think my exploration efficiency is too low? Is it because Xie Zhuoxing, you are too fierce, scaring him off? Xie Zhuoxing sometimes feels the urge to pry open Mi Jia's head to see what sort of mushy substance resides within. How old is he to still be scared? Step aside, go scout the path. Could it be? Did your earlier question unsettle Mi Jia? Shen An? I sense there exists a place exceedingly suitable for you. Shen An smiled mischievously, exchanging a glance with Xie Zhuoxing. Is that really your brother? Did Shen An bind a Ling with just a single remark? Oh my goodness, how ruthless. Why are there so many extraordinary maneuvers? Truly, one cannot be considered human. A Ling. Ended. Chapter 96. Other People's Hell 14. Bind it tightly. Push that way. There are more ghosts over there. Tightly bound, you little rascal, go on. The hexagonal pavilion was suffused with a chilling aura. The murmurs of the ghostly old woman echoing in a ghostly realm. Countless paper figures laughing, their sounds ebbing and flowing, everywhere marked by the vermilion strokes of ghosts, bright red yet somber. Amidst this chaotic dance of spirits, a Ling was thrust into the midst of the ghosts by his biological elder brother, his esteemed elder, and an observing Ru Shao, who then turned and fled. His limbs felt as though ensnared in muck. Having just freed his left hand, he was seized by a playful little ghost clutching his right foot, his mind a fog. Suddenly, a Ling felt a lightness upon him, the unbearable shackles seeming to loosen. Seizing this opportunity, he gave a fierce toss and dashed towards the nearly invisible figures of the three that I in the distance. Their silhouettes swayed in the dim, ghostly light, barely distinguishable from the specters. A Ling halted. You lot? Oh my, you've come out, haven't to you? It was Shen An, his skills remain unimpaired, quite satisfactory. It was Xie Zhuoxing, that indeed that it was Ru Shao. Upon noticing a Ling's pause, Shen An waved with a smiling face. And upon recognizing the faintly entwined dark energy around him, he clicked his tongue in disapproval, his expression one of inevitable realization. Xie Zhuoxing's brows twitched, secretly sighing in relief. By the way, why do such sinister things always seem connected to the soul? Though he jested, his gaze turned sharp. adapting to the situation that our Yu Xiao succinctly summarized. Thankfully, Ling did not have familial ties. Thankfully, Xie Xing truly understood his brother, to be honest, over the years aside from that Indida, whom Ling had incessantly mentioned from the mortal realm. The current Shen An, at other times, Ling was indeed not a likable character, without a penchant for contrarianism. Perhaps Xie Xing could relate deeply. The debt of gratitude. Apologies, Ling does not seem like the type to quickly warm up to others. Moreover, in the contract, what demons and specters had Xie Xing not encountered? Wasn't it merely a suggestive tool to slightly alter others' thoughts? Seizing the opportunity, he casually broke that wisp of dark energy. Then, as Shen An and Ru Xiao were occupied with the paper figures, he captured Ling, covered his eyes, and kicked. Adapting to the situation? Tool person? Tool ghost? What the hell? One moment a killer move, the next moment it's utilized? This place indeed proves remarkably useful. Upon comprehending the entire situation, Ling earnestly stated, "However, if you hadn't employed this tactic, I would have discovered it myself eventually." Xie Xing, I feel like hitting someone. Look, Mi Jia probably didn't anticipate that the tool would be wasted on someone with such a distinct personality. Xie Xing was unyielding, retorting, "It seems rather reasonable. Typically, such a ploy would have deep roots, waiting for the final strike or something." Mi Jia, how unfortunate. Does Mi Jia still remain unaware? We, with our godlike perspective, didn't he even detect anything amiss? Encountering a brother control freak, a logical genius, ready to verify that kind of thing, and another who just experienced it, instantly connecting the dots. To be honest, most wouldn't eliminate all suspicions by the first episode, would they? A gathering of peculiar individuals, truly a terrifying reaction. Mi Jia had been following the golden-haired Charlie for a while. His suspicions regarding Charlie actually began much earlier, right before witnessing him dismembering a corpse to that moment. When the second female student faced verbal attacks, she instinctively glanced towards Charlie, a scene that he happened to observe. Simultaneously, with his commendable memory, Mi Jia swiftly unearthed from his recollection the similar phrase uttered by the first female student about not coming if she had known not to come. Then why did she? Who persuaded her to stay? There is but one truth. Charlie was the one with ulterior motives, willing to deceive the other two for cover, much like the grave robbers Xiao Zhong and Old Chai. Only Xiao Zhong deceived complete strangers, while Charlie targeted someone with hidden animosity. This animosity might still be one-sided, as for Xiao Zhong. Mi Jia remained impassive, disdainfully curling his lips, but he saw the manipulations he had executed beneath the paper money. It appeared he hadn't seen it, as he had already stood up by that time, but just to be cautious, it wouldn't hurt to target it slightly. However, judging by his shocked reaction at that moment, he likely hadn't seen anything, hence his rage at being suddenly accused. Alas, Mi Jia thought indifferently, he could not yet expose himself. Once he uncovered Charlie's secret, he still needed to blend in with that group. Uncertain whether his contingency plan had been discovered, Mi Jia mused. It surely hadn't after all, he could only approach within a certain range to trigger control. In truth, I lean more towards the notion that the spirit-restraining talisman was aimed at everyone present. Shen An forced a smile, subtly suggesting. Xie Xing responded. And then you just happened to step on it. Humbled that Ru Xiao succinctly remarked, not specifying whom he referred to. I believe sister and S words carry great weight. You must be joking. Xie Xing's arm swished out, prompting Ling to skillfully tilt his head to evade, that he did not press further. Since the controlling entity had already arrived, what was the harm in adding a positioning feature to the talisman? The reasoning holds. Shen An indeed shared this suspicion. Perhaps that grave robber merely stumbled upon what he was doing, leading to his premature exit. But why target me? Shen An directed his gaze towards Ling, seemingly perplexed. Because you're being hunted. Who told you that? My brother. Xie Xing had no time to intervene, only to hear Ling completely expose him. That, oh no, having become so familiar, why would you still set traps in conversation? Xie Xing lowered his hand, which had been half raised, and, maintaining a serious expression, stated, from observations made during the previous contract, before a novelist, there are no coincidences, only schemes. She didn't believe in the serendipity of their initial encounter, having endured until now, merely because the other party's actions remained within her limits. Indeed, there are ghosts. Xie Xing awkwardly laughed that Ling continued to murmur. When did you realize, and how come I didn't? Can you please be quiet? Siege Xing, unable to bear it any longer, finally slapped him, causing a Ling to stumble. Thankfully, Shen An did not pursue the matter further. How annoying. What on earth did Xie Ling come here for? That outside contract was bothersome too, were it not for the allure of a certain tool. What is the deal with that chase? I just arrived, seeking clarification. Mainly, I believe that organization doesn't seem well known. I've perused numerous contracts and only recently heard of it. Either it has only recently grown powerful, or it has been lurking, only revealing itself once it had sufficient bait. If it's the latter, what do you think is the reason Shen An was targeted? A dark horse? Sharp intellect? Provocation? Not heeding advice? Right, clever. What the heck? Who's up there? Who? Which brother's been infected? Why does this speech box resemble the official one? Chapter 97. Other People's Hell 15. Shen An sat cross-legged upon a stone pedestal, entering a meditative state as the information appeared erroneous. The tool had been provided, and it did not seem harmful. Surely, I shan't have to play the role of a hidden master again, while not possessing complete information? I cannot possibly be encountering such a talent. Or perhaps, Kingski is sent by the organization to hunt, while Mi Jia has other motives? Regardless of the reason, the threat has manifested before us, and it warrants immediate eradication. Siege Xing stealthily approached the meditative Ru Xiao, admiring this capable individual renowned for thwarting teammates. Now filled more with respect than mere admiration. How did you manage to withstand her? Implying something, oh my goodness. Look, is there a murderous intent emerging? Siege Xing caught a glimpse of Shen An's sudden change in demeanor from a distance, silently exclaiming in surprise, did I TS because I was entangled with her, Why? To trap you in her schemes? To exploit her murderous aura? To enjoy the thrill of ensnaring others? Ru Xiao. To take advantage of her resilient life force? Siege Xing. Pardon my candor, you all seem to possess that great. Glancing over to the other side, where a Ling was tinkering with something, Siege Xing resignedly seated himself, pondering whether he had overlooked any clues. Otherwise, why did everyone seem to possess the air of concluding information as if the contract was nearly complete? A Ling, unbeknownst to him, had reached for his back, letting out a seasoned sigh, expressing that sometimes even a man yearns for support. Siege Xing. What are you trying to say, a Ling? My meaning is stick with sister and cling to her leg. You are simply too impatient. Men should not be so independent. Please soften your demeanor a bit, and learn to show weakness. Siege Xing, with a flourish, swept away the opposition, leaving a Ling hastily crouching to evade, a man who could not afford to jest. Siege Xing felt the veins on his forehead pulsating violently, and he enunciated deliberately. Aren't we supposed to be watching a horror suspense? Toss aside all those domineering CEO tropes. Is there absolutely no atmosphere of terror? A gathering of talents. Where is that brother just now? Is the official signal lagging? Indeed, that signal frame is reminiscent of the other side. 1, 2, 3, 4. A Ling emphasized, there are 4 of us. They have 4 as well.